first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport. Pure live sport.
Listen using BBC Sounds. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fiber to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport. Pure live sport.
Listen using BBC Sounds. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fiber to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport. Pure live sport.
Listen using BBC Sounds. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fiber to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes.
The Ashes.
Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra.
The Ashes.
More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes.
The Ashes.
Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra.
The Ashes.
More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes.
The Ashes.
Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra.
The Ashes.
More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes.
The Ashes.
Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra.
The Ashes.
More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes.
The Ashes.
Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra.
The Ashes.
More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes.
The Ashes.
Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra.
The Ashes.
More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes.
The Ashes.
Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra.
The Ashes.
More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes.
The Ashes.
Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra.
The Ashes.
More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes.
The Ashes.
Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra.
The Ashes.
More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes.
The Ashes.
Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra.
The Ashes.
More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
From being a young kid playing in the street with my brother in the garden or wherever at the local club nets, we'd be playing Ashes Test matches against each other.
My whole childhood growing up watching Ashes cricket was Australia winning, so I suppose that built my steel to not want to just play Ashes cricket but want to win Ashes cricket.
It's obviously a dream come true, something I've been dreaming of since I was a child, growing up watching the Ashes and seeing people create memories.
You can really put your name on the map if you perform well in these series. And yeah, there's always been that sort of niggle as well, England versus Australia.
Marsh swings it high on the offside. Brendle's underneath it. This could be the Ashes for England. He's caught it. They've won.
Palmerston from the far end bowls the first ball of the series. Oh my word, it's gone straight to second slip.
And feels he's out LBW and Lakers taking all 10.
Shane Warne, he bowls, and Gatting is taken on the pace, bowls.
Bright bowled, the middle stumps out of the ground. England have won. They've won by 18 runs.
And that side into the next side is taken. Mitchell Johnson takes a wicket, and how fitting it should be that it's Mitchell Johnson.
And Botham now bowls Thompson. He dropped it. He's out. He's caught in the slip. Got it. Serveret knocked it up, and it was Miller who caught the rebound. England have won by 3 runs.
In goes Bresnan, bowls to Hilton House, and he's caught behind. He is out, and England have won, and they've retained the Ashes.
And then comes Lee, bowls to Peterson, who hooks it hard. Oh, that's a great shot. That's the best of his sixes.
And there's an appeal for a catch behind. Umpire Damasceno raises the finger and gives him out. It's all over. Australia have won.
Here's Broad coming in and bowling to Voges. Oh, he's brilliantly caught! Brilliantly caught! That is an outrageous catch by Ben Stokes. Dawson comes up and bowls to Waugh, who drives through the offside for his 100th. That is extraordinary.
Kasparovich goes back and parries one as he caught down the leg side. There's an appeal for a catch. He's out. England have won. England have won by 2 runs.
Wow, what a finish. What an incredible test match.
And in comes Pat Cummins from the far end. He bowls to Stokes, who hammers it for 4! And stands there with the bat raised. I can't believe we've seen that. No, is it the Ashes? Yes, England have won the Ashes. Memories there of Ashes series gone by, not quite back to 1882 when this unique battle between England and Australia all began, but a flavour of the sort of highlights that live on forever, because that's what the Ashes does. And what a day for this latest series to start. We've got cloudless blue skies, it's beautifully warm, the pitch meticulously prepared looks excellent, and of course the crowd in the notorious Hollies stand are already taking their seats. It is a beautiful day. We're just moments away from the toss. The captains are standing in front of me here. They've exchanged their team sheets. We know what England's is. They named their team a couple of days ago. We think we know what Australia's is, don't we? Jason Gillespie with us this test match. How lovely to see you. Welcome back.
Oh, thank you so much, Angus, for being here. Day one, Ashes series.
Is it special?
Unbelievably special. You know, you've been around a long time and seen day one of the first Ashes series. Yeah, it didn't sound well, that. I'm sorry about that. But no, this is a great occasion. The weather's looking after us, so it should be a great day.
So you think, we haven't had it official yet, that Stark is not playing and that Hazelwood is?
That's the mail, yeah. And you look out here and you get a bit of a clue with what guys are doing in warm-ups, don't you? And, you see Mitchell Stark's had the baseball mitt on, so that would suggest, and a couple of little words I've heard, it suggests that he's going to miss out and Josh Hazelwood will play.
Right. OK, well, that's interesting. We'll get that confirmed in a second because the toss will take place at any moment. Sir Alistair Cook, good to see you looking very smart. That's very sharp. He's got a tie on. What's going on there? You actually got a little thing to perform, haven't you, later?
Yeah, I only found out this morning. I've actually got to present the Ashes to the podium and then fireworks goes off. So, I mean,
really?
if I knock over a firework and it all goes, this nice jacket goes up in but...
I was just looking up. You scored 2,500 of your 12,400 test runs, but 2,500 in the Ashes. Are they particularly special because it is the Ashes?
Yeah, I mean, the bit I can't get now is this feeling of excitement and nerves.
Here it goes. The coin's up, by the way.
By Australia.
Hit.
Ben Stokes has won the toss, and for the first time in this country, he's chosen to bat first. I think there's a bit of relief about that. If there was some talk, we might put him in on what looks to be a very straw-coloured pitch.
Well, I didn't think there was, just speaking to Stokesy just before. However, I was just saying, the excitement, the nerves, the anticipation, you do not get for any other sporting for cricket.
But even Stokes must be a bit churny.
Yeah, he must be. He's got a great poker face today, but no one can not be feeling the nerves. I mean, it was a great morning to be an England Test cricketer or an Australian Test cricketer. It was also a horrible morning because that anxiety, it has to be there. You're so desperate to do well, so desperate to get started. Once you're going, you're fine, but the build-up is horrible. You still got another 15 minutes of waiting, the anthems. Once they get out there and play, you're fine. But it's if he doesn't feel feel the nerves, then he's superhuman. Well, we think that anyway.
I met some of your you've already heard the travelling group, aren't you, Jason? I mean, they were just so excited to see some sitting over there with their blazers and their caps and so on. I mean, it's just all part of it, isn't it? What a trip for them.
Yeah, so much so as well. And you see in the Hollies stand, you see all the people dressing up as well, which is great.
They certainly will. Here's a man looking very smart as well. Here's the skipper, Ben Stokes. Good toss to win.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously wanted to have a bat. Looks a great wicket, beautiful weather. So first tick, I guess.
We're just saying with Cookie, who's done this a few times, how do you feel? It's a bit special, it's a bit different.
Oh, 100%. You can't hide away from the fact that, the Ashes just does have a different feeling to any other series. Coming here, starting off at Edgbaston's obviously a great place for us because we know what the atmosphere is like here and we know how much they get behind us. As Cookie can agree with that, he's played many a game here. But yeah, just very excited that we're finally here, I guess.
And how important is this opening day? I mean, now you're batting, you can really focus on that and no more talk. What would constitute a good opening day for you?
I'll tell you at the end of the day, I guess.
Well, go and enjoy it. I hope I don't see you back too soon. Thanks. Ben Stokes, England's captain. There you go. I think he's a bit nervous, Cookie.
I do like when he doesn't know the answer to the question, which he then just gives you straight back to you, and you got to then think on your feet. But you have to bat first on this wicket. I know we've spoken about England wanting to like the idea of chasing, but with these conditions, it is an easy decision to bat first.
Here comes Aussie's captain, Pat Cummins, BBC, ABC as well. Pat, lovely to see you. You'd have batted, I guess.
Yeah, we would have. Yeah, it looks like a good wicket.
Yeah. And your team, how did you settle on your final 11?
So Mitchell Starc misses out this one. Joshy Hazel comes in. Tough problem to have, but Joshy was class here a few years ago, so I went with that.
After all the talk about the way England play, aiming to bat, we're going to find out in half an hour if they can do it against you or not.
Yeah, I guess so. We're ready for it. Had this one in the diary for a long time, so we're super excited. Day one of a pretty long series, so see how it goes.
Yeah, and a proud moment for you to be touring here as captain with your rather faded baggy green, Pat, if I'm honest, but very lot of history in there. It's a proud moment for you.
Yeah, proud moment. Feel really honoured. Anytime you play an Ashes series, it's special. Especially in a away series, looking up there and seeing how many people travel over to support the team and. Really special.
Have fun, and thanks for talking to us. Cheers. There we go, Pat Cummins, captain of Australia. They do like that faded baggy green, don't they? It shows it's done a few miles and won a few test matches and bowled lots of overs in Pat Cummins' case. So he's shaking hands. There are lots of little formality things that are going to take place over the next, how long have we got? It's about 25 minutes until the first ball is bowled. There's no red arrows today. I think you played in one, Cookie, didn't you, where the red arrows are flying around over Trent Bridge and all that sort of stuff. I think it's not quite as dramatic as all of that. But let's find out. I mean, I don't know if I need to bother to speak to Simon King at the moment. I mean, it's just... Shall I tell you? Shall I give you the weather forecast?
Go on then, Agus. Tell me, what's it doing there?
It's beautifully warm. There's not a cloud in the sky. It's going to be this way all day. Top temps are about 24. And that gentle, I'm looking at the old Father Time, or the old bear up there, the gentle northeasterly breeze blowing across the ground. How about that?
I'll give you 7 out of 10 for that one, Agus, because the temperature actually could be higher than that. 26 degrees at Edgbaston today. Of course, high UV levels as well, so I imagine lots of sun cream being applied. Yeah, really exciting, isn't it? Just boosted by the fact of this glorious weather today. Tomorrow will be more of the same. Again, another warm day with sunshine. Temperatures will drop slightly on Saturday, 24 degrees. Now, it's Sunday that we need to keep a close eye on because that's when there's a chance of some rain. That rain could be heavy, maybe even thundery. So it's Sunday when there is a possibility of some interruptions to play because of the rain. It'll be a much fresher feel on Sunday as well. Temperatures about 21 degrees. But then it will stay fairly warm even into Monday and Tuesday next week when it should be largely dry again. So, it's just Sunday that we need to keep a close eye on.
Okay, that sounds as if we do lose play on Sunday, we should be able to make it up Monday, Tuesday.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. So, it's lovely to talk to you. Thank you, and it's just great to have weather like this on this really beautiful day and just a perfect start to the Ashes. There's very loud announcements being made. I think we'll probably abandon down here for the moment, but we'll be talking you through everything that's going to happen down here over the next 25 minutes until Australia bowl the first ball to England's opening batsman. So that's it from down here from the sunshine. Back up in the commentary box us for a moment or two. Simon Mann's up there. Morning, Simon.
Good morning, Jonathan. A wonderful view of Edgbaston from up here in the commentary box. The crowd gradually building up. Still lots of empty seats, but the centre of Birmingham absolutely rammed. Loads and loads of spectators making their way. A bit like an army on the march, really. Bedraggled army making their way here today. The roads chock-a-block around the ground. Public transport strained. Everyone wants to be here today. The weather fantastic. It's building up in the Hollies stand, and we are just under 25 minutes away from the start of the Ashes with England batting first. Jim Maxwell is alongside me, so too Ebony Rainford-Brent. Now, Jim, what are you expecting from England today? You haven't seen this before, have you? Are you expecting something special from them? Are you expecting them to play the way they've been playing this year, or is it that, and you get it a little bit, sort of just reading between the lines, listening to Australians say, it's all very well what you've done this year, but you won't be able to do it against us, mate?
Well, that's why we're here, I suppose. We don't really know. There's some anticipation from Australian fans that Australia's high-quality bowling will stifle England and make it difficult for them to play that audacious brand of cricket that's been so spectacular to watch in the last 18 months. We will see. I have a feeling it might be a bit spasmodic, but there'll be times where England, on what looks to be a good pitch here, will probably get away if they can build substantial partnerships and get them quickly as they've been doing. That will put a lot of pressure on Australia's bowlers, and that's why this is potentially one of the most exciting Ashes series that we've ever watched.
Good morning, Ebony. Well, you've seen it already, haven't you, from England? I mean, you know how they're going to play, but can it work?
This is why we're all here, isn't it? I'm so excited. I have to say, this morning I woke up and it's one of the first tests in a long time that I just cannot wait to jump out of bed and find out. And I am glad he's decided to bat first. There was a nervousness just going, all right, we've got...
It's such a bat first morning, isn't it? And a pitch.
But we're not sure anymore.
No.
You know, they love a chase. We've seen what they did, but it makes logical sense. And especially with the conditions, if it stays hot, it could turn in that fourth innings. So this is set up perfectly for Ben Stokes to come out. It looks flat, so I'm expecting maybe a little bit of cautiousness for the first few overs. But if
really?
Maybe a couple.
What, a couple of balls?
But yeah, maybe a couple of overs. But if it's not doing a huge amount, they're going to come out. I don't know if you saw on social media, Ben Stokes running down with his feet, smashing the ball all over. There wasn't that sort of stay in the crease,
well,
leave.
They didn't put the blocks on social media, they just put the attacking shots. But you can be selective. Well, I know what you mean, yeah.
But I think that just gives an indication that we know they're going to be coming at it. I say play smart for a few overs. You know, Australia are not, not a team to take lightly. But then I would expect, on these conditions, England are going to put the foot on the gas later on.
One of the things that was talked about in the lead up to this series, the possibility of shorter boundaries, taking Australia on with shorter boundaries. They don't look particularly in, do they? I mean, you have to have the bit of grass between the rope and the advertising boards so the players can dive and things like that. So, but they're not that much in. They're in compared to way back in the day, but they're not that short, I wouldn't say, on this ground. It's quite a big playing surface.
Yeah, no, it looks pretty standard, to be fair, looking around. Maybe that was a tactic that was thought to come in play, but it looks solid to me. So I'd expect normal business to be.
Jim,
nothing could be shorter than the Adelaide Oval square of the wicket.
That's very true.
That's true, exactly.
Very true.
Yes. Jim, how concerned are you about... Sorry, Abs.
No, I was going to say Old Trent Bridge, but
Trent Bridge, yes.
How concerned are you about Josh Hazlewood and how he'll feature today? He's bowling first. He's bowled... Zoltz has looked this up for me. He's bowled 228 balls in professional cricket this year. 222 balls this year.
Well, you can only go on what they're telling you, that he was pretty close to being right to play at the Oval. He hasn't, as you suggest, played much match cricket, but clearly he's done enough in the nets. Is the only place he can do it these days because there's no matches. And he has had a side strain. He's got an Achilles problem. I just hope he's through it. I mean, if he breaks down during this game, there'll be questions asked for sure about why would they have played a bloke who's not match fit. But he does have a terrific record. He took 20 wickets at 22 4 years ago in 4 tests, 222 test wickets. We all know he's a fine bowler. And all they've done, I suppose, when you look down the list, is extended the tail a bit if it comes to that being a factor in the game. But He's a high quality. The word mentioned by Cummins when he was interviewed by Aggers, why Hazlewood over Stark, he said class. So there's clearly a lot of respect for Hazlewood, and Stark's been a bit here and there with the Duke's ball in England in the past. So we'll see. But there's going to be some switching and turning around as we go. I can't imagine, well, Cummins might do it, any of the fast bowlers churning out 45 overs a test for 5 tests in 7 weeks. But Cummins might be the bloke who defies all of that.
Well, he said he's going to play all the games, and that was his intention. It's amazing you say class. I mean, Stark has taken 310 test wickets, and they left him out.
It's a big call, to be honest. Human factors are bad. Obviously, he adds a bit to the lower order batting. But left arm, a little bit of variety. Same. England have got 3 bowlers are a bit the same. And he also, if the pitch is chipping away a little bit, gets a bit softer, he creates some footmarks for Nathan Lyon, which, funnily enough, he couldn't do at the Oval. It was like concrete out there. But so there's that side of it, I guess. But they want their best attack, and they just feel first test of the series, this is the way to go.
Now, we all did our predictions for this Ashes series on the BBC Sport website. You can go to the BBC Sport website and see what we came up with and laugh at us when the series ends or halfway through, whatever. Jim went big for Australia. I think you went 4-1, Jim.
Ooh, Jim.
What happened to the 1? I mean, it's astonishing, but there we go. I know Glenn went 5.
There'll be a mistake somewhere. Someone will get injured. Something will happen. But I think if Australia get a bit of a roll on here, that's the trouble in a series like this. 5 tests, 7 weeks. If you get a bit of momentum, how do you stop it? And I think it's more likely that Australia may get that winning momentum than England. That's all. I could be wrong. But
well,
that's
exactly. I mean, it's a mug's game, isn't it? Trying to predict. What did you go for?
I'm going 3-1. I do think there will be a draw in there. To England, sorry.
Oh, right, okay.
Sorry. So I think Bazball's going to work. Test cricket's going to change. This is going to be the moment that's going to change all of our lives. So I'm feeling it.
Okay, and Michael as well. Michael Vaughan with us. You went England to surprise Australia, to stun them and win 3-1, Michael.
Yeah, I did. I'd go one more. I think whoever wins here will win the Ashes. I think this is such a pivotal game in the whole Ashes series. The history tells you that there's not many teams come from 1-0 down. I think in terms of Australian selections, Jim, I think Cameron Green's an issue. I don't think he's fully fit to bowl the amount of overs that potentially he could have done. I think he's got a stiffness in that lower back, and I think that's why they wanted a Hazlewood bowler. Stark is brilliant. He can clear up the tails, but he can also travel. And I think Pat Cummins has looked at the way England play, and Stephen Shemmett did a brilliant piece on the BBC website about the kind of numbers in the last year and a half of bad ball. And the one thing that struck out for me is if you bowl the 8-metre length, which is a good length, this England side in the last year has averaged 33 with the bat and struck at 55. Where does Scott bowl and Josh Hazlewood, Pat Cummins bowl that 8-metre length? If you go beyond that and bowl fuller, they average a lot more and they strike at about 90 yard. If you bowl a bit short of that, again, they average a lot more and they strike at around 95. So I think numbers and stats come into the equation these days more than ever before. And I think the Aussies have looked at Boland, Cummins, Hazlewood, bit of Cameron Green. Maybe Cameron Green will be used as that kind of mix-up bowler, the odd bouncer. Because I think this England team are a brilliant team to watch. They're fantastic. It's been a revelation, as Ebony said. They are trying to transcend and change Test match cricket for the better, which is fantastic. But the one element of concern is that if you get a relentless bowling attack, continuously bowling that heavy 8-metre length, the flashing blade of the Bazball team, how's it going to react? We know the way they're going to try, but against this kind of attack, I think they'll have a pitch here which should suit the Bazball way, because I don't think I've been here at Edgbaston and seen a drier, more beautiful looking batting surface. And Jim mentioned the rough at the Oval didn't kind of start to develop. I don't think it'll develop that much here. That is rock hard. That is a pure batting surface.
So will it spin at the end of the game, do you think?
I'm sure. I mean, at the Oval it started to do a little bit more, but I don't think it'll spin as much as we saw in 2019. There was a bit more moisture in the surface in 2019, which probably created more of a foothold for Nathan Lyon. It just looks like a 22 yards that if you were a bowler, I mean, I'm pretty sure the batter slept all right last night, but the bowlers having to rock up and bowl on that, it's going to be difficult for them.
Well, I think most of us said in our predictions that we couldn't see many draws. So, I mean, is this a good enough pitch to have a draw?
Yes. I honestly think this is the kind of service. I mean, they only bowl 84, 85 overs a day these days. They kind of clean out 5. Bit of rain around, I think, on Sunday, Monday. I think
Sunday, possibly on Sunday.
My forecaster this morning suggested. So, that's a possibility. I look at a surface like that, and I look at the 2 batting lineups, and England have got power right down to number 8. And then you look at the Aussies at top 7, they're all in form. They all contributed a little bit, I guess, apart from the top 2. Surely, on one of each of the innings, a team's going to get a big score.
Now, whatever you're doing, you can take the Ashes with you. Live coverage of every ball on BBC Sounds, and you can follow the Ashes summer, men's and women's, on the BBC Sport website and app with in-play video highlights. So the highlights this morning, you'll be able to get them pretty quickly on the BBC Sport website. Today at the Test, our Roundup Highlights programme, BBC 2 from 7 o'clock tonight. You have just joined us on 5 Sports Extra and ABC with us as well. Hello to you, good evening to you. The news is that England have won the toss and they are going to bat first. And Ben Stokes, the way he said it, was almost sort of a sense of relief, actually, winning the toss and batting, because we have seen England not that bothered about batting second. The team news is that Hazelwood is in for Australia and Stark is out. That's the headline team news, and it was the only issue really for Australia, and England named their team a few days ago. I asked Jim this question off air. I don't know whether Michael knows the answer to this or whether Ebony was earwigging, but I saw an interview with Tim Payne saying it's pretty much the same England side as went to the Ashes last time. Well, how many England players are playing in this match that played in the first test of the Gabba Test last time? So how many England players, you can do that at home as well, listening in the car, whatever, how many England players are playing in this match that played in the first test at the Gabba in the last Ashes series, in which England were hammered, and that void series, of course, in Australia last time round, that didn't really count.
When Broad and Anderson didn't play in the first test, that was a great selection.
Yeah, well, that's 2 of them.
Do you know the answer?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
It's only a few, isn't it?
Yeah.
3 or 4?
Root, Stokes, Bairstow.
Bairstow didn't play.
Bairstow didn't play.
No, he didn't play. Broad and Anderson didn't play.
Broad and Anderson didn't play.
Robinson played.
Root played.
I think there's 4.
Yeah, it's only 4.
Wow.
Yeah, they played in that Gabba Test match. It's Root, Pope, Robinson and Stokes.
I'm so excited about it. I mean, the atmosphere here it's typical Ashes, but this it seemed to be a bigger build-up than the last few. I don't know what it is about this. Maybe it's the England side playing so expansively. The Aussies obviously winning last week. It's just a great build-up, but I really feel on this kind of surface, England have got a great chance today to send this message that Bazball will work against this attack.
Are you I was just saying to Simon, are you expecting normal Test match play for the first 20 overs and then, or do you think they're just going to go hard as soon as the ball's not moving?
Well, I only look at Ben Duckett's stats since he's played under Ben and Baz, and I think it was last week where we were highlighting that I think he's faced 692 balls, Ebony. He's left 8. He's left 8. I would suggest that this morning he might need to leave at least 8 more against this kind of attack, but he'll set his stall out of coming out and putting England on the front foot. Zach Crawley, we know the way that he plays. He'll like to drive and get on top and create that momentum for his team. I think England will come out and play really hard.
Yeah, I was just looking at his average of 69 in this Bazball era, so he's played 6 tests in that period. So strike rate 97. That's unreal. I mean, that's not what you normally see in a Test match. So they will go at it. I mean, the difference, though, is if it does come off early doors, it will throw Australia a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's what's quite exciting, actually, is that, like you say, if they line them up, ends up not moving too much.
Jimmy, you worried yet?
Come on, Jim.
I'm always worried before a Test match. What fascinates me about watching a lot of these recent matches, well, over the last 20 years, maybe more in Australia than here, is what will happen, what magic, what extraordinary things will we see from the first ball? Because that has been, the Harmison wide, Burns getting knocked over last time, Michael Slater hitting De Freitas for 4 from the first ball. So will it be a big moment in the history of the Ashes, the first ball of the series?
It sounds by your reckoning, Jim, that we need a big English moment, don't we?
No, Crawley will nick off first.
You've rattled a few Australian ones off there.
Do you know what would be a huge English moment? If Ben Duckett left the first delivery.
It would be interesting if he did, wouldn't it? I mean, the great thing now, surely, is that all the kind of talk and the speculating and forecasts, you just bin them now, because it's just it's happening now, and it's a live event. This is reality now, and it will be fascinating to see how England are going to play today. There was some relief. There was some talk yesterday that Ben Stokes might follow his pattern and put Australia in, and he looked at that pitch and thought, surely not. Well, he hasn't done.
No.
So that again a sign of Bazball is a mental thing, I think. It's not so much the physical way of batting and playing. It's the mental approach to playing the cricket, and you can retune that a little bit, and you can refine it a little bit.
I absolutely agree, Aggers, and I think if England were playing any other team in the world, I reckon they'd have bowled today.
Yeah, it could easily.
But I think at around 10 o'clock this morning, I think the kind of notion of what the Ashes is probably hit Ben Stokes. Thought, nah.
Yeah, I think
this
so.
This is a batting first wicket. It's pure. It looks absolutely glorious. And also Nathan Lyon. Why would you give a world-class off-spinner the chance to bowl second on a dry pitch?
Yeah. And statistically, and Andy can confirm this, no doubt. Good morning, Andy. But I did find some stats the other day, or I was shown them, that suggest that the last X years, the ball has spun more at Edgbaston than anywhere else. Now, I do find that hard to believe, because Lords actually turns quite a lot these days. Here comes Alistair Cook, by the way, looking at the screen. We've got all sorts of things that are happening down below us here. Flags coming on. Cookie is doing something with the urn down there. That little tiny 4-inch terracotta urn. I'm afraid it's only a replica. I'm afraid if the real one were out there, it'd probably fallen to bits by now. We still don't know what's in the real one either, do we? But he's standing out there. He's put the urn on the podium. They're like fires these days, so we've got sort of some grills going down there. I don't know if they've cooked the lunch on there or something, but there's long flames, sheets of flame coming out of some boxes there, some stands that say "We Are England." The umpires will come out, the players will come out, there will be the national anthems, but before that there is going to be a moment's silence after this really dreadful event in Nottingham, which has shaken that city to the core, and the players are wearing black armbands in memory of those who lost their lives early that morning in Nottingham. So that will happen as well. We've got fireworks going up now, and the players, led by Andy Pycroft, the match referee, quite a sizable fellow these days. The umpires on and off field taking their positions up, and then out will come the players. They're actually coming out England to the left-hand side of Australia. It's pretty hot down there. It's hot enough without those burners going. But England, by the look of it, going to the left. Well, they're not quite sure, and we've got the floor manager down there telling them where to go. Oh, they've turned the flame off. I think that'll relieve a lot of people, because you don't get scorched on those as you walk past. So the lineup is taking place, and the umpires already in position. And now the moment's silence then in memory of Grace Kumar, Barnaby Webber and Ian Coates. Very keen cricketers both, Grace Kumar and Barnaby Webber. Barnaby from Bishop's Hull Cricket Club in Taunton, and Grace from Woodford Wells Cricket Club in Essex. So a moment's silence.
Please stand and observe a moment's silence in remembrance of the victims. Thank you.
And now the national anthems. And Laura Wright with a choir to accompany her. mentioned, the choir from the Knotty Ash Signing Choir. So they're signing as they sing. It's a wonderful spectacle too. There we go, more flames and fireworks. Those Bunsen burners are now switched off. And England's players return to the dressing room. The Australians, I'm sure, will stay out in the middle. At least the 11 who are taking part. They've left out Mitchell Starc. Josh Hazlewood plays, coming back from injury. And England have won the toss, and they've chosen to bat first on this beautiful day. There really is not a cloud in the sky, heading to about 26 degrees. Just a gentle breeze blowing in from that northeast, keeping just that temperature down a little bit. But it's an absolutely perfect setting for the first day of the Ashes. And I look to my right, and what more can I ask for? Morning, Phil Tufnell.
Morning, Aggers. Morning, everyone.
Well,
what a start. Very, very excited. Tingly, yes. All the emotions are starting to come back to me. You know what I mean? I can feel the goosebumps and the hair on the back of my neck standing up. What a wonderful way to start this Ashes series, and I think it's just going to be an absolute crackerjack. We've got the weather. We've got a pitch which looks like it's full of runs.
Yep.
England have won the toss and decided to bat. I was just listening to you earlier there. Thankfully decided to bat. Otherwise, everything would have gone out the window in my book. So, what a great opportunity to go out there and really put a stamp on this Ashes by the England batsmen.
Yeah. Well, all that paraphernalia has to be tidied away. So we've got these gas burners being taken off. That chap there with a trolley running off with all sorts of speakers. Yeah. It's funny. Actually, it was a nice little ceremony, that. But they've got some way to take them all the way down to the Hollies stand. Off they go. And the pitch and the playing area is now cleared, more or less. And England's openers are arriving in the middle. And how are they going to feel, I wonder? Don't forget, we've built everything up today. Whatever you're doing, you can take the Ashes with you. There's live coverage of every ball on BBC Sounds. You can follow the Ashes summer on the BBC Sport website and the app. We've got in-play video highlights for you there. And today at the Test is on BBC Two from 7 o'clock. And, of course, hello to our listeners on ABC Sport. It's absolutely lovely to have you with us. As always, there's a number of your compatriots here. Sitting down in the shade down to our right, but they've all got all their usual gear on and the gold shirts and so on. I think Murph Hughes is down there somewhere.
I was with him last night. Crikey, I know. Still a mean-looking fella.
Yes, I assume he's down there. Ball-by-ball coverage on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the red cricket button, and you'll have us all night. And there you go. And if you can't listen all night, well, you'll get all the news in the morning, of course, because Jim Maxwell is here, and he'll keep you up to date.
What's going to happen?
Crawl is going to face the first ball. Cummins is going to bowl it. There's 3 slips and a gully. There is a third man, quite unusual maybe, for the first ball of a test match these days. Labuschagne's at wide mid-off. And then at mid-on, there's Boland, who is playing today, obviously. Hazlewood's down in the deep.
Going to be crucial, John, isn't it? This opening pair.
Mid-wicket as well.
This opening pair, if they can just get off to some kind of start, get over that new ball and set up the whole day. It's a great pitch.
Here's the first ball of the Ashes. It's Australia's captain, Cummins, who runs in and bowls outside the off-stump. Well, that answers a few questions.
Brilliant. I was listening. I've seen that. I've been on the receiving end of that. Michael Slater at Brisbane.
Jim was saying earlier on, we need something exciting to happen to the first ball of the Ashes, and listed a lot of Australian things that had happened. That going to make the list for you, Jim?
Yeah, it's very good.
It's in Jim's list.
Yes, it.
Wow, what a shot that was. He just stood there, drove it, and just thrashed it through the covers. Wow, what a start. Cummins runs in again, bowls outside the off stump. Crawley leaves it. And it's taken by Carey, the wicket keeper.
That was great.
that was amazing.
Something always sets the tone, doesn't it? It's amazing. So hopefully that could be a good sign for this England team. Great. I mean, it's a bit wide and swung a bit from Pat Cummins, but just stood and delivered it, didn't he? Zach Crawley thumped it through extra.
Bit of a feeler from Cummins.
Wow, but took it on.
Bang. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, usually 10 times out of 10, you're looking to leave that as an opener, aren't you?
To say thanks very much.
Yeah, little sighter, but decided to take it on and absolutely crunched it.
Right. Cummins again runs away from us. Is there any bowls? And Crawley again lets that go through. It doesn't bounce very much, actually. Lands just in front of Carey, who's going to come up a pace or two down there at the far end. And I must say, Edgbaston is absolutely packed. I mean, everyone's got in here on time. There were warnings about the length of time it takes for bag searching and everything else, but there's not an empty seat. They're singing in the Holly stand already.
Got to pace yourself. Got to pace yourself.
A long day in there.
Oh, the atmosphere is cracking.
And actually quite tuneful for this time of day. That's not bad at all. Well done, everybody. 4 for no wicket. Sun shining. Cummins bustles in, bowls to Crawley, who plays that late down towards Gully. He set off for a run, but Duckett sent him back, and I think probably wisely. Cameron Green is not a man to take any chances with it. He wasn't quite in Gully, he's in the slips, but he's like an octopus in there. He's got ridiculously long arms. He's a brilliant catcher, as we saw in the match last week against India.
Just plucked that one out of the air, didn't he, with that wingspan.
He took 2 of them, and they went like rockets.
Yeah.
He's got huge hands, very long arms. So he's at wide fourth slip stroke fine gully, but he covers so much room there. 4 for no wicket. Cummins on his way, runs in, bowls to Crawley, plays slightly across his pad. He will get one now as Boland fields at mid-on, moving to his right. And that brings Duckett down on strike, the man who leaves nothing. He just plays at everything, and some Australian listeners were saying, I'm not sure about this chap. Short, left-handed, had a disappointing start to his Test career some years ago when he was dispatched to Bangladesh and India on some savagely turning pitches. But he has this astonishing record of just playing at everything, of not leaving, and the old school style of opening batting was leave everything that you can.
Yeah, get a sighter, wear down the opposition. Now it's just trying to get on top of them.
Well, they're taking a slip out already, and he's coming into the offside, so up to mid-off, and Labuschagne's moving round to cover. So just 2 slips and a gully. They know that he likes to push it into that offside, and they have got a man down at square third man, and that's where he's very strong. Cuts hard. So Duckett's first ball of the Ashes. In goes Cummins, runs away, he bowls, and Duckett tucks him into the leg side, runs out to square leg, picked up by Head. And there's no run. A rather breathless first over comes to an end.
Brilliant. I mean, we can't keep going on like this. I'm worn out already, but I mean, what a start. What a start, as you say, everyone on the edge of their seats, and that great big roar went up when that first ball went for 4. Brilliant stuff. Now, it looks a good pitch, John, doesn't it?
Jim and I go a long way back. And we usually have a bet about, it's just a friendly something, it might be a nice bottle of wine, or dinner or something, Have you seen what he's actually bet me this time? And I think this says a lot. He's bet me only 1 crunchy bar.
Right.
That is a man who is not confident.
No. Do you think it's because England are going to crunch it when they bat?
Oh, it could be. That's the extent to which he's prepared to gamble on this. Thank you, Jim. I'll accept your bet. I'll take you on for a crunchy.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's a bit like my constitution. Had a breaking strain of a crunchy.
Dear.
Oh. Yeah. Wasn't great, but hey-ho.
No. Now, Hazelwood, who didn't play last week, hasn't played for a while. He's been battling a number of injuries that have kept him out of the side. He's going to bowl from the Birmingham end.
He is that kind of bowler who is a rhythm bowler, isn't he?
Yep.
I can imagine he slots back into that rhythm very simply.
Yes.
Very economical sort of action, just cruises up.
It's interesting because Stark did play last week against India, but he is always quite expensive. I mean, he's a fine bowler.
Yeah.
But I wonder if they feared that the England bats might get after him. Here's Hazelwood bowling, and that's into the leg side. Another boundary. Crawley's tucked him away off his pads. And both opening bowlers have gone for 4 first ball.
Is that a sign of things to come? Just a little bit straight, perhaps middle and leg on a good length, and Zach Crawley just tucking that behind square. Beautiful piece of timing. Absolutely nailed it.
It was on the leg stump.
Yeah, but I mean, you've still got to get that timed, haven't you, John? And you've just got yourself in the right position and put it away with ease.
Now, already some fidgeting with the field, so fine leg to our left is now going round a bit squarer to long leg. 3 slips and a gully. Hazelwood's on his way, bowls to Crawley, forward he comes, just pushing a drive towards mid-off. He didn't follow through with that, and Hazelwood glares at him and then stalks towards the far end again.
I mean, I've gone on this about a bit, Aggers, but an opening partnership, I don't remember a really great team that didn't have one. A great opening partnership. When you're in the field and you look up and it's 60 or 70 for none, and you go, oh, crikey, come on, we've got to make this breakthrough. If you get those first 2 early wickets all the time, which has been England's problem, hasn't it?
Yeah.
You feel that you're in the game as a bowling side.
Hazelwood, shoulders rocking, runs in towards us, bowls, and Crawley thought for a moment about playing at that, I think, and then just withdrew the bat. It's taken by Carey. So the obvious question for Andy Zaltzman is, when was the last time in an Ashes series?
Go on.
Both opening bowlers were hit for 4 with their first balls.
Well, Aggers, it's funny you should ask that. I was just looking that up. I've just looked for when England have hit the first 2 Australian opening balls from Australian opening bowlers for 4. Never happened before.
What?
Not every match in the early days is covered in the ball-by-ball database, but they got listings from 1885. So most matches are, and it's this is the first recorded instance of both Australian opening bowlers being hit for 4 first ball.
On that, I'm going to take your crunchy, Jim, and I'm going to raise you a crunchy.
Oh, okay.
We have history already. Hazelwood bowls, Crawley takes a pace down the pitch at him. Won't like that very much. And he only defended it, just played it back. But again, it's that mindset we talk about, and that's the important distinction, I think, to make about the way that England are trying to bat. It's more than just going out there and just slogging, which was a bit how it started, but it's the mental approach.
It's getting the bowlers off kilter, isn't it? So that all of a sudden now Hazelwood's walking back there and he's saying, well, hang on, that's my normal length, that isn't it? He's just had a little walk down at me, so then he pulls his length back a bit, and that opens up the cut and the sweep and the pull.
Here's Hazelwood in the sunshine, bowls, and Crawley slices a drive. There's a man out at deep point. Well, that's a bit of a surprise. They put him out there, so already a sort of a deep defensive position.
Deep point?
Yeah.
Second over in the Ashes.
That's Edgbaston. That saved him 3 runs, but it's surprising to see him there. 10 for no wicket. And a deep point.
Is that the first little sort of concession? Wow, didn't see him sneak out there.
No,
did you?
not at all.
On a new ball in your hand, Australia's premier seam bowler. Deep point.
I tell you what, Hazelwood's got one too. Here's Hazelwood coming in, bowling to Duckett, who tucks that away, and he's off the mark, turning the ball to the man down here at fine leg. And they take a single. Now, so it's 11 for no wicket, and we've had 2 overs.
That's interesting, John, because I was listening intently to your chat with Mike Brearley.
Oh, yes.
Yes, that's right, about the psychology of the game and everything, and his book and what have you. That, for me, just says something just a little bit. I know it's sort of a wideish third man, really, isn't it? They've just pushed him round to the cover boundary there on point, but, new ball in your hand. You're looking for wickets and you've got a black bloke on the boundary.
So it says to me, because all the talk we've had is, we don't really listen about Baz ball, we're not paying attention to that stuff. Yeah? Then why are those fielders in that position?
I agree. Very telling for me. Looks flat though, looks a great pitch.
It does look flat. Good toss for England to win. 11 for no wicket. Crawley has 10 of those, and Duckett, who's on strike, has 1. There's a deep square third man away out to the right. Cummins on the way, moves in bowls to Duck, who's forward, and very well stopped by Australia's captain there.
Wow.
He came on the front foot and punched that down the pitch, and there was despairing lunge by Cummins' right leg that saved maybe not 4. I don't think it quite had enough power behind it for that, but it was firmly struck straight down the ground to get an aggressive shot. 11 for no wicket. Duckett, short, punchy, stocky, grips the bat, slightly open stance, and waits for Cummins, shadow to his left. He runs in past the umpire. There now, bowls on the leg stump, tucked away out towards that deep square leg boundary. Chase to the fielder, running round in the deep. He should cut that off. and they'll come back for 2. Long chase there for Hazelwood out in the deep.
Just lost his line a bit, hasn't he, Pat Cummins, to the left-hander. Only bowled sort of 3 or 4 balls to him, but everything's a little bit too straight. With the likes of Duckett, for me, you've got to look to angle it across him because he doesn't like to leave. And get him poking outside that off stump. A couple of slips in the gully there for the edge as well. Just struggling with the left and right hand combination at the moment, Pat Cummins.
2 slips and a very fine gully, really a first, second and fourth slips, as we describe that. Here's Cummins. Duckett's waiting for him, and again he's worked that away out towards deep square leg, and that has got a chance of going for 4. Away it goes. Hazelwood's trudging up the hill. The ball just beats it. Oh, horrible one to chase. When you're bowling, he got within about a foot of it, having run all the way round from long leg around to deep square leg. That'll have him panting a bit, and it's another boundary. And now Cummins is changing the field again, and he's putting a man out to deep square leg.
It's a bit early to start chasing the ball around. Exquisite timing by Duckett. Just waited for it, let the ball come into him, and didn't really hit it. Just pushed it through square leg. And
this is fascinating.
Yeah, it is. They're chasing
3 on the boundary already, and we're in the 3rd over.
They're chasing the ball, John.
17 for no wicket. Duckett waits, bat raised. Cummins runs in, moves in, bowls him short, and he paddles it round the corner. Hazelwood again down there will do the fielding. And already the crowd warming up as well. 18 for no wicket.
No.
And we haven't had the end of the 3rd over yet.
Wow.
So they're just going on the usual 6 and over.
Yeah.
But the field is scattering, and that's what you really notice up here. And even now for Crawley as well. Deep square leg, long leg, and a deep backward point. So the attacking fielders, just 2 slips and at 4th slip position.
And I don't think it's the best way of counter-attacking Bazball, you know. I think it's better to keep the people in catching. And listen, if you go for 4, but then you get that chance at the wicket, I think by putting people back on the boundary, it just enables you to get momentum and 1s and 2s and get the legs going. If you hit it well, you're going to get a boundary anyway.
18 for no wicket. Cummins runs in, bowls. Crawley allows that to go by outside the off stump. Good judgment from a full-length ball from Cummins. He could have played at that, but...
No, they're the ones that John Crawley does usually have a nibble at. He's done well there.
It's the psychology of it, isn't it? It's the fact that already they've got the bowlers thinking, hang on a minute, they've got the initiative here. That's not how it should be early on in a match. We've got the new ball, we've got the new pitch.
As an opening bowler... or as a bowler at the start of your spell anyway, you don't want to be should we change fields and everything, because it just throws you off your sort of concentration as well. You want to get into your spell.
Crawley waits, bat raised. Cummins bowls to him, and you missed out there rather. It was up into his hip, and he had to turn the ball away into the leg side for a run, but actually thumps into his body. Crawley, and it's fielded by Cummins to end the 3rd over. It's 18 for no wicket. Crawley 10. Duckett has a great to have you all with us. Wherever you may be listening, be it here or in Australia, lovely to have you listening our way as well.
Everyone's listening. Everyone's listening. I've been talking to everyone. My mates are going to work.
It has been on
the radio.
More interest than usual, I think, in this series, don't you think?
Absolutely. It's built up beautifully, and not necessarily through lots of chat and sort of trash talking and what have you. I think it's just genuinely a couple of sides who are on the top of their game, going head to head. I think people are fascinated by it. I know all my mates are.
England, Crawley, Duckett, Pope, Root, Brook, 24, playing his first Ashes Test match. Stokes, Bairstow, Moeen Ali back in the side. Hasn't had a day in the field for 2 years. That'll be interesting. Stuart Broad, Ollie Robinson and James Anderson.
Might have to go round and help him out of bed.
He gave a lovely smile yesterday. He's supposed to be commentating with us this summer.
I know.
So, well, thanks, Mo.
Playing now?
Yeah, he's playing.
Funny old game.
Yeah.
Something might have something special happen for Mo.
Yeah. Hazelwood, shoulders rocking in bowls, and Duckett plays slightly across his pad there. And Crawley set off for a single. It's fielded by Khawaja, who's usually at this point in the slips, but he's out at wide mid-on at the moment. And Australia, Warner and Khawaja, and then Labuschagne, Smith and Head, Green, Carey, Cummins, Lyon, Boland, Hazelwood. So no Stark. Cummins at 8.
Well, the Aussies have kind of gone the same thinking of the England line-up, haven't they? They've got rid of that sort of point of difference in the big quick.
Yeah, they're very similar attacks.
Yeah.
Here's Hazelwood. Over the wicket, bowls, and Duckett again clips that from round about the off stump to mid-on, and Hazelwood again looks at him and says, yeah, really? It should have gone to mid-off, shouldn't it? But Duckett, I don't think, plays like that. He's happy to get a bottom hand into the shot and flick the ball away into the leg side.
Yeah, where he can be a bit fidgety is just outside that off stump, isn't it? Or a little bit wider outside that off stump. Does like to feel bat on ball. Likes to get after it earlier with that natural angle going across the left hand. He can nick off.
Hazelwood past the umpires there now, bowls to Duckett, who gets an inside edge, is almost bowled.
Yeah, just there.
He picks up 4 for it. That's that area of uncertainty for Duckett, where a lot of batsmen would have left that.
Yeah.
But he doesn't. He plays at them, and from him, normally the ball gets sort of jabbed out to deep point, but this can be a danger. It's that area that your head's not over the ball, your eye isn't there. Inside edge, that so nearly ricocheted into his stumps.
First bit of fortune for Ben Duckett. As I say, I mean, that was that 6th, 7th stump almost.
Yeah.
Could have just easily watched that go by, but it's not England's way and it's not his way.
Hazelwood moves in, bowls. Oh, he's edged it. And Duckett's out. Not a great shot, that. It was wide of the off stump, and it was a nondescript sort of a stroke, really. A little dabble is all you can really call that. And England lose their first wicket with the catch taken low down by Carey. And England therefore are 22 for 1. And Duckett's out for 12.
Yeah, a little sort of stabby back foot poke outside that off stump. And I'm afraid I said it 2 balls earlier. You can afford to go wider to Ben Duckett. You don't have to sort of like try and draw that bat out, because he likes to play wider that off stump. And that was about 8th stump, and he had a little jabby cut at it, got an outside edge, and comfortably caught by Carey. There's a positive start there, but he'll be disappointed with that. That's the way he plays.
Yep. So England are 1 down, and Ollie Pope comes dancing out to the middle, playing lots of shots as he goes. And again, another who has fully embraced this way of playing. And of course, he's vice-captain now as well. So responsibility on his shoulders, but he often likes to make a little statement at the start of his innings, be it a reverse sweep or something unusual. But
they all like to have a little shimmy down to the fast bowler early on, don't they? Just, I don't know whether it's to get their feet moving or just to get, that mind ticking over that little bit quicker, that bit sharper, but they all like to have a little shimmy at the fast bowler.
Still a deep point.
Oh, that wasn't a great shot there by Ben.
No, it wasn't. There's no deep square leg now, but there is a man out deep on the offside. 22 for 1. Pope twiddles his bat a number of times. There all seem to be bat twiddlers at Surrey. Alex Stewart was a tremendous bat twiddler, wasn't he?
Fantastic twiddler.
I don't know how they do it. So, similar field, 2 slips and a 4th slip. Hazelwood comes in, bowls very close to the off stump. Pope a little jerkily allowed that through to wicket-keeper Carey. 22 for 1. Edgbaston looking magnificent. Just a few latecomers making their ways to their seats, but there's just no empty seats to see from here. It's absolutely jam-packed and warm. Not too much in the way of fancy dress in the Hollies stand. I guess it'll be tomorrow.
Oh, yes.
That will happen in all its glory.
Yes, absolutely. Looking forward to that. They play a part, the Hollies stand.
Yeah. Hazelwood from the Birmingham end, bowls to Pope. It's a lovely stroke, an immaculate drive to mid-off, hits the field, and there is no run, but a wicket in that over by Josh Hazelwood, so welcome back to him. He's had a frustrating time of it. 22 for 1, we've had 4 overs. Feels rather more than that, to be honest. But there we go. So 22 for 1, Tuffers, more from you, and then Jim Maxwell. Welcome back to you on the Test Match Special.
Yeah, no, it's been a fantastic start, as you say, edgier seat stuff from ball 1 when Zach Crawley smashed Pat Cummins, the Aussie skipper, through extra cover, and they've been a few boundaries since. England looking very positive. Australia trying to react with a few field placings, but that'll settle them down a bit now. They got their first wicket. Ben Duckett just having a poke at one, a little bit too wide outside off stump, and here's my old mate Jim.
Tuffers, lovely to be sitting with you. How about the man in black?
Well,
yeah.
Do you like it?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that a TV appearance later on?
Well, there might be a bit of telly going on as well. We've got the highlight show tonight.
The BBC, 7 o'clock. Watch that. So 2 slips in the gully. Cummins bowls it and Carey plays it with a removal of the bottom hand. Just a little bit of bounce, but nothing too menacing. And he sent it into a gap on the onside. Australia dropping men out. I mean, the 2 slips in the gully reminds me of my teenage days going to the SCG to watch England play Australia. When very quickly, if the ball wasn't doing much, that's what they had. 2 a gully, third man, fine leg.
Yep.
And on that particular day, I recall there was Boycott and Barber who put on 234. And Barber was Bazball.
Yeah.
185.
Yeah.
And that really was thrilling batting. And it's been pretty lively so far. Cummins goes in and he's across and forward over the line of the ball, zipping in towards the front pad there from Cummins. So Australia just reining England in a little bit, but there we are. First ball, something goes on. Today it was the most spectacular cover drive to get the series underway.
Elegance from Zach Crawley. Just leaned into one that was swinging away and got it right out of the middle of the bat. But it's going to be one of those days, I think, where Australia have just got to be disciplined, isn't it? As you say, not try to give away too many. It's a flat pitch, the sun's out.
It looks a belter.
It looks a belter.
Absolute belter. Here's Cummins. He bowls it. Back goes Pope, and he works it away into the deep. 2 men back, deep square, deep backward. And an easy single with Khawaja trudging in from the boundary. Good atmosphere. You can hear the buzz, the burble in the background. A full house expected. A warm day. Where's my meteorologist over here? What is it, 28 today?
Oh, it's quite hard to tell from inside. I'm going to say 27, Jim.
Okay, we'll go with that.
It's just a guess.
I tell you, it's been warm. It has been warm. In London and now here, you're melting if you're walking, if you're breathing.
We're not complaining, are we?
No, we're not. Cummins bowls. Crawley is forward, pushing off the inside part of his bat into a gap at mid-wicket towards mid-on. And the score tips along to 25 with Crawley 12 and Pope 1. Now, there are people listening everywhere, anywhere. They might even be intergalactical, but they are listening. James Phillips.
The aliens are listening, Jim. Even the aliens like the
Martians will be listening for sure. So we have James Phillips listening poolside in Lanzarote, is it?
Yes.
I hope I got that right.
Yeah.
I'll tell you a bit more in a moment. Here's Cummins. He bowls. Back goes Pope, and he nudges away to the onside. He wants a second run, and he's going to get it. He's picked the gap between the two, and it rolled away slowly to backward square. And Hazelwood came in and collected 1 for 27. So James Phillips listening poolside in Lanzarote. A small group of cricket fans at London Christian School sacrificing their morning break to listen to the opening of this match. Stuart listening, cutting his lawn in the Isle of Wight.
Oh, lovely.
Isle of Wight. Do you spell it like that?
Yeah.
Anyway, Kev is listening from a beach in Corfu.
Oh.
The most glorious setting. Oh, I'm envious. So giddy. Great to hear the team again, and so pleased to hear that I'm with you. Oh, well, thank you. Forward goes Crawley and plays away on the offside.
Nice. A few nice spots there. Yeah, cutting the grass.
Isle of Wight, you know that awful joke, don't you?
No. Go on.
Watch Long and Brown and goes out of cows backwards. The Isle of Wight ferry. It's all right. We'll move on. It's the end of the over. Haven't you heard that before? Sorry. And hello to our listeners on ABC Sport. Ball by ball coverage on the ABC Listen app. Look for the red cricket button.
I like it, Jim.
Yeah.
Hey, you're here all week, aren't you? Are you here all week?
Oh, it's a good warm-up at the Oval. With those raucous Indian fans there. We'll spot the Aussie. And it's a bit like that here, spot the Aussie in this crowd. So here we go. Spread field, 2 slips in the gully, showing some respect for the batting, the quality of the pitch. But Australia have nicked one off, 1 for 27. Hazelwood's coming up, And Crawley's on the march, and he goes swivelling into it with the bottom hand and picks it off to deep square, deep mid-wicket, and Travis Head does the collecting from one of the 3 deep positions. Very unusual in the context of the game we've been watching for the last 20 years to see a field like this with a new ball, even though you lose the toss and you're in the field. 1 for 28.
Andy?
Well, just on that, Pat Cummins has bowled just 9 dot balls in his first 3 overs. And previously in his career, he'd always bowled at least 11. So England have scored off more balls of Cummins' first 3 overs than any team at the start of a Test innings.
Gallop, gallop, gallop. Here comes Hazlewood. Bowls a ball as defended. A forward defensive shot. Not too many have been left. One has been nicked off the outer bottom edge to the keeper. The other, the previous ball inside edge, went for 4. So they got Duckett out. And it's interesting to see Hazlewood play, and he looks to be okay. He looks to be fit, which is important. Crawley's 13, Pope's 3. It's all bouncing along at a rate. Test cricket, folks. Ashes Test cricket. Great to watch. Hazlewood bowls it. Pope leaves outside the off stump. That's the length. And he made the right decision to withdraw his bat. What do you reckon of Pope? Where's he in his career?
He's going very well. I think there was a bit of a master stroke to make him vice captain. I think sometimes it brings the best out of people, and I think it's probably bringing the best out of Ollie Pope as well. He's always been a bit of a fidgeter early on in his innings, but for my mind, getting better and better, going from strength to strength, has really sort of embraced batting at number 3 for this side.
Hazlewood goes up from the Birmingham end, and he gets a good ball coming back in towards him, just holding and moving at his front pad, but he hit it.
I thought I'd sawn him off there.
Yeah. No, I would just tantalise you. You see, throw you a few lines and you'll talk the batsman up. I know what you like.
Yeah. You're playing for Aussie up here, Jim. I know you. I know you. I seem to have a knack, you know.
But it does look a very, very good pitch to bat on.
Yeah, if you're a batter now, you're just thinking to yourself, get yourself to 20 or 30.
Nice pace, ball not doing much.
No. Get the bowlers into their second spells. Get the 30 or 40 and then really look to climb in and get a biggie.
Head goes back to deep square. Here comes Hazlewood. Pope forward, and he gets a single. If Head had been where he was a moment ago, they probably wouldn't have got that single between mid-on and mid-wicket.
But that's what it does to you, though, Jim, isn't it? That's when all you start spreading the fields and you start thinking about boundaries. It just enables the batsmen just to get that sort of momentum. But as you say, that's a good ball from. That's one of Josh Hazlewood's good balls. Just on off stump, he's just got a little inside edge, goes away for 1. Nothing more frustrating. You rotate strike, you get momentum.
Andy, how long has it been since we had a 4? What's going on here? Hey, come on.
Oh, it's been 13 deliveries. Wake up, everyone.
Get on with it. Hazlewood bowls and Crawley goes on the nudge to the onside from his pads and gets a single out to Travis Head, who's patrolling in the deep. 1 for 30, Crawley 13, and Pope on 4 at the end of the Hazlewood over. So England winning the toss, Australia playing Hazlewood ahead of Stark, and England with a couple of changes via the match they played at Lord's.
Surprised about the team selection, Jim, or not particularly?
Yes and no. I mean, I know it's going to happen during this series. There'll be a little bit of movement around. The interesting part with Australia, of course, is 5 tests, 7 weeks. Can Cummins, in particular, because I think he'll be the one, if anyone does, play 5 tests. That will be a great, durable, resilient performance if he does. But he'd be up for it. But if you're bowling 45 overs a match, if that's what it comes to, it's wear and tear, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a marathon, not a sprint, the Ashes.
So here's Cummins. Away from in front of us, he bowls a ball. It's hitting him on the body. Bounce, cut back, got him up on the thigh, I think, as Crawley aimed to push that ball away. But he didn't. So a kind of moral victory of sorts as he got past the forward defensive shot. But we're still with 2 slips in the gully and a field that says we're not going to let you get any easy 4s anywhere, with a deep, sort of deep point more than third man, a fine leg, a deep square leg with a mid-on, mid-off cover, 2 slips and a gully. Cummins away from this pavilion end. He comes at Crawley. Crawley forward. He's edging in front of second slip, and Steve Smith, I think, copped it on the leg as he tried to stop it. But slightly false shot, but no issue about it. Catch. Alistair Cook, lovely to see you. How are you?
Morning, Jim. Morning, everyone. I'm very well. Well, all the talk about how Australia were just going to play their way, not counter Bazball, they have. Their idea is men on the boundaries, happy to give up singles and not let that momentum go. They are worried about England's boundary count. They want to stop that by the looks of things and happy to give up singles. So will England be happy to take the singles?
Here's Cummins. He's forward. He's getting the single again, just pushing into the onside. And they're doing that very efficiently at the moment, even though the fours may have dried up for 2 overs. It's still 1 for 31 in half an hour of play.
There are 2 ways of building a total, and this is where if England can park their egos in terms of like their batting, saying we have to score the boundaries. Ben Stokes has pushed on this. We've got to push on. Actually, pushing on can be still scoring at 4.5, 5 runs over just for singles, and they can just get almost dead bat it all the time and pick up ones.
So it's bright and it's sunny. It's quite warm, and Pope's on strike as Cummins can have him pushing forward, and again he drags it away off the bottom in a part of the bat down towards mid-on. So do you think it's just because it's the Ashes that Ben Stokes has decided to have a bat and not a bowl?
No, I don't think so. I just couldn't see any other reason but to bat. Right. You know, look at the weather. It's unbelievable. Not a cloud in the sky. The wicket is absolutely flawless, and yeah, there's not any of that moisture. Sometimes in England you get a look at the wicket and there's a little bit of damp around because it's been cold overnight. There's none of that at all.
More of Cummins. He goes in and back and across a single, another single, just sending it square of the wicket, where normally Nathan Lyon or someone would be fielding at point, stopping that single, but gaps in the field, tick it along. 1 for 32. England playing pretty soundly at the moment, watching the ball, defending. Crawley's 15 and Pope's 5.
Yeah, and that's it. If England can have the patience to do that, and I think we've all the talk about Bazball is the attacking nature. They do go up and down the gears. You know, it isn't for those who haven't seen it, certainly from Australian fans, it isn't always crash bang wallop. There's a time where they do have to rebuild, and they are prepared to be patient.
Now Cummins again. Crawley is back and in behind the ball, just hitting that zone as Scott Boland calls it. You've got a bowler in the box. Just keep bowling in the box. 1 for 32 after 7 overs. If you want to watch the opening ball boundary and the Duckett wicket, they're up now on the BBC Sport website and the app. And the full highlights show today at the Test is on BBC Two and the BBC iPlayer from 7 o'clock tonight. So there you go. You've got the message. So were you feeling perhaps as nervous as some of the players for the start of this game?
No, I was excited, genuinely excited, and you know, I was looking at those players' faces, and everyone is trying to bluff, aren't they? On the first morning of an Ashes, everyone's trying to play cool. Everyone's trying to, it's just another game. It isn't another game. It soon becomes just another game of cricket when you get through the first hour and maybe the second session, and you just realise it's just another team. But the build-up is so different for us as players, and there is that anxious moments about.
Now Hazlewood bowls it, and it's pushed away. Yes, no, to go back. There's a risk there with Labuschagne charging in to pick up at cover, and they stay where they are at 1 for 32.
So I was actually here at 7 this morning doing a bit of media work, and I'm really glad I was, just because I could really soak up the atmosphere, the build up, without the pressure of playing. Every time I played, I loved it, but you also did hate it as well, because you knew what was about to happen. You knew being put under pressure, how stressful it's going to be. Certainly as a captain throughout the Ashes. So I was just determined to take it all in, watch the crowd build, and the excitement and the noise get louder and louder.
Hazlewood bowls just outside the off stump. That's the length. Batsman decides, do I play? Do I leave? He left. It was a foolish length, but just outside the off stump. I saw you on BBC TV on that breakfast show down there with Mike Bushell. You were, in good form. Good form. Has that been the same playing county cricket? The way you're batting, you playing him in more shots now as you get into twilight time?
Well, I started off the season playing a lot more shots, and I was doing what Gucci hated, playing the shot of the day, not the innings of the day. And my strike rate was good, but my scores weren't.
Right.
I kind of then slowed down a bit, and I got a couple of scores the last couple of weeks.
Yes, you're churning out the hundreds. Here comes Hazelwood, he bowls it, and down the pitch he goes and clips at the mid-wicket. Well saved out there on the onside as he tried to get through the field and found Travis Head diving away to his left. So there's a moment of intent from the batsman, a little skip down the pitch.
It's really controlled intent, though. You know, it is really positive thinking, and it's, you know, we go back to it. If in doubt, Ben Stokes wants you to go towards the danger. If you're not sure, he'd much rather you get out playing that way, being positive, than sitting back. So that's what he's done. But when he gets there and he realises he's not there to work, he's then good enough just to be able to control the shot.
Hazelwood tries again. He leaves that ball outside the off stump. What will be fascinating when we get to that point of the day will be Nathan Lyon bowling, and to see their approach to him, because the way I'm watching England bat, they work on what I call the Arthur Morris mantra, which is if you're not playing back, you're driving.
That's Josh Hazelwood at his best there. He's been angling the ball in to Ollie Pope quite a lot, and he's with such subtle variations. He's not a big swinger of the ball, but he just got the ball to shape away from Ollie Pope into the channel.
He bowls again, and he's slashing away, and that's going for 4. A little bit of a width, shorter ball, and he got over the ball and played it confidently, very efficiently, and guided it down to third man. Nathan Lyon's more deep point than third man, and it went very quickly to the boundary. So they're back on the boundary, Baz, here, and the score rolls along to 36.
Ollie Pope's very strong, square of the wicket, loves playing the cut shot, and actually let that come onto him so he could hit it finer to try and get it fine with deep point, and Nathan Lyon was successful.
Hazelwood again, he bowls a ball that's clipped away by Pope, firmly out towards square leg. It's going towards the boundary. It will be cut off inside the boundary, and they come back for a couple of runs. Nicely guided away, Khawaja out in the deep. So England keep up the momentum here, turning the strike over. 1 for 38, Crawley 15, Pope 11. Simon Mann is about to come in and join Alistair Cook, but Andy's got another weather update. What have you got?
I've got some more on the high proportion of scoring shots. So this was after 7 overs before that last over from Hazelwood, in which there were just the 2 from 6 balls. England have scored off more deliveries in the first 7 overs of an Australian first innings than any team since 1936, when South Africa got a flyer at the Old Wanderers ground in Johannesburg. So that's the effect of pushing those fielders back with those early boundaries and then working the singles and twos since then.
Well, good morning to everyone. Good evening to our listeners in Australia. And we're going to see Scott Boland, test match average 14.58. He's going to have his first bowl in an Ashes series in England, and it's going to be fascinating to see how England play against him. And there's an element of Hazelwood about him in that he's metronomic, and England has played Hazelwood on his merit really in this opening 40 minutes. We've still got the 2 men out, 3 men on the boundaries, but it's shades of 2005 really, when Michael Vaughan put the field back against Australia. And here is Boland moving into bowl to Crawley. He's outside the off stump. Crawley drives, takes one hand off the bat, and it rolls up towards mid-off, where it's picked up by Pat Cummins, wearing his baggy green in the sunshine. They're all out there with the baggy greens. And it's a wonderful sight. You say, come to a cricket match, you say it's a sellout, and there's often a few seats spare, but I cannot see any spare seats at the moment in this Edgbaston ground. And why would you be round the back going buying a beer or nipping to the loo? You just want to watch this cricket. Fascinating first 40 minutes. 38 for 1. Boland rolls in and bowls to Crawley, who plays a solid looking forward push there, and it rolls up to Cummins, who fields the ball and then applauds his bowler.
Although there was some queuing for a beer before the first ball, as in, like, because I was lucky enough to be down there for the presentation. I could have rushed up. I thought I'd watch and listen to the national anthem on the ground. I thought they can't kick me off at this late moment. And then I was running up because I wanted to see the first ball. And yet there was 15, 10 people in the queue to grab a beer. I was like, surely the beer can wait just to watch the first ball of the Ashes.
He missed the first ball. It was hit for 4 by Crawley. Boland bowls to Crawley now. Crawley turns into the onside. He's not going to get a single there. It's too close to Boland. He nips across in his follow-through. Boland in the end allows it to run up to Khawaja, wearing number 1 on the back of his white shirt, fielding it mid-on. During the World Test Championship final, we didn't see the numbers very often because although it was sunny, it was quite cool at the start of the game, and the Indian players and the Australia players have their sweaters on, but it's not a day for sweaters today in Birmingham. It's a wonderful day for the start of this Ashes series. And there's something, I know there's a tradition you play cricket, Test cricket in August. There's something about playing in high summer though. Good light at this time of year. Boland to Crawley, goes after that one. It's wide of off stump. He crashes that through the offside. The fielder, who's at deep backward point, runs round away to his right hand side, Travis Head, and hurls the ball in. And they come back for 2. A fraction wide there from Boland, and Crawley went after it, and it would have been 4, of course, without that man out there. He pierced the inner ring, but Australia have got these 3 fielders back. 1 at deep forward square leg, 1 at fine leg, and 1 at deep point. Is that Lyon loosening up in front of the Hollies stand? It looks as if it is, yeah.
Yeah, I saw the helmet getting called for, and I thought that might be say for a short leg for Boland. Like, I know it's a slow wicket, but the ball nipping back and Crawley lunging at him, you might get that inside edge off the pad.
40 for 1. Boland pass to Crawley, who drives, looking to hit that into the offside. Went away into the onside. Back to Khawaja at mid-on. One thing about this pitch, you were out there, and I noticed, you know, sometimes, look, people were taking photographs at 2-3 days out. It looked like this, brown and exposed to the sunshine. You thought, well, that's an interesting thing, because normally, if it has been dry, and it has been in England for sort of 3 weeks or so, the ground staff are quite cautious. They don't want the pitch to get too dry and then break up. Back with Boland, he's bowling from the pavilion end, running away from us to Crawley, who's beaten by a beauty right in the channel. Lovely delivery. Crawley pushing forward, missing it, and it's through to Carey. Australia very close to their second wicket there. England 40 for 1 at the end of 9 overs of this match. So it interests me, they seem to just leave it exposed for 2 or 3 days before the game.
Well, I was speaking to Gary this morning at 7:05, and he said this has been a really unusual preparation for him, because as you all know, in Birmingham, there is always rain about. They haven't had any rain for however long, whether they had one of those heavy showers a couple of days ago, but in general it's just been unbelievably hot, great sunshine. So he's never had a preparation like it. So like all these things, like how much sun does he give it to him? And he was worried about the pitch cracking. So he must have been putting a little bit of water into it to stop it, and I think that's why they probably had the grass covering to try and kind of shade the right underneath. He said the cracks started to appear yesterday, only little cracks. So he's really happy. He's trying to get it as hard as he could. He's worried that obviously trying to get it really hard, the cracks could open. So you're right. So he just said it's been very different to normal. But he hasn't. He said England asked him to prepare the best wicket they can.
And I mean, Michael was out there and he said he thought it's solid, and he wasn't sure it would spin, but you feel it must. I mean, it normally does here when it's been very dry. Anyway, talking about spin, here is Nathan Lyon for the first time today. And what has he got? He's got a deep backward square leg. He's got a deep cover on the boundary. He's bowling round the wicket to Ollie Pope with 2 close catches, and Pope drives firmly, but too close to mid-off to contemplate a run there. Cummins nipping to his left-hand side and picking it up and hurling the ball into Carey. So we've got Smith at slip and Labuschagne at backward short leg with the helmet on. And then 3 men back, deep backward square leg, deep forward square leg, deep backward point. Yeah, 3 men back. Here is Lyon bowling, and Pope gets down and defends that one. He played that as it kept a bit low. Difficult to tell because he's got his back to us, and we're obscured by the wicketkeeper as well. He got the bat down in time on that one, playing off the back foot. Has kept a bit lower.
And spun a little bit, just spun a tiny, not a huge amount, but I've never seen Australia with 4 men on the boundary. And there's deep point and deep mid on as well as back.
There's a long on in here as well, yeah. Here's Lyon bowling, a reverse sweep from Pope, and he hits that man at deep backward point. And they go through for a single. So he was, from my eyesight must be going, just shaded by the crowd at the far end. Yeah, they've got long on, deep forward square leg, deep backward square leg, deep backward point.
So they've clearly sat down and said, we don't mind singles, and if England want to play good shots like that, high risk shots for one, we don't mind.
41 for one. Lyon pushes that one through, reverse sweep from Crawley, good contact. He picks out that man again at deep third. He's not so much deep backward point, he's really a deep third.
Yeah, you'd say he's a square third man, wouldn't you? Or a fine deep point. So it's somewhere in between there. But this is the tactic. Now, can England evolve their tactic just to keep knocking the singles here? Because there's a huge threat from people around the bat.
42 for one. Pope on strike, Lyon bowls. Pope clips that away, backward a square for a single. Boland rushes in to pick up. And at the moment, England look happy enough to knock it around with 4 men in the deep. Well, it's fascinating stuff. Lyon comes on immediately, 4 fielders on the boundary. 43 for one. Pope 13, Crawley 18. Duckett the man out, caught behind, chasing a wide one off Hazelwood for 12. When the score was 22. Lyon bowling in his sunglasses, and there's a big drive from Crawley for 4 through extra cover. No chance of Cummins that time. It was full from Lyon, and Crawley dismissed it. Really nicely timed, crisp off drive. And after 10 overs of this Test match, England are 47 for one, and even with my arithmetic I can work out that's 4.7 runs per over, which is just a little bit below what England have been scoring at under Brendan McCullum. 4.85 overall in the last year.
Yes, 4.85 over the 13 tests up until this one. Did a bit of research for an article that Michael had in the Daily Telegraph, and the previous fastest scoring rate over a 13 test sequence in test history was 4.12 per over. That was the great Australian side at the start of this millennium. Lyon on in the 10th over. He also came on in the 10th over the first test in Cardiff in 2015, but that's the joint earliest a spinner has been used in an Ashes series since Bill O'Reilly opened the bowling at Trent Bridge in June of 1938, the great Australian leg spinner.
All sorts of strange things are happening in our world. Now it's going to be Boland to bowl. He mops his brow on this warm late morning, coming up to 10 to 12 local time. And this is Boland then from the pavilion end with 2 slips, or 3 slips really. Green's just a fraction wide there. And Pope turns into the onside short Khawaja and nips through for a single. So England prepared to push and run.
Well, it's certainly a pretty un-Australian. They normally fight fire with fire and not get knocked off their game plan. They come in hard, and they clearly decided that we are going to quite happy for them to knock singles, and if they bat their 90 overs, they're going to score less runs this way. And England have just now got to kind of react a little bit to it and accept when it's not going to be crash bang wallet, but it can still be just as effective.
It does look a good surface which to dig in on. Outside the off stump, Crawley drives square with the wicket, picked up by that sweeper. Travis Head, who hurls the ball into Carey right over the bails. And another run, 49 for one. Robin and Tracy Finney have emailed us. They're enjoying the sun in Malta, but listening to Test Match Special on their 25th wedding anniversary today. They were married in Valletta on this day in 1998 and had to sacrifice going to Edgbaston today, even though they only live 3 miles from the ground. Well, congratulations to you. You can contact Test Match Special throughout the Ashes. The email is tms@bbc.co.uk or via social media. Enjoy Malta. Well, you didn't really need to go there. It's lovely here. This is Boland. Bowling to Pope. He's down the pitch, driving, taking one hand off the bat there. There's an intent there against Boland. Went bobbling out towards extra cover, and there's no run. Pope comes down the pitch, and he dabs 2 spots. They're quite a long way from one another.
But there hasn't been a maiden, has there, Andy?
No. And just, in all but 2 overs, there's been at least 2 scoring shots.
49 for one. Midway through the 11th of the morning, England win their toss. Australia would have done the same. Batted first. Here is Boland. Bowling to Pope. Pope opens the face, runs this down towards deep third. They're off for 1. Possibility of a second. That field's got a lot of ground to cover. Travis Head to his right and to his left, and he does it really well. Hurls the ball in again. England's 50 is on the board inside 50 minutes, or on 50 minutes really, so a run a minute. And Pope moves to 15.
Without Stark in this team, that the three teams are quite samey, aren't they? There's Australia always, when I've played against them, they've always liked that variety of tack, and actually, as we spoke about with Crawley coming down the wicket, it's rather short legs. Carey's come up to the stumps.
Well, Carey up to the stumps to Boland, who moves in now and bowls to Crawley, and Crawley drives powerfully out towards the extra cover boundary. Head's not getting that one. He ran away to his right-hand side, but it was so well timed. Dispatched again by Crawley. He's hitting it nicely. 27 not out, and England to 54 for 1. I don't know whether Carey coming up to the stumps there. No, it wasn't that full, was it? It was from Boland.
Well, you are assuming he's not going to bowl too many short balls, so you can certainly look to press forward to him. And we haven't had a bouncer either, have we?
No, that was hit on the up, that one. He hit through the line on this surface. Boland went into bowl there and then pulled out of his run. Crawley settles. Carey standing up with his helmet. 3 slips in. And Boland up to the stumps now and bowls to Crawley, who sighs that away. Out towards 2 point again. Head's been in the game. Another run to the total. 55 for 1. England scoring 5 and over now. Crawley 28, Pope 15. It's a double England day on BBC Radio today. The first Ashes test here, of course, and then tonight on 5 Live, Malta against England. You're talking about Malta. I don't know whether Robin and Tracy are going to head off to the game. Perhaps they've gone for Malta, England, rather than England, Australia. Coverage starting at 7 o'clock. John Murray and Matt Upson, the commentary team there, over on 5 Live later.
I remember in 2013, I think I faced the first ball from James Patterson, and that was I think it was a wide, but it was a bouncer. And I was saying, it's been just very, I thought Australia would come out and try and match England, try and put a real statement in, and this method might work, but their method has certainly gone, on the defensive, kind of passive, very passive, isn't it, from Australia? You say no bouncers, no aggression at all.
4 men back for Lions, second over. Crawley inches forward and turns that into the onside, possibly off the pad there. Just a hint of grip again there for Lyon. Bowling from round the wicket. A ploy he used a lot during the World Test Championship final at the Oval. Didn't bowl much in the first innings. Bowled a bit more in the second and picked up some wickets as well. There's a bit of rabbit pie for him towards the end. Came out with 4 for 41 as India surrendered. Australia dominating that first day. That was the crucial day there. Runs on the board. India never able to come back. Lyon to Crawley, and Crawley drives past the bowler up towards long on. It's one of those you'd expect to go for 4, but there is a long on in. And that is Khawaja. So another single. I mean, presumably, I don't know whether the pitch and the weather has dictated Australia's tactics. If there'd been a bit green, overcast, they'd have had to field up here, wouldn't they?
A little bit, but it was first ball, before even a ball had been bowled, they had a deep point. So it's clearly been talked about.
Yeah. 56 for 1. Pope waits, sweeps, and hits that nicely towards Boland. Fine leg.
And
one more.
Just another example. They've moved Smith from a regulation slip to that. Now, you'd say he was a very close gully for a seamer, but trying to stop reverse sweeping. So they're trying to stop England playing the shots rather than encourage them to play and try and give them the risk reward. They've said trying to cut up every single boundary option and scoring shot.
There's a sort of deep gully now. Crawley flicks that one away towards deep mid-wicket. It's a bit like watching a one-day match, isn't it? With the field set out and England knocking it around like those old-style one-day matches.
Just when you used to have, you could have 4, only had to have 4 in the circle, and actually boundaries weren't the option. It was just knocking 4, 5, 6 runs and over. Certainly before people try to get 500, and it's that field, isn't it? And if you're good enough and patient enough to do it.
58 for 1. Pope on 16 turns that one away for another single. It really is like watching one-day international, old-style one-day at the moment. 59 for 1. Pope goes to 17. Crawley's on 30. And that's Smith in that deep gully position. I suppose, might be saying as well, he might be there, if England do want to reverse sweep and just miss Q1, top edge is straight to him.
It's there to almost stop the reverse sweep.
Yeah. Lyon Bowles. Oh, that one goes through there. Past the bat, it's dropped by Carey. And whether there was anything on that, I'm not sure. Lyon's got his hands in the air. We'll probably need the replay just to pick the bones out of that one. Again, it might have been some turn there from Lyon, bowling round the wicket. It did just straighten out, was inside edge onto the pad and then into the keeper's pads. I mean, technically a chance, but absolutely impossible, really, because it hit sort of low down on the pads. But some turn there.
It has definitely spun for the first morning of an English Test match to see that grip.
I thought it had to turn, with the weather we've had and the preparation, the pitch being out in the open.
The fact there's no colour in that grass, you're going to grip off that grass.
Oh, it was just past the off stump as well. That was so nearly bowled him. Inside edge onto the pad, just past the off stump. A bit of good fortune there for Zach Crawley. 59 for 1. Coming to the end of the first hour, Boland bowls and strikes Pope high up on the pad, or possibly the glove there, or elbow. And he wanders off towards square leg to lick his wounds. On the elbow.
Yeah, he's hit him on the back elbow. That's going to be painful. That's what Zach Crawley just be slightly wary of with Nathan Lyon, not to look too square. Coming around the wicket, if you're looking, you're backing away a little bit to try and get out to that point, just that single, and it does grip enough, and you're kind of giving yourself room. You've got nowhere to go. So I would actually keep the phone and just try and hit mid-wicket.
Boland bowls to Pope. Pope fiddles a single into the offside in that gap left open at point. One more. And there's a polite applause. The crowd quite quiet, actually, taking it all in. It's a bit different from what we've been watching.
And
60 for 1.
It's different to what to expect. And those middle overs of one-day cricket where people get bored, I mean, could England do this for 80 overs?
Well, there's some logic in doing it, isn't there? You just tick the board over, you get a huge score, in theory. 60 for 1, and it's not that they're not scoring quickly. They are. We're only in the 13th over. It's already 60 runs on the board. Pope is 18. Crawley on strike on 30. 3 slips go down. Wicketkeeper's gone back now, and Crawley gets one outside the off stump that swings, and it's taken low down by Carey between first and second slip.
Swung a lot after the bat. I don't know whether it's just one of those perfect balls that as it pitches it, the seam gets in a great position, which it does, and then as it slows down, it exaggerates the swing. I've seen no movement at all in the air or really off the pitch. It'll be interesting to see if Zolta's got those stats of like pitch movement and in the air movement.
Boland turns down beneath us, moves purposefully in to bowl to Crawley outside the off stump. Crawley plays at that one and forces it through that point region. Travis Head, what's having a private game? The bowler, the batter, and Travis Head out there. A lot of work to do. 61 for 1, another single. How many singles have we had?
We've had a lot. I'll top them up.
Don't worry. But I mean, it is just that. I mean, we've had a few fours early on, but since then it's mainly been just ticking the board over, being patient. Crawley to 31.
25.
45.
25.
Whether Australia could just suddenly bring everyone up for a couple of overs, encourage the boundaries there to hit if you want to hit it.
Boland to Pope, that's on his pads, clipped away forward square, and then the sweeper on the side comes into play. And Nathan Lyon. Is it worth, just on the Smith one, if you just have dropped Smith for Lyon, deepish gully, taking that fielder out and deep backward point and putting him somewhere else to try to encourage the shot and hope for the mistake?
Well, that's what you'd say on the first morning of a game, or when you're hunting wickets, you'd say Ben Stokes would be Ben Stokes' way. He'd say, go on, and if you're good enough to keep hitting Nathan Lyon, who's got almost 500 wickets reverse sweeping, and you get 4 for it, but there's a chance of getting out. Well, they're trying to take that shot away. Don't want you playing reverse sweep.
Last ball, the over. Boland bowls, and Crawley drives for 4. To the left of Cummins, at mid-off. Nice and full outside the off stump, and Crawley easing the ball away. Not looking to hit it too hard.
Yeah, I have the drinks come out, 66 for 1 after 13 overs. The deviation stats Alistair was talking about, we've seen less deviation at the start of this test than any other test in the ball tracking database in England, which goes back to 2006. It's in the top 3 for least swing. This is seam bowlers in the first 12 overs of the first innings of a test, and top 3 for least seam deviation. You combine the seam plus the swing, it's the least deviation we've seen at the start of a test in England. It's a pitch that is absolutely tailor-made for the way England play at the moment, and specifically Crawley, who's generally had trouble when the ball moves.
Players are taking drinks. England are 66 form. We had 13 overs, England winning the toss and batting first. Right, commentary continues on 5 Sports Extra and BBC Sounds, and also on ABC for our listeners in Australia. It should be Jim here ready to tee this one up, but the Radio 4 long-wave listeners are leaving briefly for the shipping forecast. Okay, so the players taking drinks just after midday. Hazelwood with the wicket, Duckett out for 12, but England making steady progress, 66-1. More from you, Alistair, and then Isha Gur's coming in.
Well, after all the fuss and all the talk about it, we're finally here, and I don't think I would have predicted how Australia would have gone about this. I didn't expect them to be passive. I didn't expect them to sit back. They're perfectly entitled to do that as a tactic, but I didn't see it coming. I thought they would have come really hard at England and met fire with fire, and they've decided not to. Isha, good morning. I'm off as well, so I've just sent you in.
Was it something I said? I have just put deodorant on. As Michael Vaughan steps into the hot seat. It is hot today at Edgbaston. And there's a little bit of shade over to our right for the Holly stand. I'm sure they'll be getting into their work very shortly, because England, well, they've got off to a flyer. Do we expect anything less? 66-1. Ben Stokes won the toss and elected to bat first. He hasn't done that since last year as captain. He's often opted to go with the ball first, but here, flat road, he's gone bat first against this world-class attack who have left out Mitch Starc for Scott Boland. We'll get Michael's thoughts on that decision. Yeah, it's been fascinating viewing. Zach Crawley has looked simply divine with his classic cover drives. Drives that you'd be proud of, Michael. And if you want to watch the opening ball boundary and the Duckett wicket, they are up now on the BBC Sport website and app. And the full highlights show today at the test is on BBC Two and the BBC iPlayer from 7 o'clock. That first shot, was that a sign of things to come? The first ball of the Ashes?
Well, what I really enjoyed about that first ball, Jim Maxwell had talked up the first ball of the last 20-odd years of Ashes series. And an English man in Steve Harmison got one mention. It was about Slater, I think in Brisbane against De Freitas, Slater against Gough here at Edgbaston, Starc against Rory Burns at the Gabba, and now it's Crawley to Pat Cummins here at Edgbaston. What a start. I mean, it's the Bazball way, it's England's way. They've got a pure batting surface. It's flat. I don't think I've seen one ball move more than a centimetre. So it's the perfect style batting surface to play the England way. But I have been surprised with Australia, the way that they've kind of just spread the field so soon. So even the best balls are going for runs, which is a good sign for England, but not a great sign for the Aussies.
Slip and short leg in play for Nathan Lyon, but he has got his field spread deep square, long on out, and a man down for that reverse sweep down at third man for the off spinner, bowling round the wicket to Ollie Pope. Just crouches down now, forwards, and in between shots he plays that to the leg side on the floor, no run.
But even he's long on the boundary.
Yeah, I can't believe that.
First one of the Ashes series. Surely you say to an England right-hander, Ollie Pope, who's very young in terms of batting number 3 in an Ashes series, it's his first real chance. Go on, hit me over the top.
Lyon past the stumps to Pope, who clips it past mid-wicket out to long on for an easy single.
Too easy. That's Nathan Lyon's near on best ball. And Ollie Pope plays a nice, simple, low-risk shot down the other end, has a chill. Over to you, Zach.
To those listening to the shipping forecast, welcome back. 67 for 1. Inside 14 overs, 45 from 58 these two have put on, as Zach Crawley, the tall figure in front of us, he's backing across and working the ball to mid-wicket off the bowling of Nathan Lyon. Michael Vaughan talking about the fact that Lyon could have been a little bit more attacking and maybe not so defensive with that long on back. Ollie Pope especially, I think he's looked frenetic in recent times against the off-spinner, as the reverse comes out to a man positioned down at third man. Josh Hazelwood down there for a single, so protecting that boundary as well, as England now move to 68 for 1.
I'm sure it's been spoken about already, but this kind of surface is almost like a subcontinent style wicket, flat, dry. And you would say it's probably the kind of wicket that you'd want a Mitchell Starc on.
Yeah.
Who almost takes the surface out of the equation.
Pope open stance to line round the wicket forwards and working the ball to mid-wicket, no run.
But the odds have gone for what worked for them 4 years ago. In 2019, they went Siddle over Starc. Consistent. There was a lot more nibble, a lot more green grass on the surface. This is a completely different surface to what we saw in 2019.
Lyon past the stumps. This time a whippy shot out to deep mid-wicket from Pope off the front foot. A bit more force in that one as he comes through for one. Collected on the boundary. Moves to 21, Ollie Pope, the newly anointed number 3. 69 for 1 England after the end of 14 overs. This is the last summer we are broadcasting on Radio 4 Longwave, but there are so many ways to listen to us. 5 Sports Extra on digital radio, BBC Sounds app, where you can rewind the commentary and listen again, the BBC Sport website and app. And if you have a voice device at home, you can say play 5 Sports Extra and we'll appear all of a sudden. Yeah, you must listen back to that very first shot from Zach Crawley, Aggers on commentary. The start of the summer. Double Ashes summer. The women in action next week and the men here at Edgbaston. It's going to be entertaining as Scott Boland will continue from the pavilion end. Towel poking out the back of his trousers as he runs in now to Ollie Pope. 2 slips in the gullies. He's forward and advancing and driving the ball out to deep cover. Point rushes to his right. Misfields the ball. They think about a second but decide against it. And Pope goes to 22, 71.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the field, Ish, and Australia have got square leg on the boundary, fine leg, and mid-on quite tight and straight, so there's a big gap on the onside. 2 slips and a fine gully, the huge Cameron Green. Then they've got a mid-off and a straight mid extra cover, and then cover point just behind square. He's going square on the boundary. For me, this is a field that's almost like covering both bases. They're not quite sure. They're bowling to channel and protecting the offside, or they're going to go bowl gun barrel straight to protect the onside.
It's like a one-day field as Boland is into Crawley, ducks underneath the short one, the first short one from Scott Boland.
Yeah, I reckon it's the first short ball of the day. I mean, you've had the square leg back on the boundary, and yes, it's a boundary saving position, but also it's a position where you can get catches down with the miscue pull shot. Yeah, I think you've got to decide quite quickly as a captain. If you're going to go dead straight, you need to have a mid-wicket in place, probably a short mid-wicket. That fielder would potentially come from cover point on the boundary. If you're going to go into channel, you can bring square leg up and try and get England playing across the line, or trying to do something that they wouldn't want to be doing.
Crawley still in his crease, forwards and drives, not a lot of foot movement, out to backward point, out to the boundary. So plenty of applause as another one comes for Crawley, moves to 40, 74 for 1. That was an easy one, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a gift. It's short, it's wide, and there's a vacant space. He's just asked the umpire to have a word with someone behind the bowler's arm, Zach Crawley. I'm not too sure what put him off, because it was a glorious shot. I think this kind of surface is purely subcontinent, and you go dead straight, and you try and get the ball to just tail back into the pads. LBW bowls, maybe put a short leg in place for that little inside edge off the bat. I just think Australia now are trying. Well, they've gone for a second field at short extra cover, so they're packing the offside. And with this field, you're basically saying you've got to bowl into channel, which is bowling into Zach Crawley's strength.
England played on placid wickets in Pakistan, and that was so impressive. That was what was so impressive about the way they played out there. They were able to pick up 20 wickets through being quite inventive as Boland pushes away now past the stumps to Crawley. Misses the ball, looking to whip it away, leg side in the channel as you talked about. And he looks to get across and play it through the leg side, that open space out there, but he misses it completely.
The best thing about this England side is you know that if you create a gap, they will try and find it. And there's a vacant space at mid-wicket. Australia have just packed the offside, and Crawley goes, you know what, I need to try and hit that gap. The first ball really seemed away from the right hand. There's outside edge.
It's like an itch he needs to scratch as Crawley forward and defending that ball down the pitch.
I like that round of applause. Watching this England side, I think they they almost get bored with the boundaries. They happen too often. A forward defence gets a round of applause.
Or is that a round of applause from the Australian?
I think it was the English fans going. We now and again like to see a forward D. It was probably Andy Zaltzman clapping.
Got something on. A dot ball update.
Oh, well.
It's been a tough morning for fans of dot balls.
Trust you, Andy. As Boland is in to Crawley, this time inside edges it out to that deep mid-wicket fielder, looking to play it a bit straighter that time as he comes through for one, 75 for one at the end of the over. Then 15 overs have been bowled here at Edgbaston. Is it a sign of things to come for this series? Ben Stokes winning the toss, electing to bat first. Crawley is on 41 or 45. Pope 22 from 35. Andy.
That 4 in that over brought up the 50 partnership from 10.5 overs. 15 overs gone, 90 deliveries, 44 scoring shots, just 46 dot balls. In the database, there's over 2,000 test matches with the ball-by-ball data recorded out of just over 2,500 that have been played. So around about 75-80% of tests recorded. And never have there been more scoring shots in the first 15 overs of a test. The previous most scoring shots recorded in the first 15 overs, 37. England have just had 44, so another unprecedented thing this team has done.
Strap yourselves in, listeners. Lyon continues from the Birmingham City end as Crawley swipes across one, playing it back to the bowler, looking to hit out to long on for no run. There is another man back at long leg now, so deep square, long off, long leg, and a man at wideish third as well for the reverse as Lyon continues round the wicket. Crawley on 41. Back in his crease and working it out to deep square for a single to 42. He goes 76 for one.
Yeah, I think, over the last year or so, there's been a lot of talk about Zach Crawley in the team and whether he should have been replaced. He's in the side for what he's done this morning. He's created momentum. Even that first ball, the message that first ball sent to everybody.
It's the most confident I've seen him look for a good while.
Yeah, I think it's many things. It's probably the pitch. The pitch is pure.
Pope forwards and clipping the ball out to mid-wicket for a single. He goes to 23, 77 for one.
But I think that's why, Brendan McCullum, Ben Stokes really like Zach in the team, because when he gets going, he does put the bowlers under so much pressure, hits boundaries.
Well, we're just having a look at a replay there. That shot that we talked about where he was trying to whip it through mid-wicket, Zach Crawley, as he's facing Lyon now, working it out to deep mid-wicket for a single. Moves to 78 for one now, the score. Where we all thought he missed it, and so did Australia. There was actually thin edge. Oh dear.
The Aussies aren't having a great morning. Little feather. No one appealed, did they?
No.
No one heard anything out in the middle.
Pope sweeps past man around the corner on the catch. His long leg shuffles forwards to throw the ball in. Another single to the total. 79 for one. Pope to 24.
You would have thought Scott Boland would have been the one that would have heard it the best, but
maybe it's the whip of the bat. That's what
feather.
Yeah. Will that come back to haunt them? Australia. Crawley advances, drives to mid-off, no run. And that is the end of the over. 79 for one, Crawley 43, Pope 24.
Even to Nathan Lyon, a world-class off-spinner, having backward point on the offside on the boundary from ball one, basically saying to England, we're so worried about you hitting boundaries with the reverse sweep, so we're going to have a fielder back on the boundary. The Aussie mentality, to what I always remember, and I've always obviously studied the way Australia played the cricket, many other Australian sides' mindset would be, all right, try and play the reverse sweep, but he's going to be catching. So if you play it poorly, it's going to be out. I think the last wicket in the World Test Match Championship final, all right, tail ender getting out for India, was reverse sweep caught at backward point. As much as these players play the reverse sweep well these days, you can play it badly and it can force a wicket, whereas Australia have already gone on the defensive in terms of worrying about the runs rather than thinking about the wickets. And I think about this England side and the way that they play, the mindset to play against them is to think, get them out, because they will score quickly. They have done now for a year and a half. So you as a fielding team, bowling team, a captain, has to think, right, wickets, get them out.
Here comes the Australian captain replacing Scott Boland from the pavilion end. Pope drives to extra cover, no run. There's two slips in the gully in position. He's got a spread field as well. Deep point, deep square, and a long leg for the captain. Captain Pat is what they call him in Australia.
Postman Pat, isn't it?
Postman Pat. 221 wickets at 21, Pat Cummins. It's pretty staggering.
I think both captains this week will be thinking, poor Stark, Wood, a bit of difference, a bit of pace in the attack.
Pope tucks the ball out to Nathan Lyons, sprinting off the boundary, and away from the Holly stand. That's going to get quite rowdy this afternoon, no doubt, as they get another one. 80 for 1 now the score. Pope to 25. Talked about those scoring shots. I reckon there's going to be a record broken this series at some stage, maybe even in this Test match, Michael.
Ooh,
most runs in a day.
Okay, what is the record?
What is the record? 488
in England.
No.
Overall, well, they had 506 in Rawalpindi, I think.
In a
memory.
day?
Is that? I'm looking to Simon Manners. I'll have to check my.
Crawley off the front foot, working it to a mid-on, no run. He's got a lot of thinking to do here, Pat Cummins.
And Andy's, it's 488 in England, is it, in a day? Just make it up if you...
506 before in Rawalpindi. I think there was a 500 in a day in England way back in the 20s, but I'll dig around. See what
So you think the Bazball crew are going to get over 500 in a day?
In 75, they only bowl 75 overs in a day these days.
Come on, they now and again get to 80 odd. They surprise
What are they
us.
going at the moment? Crawley working the ball around the corner down to long leg for a single, as that is misfielder. We've seen this a couple of times already from Australia in the morning session, as that allows Crawley to push back for a couple. So 82 for 1, Crawley to 45.
Yeah, Josh Inglis is out on the outfield for Australia. Not seeing who's gone off. Is Hazelwood still out there? So Boland at mid. I think Hazelwood might be off the pitch.
Crawley gently taps his bat down, still in his crease. Drives past extra out to cover. That's the bowling of Pat Cummins, bowling good length delivery in that channel, and it comes through for 1, 83 for 1.
I think Australia's got to think quickly here.
Well, we haven't seen Pat Cummins bowl at any short stuff, and we usually do. If he's in Australia, he's bowling a short ball, but I don't know whether it's a case of, we've got to be in for the long haul here, 5 Test matches.
I'm not too sure, but they're feeding Zach Crawley to his strength. He just sets up to hit the ball through the offside. I think they've got to go dead straight with the odd short ball and get another fielder on the onside.
Pope back and across, drives, gets the outer part of the bat out to deep point for 1. Thrown in by Travis Head.
In actual fact, to both players, they're both so kind of dominant through the offside. You can see the set in their body shape and their bat swing up for whacking it through the offside. And every now and again, the ball's just kind of been angled back into middle and off middle stump, and they've found the inside edge and it's gone through to the onside, but it's looked a lot more uncomfortable than the ones into channel. This is what playing cricket captain is all about, is reacting to the moment and not reacting to what you thought was going to happen here at Edgbaston, to realise that this is not an Edgbaston pitch of late. This is completely different. It's slower, it's very dry.
It's a bit like Edgbaston 2019. It's quite slow and dry.
Yeah, but I thought there was a bit more nibble back in 2019. It was a good pitch. It was a really good cricket wicket, and this will turn out to be entertaining, I'm pretty sure. But at the minute, Australia aren't reacting to what the pitch is doing now.
Pope on the back foot, working it past. Leg slip out to backwards square. Mid-wicket comes around to collect the ball. They pick up 1, 85 for 1. Partnership now 63 from 81 balls between Crawley and Pope. Well, this will be a confidence booster for England. Kevin Peterson talking about the fact that he didn't think the first 3 men on the list would be able to stand up to this Australian attack. They're proving him wrong at the moment. Crawley advances. That looks so divine off his bat, just like butter. A knife through butter as he passes mid-wicket out to wide echelon on for a couple.
Yeah, and I guess why he would say that is because usually with the Duke ball in English conditions, it does a lot more than what we've seen already inside 18 overs of this Ashes series, it's a flat wicket. It's doing absolutely nothing.
Lyon in to Crawley on the front foot, working it out to deep backward square for a single. There's runs pretty much off every ball at the moment to Nathan Lyon. He's 21 inside 5 overs. 88 for 1 England in the 18th. And Crawley is 1 short of 50 in his first Ashes test. Pope on strike though on 27. He just has a quick look over to the offside. There's a big juicy gap. Plenty of protection on the leg side as Lyon comes in round the wicket. On the back foot is Pope and working the ball to extra cover, no run. So yeah, your thoughts on Stark? I mean, you would think as well for Nathan Lyon with the marks that he creates. Stark left out for Hazelwood in this test match.
Yeah, I think Australia will realise they've probably got it wrong.
Pope advances. It's a lovely drive. Beats Pat Cummins at mid-off. Out to the boundary. That will feel good for Ollie Pope. A gentle punch off the off-spinner. And he goes to 31. 92 for 1 now, England.
Well, they're racing away. This is a beautiful stroke. Fast on his feet, Ollie Pope. Never easy hitting the off-spinner around the wicket when it's spinning back in through the offside, but he gets to the pitch. Nice use of the top hand and just places it beautifully down the ground past Pat Cummins, the skipper, to his right at mid-off.
Final ball of the over as Lyon is in to Pope. Struck
Close.
on the pad. They go up, but where did it pitch? Given not out. But will they review? Pat Cummins is rushing in to speak to Alex Carey. He usually talks to his keeper first.
Good shout, Ish. Where did it pitch? That's the key.
He's decided to go upstairs.
Just exactly where did it pitch? Pretty sure it's going to hit the stumps. It's just, did it pitch outside the leg stump?
For LBW. Original decision is not out. There's a field delivery. Go to front on when available. Thanks.
You're hearing the voice of Chris Gaffney, the third umpire. He's bowling round the wicket.
Just running through.
Looks in line.
Ooh.
Oh, it looks doubtful
Appears
for
to be
England.
no bat. Can we just confirm that with Ultridge?
Is there any bat involved first?
Running through.
Ultra edge.
Flat line through the pad. Ball
Flat
tracking
line.
available, please. No bat involved.
This will tell us now. Ball tracking.
Raza. Pitching in line. Impact is
He's
in
gone.
line. Wickets hitting. I'll get you back on screen. I'll get you change your decision to out.
Good bowling from Nathan Lyon. England lose their second. Ollie Pope to go. Pitching in line. More than half the ball was on the line of leg stump. And it was going on to hit the stump. So Pope, furious with himself, he slams his pad with his bat. He's trapped in the crease and he will have to go for 31. England 92 for 2.
Yeah, it's beautiful bowling because he just bowls it just that little bit quicker and he traps Ollie Pope on the back foot before he can get his bat through the shot. He hits his pad. 31 from 44. It's a key breakthrough for the Aussies. Partnership was racing away. Lyon, we haven't given him too much of a mention in the build-up. He's world-class. World-class performer. Bowled nicely last week in the World Test Championship final, around the wicket a lot to the right-handers, and that's what his role is today. If he can pick up 2 or 3 on a first-day wicket, which is so pure, he'll have had a tremendous day. Joe Root, the ex-skipper. Yeah, fancy batting on this, Agus. Good afternoon, Agus.
Good afternoon to you. Lovely to see you, Michael. Well, it's been a terrific morning, hasn't it? I mean, the crowd already, they're singing and welcoming Joe Root to the crease. It was very, very borderline that. You can see why the umpire gave it not out, but to where it pitched. Just absolutely on the line of leg stump. Pope must have just got across a little bit too far. But anyway, he'd played nicely up to then and just picking off these runs.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Australia target Joe Root now. Joe Root's out there, average of 50.25. And will Pat Cummins put the squeeze on Joe Root?
And I want to see how Joe Root bats. He's going to bat like Joe Root usually does. In goes Cummins, bowls, and Crawley just leans forward and plays it back to him. He got a bit, against Ireland, a bit carried away with pushing on and so on. You just want Root to play as Root bats, don't you?
No, just bat, Joe. You average 50 in Test cricket for a reason. I mean, if the Aussies get one more now, I'd say that the Aussies have had the better of the first session. That's how quickly Test match cricket can change. particularly on a pitch like this, which is so good. You'll be disappointed with that. Just watch the replay. It's just a little bit quicker from Nathan Lyon, the experience, the guile. Just a subtle variation that he offers.
Cummins bowls, and that's steered away off the back foot by Crawley for his 50. He hit the first ball of the day for 4, and he's reached his half century from just 56 balls now. And, well, he hasn't quite repaid the faith, I suppose, in some people's minds of the selectors, but he's played really well today, I must say.
That's the thing. The faith, Mr. Sam, bizarre, but the faith was almost repaid with that first ball. That message that first ball sent was a tremendous one. Just the momentum of the way England have played for the last year and a half, to do that, the first ball of an Ashes series to Pat Cummins. It was almost like we are going to continue to play this way.
Yep.
Now look at the field here for Joe Root, it's spread. Just don't understand why you wouldn't squeeze him.
No.
Bring the field up.
3 fielders out. Root's first ball. Cummins runs in. Bowls to him. It's full. Bit of a...
Just dance down.
Yeah, it's a strange looking dabble outside the off stump coming down the pitch.
Come on, Joe, just bat. Just bat. You don't need to be Baz balling.
Well, at least get yourself in, I think.
I don't want to see his reverse little sweep yet.
No.
Not yet, Agus.
It was a strange innings
later on this afternoon.
He's batting a long way out of his crease again. That was a feature of his recent innings. Looking round, he's got a deep square leg, long leg, and that deep square third man. Cummins again, elbows jutting out, runs in, bowls to Root, and this time he lets it go, and again it kept low. Barely carrying to Alex Carey, the keeper, who's come up a little bit further now.
Yeah, because of that, that's why I was saying to Isha about the, in the subcontinent, if it's a pitch like this, you'd be bowling straight. But because it's England, it's Edgbaston, you're thinking, I'll bowl the England way, you're bowling to Chandler. This is a subcontinent style wicket, bowl dead straight. Have another fielder on the onside and try and get those LBW bowls. Not going to be easy because it's a really good surface, but I think bowling straight on this with the odd ball keeping a bit low.
Root waits, bat raised, Cummins bowls to him. He pushed that into the offside, still looking for his first run, but can't get it there. Labuschagne picks it up and gets to work rubbing the ball on his shirt. England have lost Duckett for 12 and Pope for 31, and there's just about half an hour to go now until lunch.
Ben Duckett faced 10, didn't leave one.
I think he should have left that one.
It's the way he plays, Aggers.
Yep.
He goes after the bowlers.
Well, 2 little clouds drifting in, but no threat of any bad weather here today or tomorrow. Sunday might be a bit dodgy. Cummins bowls, and very late Root plays that away down to third man, a typical trademark Root stroke that gets him off the mark. And England move to 94 for 2 with
even
half
that,
an hour to go till lunch.
I mean, you've watched many Ashes series, when Border was captain, Steve Waugh was captain, Ponting. You wouldn't see that. A nice, easy one to get off the mark with a deep third on the boundary. The first morning of an Ashes Test match.
They have gone defensive very quickly, but then if they do get another wicket, as you say, and they're restricting them to 120 for 3 at lunch, they'd consider on that pitch that was a good morning's work, I would say.
Zach Crawley's half century, 56 balls, 6 fours, his 12th 50-plus score in Test cricket, 300s amongst those. It's up in the top 6 fastest 50s by an England opener in Ashes cricket. Ollie Pope's final figures 31 of 44 with 2 fours, the partnership 70 of 14.2. Pope had scored off 19 of 27 balls before he was out.
No surprise, Hazlewood into Joe Root straight away.
Yep.
This is a matchup.
Root waiting, and Root again takes a pace up the pitch and plays a defensive stroke. Hazlewood fields off his own bowling and tosses the ball underarm out to cover.
And out of interest, how many times has Hazlewood had Joe Root? Stefan Shemitz in the box. Got a very good article this week. I guess you read it?
Always read everything Stefan says.
Lots of numbers.
Yep.
Research.
I've also pointed out a bit of a surprising conversation I had yesterday with Stuart Broad, my old friend, who said, because I did a little bit of commentary last week on the World Test Championship. In comes Hazlewood bowls and Root drives, doesn't quite time it. Hazlewood follows through, picks it up. I described one player last week, I can't remember which one it was now, as he's done abroad, I think it was, as far as a review was concerned. It was a ridiculous one. Anyway, he nailed me out there. He said, "Oi," he said, "you go and look at Cricket Info," he said, "you will see that actually I am the most accurate and reliable reviewer in world cricket." He said, "Read it and weep." Well, I said, "That's nonsense." I said, "Who's written that rubbish?"
He has.
Well, he must have done. But that article's up there. In comes Hazelwood, moves in, bowls to Root, plays it again very late and runs gently through the gully. Read it and weep.
That's too easy for Joe Root.
Yes.
He should have that fielder up. But how many times has he had him, Andy?
8 times for 260 runs. So Root averages 32 against Hazelwood. That compares with his career average just over 50. Cummins has also got him 8 times for 191 runs, average just under 24. So these are 2 good matchups for Australia, albeit the pitch is doing less than we've seen any pitch do in England in the last 15 years.
It's flat.
It is very flat. Biscuit coloured, dry. Crawley enjoying it so far. Waits for Hazelwood at bowls to him. It's outside the off stump, and Crawley has left the ball well today. He's played some sumptuous drives, which of course he plays so well, so powerfully. But that has, of course, as we know, led to his downfall in the past by often lining up the wrong ball to play that stroke too. But he's shown great discipline today. Let that dangerous ball go while driving others to the boundary. Hazelwood turns at the far end, the city of Birmingham behind him. Rolling in now towards us, moves in, bowls, and Crawley gets on the leg stump. He tickles away around down to long leg. That's Boland's fielding, tossing it back, and they take a run. 96 for 2, and Ebony Rainford Brent is here, who I haven't seen for a very long time.
It's been a while.
Ebony.
No call over the winter. Normally you give me a little call. We have a little chinwag.
Actually, I was going to go and see you because I knew you lived next door to the hotel I was staying at down at the Oval last week. I thought Ebony will buy me a nice dinner or cook me something. And you didn't tell me you'd moved.
Well, first
I didn't
of
think
all,
it was very kind.
the number one was the first assumption. I'll get you a little takeaway.
You didn't even tell your old friend you'd moved house. 96 for 2. In comes Hazelwood, bowls outside the off stump. And there's no stroke from Root. It's 96 for 2. I went round full of expectation.
Did you?
Yeah. Thought, well, nice.
Hospitality.
Yeah, just a nice easy meal. What would you have done? If you had been there, what would you have knocked up?
I would have knocked you up like a... Do you know what I've got? I can't say the name. Well, I don't know if I can say the name, but I've got this cooking robot thing, which you would love because I know you love your gadgets.
I've got
so
one.
I could choose... Oh, have you? So you might have inspired me to get
recipes.
it. So you could have sent me anything and I would have got the robot to cook it for you.
Just press the button.
I wouldn't have told you I cooked it on the robot, though. Whatever you want. Italian, maybe?
Yeah, they're very clever machines, though.
Yeah.
96 for 2, and we've got Crawley on 51. Cummins on his way, runs in, bowls to him, turned away into the leg side, little upper sleeve, bit of bottom hand in that. And it's fielded by Boland. There at mid-on. Isn't this fabulous? Sit here and look at this.
Unreal. I think the expectations of today, already, I think we're all in. And I feel like this last half an hour as well, either a wicket or close to 150 runs towards the close of the session. Either way would be a brilliant start. So I'm loving it.
Yeah, that's what's been really absorbing. The tactics too, the tactics of Australia. Fielders out. Cummins bowls and Crawley gets a short one. He likes that. Pulls it away through mid-wicket. He's dismissed Australia's captain. Pulled him through a fairly straight mid-wicket. And 2 or 3 fellows there in some sort of duck fancy dress signal 4 as an umpire would do. And the 100 comes up. 100 for 2. It's kind of such quick time. It's only the 21st over.
Unreal. And just the amount of time he had hitting it in front, just a sign of how flat and how well he's seeing the ball.
He plays that shot well, though. He drives and he pulls. As soon as you try and adjust that length, bang, he'll pick you off. Cummins runs away now, bowls fuller this time, and Crawley waits and then opens the face of the bat and the ball runs away into the offside.
How many
head field
singles have we had this? I mean, it just feels like there's a single every other ball at the moment. I'm just throwing that to Andy.
Yeah, you're right, though. It is. It's just being milked in a way.
It's milky, yeah.
They won't want to lose another wicket, though, before lunch. It's a really good start. The crowd's buzzing. Australia just getting a little taste here of the way that England have been playing in this last year, going on about 5 and over at the moment. Cummins to Root this time, and Root gets a thick edge. Look, there he is again. I mean, you cannot get the ball past Green, and he dived there. It's incredible the range that he has. Such a tall man, very long arms, and he sort of blocks off that whole area. Did you see his catches last week?
Yeah, unreal.
Went so fast.
Yeah, so athletic, full stretch dive.
Cummins rolls up the sleeve of his shirt. Got 2 balls left this over. He hasn't bowled a maiden over yet. And he goes, bowls, that's tucked away, out towards deep square leg. Fielder there, way out in the deep. Ball tossed back again. There hasn't been a maiden at all in this innings.
No maiden, just getting the computer seems to have frozen amidst all the excitement. I'll tot up the dot balls. But the stat we had after 15 overs, there'd been more scoring shots in the first 15 overs of this game than any other recorded test match. Over 2,000 of the 2,500 games in the database.
102 for 2 is the last ball of the over. Now just 1 slip. And Green for 4th, I suppose. Cummins bowls, Crawley's leans on it, sends the ball back to the bowler again to end, well, another profitable over for England. 102 for 2. Vastly entertaining, it really is. It's fantastic. The crowd, well, all the anticipation of this. I was speaking to a lady last night in the restaurant. I was having dinner. She came bustling up. So when did you buy a ticket? She said, end of last summer.
Oh, she was
September.
on it.
Yeah, September she got a ticket.
I strolled down this morning, a little 45-minute walk. I noticed you didn't join me for the walk, but anyway, that's another story. There were pubs open at 9 a.m. and they were packed. This time, no.
Right.
But they were packed at 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock.
With all the fans. They were already.
That's
they were
an
ready.
early start. I couldn't drink a pint at 9 o'clock.
That's too much, isn't it? It's a long day.
Hazlewood to Root, who's standing upright, bowls outside the off stump. Root has nothing to do with it. And collected by Carey. Of course, people travel from far and wide, don't they, for test matches here. It's not like the city-based matches that you get in Australia or India, where very much the spectators are from that particular city. Here.
Did you not fancy the walk-in? Get the steps up?
Well, unfortunately, I was on the radio fairly early this morning.
You were actually, to take that back.
There was a very cruel video that I think Michael Vaughan took of me. I don't know Birmingham very well, with my Google Maps out on my phone trying to find my car. Hazlewood bowls, and he's on the pad there, but there's a hard sound, so bat and pad. They're thinking, is it pad first, I wonder? And Smith rather takes control of these from second slip, but the verdict there is that they're not going to review that not-out decision. 102 for 2. It's very clever, though. You can see it does tell you where you're going, obviously. But even now, there's a little button you press, and you point at the buildings ahead of you, and it says you've got to turn left or turn right. So it's not like following a map.
Oh, it gives you a little bit like your eye line.
Yes, it
guides
tells
you.
it, that's the building, because they're left just after that. And how it knew my car was parked where it was, I don't know. It's very clever. It's spooky. 102 for 2. Hazlewood runs in, bowls to Root, a thick edge there. Now, that might have been interesting for a gully fielder, but we haven't had one all day. But he just got a bit ahead of himself with his bat, got a thick edge, and it flew in the air. That might not have been too far from Cameron Green, fielding in an orthodox position.
Yeah, he's been walking, hasn't he? As soon as he's come to the crease, he's made the decision just to use his feet to creep down. By that time, maybe just caught slightly off base and pushing a fraction early. So Hazlewood would keep an eye on that, especially with Cameron Green in at gully.
103 for 2. Crawley, 56. The crowd hum in the background. Here he comes and bowls. Crawley pushes defensively, runs away out towards point.
In the first 21 overs, there were 46 singles. Root's there was the 47th of the innings so far. The previous most singles in the first 21 overs of a test match, bit of a niche stat, was 40. That was back in the Melbourne Test, December 1962 to January 1963, and in those first 21 overs Only a 50% dot ball percentage. It's
Wow.
also the lowest ever at the start of a test at this stage.
That's a Bazball stat.
The slips have really spread out now. Second slip, fourth slip. Hazelwood moves in, bowls. Crawley again, opts for defence. He's got himself in now. Got himself in. He's picked up at cover. 103 for 2. One ball left in this over. Again, it won't be a maiden. So still, there hasn't been a single maiden over bowled this morning. There's 20 minutes to go until lunch. Hazelwood strides back again. Long day for him, having not fielded for a whole day for a while. Turns in the distance. Crawley waits for him. Here he comes now, pounding in past the umpires. There he bowls, and Crawley again happy to sort of push that away back to the bowler again to end the over. 103 for 2. Crawley 56. Root has 4. We've got 20 minutes to go until lunch on this first day, and to take us there will be Jim Maxwell.
Yeah, Jim joining in a second. I have to say today has lived up to a lot of the expectations in terms of would England take the positive option and start with Bazball, or from the first ball we saw the boundary. We've had a quick scoring rate, but also Australia have stuck at it. But surprisingly, Jim, I've seen a bit of defensiveness. One question I was thinking about bowling right now, do you think Stark, extra bit of pace, point of difference, could have been interesting on this? I know he can be a fraction more expensive, but he would have provided something on a flat wicket that was a little bit different.
I think once they were satisfied that Hazelwood could get you through a game, and he was close to playing the other day at the Oval, they wanted him. He's got a better record in England. He's got the number of Root as much as Cummins has, so they've gone that way, although you could argue it's sort of lengthened the tail, I suppose, without Stark down there. But yeah, Stark's a bit sort of profligate in England and in many places, but he's a great strike bowler, but less in England. Now Boland's got the ball, he runs in and Crawley leaves it outside the off stump. It has been the most exhilarating session of Ashes cricket I can remember since, as I'm showing my age, since Bob Barber took off in England, in Australia, years and years ago, when he made 185 in an opening stand of 234 with Jeff Boycott in 1965. And for that era, that was exhilarating cricket, because they were fairly conservative in the way they played. 300 in a day was a lot.
It was a lot, yeah.
Now it's accepted. Here's Boland. Forward he goes, gets a little inside edge into the pad. I think Australia have done pretty well. They've been, yes, a bit cautious, set fields to stop fours, and there have been a lot of singles. Have they over-defended? I'm not sure. I think they knew what England would do, and let's face it, this is the plumbest pitch for an Ashes test for a long, long time. The ball has hardly moved a centimetre.
Yeah, it is flat. There is that. The only thing I thought they might have held out a fraction longer, forced, left the option and said, OK, if you're going to keep at it, go for it, rather than...
Boland in, he flays at this, he cuts it away out through cover point. It's heading towards the boundary, but it will be overhauled over there by Travis Head coming around the line. Didn't quite time it as he has for most of this innings, particularly the very first ball of the match. He splendidly cover drove Cummins for 4. But it's still ripping along. 23rd over, 2 for 105.
No, it's incredible to think, though, if Australia were to sneak out an extra wicket this morning, then all of a sudden you say, well, look, they're doing well. Nathan Lyon picking up Pope was such a key moment.
Boland, 2 slips, a 4th slip. He comes up. Crawley is pushing up. Root, rather, is pushing away on the offside, just knocking the ball, using the pace of it and getting it away to backward point for another single. So Duckett out for 12 and Pope for 31. Yeah, caught Carey bowled Hazelwood when he chased one and nicked it, and then Lyon got the LBW despite the umpire not seeing it that way. They went for the review and it was obviously pitching in line and hitting, and that was that. 1 slip, 1 gully. Here's Boland. He drives and misses. It went past the inside edge of the bat. That was a little bit loose, with Boland banging it into the box where he loves to bowl. And he did him there on the inside. He very nearly got a toucher on that to Carey.
That's a beauty, isn't he? He kind of delivers slightly above the vertical, and it allows that ball to just cut back in. Zach Crawley there had a big booming drive, short stride, and just left that gap open. Yeah, he's such a quality bowler, Scott Boland.
There's 3 men on the boundary, 2 on the onside, 1 behind point. Boland in again, and he's forward, and he's getting a run. He's not, because he's sending it on the twiddle out towards mid-wicket to end the over. So a little bit of movement from Boland. Anyway, nice to be sitting next to you, Ebony.
I know, it's been a while, Jim.
It has. What have you been doing?
What have I been doing? I've been listening to you. Last week I was tuned in. You and Alex Hartley were making me laugh quite a bit, listening to the old Test Championship. I got back in the gym. I've been enjoying the vino a bit much, and so thought I'd better tone it down. So I've been in the gym.
You're looking sleek and fit, that's for sure.
We're on it, aren't we?
Yeah.
Looking good. And then, other than that, life has been good. Once the sun's out, cricket season starts. What else is there to do? There's nothing else to do.
A summer like this. One thing I have been doing, just to keep up appearances, because I know our dear old friend Blowers, he may be listening, but I've counted 10 cranes at the far end.
10?
If you go across the skyline, there's 10. 10 blowers. If you're on the cranometer, 10. Now back goes Root, and he nudges it down behind point towards third man. He's fairly square, and they get a couple of runs as Nathan Lyon traipses around to collect. You got to look carefully.
I've got 7.
No. There's a couple more. Say straight down there. There's 3.
Oh, yeah.
There's 3 there.
That's a good spot.
Yeah. So Blowers, we're thinking of you.
We are thinking.
2 for 108. But it's a world of cranes. Every major city or less than major you go to, someone's building something.
Yeah.
And the middle of Birmingham's a bomb site where they're building the station for the very fast train. Hazelwood's coming in now. Root is walking, and he's tapping, and he's not scoring because he finds Cummins, who's down there at mid-on. So exhilarating cricket. That's what all the fans, or 90% of them who have come here today, want to see. And they're being handsomely rewarded for turning up to watch it.
Yeah, Root's persisting with walking down the crease, indication of the wicket, but also looking to just change the angle because of the Australian bowlers who just probe away. Making a few changes in the field here.
Yeah, he's just trying to keep a lid on proceedings. He hasn't been able to stop the singles because that's what happens when you spread the field. Warner's out to a short mid-wicket. There's a sort of wide slip, and then a wider one is Green. And Hazelwood goes into Root, and Root back and defends the ball watchfully away on to the offside. So full house. You can hear them in the background. And they haven't lost their lolly yet. That's tomorrow, isn't it, when they dress up?
Oh,
Saturday?
blue.
Yeah.
And tomorrow's.
What are you wearing tomorrow?
I've actually got. I almost didn't remember, and then Mounty, Adam Mountford, our producer, put a note in the group. So I've got an all-in-one like onesie type thing going on.
Mm-hmm.
It's classier than it sounds. It's not like a Christmas onesie. It's
It'll
like
look good on the air.
Yeah, it'll look good. We'll be looking sharp tomorrow.
Hazelwood's on his way again, and Root is forward with a punch down towards mid-off, and there's a misfield. Will get a run as he jumped at that Khawaja, knocked it away, but towards mid-on, and Root grabbed the opportunity. He's double figures 10, and it's 2 for 109.
What are you going for?
I'll show you when I get here,
right.
But it will be distinctively Australian.
As in?
Colour.
Oh, okay. So you're not going for the. You know.
No, I'm not going to dress up like that. No. I don't think I show off very well. I'll leave that to others who are much better at it than me. Maybe some in the box? They got a prize, have they, for the showingest offest? In goes Hazelwood. The short ball, and he pummels it out towards deep square. But over the bounce and dragged it out there for a couple of runs as he came around there to scoop up on the run. Travis Head bounced the return. They ran 2, and Crawley's momentum continues. He's 58.
So good on the short ball. Yeah, so just in case anybody's coming tomorrow, it is Blue for Bob Day, raising money and awareness for prostate cancer in memory of Bob Willis. So
I might have to wear blue as well.
You might have to shake it, like mix
Two-tone.
Two-tone.
I'll be
Bob would appreciate
I'll
that.
be Ukrainian.
Yeah, blue and yellow.
Blue and yellow. Hazlewood comes up now. Crawley forward, defending down on the offside, and umpire Raza, who's about the same girth as the umpire Erasmus, moves from his spot. It's 2 for David Shepherd, 2 for 1-1-1. Twiddle, twiddle, twiddle. 24 overs gone. We'll get a couple more before lunch. So we'll have 26 overs in this session. And, well, Lions bowled a few of those. That helps.
Yeah, it definitely does. I think it feels like it's just calmed down, hasn't it? Since the Ollie Pope wicket at that phase between it. Just felt like England were moving along. It's just calmed down now. It's in a bit of balance. Everybody looks in control. And Joe Root's just coming to the crease and doing what Joe Root does. He never does anything too elaborate. He just gets himself in, tries to rotate, strike.
So for Root, we're back to 2 slips and that sort of 4th slip hovering towards gully where Cameron Green is in position. So a full house. What good atmosphere this is. Boland's in just wide and Root withdraws his bat. So it's all calmed down after that effervescent start to the game, when we've had a lot of firsts in Test cricket, Andy, today. First time that 2 opening bowlers were dispatched for a boundary to their opening ball. What other firsts have we had here today? Most singles in the opening session?
Most singles, certainly in the first 20 overs. Yeah, it was the first time Australia in the Ashes have had their opening bowlers both hit for 4, first ball.
Boland tries again. Root's walking and he's defending back down the pitch. Any other firsts? No maidens.
No maidens. I was just looking that up, actually. Yeah. I'll get back to you on that one.
Has there ever been a first session of a test match where a maiden's not been bowled? Now, come on. You'll have to dig that one out.
I'll see what I can find. Seems unlikely. Lyon mentioned not a first, but the joint earliest a spinner has bowled in an Ashes series since 1938.
Might be first of a keeper stood up to a seamer in the first session. That's hard to track, but that's my...
Boland bowls and it's defended down the onside of the pitch. I reckon Herbert Strudwick would have been standing there.
Do you think that would have happened?
We might have missed that on television somehow. It's more than 100 years ago.
You've been watching for long. Of the last 10 years you've been watching Test cricket, have you seen a keeper stand up to a seamer in the first 10 overs?
I can't remember it. Jack Russell did to Gladstone Small, but it wouldn't have been in the first session, I don't think. I think he stumped Dean Jones down the leg side in that centenary test in Sydney, the bicentennial test. As Boland goes in, forward around the pad, he flicks it off down towards fine leg. That's a good stroke. It scoops away for 4. 2 for 115, and you can hear the crowd. They're going, Root. And he's 14.
Yeah, nice from Root there. Boland just looking to, with that angle, he tries to get the ball to cut back in, but just started a fraction too straight. And then Root just worked the angle, didn't try and overhit it. He starts so well, just getting touch and timing helped it on its way.
Nice touch. But you only have to stray a little here and you get picked off. The ball's doing very little. Boland goes in and Root's on the walk, and he likes the bounce, so he adjusts his attacking motive by nudging it down behind point again towards third man, where the chap's been all day. Again, as I say, if any of you here or listening watch Test cricket in the 60s, this was pretty much how the game started. Well, a third man, a fine leg, 2 slips in a gully, ring field. Very conservative in terms of that. Everyone used to wait for something to happen, someone to make a mistake. England don't play that game. They go after them. Boland runs in and he's forward. Crawley defending back up the offside. Umpire Erasmus says over. 2 for 116 and 25 overs have gone. Crawley has been superb. 58 from 70 balls, although the replay showed he did nick one and no one appealed.
They missed that. See, that's what I just thought was odd in that, from an Australian perspective. Normally you feel bullied a bit, actually, in a way, by Australia in that first early session of a series. It just felt that they were a fraction on the back foot, missing that. I felt like was a key moment. Like not even just the appeal. I thought they might have felt it in the moment. They just seemed a bit on the back foot.
Yep. Well, as Indy discovered last week, that the game isn't decided necessarily in the first 2 hours. So, yeah, I agree with you. They're pretty conservative approach, just waiting, watching, seeing what they were going to do. Now, Lyon's on, and he chops it down on the bounce to Smith, who rapidly picks it up at slip. So we've got the long on, the deep square, and a reverse sweeping type fielder at third man. And Lyons mixed it up pretty well, given the flatness of this surface. It's hard work. He's around the wicket, roots back, and he twiddles it away to the onside through the infield to deep mid-wicket for a single. Plenty of singles here. It's a fast ground, and it's the plumbest of plum pitches. Plumbest pitch I've seen here since Australia sent England in 2005, and they were none for 107 at lunch.
Lyon offers you a lot, though, doesn't he? In these sort of conditions, it's incredible to see the control he's got.
Yep, here he is. Crawley's forward, and he goes on the twiddle. Around to backwards where he'll get a second run. He comes back quickly enough as Boland scoots in to pick up. And England keep nibbling away here. 2 for 119. Stay listening during the lunch interval. We'll be celebrating what is so special about the Ashes. And we also have some very good news to bring you. Isn't that tantalising you?
I'm on the edge of my seat.
A slip and a short leg, and Lyon goes, Crawley goes back and plays with the predictable bounce, and he sends it to deep square for another run. This is some of Crawley's most impressive batting here today. He's calculated it pretty well. He's 61 out of 2 for 120.
Yeah, been really impressive here. I'm just wondering, Nathan Lyon looks like he's getting through quite quickly. Possibly time for one more over. Should be ideal.
There'll be another record. Lyon comes in, back he goes on the bounce to Labuschagne, jabs it off the inside edge, Joe Root, and it goes to him. In the modern era, say the last 10 years, what's the most number of overs being bowled on the first day before lunch? I think we're about to see it. You don't often get, well, we should get 27 overs. Lyon bowls again. Roots back. There's another run. Just working away to the onside. I wonder if he'll have a crack over the wicket after lunch. Anyway, we'll wait for that. We've got a minute and a half to go, and we'll get one more over with England rolling along very attractively to 2 for 121.
Was there some fining in the World Test Championship for slow over rates?
I haven't heard. I thought the players had lost their match fees.
Oh, match fees, yeah.
Of the
slow over rates.
Yeah, the accumulation of, I think it was 5 overs in the end, but I don't know whether there was anything official. I don't know.
Past, yeah.
That was the word, that they were going to lose their match fees. Whether that has any impact on what comes in the next round, I don't know. No. Food for thought. How are we going? Will this be a record?
On the maidens count? Or
no, 27 overs before lunch on the first day.
Be a record, but it does feel unusual, doesn't it?
Unless there were 2 spinners, they wouldn't get anywhere near it. Now, Boland goes in, and it's taken off the line of the stumps neatly. Will there be 2 for Root? He's dashing back for the second as it went out between those 2 men on the onside. Neatly played. And Australia can't do much about this at the moment. And they're reluctant to try and bring the field in to stop those singles because they worry that the piercing shots will go for 4. So they're just sitting back to a large extent and hoping that the batsmen make a mistake. Well, you could argue they've made 2. Here comes Boland. Forward he goes to drive beautifully. An on drive, a spanking shot straight to Khawaja, who's there at mid-on. So what a good session to start the series. 2 for 123 in the last over before lunch.
Yeah, really impressive. I think for me, the rotation of strike, even just that 2 we saw a couple of balls ago, and have just been milking a lot of the singles, keeping things ticking. Been quite organised, actually. Nothing too wild. Good, solid shots.
And Boland below us from this pavilion commentary box end. Goes in route, is forward again. That's near the pads. He likes that. Squirts it to deep square. Lyon will collect it. And he lobs it back. And we can say a very good afternoon to our 5 Live listeners who are joining us for the next hour. It's very nice to have you with us. It's Jim Maxwell here with England World Cup winner Ebony Rainford-Brent, and watching some of the most exciting Ashes batting, certainly on the opening day of a series that we've ever seen.
Yeah, this is absolutely brilliant.
Absolutely brilliant. Now get ready, Andy. You have to give me a singles count at the end of the over for the session. Boland's on his way to Crawley. Crawley forward. He gets a good one. He's dicked it, I think. Umpire Erasmus is waiting. Crawley's waiting. They're very confident. They can't believe he hasn't raised his finger. He hasn't. So there'll be Steve Smith's always the leader of the chorus here. They're going to go for a review. Was that the last ball before lunch as well? He played, he sparred. Yes, Cummins wants a review. Well, Maria Erasmus didn't support them. They were very excited behind the wicket there. It certainly bounced. Did it nick anything?
Oh, it leapt off a length. I have to say, Zach Crawley's body language just looked a little bit nervous there. Australians seem sure.
We have a player review for caught behind. Original decision is not out. Does Fieldlery could go to front time when available, please?
He had a life earlier on of sorts when he did nick one, and no one appealed, and so there was nothing in place there. We get the replay. Did bounce? Did it hit a bit of glove? Looked like it.
No, just roll it back.
Flicked a bit of glove there. That's interesting.
Yeah, just confirm.
Just the initial reaction there is he tried to remove his bottom hand. We're seeing, a touch on the bottom hand,
I'll go back to Murray.
which comes off the bat
I'm going to recommend you change
after
your
the ball had
decision
hit it,
out.
and he will be out. So it ends up being a pretty good session for Australia, really, even though England scored at a scintillating rate. Crawley's excellent innings comes to a close in the last over before lunch. It's Boland who's got the wicket. He's out for 61 in 73 balls. A dramatic session, you could say now, not just an exhilarating one, because Australia, and they'd have to be happy with that, have claimed 3 wickets. 3 for 124. Ebony?
Yeah, look how impressive, first of all, is Scott Boland. He's become a dream bowler for Australia on a flat wicket. He's someone who's relentless with line and length, and to, with a couple of balls left in the session, get a bit of bounce, a bit of shape, and take the wicket of Zach Crawley has really just opened up the game. I thought with 2 wickets, England would have gone in relatively happy, but this now just opens up that lunch session. So Ashes is looking brilliant. Well done to him. Also, Zach Crawley set the tone today and has got things fired up for this Ashes contest.
And that ball, to me, confirms one thing that could be the difference in this series, the bounce. The Australian bowlers, I think, will get more bounce unless Mark Wood's playing than England. And that was a very good delivery that surprised him with a bit of extra and took the glove. So after winning the toss and batting, we saw Duckett caught by Carey off Hazelwood for 12, Pope leg before to Lyon for 31, and Crawley on the point of lunch, a couple of balls left, was caught by Carey off Boland for 61. Cummins none for 32 from 7, Hazelwood 1 for 27 from 7, Boland 1 for 34 at his 7th over, and Lyon 1 for 31 from his 6 overs. So that's the situation. Single count. Have you got that,
the
Andy?
Single count do 54 singles.
54 singles.
Which is a record for this stage of a first innings of a test match.
I'm not surprised. Well, there we are. What a session to start the series, Simon Mann. I'll hand over to you for the lunchtime entertainment. I hear you're not singing, but you might be conducting a band. Good luck.
Thank you very much. So, 40 minutes for lunch. It's funny, isn't it? You come to the cricket, you have expectations. It's never quite like you imagine it's going to be, and it's been a very different morning session than we perhaps expected. 124 for 3, lots of singles. Australia setting the field back. England still scoring quickly. And a really fascinating morning session. Great to have 5 Live listeners with us for the next hour, plus Tony Livesey is presenting 5 Live Drive from here at Edgbaston from 4 o'clock. Remember, you can watch highlights of the action this morning. That wicket of Zach Crawley will be on the BBC website very soon, and throughout the Ashes, the men's and the women's series on the BBC Sport website and app, and you can go to the text commentary as well, and you can find the clips there, including the first ball of the game that was hit for 4.
Here's the first ball of the Ashes. It's Australia's captain Cummins who runs in and bowls outside the off-stump. Well, that answers a few questions.
Brilliant. Yep, another dramatic start to an Ashes summer, and the clip of that and much more is on the BBC Sport website and app. Plus today at the Test is on BBC Two from 7 o'clock tonight, and the BBC iPlayer. You'll also find on the iPlayer the documentary How to Win the Ashes with the accompanying podcast series on BBC Sounds. Maybe not a straightforward question, that one, how to win the Ashes, but during this interval we're going to pose a different question. Just what makes the Ashes so special?
Dad was involved in the 86-87 Ashes win in Australia, and I remember there was this VHS made called On Top Down Under, which Dad was heavily involved in. So sort of instead of watching Postman Pat, I was watching Ashes cricket, really. So it was. I remember watching that video loads as a youngster. So that sort of grew my knowledge and excitement about Ashes cricket from quite a young age, really, and got to that age where I was trying on his caps and his jumpers and all that sort of thing. Probably just built little bricks of inspiration in me to have a lot of drive to want to play successfully in Ashes cricket. And it was a great moment for me playing in the 09 Ashes and lifting that urn at the Oval, because I'd been an Ashes fan really since I could remember.
I feel like it's the history of it. There's been so many iconic moments in Ashes cricket, so many iconic series, 2005, 81. You can go further back as well. Some incredible players that have come through, some incredible players that have made their name in Ashes cricket. Think about Shane Warne, that ball to Mike Gatting at Old Trafford, Freddie's over at Ponting at Edgbaston in 05, KP. You just think about all these players that have actually, I'm not saying they wouldn't have made it without Ashes cricket, but they made their name in Ashes cricket, and I think that's, for a cricketer, is exciting. So I think that just the history of it makes it such a big series.
From being a young kid playing in the street with my brother in the garden or wherever at the local club nets, we'd be playing Ashes Test matches against each other. As the older brother, I was always England. Most of the time I'd be, even as a right hander, I'd be Trescothick or Mark Butcher after that Headingley Test match, Michael Vaughan when scoring all those runs down in Australia. It wasn't NASA very often, but yeah, just whoever had scored runs, that's who I'd want to be. And it makes me think of being 7 years old again, right the way till now, and the experiences I've had in the middle. I never thought that I'd get the chance to be a part of it. I always dreamt of it and wanted to be an Ashes player, but to be able to sit here now and have so many experiences, good and bad, is really exciting to get another opportunity to go and experience it again.
There we are, 3 current England players, Joe Root, James Anderson and Stuart Broad, talking about what makes the Ashes so special. It's also the fact that we were able to bring you, and have done for so long, some great Ashes moments.
Dad was involved in the 86-87 Ashes win in Australia, and I remember there was this VHS made called On Top Down Under, which Dad was heavily involved in. So sort of instead of watching Postman Pat, I was watching Ashes cricket, really. So it was. I remember watching that video. So that's my knowledge and excitement about Ashes cricket from quite a young age, really, and got to that age where I was trying on his caps and his jumpers and all that.
Well, 3 great players talking about some of the their memories of the Ashes, and we've got some really good news to share with you, because Test Match Special will broadcast past our 70th birthday with the news that we can announce. The BBC Sport has agreed with the ECB a new audio rights deal, which means we'll have live exclusive coverage up to and including the 2028 season of all England's men and women's home tests, ODIs and T20s, plus men's and women's domestic cricket. Aggers is alongside me. Well, that's great news to start an Ashes summer, isn't it, Aggers?
Well, it's only on days like today you realise how many people are listening, and listening in so many different ways. In the garden, in the car, increasingly at work these days, sneaky little sort of headphones, Bluetooth tucked in a phone, ticking out the commentary. I mean, you think how it's changed the way that it was broadcast over all those years, 70 years. So it's fabulous. I think of all those who have gone before us, and when the programme first started up in the 50s, would they really have had any idea that it would still be going so many years on? So it's a huge thank you to the listeners, really, who have been so loyal throughout all of that time, and it's brilliant that we can carry on until then. Wonderful. Yeah, big 70th birthday.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll be going on until 2028 at least, anyway. Minimum of 2028. So we're going to ask the question during this lunch interval, what makes the Ashes so special? Michael Vaughan was player of the series in 2002-3 down under, and famously won the Ashes back for England after 18 years in 2005, and he'll join us in a few moments. But we have Alistair Cook here. So Alistair Cook, player of the series, as England won famously in Australia in 2010, 11 before captaining England to 2 more wins at home. Jason Gillespie is a 3 times Ashes winner with Australia and part of one of their greatest ever teams. And it says here, Aggers, an Ashes winner in 1985.
Well, I played a very important part in winning the Ashes in 1985 because I was called in for I think it was the 3rd test at Old Trafford. And I mean, in those days, you didn't. You were in and out. So, it was interesting listening to all the preparations that England have had, for instance, going on their golf trips and so on, the team spirit. It's very hard to build a team spirit in those days because the team kept changing. I mean, you didn't know if you were going to be in it for 1 week to the next. Yeah, so I got my call up for this 3rd test. It was at Old Trafford. It was a horrible game. It rained. There was a very strong wind. I was picked as a fast bowler. I didn't take a wicket. And I scored 2 runs. Not out. But they made a decision that I wasn't good enough on that. And so they were all quite right. So for the reason of being obviously not good enough, I was dropped, which brought in Richard Ellison, who then took 10 wickets in the next test match and a load more at the Oval. And so we won the Ashes mainly on the back of me not being good enough.
So you felt you contributed?
No, not at all. But the invitation came through to number 10 Downing Street at a very posh envelope. And I thought, I can't accept that. I've got 2 not out at Old Trafford. I can't go there and pretend that I've won the Ashes.
You still went there, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, I did. Yeah. I thought, to hell with it. So I went and met Margaret Thatcher, who clearly knew nothing about cricket because she looked at my name. We had a pin on our jacket. And she looked at, Mr. Agnew, she said, congratulations on your performance. So I thought, there you go, Maggie knew nothing about cricket. I went and had a nice time. Dennis enjoyed himself, I'll tell you that. But I felt a complete fraud. But I do not dine out on the back of being an Ashes winner, Simon.
No. Well, you've seen lots of Ashes series. What makes them so special? What is it?
Oh, it's the history, isn't it? I mean, the history and tradition of the Ashes. You go right back in the day to how Australia was founded, really. The white population that were there at the very beginnings didn't actually want to be there. They were sent off the penal colonies from here, and so that set up this incredible competition between the 2 countries. It's not that today, but that's the root of it. You've got to go all the way back to that time. And England would go on tours out there, and they'd lose the occasional game. But no one really heard about it here because it's so far away and there wasn't much communication. But of course then the Australians came over here in 1882 and they won that famous game at the Oval, a very narrow game. Some poor old boy in the crowd died of a heart attack through excitement. Fred Spofforth, the Australian fast bowler, tore through the lower order, and of course people here were horrified when they really were. How can these people who were sent away as convicts basically come back and beat us at our own game? It would really hit hard. And so there was that satirical obituary that was published about the body of English cricket, it should be cremated, and the Ashes sent to Australia. So that was the first mention of the Ashes. And Ivo Bligh was the captain of England, who a few months later took England back to Australia again for a repeat performance, and he announced at Tilbury Dock he's going to go and win the Ashes back. So off he went. They lost the first test but won the next 3, and they got to a little place called Gisborne outside Melbourne, where a group of Australian women presented Ivo Blythe with this little urn, little 6-inch high urn, terracotta. In fact, the woman who gave it to him, he married within a year. It's all quite a nice little story. But no one really knew what was in it, and it's always been a bit of a talking point. Is it a ball, like a burnt ball? Is it a stump? Was it a bale? Was it a veil? That was the latest one that was all floated out there. Anyway, Ivo Blythe took it back home again. It was like a personal gift to him. It's never been formally recognised as being the trophy of Anglo-Australian cricket. It was just given to the museum. And I think it's rather nice in that, football and rugby have these massive trophies and they wave them around, don't they, when they win things at Wembley or Twickenham. We play with that tiny little terracotta urn with perhaps nothing in it at all. We don't know. And that's it. I just love that whole story, really. It's because it's real, it's history. It happened, it's an historic event. And that is, and along with that, now it's friendly rivalry, isn't it? I don't think it was so much back in the day, but that friendly rivalry that lives on between Australians and English, it's all part of it.
Jason, is it a friendly rivalry?
I probably wouldn't quite use that term, but I think I'd use the term respectful rivalry. I think there's certainly huge respect between two countries and the two teams. There's a lot of crossover these days. Players come over and play a lot of county cricket. They're playing around the T20 circuit these days. Players have come over and played Sheffield Shield cricket and the like. So guys get to know each other off the field as well as on, some more so than others, and that's cool. But I think it's a respect thing, and I think the enormity of it. I think as a player, when you first come and play, I played a few test matches before I played my first Ashes test. My first Ashes test was actually here in 1997, and my main memories of that is getting belted all over the park in my 11 overs before I did my hamstring, Nasser getting double 100, and us losing the test and hearing the whole crowd yell out, "The Ashes are coming home, the Ashes are coming home." So that was my first memory of an Ashes trip.
And of course Nasser never told me that you were injured in that, because he always said I was a great double 100. I was facing Gillespie, this and this, and McGrath and Warren, and he didn't tell me you only bowled a handful of overs.
I bowled 11 overs and did my hamstring and didn't bowl the rest of the game. And got run out by Michael Bevan. And I had a runner and I was run out. That probably summed up that.
But the Ashes didn't come home here, did they? Because Australia fought back and won that series. When was the first time you were aware of them? I mean, as a young lad, watching on TV or going to the ground?
Yeah, as a kid and watching it on TV was probably the main one. A big memory for me was 89 when Australia won them here in the UK. I remember David Boone sweeping Nick Cook, the left armer from Northamptonshire, to win the Ashes. As I was in year 9 at school, and I sort of sneakily stayed up late at night after I was told to go to bed, and snuck out in the lounge room and turned the telly on to watch it, and saw Booney play that. But to win that series, and that really, I wanted to play cricket for Australia from age 7, but the Ashes, I remember that 89 series like it was yesterday, and that was the one I wanted to play.
Those memories do stick with you because it is the Ashes. Mine was 1972.
Yep.
I watched lots of Test cricket at that time. I was 12 watching that series of Dennis Lillee and Bob Massey, all that sort of stuff. Ian Chappell, Rob Marsh, and all the matches before or since have gone into sort of a bit of a childhood haze, really. But that Ashes 72, because it was Australia, those memories have stuck with me all the way through. It's important.
Well, so 97 would have been my first time where I really took notice of that game. I still to this day can't believe Nasser got double 100, but that was the first time that I realised what was happening. I remember watching before, but that was when I was like, England got a chance, and obviously going 1-0 up, the excitement they gave me. And I suppose now, having played in it and today, it's because it's so heightened, isn't it? Like the build-up this week, as a player, you are, there's the front page of, I think Ben Stokes is on every paper, all that kind of stuff, which doesn't happen to cricketers at all, really. And this series does it for every time it happens for 2 years. And I think when you're then as a youngster and you start getting into the build-up of it, and you start to understand the importance that it feels like, And then you think, oh, how amazing would it be out there to play? If you like, I was just a cricket tragic when I was young. How amazing would it be to play a Test match in an Ashes? And then you actually do get there, and the people you have followed in there, and the fact that you can remember your stories, I can remember my stories, everyone can remember their Ashes stories.
Absolutely.
Because it's so heightened, because for once cricket's on the front and the back pages, is why it makes it so special.
Something you were saying earlier on Test Match Special, you were saying it takes over your life. I don't know whether it's as a player as much as it does as captain. If you're captain of an Ashes team, what's that 5 or 6 weeks like? Does it dominate every minute of every day? Can you switch off? Give us an illustration of what it's like.
A bit long-winded, but my first obviously experience of an Ashes series was 5-0 loss in 6-7 under Freddie Flintoff's leadership against that great side who were, the Warne, McGrath, who obviously lost the brilliant series in 2005, and this was their revenge series. And I kind of, went into that kind of storm as a 21-year-old, and we got hammered. And then all I ever wanted to do was win an Ashes. From that moment, seeing them celebrate it, and obviously my 5 Ashes Test matches then was 5 losses and a 5-0. Not many sides got 5-0. So from that moment on, I thought, geez, how lucky would I be if I could just win one Ashes series? And that 2009, I distinctly remember the Oval Test match. We were ahead of the game. Australia chasing 500 odd. They were 80 for naught maybe overnight. And Strauss and I were sharing a lift back in the car together. They were doing the presentation party, practicing it for the next day. And I just thought, I'll give anything that we win it there. And that's kind of how much it kind of meant to me during that series. But when I was captain, it did consume me. You were just so desperate to be the captain at the end, following Michael Vaughan, following Andrew Strauss in my recent history. Obviously before that we never won it, but just think I could have that iconic photo of holding the urn goes down in folklore, and that's what I wanted, not for the glamour of it. I just wanted that little moment to say that I was an Ashes winning captain.
Have you got that photograph at home somewhere, up in your kitchen, or
no, not at all? But it's you sometimes see it around somewhere, not in the house, but on there. And you think, do you know what? For that one time when you walk up there, Oval 2013, you kind of walk up there and you just. Yeah, for that one moment, it is seriously special, and that's what all the hard work. 2015, very different because we were under the pump. We're not expected to win at all. I think Mark Butcher even described it as, I'm going to watch this behind my sofa. So that was a very different experience.
Well, in case you want more evidence of why the Ashes is so special, here are a few magical moments.
Marsh swings it high on the offside. Brendle's underneath it. This could be the Ashes for England. He's caught it. They've won.
Palmerson from the far end bowls the first ball of the series. Oh my word, it's gone straight to second slip.
And feels he's out LBW, and Lakers taking all 10.
Shane Warne, he bowls, and Gatting is taken on the pace. Bowls.
Bright bowled. The middle stumps out of the ground. England have won. They've won by 18 runs.
And that side into the next side is taken. Mitchell Johnson takes a wicket, and how fitting it should be that it's Mitchell Johnson.
And both of them now both Thompson. He dropped it. He's out. He's caught in the slip. Got it. Servere knocked it up, and it was Miller who caught the rebound. England have won by 3 runs.
In goes Bresnan, bowls to Hilton House, and he's caught behind. He is out, and England have won, and they've retained the Ashes.
And then comes Lee, bowls to Peterson, who hooks his hard. Oh, that's a great shot. That's the best of his sixes.
And there's an appeal for a catch behind. Umpire Damasceno raises the finger and gives him out. It's all over. Australia have won.
Here's Broad coming in and bowling to Voges. Oh, he's brilliantly caught! Brilliantly caught! That is an outrageous catch by Ben Stokes. Dawson comes up and bowls to Waugh, who drives through the offside for his 100th. That is extraordinary.
Casper Rich goes back, and Parry's one as he caught down the left side. There's an appeal for catches out. England have won. England have won by 2 runs.
Wow, what a finish. What an incredible test match.
And in comes Pat Cummins from the far end. He bowls to Stokes, who hammers it for 4. And stands there with the bat raised. I can't believe we've seen that.
No, is it the Ashes? Yes, England have won the Ashes.
amazing moments there. Some iconic voices of Test match special history as well. The likes of Brian Johnson and Henry Brofelt, Jim Maxwell, John Arlott and Christopher Martin Jenkins. TMS has been broadcasting since 1957 and we will be continuing until at least the 2028 season with exclusive coverage throughout the summer after signing a new audio rights deal with the ECB. My favourite bit of commentary there, that Edgbaston 2005, Jim having to describe England winning right at the end there. Michael Vaughan alongside me, and your reaction to that was to pick up Andrew Flint, or at least leap on Andrew Flint and twiddle his ears.
Yeah, afternoon everyone. You look back at a lot of celebrations. I'm sure Jason and Alistair feel the same, but you kind of look back at those moments and think, what was I doing? Why? But when you're in that elation of celebration, you kind of forget everything and you just go with the flow. The Ashes is something that we're all kind of brought up with. As soon as you start playing cricket, for me, playing cricket as a young kid, I wanted to play in the Benson and Hedges Cup final at Lords. I wanted to play for my county because the distant dream of representing England was too far away at that stage. So I wanted to represent my county, and then as soon as I played for my county and started to do okay, I thought, I want to play for England. And then I was watching the Australians batter England quite regularly in an incredible way with a brilliant team. And then you get into the England side and you think, can you do anything against this Australian side? And there was such a juggernaut. But you know that when you're suddenly playing in Ashes, it's almost like you're ticking moments in your career. You get that county debut, then you get your county cap, then you get your England debut, then you play your first day of Ashes cricket. And for me, my first day at the Gabba in 2002, the emotion and the adrenaline and the drainage. I mean, we were in the dirt all day. The Aussies pounded us everywhere. I dropped a couple of absolute goobers.
Was that the one NASA decided to bowl on the flat one?
Yeah, it'd have been similar if Ben Stokes had decided to bowl here, I reckon. But I felt the week leading into my first Ashes Test match, I don't know what the guys have said before, but I felt completely drained. Even
before you'd even started.
Yeah, the anthems. I'd never had the anthem before a Test match before. It was my first experience of walking out there at 10 to 11, or I think it was probably 20 past 10 in Australia, to align ourselves with each other to sing the national anthem, and then go back into the dressing room, and then back through the tunnel at the Gabba onto the field. And I think it was the first over I fumbled one, not surprisingly, at Gully. Hayden got off the mark. Then the ball started to travel everywhere, and I dropped one mid-afternoon. I remember getting into my room that night and saying, I'd felt after that one day in the field that I'd already played a series. It drained the life out of me, and that's just the experience of playing in such a high-pressure moment. To actually have that dream of lifting the urn, I never had that. I never felt I was going to achieve that. I honestly didn't. And then 05 arrived, and I was lucky that I had a very good team. Great bowling attack. As much as me and Cookie can say that batting matters, of course it does matter, but I'll give Jace a bit of credit. You can't win an Ashes series without bowling attack, and I was very fortunate. I had 4 incredible seamers and a spinner who was very experienced in 05.
What sort of percentage chance did you give yourselves in 2005? Before the series started?
I talked it up saying we had a great chance.
But you didn't really believe that?
No, I didn't. I thought this Australian side was such a juggernaut and such a team and such a side full of world stars. I thought we might get them. I thought we might get them on the odd occasion. Actually, once we'd won here, I thought we had a chance of panicking them again. But realistically, it was here that I thought, oh no, because, Jason will admit that the Aussies were nowhere near their best here. They didn't play anything like, with the ball on the first day, they panicked and they didn't really get the right field, and they allowed us to score 400. With the bat in hand, they weren't at the best. And yet we only won by 2. And I remember celebrating here and the day after driving home and thinking, that was a brutal week. We've played as well as we possibly can, and we only beat them by 2 runs. I thought, can we continue in that vein and play to that fashion? Yes, but will the Aussies bounce back? Of course they will. It wasn't really until, I would say 3 days at the Oval, and then I think the Aussies took the light, when Hayden and Langer took the light. And it was then that I thought, wait a minute, we've got a great chance here. We're going to just have to bat a day. It all came to, can you bat a day? And on a pitch which was pretty pure, pretty true, I always felt we'd create a bit of panic, because that was the kind of team that we were, but I always felt we'd have enough to bat out that last day. But it wasn't really until the Oval 3 days in that I thought, I'll be that lucky captain to lift the urn.
We talk about 2005 a lot, Jason, but when you started that series, did you think, oh, it's just same old, same old. You know, we've got a good team. We'll come to England. We'll do what we've been doing for the last nearly 20 years.
We thought we'd play well, but what's interesting, I've mentioned this before, and I don't think I've ever spoken to you about this, Vorney. There was some things I noticed about the England side, that squad, that trip, that were different to what I'd experienced in Ashes cricket from 97 through to that 05 series. And it may not sound like much, but I noticed it, so it must have been something. It was just little things that you guys did was the way you guys prepared, like warmed up on the ground. You know, it was all very... there was a lot of purpose with it. There was a lot of urgency. It was sort of, you address or Duncan addresses a team, then everyone goes and does their things, catching, bowling thing, and it was all done with a lot of purpose. And then you guys would be out in the field, and the umpires would walk out, and then you'd see, like, within 2 seconds, everyone's coming out as a team, quick little huddle, and then everyone's in their position before our boys had even got a third of the way out to the ground. Now, the reason I mention it is because I'd never seen that before from England. You walk out the field, blokes are wearing different vests, different caps, just wandering out in their own time, and our batters are already out there. They've marked centre, they've come back in to have a chat, and everyone's still going to their positions. But that England 05, there was just a different vibe about it. And I don't know if that was something you guys spoke about or that, but I know we noticed that it was just a different feel around the team.
Do you reckon that one-day series before really helped? Because I particularly remember even Goffey, who was so fired up, wasn't there? There was a real confrontation in that one-day series, and often the one-day series follows the Test matches, but you guys just seemed to be like to try and made a point in that series, in that one-day series.
There was a moment, actually, I think it was the T20 game, and it might have been Goffey on a hat-trick, and I think Simo came out, like Andrew Simmons, a great guy, and he came out to bat on a hat-trick. And I said to Goffey, and the team knew that we wanted to bowl short to Simo. And he bowled a bouncer at him, hit him on the shoulder. And I think the hat-trick for the individual is great, but it was more about the collective of what we were going to try and send as a message to Australia. And that for me was quite a big moment because, you know, to beat a side like you were involved in it, if we weren't a collective and weren't doing everything for the team, we had no chance. And I guess all those little 1%ers that you talk about, I think they just happen because I don't think we spoke about, you know, when we're fielding and preparing, we do everything as one, and when we go out as a group. But I do think those huddles for me are quite important because, you know, in the era when I finished, and particularly in 2005, there's lots in the dressing room. You know, you've got 2 or 3 players that aren't playing, you've got all the backroom team. And I always feel the huddle, some people say, oh, it's just for show. You know, it's just trying to do some. But actually, it's the only time where you as an 11 are together. You know, you as an 11 can say whatever you want in that huddle, and it might be a joke, and most of the time it is a joke, just to try and relax the nerves. But there are some strong messages that could come. It's not just from the captains, from the players within. But I always felt that was the moment that we just knew that it was about the 11. You know, all the preparations done by the coaches, and they give us some great data and some great technical advice. But realistically, to win an Ashes series, it's about those 11 players that go out on the field and produce the magic. And that huddle for me was an important part of that England side. And you see massive football teams now, they do the huddle, and it kind of roars the crowd, it gets them going. It's quite an entertainment factor.
You're listening to 5 Live and 5 Sports Extra. England 124 for 3 at lunch. Play will resume in around about 7 or 8 minutes' time. Do we place too much emphasis on the Ashes? I mean, we were talking about it all day. Well, we've been talking about it for several weeks, actually, and probably for a couple of years, or subliminally as well. Do we place too much emphasis on it?
I don't think it's a bad thing. Well, why not build up a series? Why not build? You've just listened to some of the great clips, which actually probably a lot of the listeners can remember. You can't remember the other series, so why not heighten up this series? It is still the same game of cricket, and actually as a player, this heightened expression, the nerves and the anxiety you feel leading into that game. I reckon it's about now, once you've got out there for one session, the second session, you then realise still just the same game of cricket you've just been playing. So it takes a little bit for the players to get used to it, but I love it. I think it's brilliant that we can remember moments from 1981, we can remember 97, we can remember 2005, iconic moments, and with all the other stuff, with franchise cricket coming in and so much cricket getting played, the fact that we will probably all remember Zach Crawley's fall on that first ball today, even though it might not mean that England win the series. But I'll remember where I was and kind of Stokes' face as a captain. And that's what sport does, gives you memories, and the Ashes always gives you the best memories.
And let's look at it through the lens of the supporter. I mean, we were at a function last night, Cookie, with all the Australian tour groups that are over here watching. They're all grown men and women. They're all like kids in a candy store. They are so excited. There's just the giddiness and excitement about Ashes cricket, and it's just something, they've all grown up with it. And that they haven't had the opportunity to maybe participate as a player, but they've ridden the highs and the lows that all the players have ridden over the years. And they just love it. They absolutely love it.
It defines your career. You know, an England player, an Australian player, you know, wherever you walk around the world, if someone notices you as the cricketer, it's generally because of what you've done in an Ashes series. You know, I don't think I've ever been stopped in the street and said, that 100 you got against the West Indies. But I've been stopped in the street and talked about 05 continuously for the last 18 years. That's what makes it so special. You know, as a player, that once you're in that club, it's a special club. All the players that are playing here today, they're a part of the Ashes club. And the funniest thing for me is that when you're playing against the Aussies, you hate them. But actually, we love them. And vice versa. Most of my great mates in cricket are the Aussies. The Jason Gillespie, Gilchrist, late great Shane Warne. There's a respect factor that you don't want to show, really, and you don't want to be. I heard Jimmy Anderson's comment. He doesn't want to be mates with the Australians. I bet you he is when he finishes. He'll have great mates with the Australians, huge amount of respect, and that's what it is. You just know you're a part of a very, very special club as players when you've represented your country in an Ashes series.
And also, as a player, you get an opportunity to make that name for yourself. That Ben Stokes 100 at Headingley, I know he's done loads of other stuff, but that is what we remember. We all remember Michael Vaughan's 2005. You have one chance as a player to etch yourself in history, and it's just that opportunity in front of you, in front of these guys for the next 6 weeks on both sides to do something special. And because it's so special, people remember it.
You say as well that it's played hard on the field. What does that mean? I mean, we've talked in the past. People produce books, don't they, about best sledges and that sort of thing. Australia are accused of sledging teams. I mean, under Pat Cummins, things have changed a lot, it seems to me, or quite a bit anyway. But what does it mean about playing hard on the field? What is it like to be out there in the middle?
I think body language plays a role. Like you want to show that you're up for the battle and the challenge, and you want to be up for that challenge, that battle, because you know it's going to be bloody hard work, and you've put all that time and effort into your strategy, your preparation, physically, mentally, to go out and execute your skills, and you want to showcase those skills. So that's how I would look at defining, playing the game hard. We hear, and everyone will probably have a slightly different way of looking at it.
Our 5 Live listeners will be back for the first ball of the afternoon session, but we're just going to hand you to Eleanor Oldroyd for now. And we'll continue for our 5 Sports Extra listeners.
And also, actually, both teams are so similar. That's why it clashes a bit. They're both you talk about playing hard cricket, but they both well, certainly I played, both sides love a beer at the end of the game, end of a day. And, we play all around the world with slightly different cultures, but you'd say the England and Australian culture is very similar, actually. And that's why probably there are so many clashes. And it's only when you finish the game, or certainly the series, when you sit and you walk into the change room, certainly when I did, because I didn't play any franchise cricket, that every player has the same self-doubts, the same nerves that they felt, that you felt, they felt, the same, like, oh God, I can't believe I've got to bowl at him or bat at him, vice versa. It's extraordinary, isn't it? It's just because you're wearing a different shirt, totally opposite side of the world.
I mean, Cookie mentions franchise cricket. I didn't get the opportunity to go into a dressing room with lots of different players from around the world, but I did get the opportunity to play with Australian players at Yorkshire. Darren Lehman, Greg Blewett, Diz, Matthew Elliott. And for me, it was when they arrived at Yorkshire that my game changed, because I started to see Australians play in a way that I wasn't playing. And Diz mentioned body language. The Australian side of the late 90s, early 2000s that I was just studying, they had great body language. Steve Waugh, he was a past master of just this expertise in psychology. of making the opposition feel very, very small.
How did he do that? What was it like?
I remember 2-2-2-3 walking on the pitch at the Gabba. I thought, I'd played against India and Sri Lanka in 2002. You'd walk on the field, Ganguly, Sachin, morning, and they go, hi guys, hi, speak, shake hands. I walked onto the field in the Gabba and said hello to Steve Moore. He just stared at me. Didn't even say hello. I was like, oh, hello, this is slightly different, but I know what he was going to try and do. He was just trying to make you feel small. That Aussie side had a great mindset of making, I guess, the opponent's weakness stand out. And I learnt a great deal, that togetherness, that body language. It's so important as a team that, when you're in the fight, and particularly under pressure, body language is strong.
But what's said on the field? Is it not quite how people imagine it?
There are... Normally there's a flashpoint at some stage. When you play 5 test matches over 6 weeks in a very short period of time against the same bowlers, against the same teams pretty much, there's always something which then gravitates, and it does snowball, and it kind of gets you, probably because it means so much to both sides. And as the tension rises, the games get closer, and say the series is close, that's when the flashpoints happen. It's all fairly pathetic. But it's not pathetic in one sense, because they're just sides desperate to win, and I'd much rather watch two sides giving a little bit to each other, because they really care, and it's shown they can.
Yeah, I've heard more nasty stuff at club level, to be honest. At times it can be pretty brutal. But look, international cricket, I think I agree with what Cookie said. There's the odd words are spoken, but I think more and more it's just about trying to just get that little bit of edge. And
I reckon back in the day it was probably worse. I was with Big Merv last night. I reckon Big Merv gave it out a bit.
Yeah. Well, that's that famous photograph of him just sort of shouting at Graham Hitt.
That's right. Yeah.
But it was in the days where there was no stump mics. Yeah. I think these players these days know the camera's on them at all times, and the microphone's on at all times as well.
Well, we've been chatting about it. It's now time to watch it, because the players are back out there, and we're in the middle of an over as well, because England losing a wicket just before lunch, with Zach Crawley gloving through to Carey, his second catch of the morning. England 124 for 3. The sun is still shining, although a bit of cloud has built up, but it's summer cloud rather than threatening cloud on this first day. We might get a bit of thundery cloud later in the game. Well, it's all set up. Root's there on 20. Harry Brook is about to take his first ball in Ashes cricket. We've been talking about the whole experience of playing in the Ashes. Well, Harry Brook is about to experience it. And Jim Maxwell, who's seen a fair bit of Ashes cricket in his time, and tough as he's played in quite a bit of it, are going to take you through the first 20 minutes after lunch.
Thank you, Simon. Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning, good evening, wherever you may be around the world, or intergalactically in Mars or some other place. So this is good cricket. This is definitely the most exhilarating start to an Ashes test match I can remember. Toughest?
Yes, afternoon, everyone. Afternoon, Jim. Just a sensational first session, wasn't it? So I think Australia, just getting that last wicket of Crawley with a great delivery from Scotty Boland, have just got their noses in front when 20 minutes before the break, when Crawley was going well and Ollie Pope was going well, you thought England were racing along. So it's nip and tuck, and it's going to be like that all summer, mate, I think.
Well, it certainly looks a good pitch to be batting on, and here's Boland after lunch. He draws Brook Ford off the mark straight away, keeping up the tempo of the game that we've seen so far, with so many singles run by England, apart from some luscious boundaries struck by Crawley before he got one off the glove from Boland. It bounced a bit more than it surprised him and took his glove.
Yeah, and nipped away a bit, mate. Sorry, and nipped away. I mean, he has the ability to bowl them, doesn't he? Just out of nowhere. He's not express pace, is he? But he's just got enough pace, and every now and then he just makes something happen. He's a quality bowler for me.
He bowls to Root, and Root's driving, just checking himself on the front foot as he sent it down to mid-off. So that's the conclusion of the over that he was successful in just before lunch. And it's 3 for 125. It's a very warm day. It's a full house. Although as I look around the ground, they must be having a cup of tea or a jar of something. There's a few gaps in the crowd at the moment. Where do they go? Is there any room inside the ground?
Yeah, all sort of around the concourse, covered concourse.
In the shade?
Yes, the stands and the fast food and and a few beers might be just taking a bit longer to consume than expected. But they'll be back. It won't take them long because this is enthralling stuff. It's edgy your seat stuff. It really, really is. Nathan Lyons played a good hand as well, wasn't he? Just wheegling that wicket of Ollie Pope out. Ollie Pope was looking great as well, wasn't he? Looking busy and played some glorious cover drives. And his tempo's so good, Ollie Pope, when he gets going. So that was a crucial breakthrough for Nathan Lyon.
So Lyon to continue where he was down at the Birmingham City end. Around the wicket, that's his go. And he's forward, first ball. Quickish ball right at him, and he knocked it away on the offside. So England winning the toss and batting, and Duckett was caught by Kerry aiming a cut at Hazelwood for 12. Pope LBW to Lyon for 31, and Crawley on the stroke of lunch caught by Carey off the glove from Boland for 61. Here's Lyon again, and he's back, and he's going with the line of the ball to the onside and just turning it neatly into the deep field. But you'd have to say this pitch looks and seems to be playing like a belter.
It does indeed. And that's why I think you've just been kicking themselves, some of the England players. I know Zach Crawley got a great delivery, but as you say, Ben Duckett, a little bit loose outside the off stump. Ollie Pope, just back to a short ball and missed it really off the off spinner. So, if you get the 30 or 40, you've got to be looking to go big. As you say, it's a belting wicket.
So slip and a short leg. And Lyon bowling and a reverse sweep. He misses. Appeal for LBW. He wants the LBW, but he won't get it from umpire Raza. I don't know whether. Is this worth a review? The bowler and Kerry are having a chat. Where did it pitch? Where was it going? I think there's a lack of confidence that we saw earlier when they went for the review to remove Pope. But have a look at the replay, Mr. Phil. What are you going to see?
It won't be far away, Jim. As you say, it's the big reverse sweep. I'll tell you something, that might have just turned and gone down the leg side.
Yeah.
So there is that little bit of turn in here. I mean, it's been dry. There is just a touch of turn for the offie.
Reverse sweep missed, and now is pushed forward to a full-length ball. They got a man down a deep third man backward point for that shot, and they have been pretty conservative with the field placing. Basically, I think Cummins has been saying, well, if you want to take us on, take a risk if you need to. There's a long on, deep squared, a man behind point, and now a poke to the onside by Root sends the ball out into the deep. Pretty easy paced surface for the most part, but we have seen a couple turn.
Yeah, there's just been a couple that straightened. I mean, he's a fantastic bowler, Nathan Lyon, nearly 500 wickets, test wickets. He's up there with the best offies and the best spinners in the world, if not the best in the world, and he's just getting the ball to hold a little bit on this absolutely belting pitch.
He comes to Brook pushing forward to a full-length ball and sends it out on the onside. Umpire Raza says over with 28 overs gone, 3 for 127, Reed 21, and Brook on 2, and that's some high cloud around. It's not threatening, but it's not the clear blue sky we had an hour ago.
Well, it's just taken the heat off, the edge off the heat, hasn't it? But it's a glorious day here in Birmingham, and the crowd are absolutely loving every minute of it. Every ball, you can just sense that they're on the edge of the seats. Ben Stokes got his pads on. Is he going to be coming in next, or Johnny Bairstow? It's going to be interesting to see. I'd be tempted to stick Johnny Bairstow in, but then do you have Stokes coming in at 7? Don't know. So that's going to be interesting to see. But they're both ready to go.
Now there's another chat going on. Is it about the ball? What is it this time? Pat Cummins is there with umpire Erasmus. I think the ball needs a bit of manicuring.
They get the little scissors out, don't they? They've got the little nail scissors, little manicure kit in the pocket, the umps.
Do they have that manicure kit in your day? Or they just throw the ball back and get on with the game?
They did a little bit, but occasionally if the little bit of string or something comes out of the seam, they get the little nail scissors out or the nail clippers and give it a trimmer.
Well, the work's been done, the handiwork, and we're on the way with Boland running in and Root is leaving at the death outside the off stump. He was hovering forward, and we've seen this intent from the England batsmen quite often shimming towards what they hope is going to be the length of the ball to drive it, and if not, they're just pushing it into a gap for a single. And we've had a record number of singles and still not a maiden in this match.
No, don't deal in maidens. Bazball versus Ozball at the moment.
I think there will be some maidens when Australia bat, but it's the method. And if it's Labuschagne and Smith, will definitely be some maidens. Here comes Boland. He runs in and he's nibbled off by Root. Just follows the ball because he knows the pace of this pitch is going to be predictable, and he sends it behind point for a single, 3 for 128. You're listening to commentary on the first Ashes Test on 5 Sports Extra, and also for the next 15 minutes also on 5 Live. It's a busy day of sport on BBC Radio with England's footballers. They're in action this evening as well. Malta versus England, live on 5 Live from 7 p.m. And a reminder that you can watch the highlights of the action on BBC Sport website and app, and from 7 p.m. on the BBC iPlayer and BBC Two as Brook pushes forward and it goes away on the offside.
Bruce Springsteen's in town as well, isn't he?
Apparently he's here, yes. Yeah. Are you going?
Well, I might try and creep along. Was it yesterday or was it today? I'm not quite sure.
Whereabouts is that? What's
not
the venue?
Sure. The Boss, isn't he? He's called the Boss, isn't he? Bruce Springsteen.
Right.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people wandering around town with Springsteen shirts on there. It's all going on in Birmingham.
Yes.
They're busy.
I think he might pull a bigger crowd than the Test match somehow. As Boland's charging in and he's back and getting another run. Brook very busy there, like Root. Just nudged the ball away on the offside and took off 3 for 129. Who's your favourite in terms of going to concerts and watching them perform?
Oh, okay.
Come on.
No, I'm not really a huge sort of... I like going to the odd festival.
The Rolling Stones?
Well, they were good.
You'll go there?
They were pretty good.
None of this modern metal stuff? You don't go there?
I don't mind. Don't mind a bit of thrash metal. Bit of house music, you know. It's all good. It's all good. I like the one that goes boom titty boom titty boom titty boom. I can never remember the titles of them though.
Here's Boland and is nudged off by Root again, just following the bounce and guarding it away towards point. Were you a singer?
No your limitations, Jim.
Yeah.
No, I could be a good. What's that? A bass. You know, I've got quite a good sort of. Ooh.
Oh, I thought you were going to say mime.
No, yeah, I'll be good at miming.
Andy, what's he talking
quite
about?
A lot of songs start bum titty bum titty bum titty bum. I think it doesn't narrow it down very much.
Yeah. You should know some of those after your television experiences. Here comes Boland now, and he's beating him, and it went through and past the bat. It kept a little low as it went past the bat, missed the pad in the off stump, but that was a little bit sneaky. Bruce Springsteen is at Villa Park tonight, if you want to know. Yeah, that kept low.
Yeah.
That bounced a second time before it got to the keeper. Are we seeing a change in behaviour in the pitch?
Might be. As you say, it's very straw-coloured. There is some dead grass on it, but it's certainly not live. I mean, it's completely straw-coloured, so it's going to be dry. So the odd one might just go up and down a bit as the game goes on. It's set fair. It's set to be hot. And that does what usually happens. Oh, so he's on at Villa Park, is he? Oh, I might try and creep down there. Get in the Holt End, the famous Holt End at Villa Park.
Right, now at the Aston Villa's home ground, yeah.
Football ground.
Yeah. So here's Lyon again, around the wicket, down the pitch he goes and swats it over cover.
Wow.
There you go. He said, I'm not going to hang around here. If you're going to bowl lollipops, I'm going to get in and under them, and I'm heaving over cover for 4. That's the Harry Brook style. And he's 5.
It is, but he only just gets there. I think Nathan Lyon sees him coming and sticks it out wide. He's just managed to get the sort of toe of the bat, reaching for it outside the off stump. Gone, as you say, leg side of it, and it went a little bit too far leg side of it. Just managed to scoop it over, but great intent. This is the way he plays.
Well, if it comes off, worth watching, of course, as Lyon has him back and defending away on the onside. So Brook is 7. And Root is on 22.
That's the only real shot he's got, though, because he's got a deep mid-on back. He's got a man just in front of square and a man on the sweep well behind square. So there is a big vacant gap, but it's a good shot to hit the offie over extra cover.
Line in, and he's on the back foot. He's almost caught it slip. It's gone through Smith, down towards third man. It'll be cut off by Hazelwood as they get 2 runs. A streaky shot. I don't think that carried to Smith. It certainly went very quickly as he aimed a back foot force, and it hit the edge of the bat, and it certainly went very quickly. Yeah, it went wide. It went wide to his right. It would have been I know he can pull off some brilliant catches, but that would have been a ripper. It went very quickly to his right, but a false shot nonetheless. Lyon bowls again, and he's back, and he clips it away to the onside. Out there in the deep. Head comes around the throw back. No second run this time. Lovely throw back near the stumps. So Brook is living a little dangerously in this over.
Yeah, trying to cramp him. Harry Brook likes to free his arms, likes to hit the offie through those open spaces on the offside. But he's bowling round the wicket on a sort of like a middle and leg stump line. So he's really got to show his stumps if he wants to hit it through the offside.
Now Line goes up and Root is back, and he forces the ball that turned, and he just adjusted his shot and squirted it out to Hazelwood. He's in that position more for the stop of the reverse sweep than that stroke. Another run, they keep scoring.
It's a new fielded position, isn't it, now in Test match cricket? Because the reverse sweep, the boys are so good at it now, you have to put a man there.
Living dangerously, Harry Brook. Line goes up, he's back, and it comes off the pad and trickles around the corner past Labuschagne. He's leaping all over it, and it's a leg by, a little inelegantly signalled by umpire Riser. 3 for 138. Brooks raced to 10 from 10. Root's 23, and that's the end of the 30th over. So they're still whistling along at better than 4 and over, but not without risk.
No, they're still looking to put the hammer down. Good bowling unit, though, to try and force it, even on a flat pitch. I mean, there's some canny Aussie bowlers. What's been the buzz back home, mate, about this Ashes series? Everyone looking forward to it as much as all of us?
Yes, I think there's a lot of interest in it. The only problem is these days football has got such a tribal following, AFL, rugby league in particular, that there's huge interest in that, which clashes with the first session on a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But after that, they'll be listening, watching through the night. Boland bowls, he's charging him and driving him without any conviction down towards mid-on. He wants to be taking a little bit of care here, surely. He's premeditating, and that has a certain amount of risk attached to it. But I know it's his game, but this bowling is a little bit better than perhaps some he's faced, but that's not going to faze him from the look of it. No, he's going to have a crack, isn't he?
Well, he's going to be looked to be on his bike, as you said, 2 or 3 good paces down to Boland there and try to whack him over mid-off.
Boland goes in, Brook goes away to the onside with a defensive jab. And Boland, as he likes to describe it himself, he said, I bowl in the box. I just bowl in the box all the time. My son has an expression which I can't use on the radio, which is similar to bowling at the top of the off stump. Right. Now, I'll let you work out what that means. But
the mind boggles.
The mind boggles? Yeah. It's probably up there with the line about the Isle of Wight and the ferry, but there you go. 2 slips and a 4th sort of slip, 3 in the slips. But it's a kind of fine gully that Green is standing at. Boland goes in, and Brook is getting a run. He just goes over the top of the ball and nudges it behind point, and is chased back there rapidly by Labuschagne, and they collect 1. That might be the best place for Brook for just a little while.
Yeah, just
on strikers.
Knock it about for a while, but there is just a bit of uneven bounce there. It was well spotted, Jim. The one just before lunch that got Crawley just climbed on him, and for a tall man gets him on the thumb of the glove. That one just leapt a bit at Harry Brook, and we have seen a couple just the old daisy cutters as well, so it might just be a spot there.
Yes, we had one just after lunch that kept a bit low, and another one to Crawley before he got out, went past the inside edge. So there's just a little bit on the surface, perhaps 1 or 2 spots.
Well, you've got to give something for the bowler, haven't you?
I hope so, yes.
You've got to give him a little bit of hope.
Well, is this pitch going to change in character as we go? It looks pretty flat at the moment. Boland goes in, forward. He gets another one that bounces, plays it well, kept it down, guided it past the telescopic right hand of Cameron Green at full slip to collect 2 runs. But he had to change his stroke because it bounced. It bounced high. 3 for 141.
Yeah, managed to ride it pretty well there, Joe Root. But there is just that's him on the splice of the bat, just coming forward. I tell you, he reminds me of Cameron Green in there. Do you remember Inspector Gadget, the cartoon?
Yes.
With the arms.
Yes.
The extent of the telescopic arms.
Joel Garner, Roger Harper, and now a cut from Root goes fairly fine. He's racing for one. He won't get the second because Travis Head is on it at third man. And the scoreboard just keeps moving. That's the thing. That's what England are doing. But can they sustain a partnership for a long time, not just a cameo time?
Yeah. I mean, it's all about also, it's all very good at whacking the bowlers around and what have you, but you've got to try and get them into the second, third, fourth spells as well. Then it becomes a lot easier. Ball gets older, and that's perhaps the time to get going a bit more. There is this, it's just a little period now where they don't want to do anything too silly.
So Boland bowls and Brook chases the widest ball. He's hit that hard out to deep cover. It won't be a boundary because Travis Head is doing a fair bit of running out there. They collect 2 more. Brooks bouncing along to 13, 3 for 144 at the end of the over. Toughest, Simon Mann's going to join you with Brook and Root trying to get a partnership together.
Yeah, just looking a bit over-anxious for me, Harry Brook. He's looking to really get hold of Nathan Lyon, and he's a canny off-spinner. Said coming up to 500 test wickets. Just perhaps get yourself in a little bit more. But he's briskly got the 13 off of 15 deliveries. But he's got Joe Root there with him just to be calming him down. I know it's the Bazball way, but, if they lose a couple of quick wickets, they're in trouble.
They are. Here is Lyon bowling to Root, who's back and dabbing that into the offside for a single to the left of Cummins. Goes out towards extra cover. Cummins runs in from mid-off to pick up 145 for 3, but we've been saying this for the last year.
Well, I know. It just
feels like cricket on a tightrope. Really.
It is on a razor's edge, but it's Lyon to Brook. He's drying him up on that onside, and he wants to hit him over that offside. And it's a tricky shot.
And Lyon goes in round the wicket to bowl to Brook. Brook gives himself some room, takes it off his stumps out to cover. It's picked up by Cameron Green, and there is no run.
And what he's very good at, the way he got Ollie Pope out as well, are those little changes of pace and those little ones that he just skids through on you. And that's what he's looking to do. He's trying to skid one. Harry Brook, when he's, as you say, exposing his stumps and trying to hit through the offside.
Lyon tries again, bowling his sunglasses, and Brook's down the pitch, driving towards mid-off. It's very well stopped. They're going to get one. It's an excellent parry there, mid-off by Skipper, Australia's captain, setting the standard in the field. It was crisply struck by Brook down the pitch and hitting it hard. And Cummins knew if he didn't get there, that would have been 4. Right to the pitch of the ball.
Times have changed when your big fast bowler pulls off stuffs like that, isn't it? Crikey. Made good ground there, full length dive, leading from the front, Pat Cummins.
Yeah, it's a wonderful piece of fielding. 146 for 3. Root on 27 with a leg slip and a slip in. Lyon bowls him. Root is back and offering the pad there, and it goes backward a square towards the backward short leg fielder. What are you pointing out?
Only got 2 on the offside, and one of them's at third man and the other one's at mid-off, so leaving up oceans of room through extra cover. Just go on, have a little poke through extra cover.
With a slip in as well. Lyon to Root. Root, does he find the gap? No, he doesn't. He hits it straight to forward square leg, and Warner is there to his left hand side. Yes, he got a 6-3 onside field with 3 on the boundary, long on, deep forward square leg and fine leg.
And bowling a straight line to Joe Root as well. Probably looking to pitch it middle and leg.
Lyon whirls in again. Bowls to Root. Root reverse sweeps. Makes very good contact. Chase round there for Hazelwood, who goes down and picks it up. Sweeps it up in the deep there and hurls it in. That was a slightly stiff-legged run from Josh Hazelwood. He's not played a lot of cricket this year, so I'll test him as the day goes on. 148 for 3.
And the other thing with Nathan Lyon, sorry to keep going on, but I'm just enjoying watching a master of his craft at work here, is that reverse sweep with the changes of pace, and because he bowls it from such a high angle, and with that wrist he can get overspin. Sometimes he gets underspin and side spin, and then he also bowls overspin.
Just explain to our listeners what that means.
Well, that's that's the
and the effect of it.
Yes, that's the delivery of the wrist. Sometimes the wrist is cocked like that, and you go sort of, it's difficult to explain, over the top, which then the ball then bounces on you.
Right,
which
so
then,
overspin helps the ball bounce more.
Yes, correct. And when you're playing that sweep shot, you can get top edges or gloves and go to the keeper and first slip. And side spin and underspins are the ones where you sort of release the wrist and it undercuts.
Boland bowls, dabbed away down towards the deep third boundary for 4. It's a nice shot from Harry Brook. Fielder square with the wicket on the offside, no chance there. And Brook continues to tick along. What is he, 18 from 18 balls? The 150 is up, 152 for 3.
Just a pleasant glide, wasn't it? All the time in the world. Gets himself in a great position, almost like a one-day position, and just lets the ball.
It's very much like that, isn't it?
He gets back like a baseball sort of stance, gets back and across and then looks to press. And anything that just runs onto the bat, that's flown away.
He's got it past Cameron Green as well. This is not easy to do. Boland to Brook. Brook opens the face and runs it down again. It's going down towards the boundary. Fielder runs around, head, and knocks it back inside the rope. I think he's done that okay. You get some jeers from the crowd down there, but I think Head might have done well there. He's limping away. I think he's probably going to be okay. But he had to sprint away to his left. He'd gone a bit finer, and he slid and knocked it back. And just watching it now, his foot's into the rope, but he keeps himself away from the ball, does he? Yes, he does. Yeah. Umpire Rasmus is watching the big screen for the replay. I think that's very well done by Travis Head. Yeah. Saved a couple of runs for his team now. 154 for 3. Brook to 20. Long before he's catching up Joe Root if he goes on like this.
He's got a quality tash, hasn't he, Travis
Head?
Oh, it's a
fancy one of those?
Oh, I don't know whether I could do it. I don't know whether I've got it in me.
2 slips in for Boland. Bowling to Brook, who hits him over the top, over extra cover. He comes to meet him and slaps him over the inner ring on the offside. Well, that's Harry Brook's game.
Charge. I mean, the one thing about Boland is because of his accuracy, you kind of know where he's going to be bowling it. I was just talking to Jim, I just bowl it in the box. Well, if you have a little step down and a chassé down the pitch, you can get to his length, and Harry Brook's done that beautifully. Just whacks it over mid-off. A couple of bounces, 4 runs. Thanks very much.
Brook 24 not out. 158 for 3.
Nice.
It's thrilling cricket. It really is. What's going to happen next? He's given the bowler a chance, though. Boland bowls to Brook. It's short outside the off stump. He cuts it down towards Head. Does Head get there for the catch? No, he's dropped it. Difficult one coming forward. It was in the air. Travis Head sprinting towards it. Dive forward. I'm not sure whether he had it. It might have gone to him on the bounce. We'll need the replay to sort that out, but it spilled out of his hands. And that might have been a life for Harry Brook, chasing a wide-ish delivery. Comes back for 2 more. It was really wide. It was top-edged down towards Travis Head. Did he get his hands underneath it? Seeing the replay now. Yes, he did. He had it for a bit and then it slipped out as his elbows hit the ground. So
that is so close. He's had it, as you said, and then as the elbows hit the ground, it just bobbled out.
The life of Brook on 24. Boland bowls to Root on his pads down the leg side. In actual fact, I just shaved the pad on the way through. That felt like a ball for Root that just nudged it away for 4, really, but he missed out.
Did Travis Head do something like that at Headingley off of Ben Stokes? Did he drop one like that running in at Headingley? I think he did.
He might well have done, yeah, down at deep third, yeah.
Might have done, I'm not quite sure.
159 for 3. Brook 25 not out. He's looking at his batsman on the striker's end and looking behind him as well. He's played that shot again, Harry Brook. This time I got it right. I've cut him for 6. This is Boland bowling to edges short of Cameron Green. On the back foot. Did drop short. We've seen a few drop short of the slip fielders today. I'd heard you talking about this pitch. We've said it's a good pitch, and But there've been one or two that have bounced, one or two that have kept low.
From this end especially, from this end, bowling up from our commentary box. The odd one just rears up. He's that kind of bowler though, isn't he, Bowler? He looks to sort of burst the pitch. Nice strong shoulder bowler. Bowls it into the pitch, and that one, just left Joe Root. Not quite carrying. I think it was Harris who dropped one off Ben Stokes. I mean, from what I can remember of that innings, it's all a bit of a blur.
Right, Brooks changed his bat after that shot down towards deep backward point. I don't know whether it just took a chunk out of it. It was a top edge. And now Brook is going to be on strike to Nathan Lyon. These 4 fielders on the boundaries, 3 on the leg side. Lyon bowling from the city end of the ground. Round the wicket to bowl to Brook. Brook back carefully, playing up the onside of the pitch, and there's no run. The sun's gone behind some high cloud now. The Hollies stand, I think, just beginning to get into their stride. Normally happens about this time, half an hour after lunch, and goes on to about close of play. 159 for 3. Lyon to Brook. Brook gives himself some room again to hit this into the offside. Hits it straight at Cameron Green in the covers, and there's no run. He's stepping to leg and taking the ball off his stumps.
Every delivery, just from our commentary box here, looks like it's going to hit the stumps. It's leaving them for Lyon to see.
Lyon tries again, bowls to Brook. Brook plays into the onside this time to mid-wicket, where Warner is fielding. Picks up the ball and rubs it in his trousers, furiously rubbing it there. He's got a red streak down his right leg. Lobs it back to Lyon. And every ball is just full of interest. What's going to happen next? Lyon into bowl to Brook, and Brook, I think that came off the pad, goes past the short leg fielder down towards Boland, who bends down to pick it up. And what's umpire Raza going to signal? There we go. Taps his leg. Leg bite. 160 for 3. We're only in the 34th over of the day's play. Lyon has a quick chat with Pat Cummins, and I think is he going to change his angle? I think he is. He's going to come over the wicket to bowl to Joe Root. Sets himself now. He did bowl a few over the wicket in the World Test Championship, and he pushes that one through. Root's down the pitch, and he fired it through, and Root flicked it away towards deep forward square leg. Root's such an adept player of spin, the best player of spin in this England side. That single takes him to 30, and England to 161 for 3. Still scoring freely after lunch. Brook settles over his bat line, round the wicket for Brook, and Brook leans forward and dead bats that up the onside of the pitch. Umpire Raza calls over, and England are 161 for 3. Tuffers has gone. Michael Vaughan alongside me half an hour after lunch.
Afternoon. I just mentioned you talked about the Hollies, the crowd here just starting to get a bit lively. It's almost as if the crowd at the first one of the Ashes, it's very similar to the game and the play, just
they're a bit tense,
a bit nervous. Like to settle in, then they realise it's just a game of cricket and they can get back to the singing. Nice and jolly. Sure they've had a few sherbets at lunch.
It was quite quiet in the morning session. A lot of singles, absorbing cricket. And Harry Brook, he's trying to change the way the game is being played this afternoon. He's come out, a frisky innings of 25 not out.
Yeah, he's kind of strolled out there and said, come on, let's liven this up. Let's start to get this run rate just moving forward somewhat.
Yeah, still no maidens. Had 34 overs, and that last over there was a leg ball off the 4th ball, then a single off the 5th ball. It was only the 4th over of the innings in which England have failed to score in the first 3 balls of the over. So Australia's just been totally unable through this innings to stop gradual progress of runs. We've seen we had 65 singles in the first 150 runs.
But they have pushed the field back. Right, Hazelwood's going to bowl from the pavilion end, running away from us to bowl to Joe Root, and Root defends the ball into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
And this for me, Simon, is the best field for this surface at this stage, because the couple of edges that have been found have not reached the slip corner, so they've gone for a one-on-one. Just Steve Smith at around second, And the huge Cameron Green around 5th, 6th. He covers about 8 places anyway, so you've got the cordon covered. And then you've got a straight mid on, straight mid off. An extra cover that's gone a little bit square and a straight mid wicket. Square leg, fine leg back, and a wide third. I think it's that kind of surface that you've almost just got a bowl to hit off stump. And every now and again, one might just nip back, brings LBW into play.
Hazelwood, rolling gate, bowls to Root, and Root plays that as a bit, bounced a bit more than he expected. Just riding the bounce in behind it, playing it to Labuschagne, who trots in from cover to pick up. Is this pitch as good as we thought it was? We've seen one or two banks, 1 or 2 keep low, but you think it's fine?
I think it's the kind of surface that the odd ball's done a little bit. There's been the odd ball that's kept a bit low. That last ball just bounced somewhat, but it's so slow that as a batter, if you decide you just want to stay in, I'm sure we'll see mistakes from batters, and that'll create the opportunities for the fielding team. But I haven't seen so far. I mean, Boland produced a bit of magic to get rid of Zach Crawley. I think it's just going to be a good cricket wicket. But you'd like to be batting on it.
Hazelwood. Ball's very full. It's driven for 4 by Joe Root. I hesitated for a moment because it was just a question of whether Cummins could stop it, diving to his right at mid-off. He produced one excellent piece of fielding off Lyons bowling after lunch, but that time he couldn't quite get down. And Root hit that sweetly to Cummins' right. Really nice shot. 165 for 3. And Root moves to 34. What we haven't seen from Joe Root yet is the reverse ramp. And I wonder whether it's one of those pitches where you rationalise it. Someone of his class say, actually, no, let's put the reverse ramp away for today.
Bring it to mind.
Hazelwood tries again. Bowls to Root. Root turns a straight ball into the onside. Picked up by Warner at mid-wicket. There's some arms raised there because that was a straight ball. Root was playing across it. If he'd missed it,
yeah,
problems,
but I think
but
the
he
field's
didn't.
set perfectly for that. It goes straight to that straight mid-wicket. You know, earlier in the day, that kind of ball would have been an easy single because there was more slips in place. I just think it looks the kind of wicket where LBWs are coming to play, the odd fine nicks to the keeper, and then you'll get the odd ball kind of being caught in front of the wicket. I'd bring extra cover in a little bit closer on the catch and mid-wicket.
There's Labuschagne out there. That cover, strike extra cover position. Hazelwood bowls, it's full, it's driven by Root. Ease through this time. Cummins will go to his left and stop it. I think about 2. Cummins has done really well. He's so athletic and he's been asked to do a lot of work in that area. Mid-off area, keeps it down to 1. Root not unfurling the drive that time as a push drive. Root to 35, England to 166 for 3. Crawley out at 124 for 3. They've pushed it on since that lunch interval, so 44 runs in just over 35 minutes. Hazelwood back for a burst.
Nice to just ask Pat Cummins a question or two now, wouldn't it? Just to say, what do you make of Bazball? I can't imagine this Aussie attack's been hit for 166 in the first 35 overs of a test before.
Hazelwood now to Brook, and Brook opens the face and runs this away into the offside, back with a square, head in action again. Head misfields, has gone away for 4. He slid to it on the deep third boundary and he did not pick it up. He's dropped Brook since lunch and now he's given him a boundary.
Oh, he's having a howler down there. The last thing you need as an Australian fielding in the UK is to drop a catch and then start to let a nice simple, he dives down to his left, bit of a slide. Oh, I think it's come off his knee.
Right, it's 170 for 3. Brook has 29, Root 35. Time for Jonathan.
And I tried to tell Travis Head, but I think he lives on the boundary often. He's quite fortunate, actually, that he's not dropped the catch and fumbled the ball on the Holly side of the ground. So he's quite fortunate to be on the opposite side of the ground.
Yeah, it didn't look very polite, though, some of the comments
they were up, weren't they?
Thrown his way, but yeah, you don't want to mess up here.
Listen to the next one that goes to him, and he'll get one this over off the off spinner. He's at deep mid wicket. It'll come.
Root on 35. Here's Lyon swinging his arms, going over the wicket, slipping a short leg, and Root.
Here he goes.
Yep, he flicks it over to Head. Wait for this. Well, he's picked it up cleanly this time. But if he hadn't, it would have been in real trouble, because that was just knocked away. And fair enough, he's doffing his cap. That's the way to do it. Get him on your side.
He's in the game out there.
171 for 3.
Well, you know, he'll get another chance. Cricket has a habit of that. You drop one early, it just seems to follow you.
Now Brook on strike. 29 not out, and he leans back and guides that through a gap into the offside. Out towards the Holly stand it goes. They'll come back for 2. So much time to play that. And he just breezes on to 31 from 28 balls. Man playing in his first Ashes test, 24 years old. He's certainly not fazed by the occasion. Kicking away some dirt, twiddling his bat.
I just feel he's itching to try and whack one into the stands.
Well, he might well do. Now it's down the leg side, well taken by Carey. Missed out there a bit, actually. Brook, it wasn't a very good ball, that. Lyon trying to spear it into his pads from round the wicket.
Honestly, it's 49 from 53. And grabbed the momentum since that wicket just before lunch.
Lyon again, that little skip to the start of his run. Bowles slower this time. Here comes Head, coming in from deep square leg. Getting a clean pick-up. He'll have that all day now. 174 for 3. With a 36th over.
50 partnership.
That's a partnership already for 54 balls.
Yeah, he's in the hot spot, Travis said.
Army trumpet I hear there, and footling away in the background. And again, Bowles, and Root goes for an expansive sweep shot. The ball actually bounces down to Smith at slip, but only off the pad. Some excitement there around the bat. Root trying to drag that from outside the off stump. 174 for 3 with the ball to go in the 36th over. A beach ball or two I see now bouncing around the terraces there. Multicoloured. Lyon again, Bowles, and just carefully defended this time by Root. And that's the end of the over. 174 for 3. The sun back with us. We've had a little bit of cloud, but the cloud has gathered a little bit. It's nothing to worry about. And it's pale blue sky. It's warm. It's just a perfect day for the Ashes opener. Full house and virtually everyone in place at 11 o'clock too, despite very tight security here.
Fancy dress tomorrow?
Oh, I'd imagine so.
Yeah. I've seen a few. Super Mario is at the far stand. I saw Luigi with him. Not too many others.
Got an Aussie as a view for the boundary tomorrow as well.
Oh, interesting.
I know.
What industry?
Entertainment industry.
Oh, Kylie.
Unfortunately, she was busy. So it's not Kylie. Not a bad early shout though.
Oh.
That's all I'm going to say.
Maybe music involved.
Don't think so. Hazelwood. He's had a change of ends. He's going from the pavilion end. Runs in now, bowls to Brook. Pushes that into the offside, thinks about a single. Root says no thank you. Greens though very quickly.
When do you reckon he's going to dance down again? Dance down and whack Scott Boland over extra cover for 4.
What he hasn't played yet is that this brilliant, dismissive poke over a fast bowler's head that he plays to a nice length ball run about off stump. He just stands there and goes, boom. Doesn't run. The ball whistles over the bowler's head and clatters into the side screen. It just doesn't move. He did it lots of times in Pakistan. Hazelwood again bowls, and this time studiously forward. Picked up at mid-wicket. And this pitch actually not unlike some of those strips in Pakistan. There's not much in here for the bowlers.
I am surprised. I know it's slow and it's not easy for the bowlers, but I am amazed that they've not bowled more bounces. Because sometimes on a slow pitch, the bounce is actually a harder ball to face than on a quick pitch. Because on a quick pitch, you haven't got any other option to get out of the way and it just flies over your head. On a slow pitch, you've got decisions to make.
Yeah.
You know, do you pull the ball, do you duck, do you sway, do you get up and play, do you ride it? So I'm amazed they haven't bowled more bounces.
Hazelwood runs in, bowls on the leg stump. That's tucked away past mid-wicket, who actually dives full length and does very well to save that. Very good piece of work. I thought he'd just beaten David Warner there. Hasn't had much of a touch of the ball today. He's been keeping a low profile, but he's there at mid-wicket. Smith has been doing most of the obvious moving of fields and so on at slip. He's standing in front of the wicketkeeper in terms of the line that they're on there at second slips is very close. Hazlewood again moves in, bowls.
Oh, a bit of shade.
Allows that to go by. Yeah, a little bit of swing there.
85 miles an hour. That's the first ball I've seen swing.
Green hasn't bowled it today, has he? Didn't think he had it. He slipped on while I had my lunch upstairs, but thought he might have had a bowl by now, especially with the other indifferent bounce that's been around.
Yeah, well, the talk of Mitchell Marsh playing, I'm led to believe that the concern was Cameron Green.
Right.
Maybe got a little bit of a sore back. He's had back problems in the past.
Well, he's flung himself around in the field. Hazlewood runs in over the wicket, bowls to Brook. Forward he comes, head right over that, pushes away. That was the sort of ball that in those innings I was talking about, he'd just go poof, bottom hand, and stick it over the bowler's head. He's an incredibly clear-minded batsman, really, uncomplicated man, I think, to be honest, or young man. Doesn't think things through too much. Are we heading towards our first maiden? This is a big moment. I don't think Brook would like it to be a maiden. Could be the first maiden of the day. In goes Hazlewood, bowls, and yes, there you go. He's absolutely blocked it back as if he was intending it to be a maiden all along. So a nice over from Hazlewood. 6 dots go down in the scorebook for the first time today. And England are 174 for 3. From 37 overs so far today, they lost Duckett for 12. Poor shot. You won't be happy with that, I don't think. Pope was elbowed over to Lyon on the back foot, and they clipped the ball away for 31. And then Crawley got a lovely ball from Boland, just bounced from nowhere, flicked the thumb of the glove, and was taken by the keeper for 61. There was a spike shown, sort of a mystery spike for a caught behind that nobody appealed for. Now, I've just spoken now to my good contact at Sky Television, and I've spoken to Alistair Cook, who was doing television for us at the time. The main point of that is that you get very clear pitch microphones, stump microphones in your ear, don't you? Neither Sky nor BBC Television heard any noise. Here's Lyon bowling. That's turned away out towards mid-wicket, and they're going to take 1 run, fielded by Head. No one out there heard it, so beginning to form the view that actually it was a bit of a random spike showing up, and actually he wasn't caught behind at all.
Well, there wasn't one Australian fielder that even thought about appealing.
No, it does happen sometimes, but those television earpieces are so clear, so sharp, that no one in the television boxes heard it. Now this bounces away, catch it, they shout.
Oh, he's bowled it.
Oh, well, how has that done that? The ball has bounced up off his pad. There's a cry of catch it. Nobody saw where the ball had gone. Carey actually was looking for it, and actually the ball has just bounced back and spun into Brook's stumps. I have to be honest, I've never seen anything quite like that.
I've never seen that before.
You see played ons and so on, but this was ridiculous. It was back of a length, thumped into his thigh pad. The ball bounced up in the air. Catch it, they all shout. Carey's looking for it, and actually bounced off some part of Brook as it came down his back and rolled into his stumps. It was an absolute freakish dismissal. Dreadfully bad luck, you've got to say.
That's the kind of way I'd have got out.
But if you tried to do that 1,000 times, wouldn't be able to do it again.
No, I mean, it's the overspinning bounces, and then Harry Brook just loses sight of where the ball's gone. The roar is for the skipper, Ben Stokes. Strap yourselves in. But I've never ever seen that. It clips off his thigh pad and it just goes high in the air. I think Harry thought he'd probably gone down the leg side, maybe to had a leg slip. And it goes over his head and then spins back onto the stumps. Nathan Lyon with his second. And already today, we've not seen a huge amount of spin, but there's been the odd ball. When you think we're on day one, only 38 overs into the test match, Nathan Lyon's going to have a big say in this series.
I think it was the ball was so high. I think that's what, I mean, it deceived the keeper, Carey. He was looking for it, couldn't find it.
Could have headed it.
Well, he could. Yeah, he could have headed it. Yeah, absolutely. That was an absolutely freakish dismissal, and it's a shame because he was playing nicely.
Right, how's the captain going to play?
All right. I don't think he's going to block it. But
well, the one thing now is that Nathan Lyon will feel Johnny Bairstow obviously comes in next, but then he's got
Ben Stokes, Moeen Ali, Jimmy Anderson, Stuart Broad.
Yeah.
Four left-handers to bowl to now for the off-spinner. He's already got 2, got 6 for here in 2019 in the last innings. Quite fancies bowling here, doesn't he?
Yeah. Well, the day has ebbed and flowed, hasn't it? First ball of the day was thrashed for 4 by Crawley through the covers.
I have to say, this England side are great to watch.
They are, but they've just got to be careful here, though. 4 down. 4 down. Big partnership, this.
Look at this field. They've got mid-off back, cover point on the boundary, mid-wicket on the boundary, sweeper on the leg side about 40 yards behind square on the boundary.
Here's Lyon, bowls to Stokes, who defends the first ball. Bowls out to cover. Had a long net yesterday. I watched him over on the...
I love the way you commentate there. He defends as if you felt like he was going to dance down on the lawn.
Well, he might. You just don't know, do you? They have... I wouldn't have that man out first ball, would you?
No way.
I just wouldn't. Lyon again bowls, and Stokes is one that gets a little bit low, or threatened to keep low anyway. It's played away to backward point.
Ben Stokes' best innings as a captain was at Old Trafford last year. I think we're a bit in trouble, and he just kind of dug in there. Hope his mindset is Old Trafford last year. Didn't need to risk too much too soon.
Lyon again bowls. Oh, reverse sweep.
Oh, don't
dear.
like that. Don't like that.
That was all over the place. No control on that at all. There's a howl from Lyon. Gary was hiding our view as to what actually happened to that ball. We went for the reverse sweep. It came off a bit of glove. It went down, hit his back leg. That could have gone anywhere. 175 for 4. Here's Lyon bowls, and Stokes clips that away. He's off the mark. Finds Green lumbering in from deep mid-wicket. The Hollies stand behind him. And, well, that's worthy, perhaps, of a question of sport. What happened next? That ball and the dismissal of Brook. It really was an absolute freak. And looking at it again from the bowler's end, no one saw it once. Actually, Smith's now starting to point at it. It clipped some part of the batsman, and again, from that angle you can't see.
But Aggers, if you see the delivery, it's quite short and it bounces, and it hits Harry Brook on his thigh pad on his left leg. And I reckon the angle that it hits him, it's probably going to be missing the stumps in terms of the direction, probably by about 2 yards if it went on with the line of the ball. So it's kind of hit his left leg and then gone back the other way, over his head.
Yes, if you look where the wicketkeeper is, where he was expecting the ball to be, he was way down the leg side.
He must have one of those angled kind of thigh pads on it.
It's a cruel. Actually, to be fair, Brooks just smiled there as he walked off. Stokes with just 2 slips. Hazelwood runs in, bowls to England's captain. He lets it go through outside the off stump. I mean, Australia's tactics are interesting. 4 wickets down. They've got Stokes just come in. They know how dangerous he is. And there's 2 fielders at slip. There's a second slip and a fourth slip with big gaps. There's a deep square leg, a long leg, deep square third man.
I don't mind that. At this stage with the ball as it is, just try and restrict. Ben Stokes last year on a few occasions danced down and trying to hit seamers down the ground over the top early. He was out on a couple of occasions.
Hazelwood bowls, and again Stokes allows that to go through.
Just a little bit of movement, Aggers, just a hint of swing. Here they come, the Hollies. It was a great buzz in town last night.
Was there?
Yeah, it was great. So many supporters from both teams just around the restaurants. A few pubs. There's a lovely pub down in town, the Canal House. Fantastic. There was lots of supporters from Australia there, lots of England supporters.
176 for 4. Hazelwood, bright sunshine. Past umpire Erasmus, moves in bowls. Stokes well forward, very nice looking defensive shot that one. Picked up at cover. And there is no run. It's just full, isn't it? The whole town.
Yeah, it's. I think Bruce Springsteen.
Well, he is.
He's playing tonight, is he?
I think it's Saturday. Right. Bruce Springsteen's in town. So they've got an Ashes Test match. Bruce Springsteen's, I think, he's playing at Aston Villa.
All right, the Villa Park. He's been going everywhere.
No wonder it's full.
How old's Bruce Springsteen? Must be. I don't know. Still good.
Hazelwood runs in, bowls to Stokes. Oh, it's caught behind. Yeah. Australia celebrating. Stokes doesn't want to go. But Murray Erasmus there put his finger up. And I think England's captain here, although he's having a conversation with Joe Root, who's been given out for one, caught behind.
He's saying to Joe, I don't feel it. Did you hear anything? Joe was a bit unsure. He's reviewed it.
He has reviewed it. The Australians are absolutely 100%.
He's shaking his head. He's not too sure, but I think Joe Root gave him an indication that he thought he'd hit it.
This is a big moment. We talked about this partnership. He's gone for quite an expansive drive outside the off stump. A little bit of movement for Hazelwood.
What is it?
I think he's nicked that. Looking at the replay.
Confirm that with Aldridge, please, when it's ready.
So Chris Gaffney from New Zealand.
All pretty close together.
Will give his verdict.
Just waiting on Aldridge.
So Ultra Edge on the way. This will, I'm afraid, I suspect, condemn Stokes, I'm afraid, for just one run. And England lose their 5th wicket with 176 on the board. Just waiting for Ultra Edge to do this. Stokes is leaning on his bat. So too is Root. But the Australians, there's absolutely no doubt in any of their minds whatsoever.
Here we go, Murray.
Here it is.
Running through.
Big spike.
I think you got ball and bat beside each other. The spike. Murray going to just over to the original position, not out. You were on screen signal.
Those cheers that you hear are Australian, as Ben Stokes has his bat tucked under his arm, and England now 5 down.
It's not a great shot, but the ball before swung back, and this one just went straight across with the angle from over the wicket. It's not a half volley, it's a length ball. He leans back a bit, so he actually doesn't get his head over that front pad. Yeah, you're looking at a player that he's played no cricket.
It's a poor shot.
Yeah, it's a poor shot. It's not a shot that you'd want to play early in an innings. It's the England way. They play the strokes, they entertain. That's what they keep saying, the message is. Johnny Bairstow in at number 7. What a summer he had last year before he had that unfortunate accident. This is a big opportunity for Australia now. I mean, 5 down, 176. The pitch is true, it's pure. It's nice for batting. And the Australians are just chipping away 2 key wickets in the last 10 minutes. And Hazelwood's just got the ball just swinging slightly, just enough.
Some numbers catch up on Harry Brook's final numbers. 32 from 37 balls with 4 fours. Ben Stokes 1 from 8. The Root partnership was 51 in 10.4 overs. And looking at the partnerships, 22, 70, 32 and 51. So England have played well each time they looked like they were getting on top. Australia have managed to take a wicket, in this case 2 wickets.
Well, they're having a drink here, so I'm going... is Isha here? I think one of these rota situations where Isha and I are doing a sort of a hot seat swap. And so Isha's on telly and I'm on here.
Yes.
I think there'll be a sprint. So she might as well come in now. But the players are having a drink. It's a couple of minutes early. 176 for 5.
Well, it's the Yorkie pair of Joe Root and Johnny Bairstow. Can they just get a partnership going for England? Moeen Ali, he'll come in next.
Isha's coming in here.
Australia was thinking if they can get 2 more wickets in the next hour, and it's down to the tail. Broad, Anderson and Ollie Robinson. A tremendous 20 minutes for Australia. Bit of unfortunate for Harry Brook. Never seen that before. Each that kind of dismissal, one over the head, and then a poor stroke from the England captain. And just say that it's just started to swing a little bit for Josh Hazelwood.
Yeah, and we talked about it this morning. Maybe it might shape a bit more or swing a bit more with the lacquer coming off this Duke's ball. Hazelwood very good with the old ball as well.
Harry Brook's dismissal.
Oh yeah,
got a heady, hasn't he? Got to put the nut on there.
Yeah, no idea where it was.
Bicycle kick, surely.
Well, got to do something.
He was on for a big one today.
Nice.
He was playing very nicely, and I think Australia was starting to get a bit nervous with him at the crease.
Yeah, I just look at Nathan Lyon though. He's got 2 key wickets today. He's got Ollie Pope.
It's got him into the series.
Beautiful bowling. That one that was a little bit fast, trapped him on the back foot. And all right, the Harry Brook dismissal is unorthodox. I've not seen it before. It's still a key wicket at the start of an Ashes series. For Nathan Lyon to pick up 2 right-handers. His record against right-handers is nowhere near as good as left-handers in his career.
he's going to play a big part in this series, particularly when the weather, as we expect to, I think it's going to be carrying on in this heat wave, they tell us.
Yeah, there's a few more clouds dotted around now, but it was bright blue sky this morning, and that pitch is looking very beige already, although it is a lush green outfield, but we know it can be quite dry here at Edgbaston. So here we go then, slipping a gully in position as deep point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep square long leg back as well for Josh Hazlewood, who will be bowling from the pavilion end to Johnny Bairstow. Has not batted this summer yet for England. He's set up. Struck on the pads. First ball, David Warner's interested behind the stumps. Josh Hazlewood not sure, was there inside edge? Gibbon not out.
Well, Stephen Smith is fancying this. I think it's too high. There's one earlier actually to Joe Root where Stephen Smith came from first slip, second slip and said, I want to review it. He's going for it. It just looks too high. And Smith on that occasion would have been completely wrong. Bit of emotion taken over here, you feel, from the Aussies.
Director, third umpire, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out.
The other question is where the ball went afterwards. Was there inside edge on the ball? We're having a look at the replay now. Ducks back in. No bat.
There's clearly no bat. Go to ball tracking when available.
Height. Maybe.
Murray's got no bats, he just went for ball tracking. Here it is. Pitching outside off.
And the cheers around the ground. Going on to miss the stumps, so was pitching in line, impact in line, but going over the top. Murray Erasmus, good decision.
It's funny is when you see the huddle out in the middle, when you see the first initial replay, it's just the actual ball in slow-mo without the Hawkeye, and the Aussies thought they had him. They started to give a few low fives, and then obviously the Hawkeye came, and it was just going over the top of that leg stump. That's the way to bowl to Johnny Bairstow, just get the ball nipping back into the pads. He's been known to open a bit of a gate between bat and pad in the past.
Here comes Hazlewood again. Bairstow pushes out to the offside, out to that deep point. Could he have had that person in with a man under pressure? 177 for 5 now, England. There's just been a tricky 20 minutes or so, as that's the end of the over. As Bairstow gets off strike, he's on 1, Root on 37. He's been watching it all unfold at the other end. Brook out and Stokes out for just 1. So Australia right in the game. You said at lunchtime, Australia ahead with the 3 wickets. You're looking at that pitch, you're thinking 450. But now England at 177 for 5, playing the way they want to play.
I don't want to be pessimistic, but I reckon Labuschagne and Steve Smith are looking at this pitch and going,
That long. Tasty.
I think Jim's just agreeing. One of that outstanding pair of Aussies will fancy batting a long time on this kind of surface.
But this bold style that England are playing with, you know, it was talked about ahead of this series. If they find themselves in a situation like this, they'll just keep going. It's what was so successful for Johnny Bairstow last year. Under McCullum and Stokes, averaging 75 with a strike rate of 97. Here he is facing Nathan Lyon then. Field spread as Bairstow drives to mid-off, no run. There's a long on, deep square, long leg, and a man at third man, which has been positioned there pretty much for the whole time Nathan Lyon's been bowling. As soon as the first reverse sweep was played, there's been someone down on that boundary as Lyon past the stumps, round the wicket to Bairstow, who's dabbing at the ball to the offside. No run off the front foot. Jason Gillespie, welcome to you.
Hello, Isha.
Oh, you're sounding a little bit more sprightly than you were.
Just a little bit
half
chipper
an hour
at
ago.
the moment. Just a little bit chipper. Getting a little grin from Andy there. Just
Well, we know that Australia are a very strong outfit as Bairstow clips this and it goes through the hands of mid-wicket. He dives to his left, out to the long-on boundary. So just the 1 as the throw is sent in. Bairstow to 278 for 5 now, England. We're into the 40th over here at Edgbaston. Day 1 of the Ashes. Ben Stokes opting to bat first. It all started so very well with a 4 off the very first ball of the day from Zach Crawley. He was looking great. But Australia have fought back well as Lyon comes in to Roots, who's on the back foot and playing the ball to mid-wicket, no run.
He's really persevered with this around the wicket strategy, Nathan Lyon, and the thinking behind that is I think he feels he can protect the field and almost protect one side of the field. The only way the English batters have been scoring runs on the offside is by giving away their stumps or reverse sweeping.
Root crouching down on his bat. Forward press, then back and working that out to deep square for one. As he casually comes through for a single. 179 for 5 then. Root to 38. We see a few beach balls bouncing around in the Holly stand. They're looking pretty relaxed and calm at the moment.
Yeah, we've
Not
heard
too
the
rowdy.
trumpet a couple of times. Heard the trumpeter a couple of times as well.
Marathon, not a sprint. They know they're going to be here. Well, things are moving quickly at the moment as Lyon comes in again. Bowls to Bairstow, who just waits on it and works it out to deep square for another one. So 180 for 5 at the end of the 40th over. Bairstow to 3, sorry, and Root is on 38. It was an interesting shot from Ben Stokes, but we have seen it from him over the last 12 months or so. Anything wide of the off stump he's looked to go after, and I think partly because he feels a responsibility as captain that if he's going to talk about playing this brand of cricket, he has to practice what he preaches, essentially.
I think that's a really good point, but also I think a little bit of credit needs to go to Josh Hazlewood there, because that over, he was bowling quite tight in on the off stump, making Ben Stokes play back down the pitch, and then he just pitched that ball up a little bit fuller, a little bit wider, inviting the drive, and Stokes, his hands are away from his body. The bat was on an angle out towards cover point. I thought it was an excellent piece of bowling by the returning Josh Hazlewood.
In-play clips available on the BBC website and app. Bairstow has a casual look over to the leg side, deep back square in position as Hazlewood comes in. Bairstow pushes the ball to mid-on. There's a single as he comes through. Khawaja a bit slow to get to the ball there. As they come through quickly, set off immediately. 181 for 5, England.
It's good awareness from Johnny Bairstow there. Usman Khawaja just probably hanging a little bit deeper, probably on the back of the fact that the England batters have been so positive today. So mid-on, mid-off. Just that fraction deeper. Just lent on that, Johnny Bairstow. And he's very quick on his feet.
The tall frame of Josh Hazlewood pushes away. Blue towel poking out the back of his trousers. Root advances and clips the ball beautifully out to the deep mid-wicket fence. Oh my word, that glided off his bat and is a teaser for Usman Khawaja, who pulls up just before it hits the cushion. So boundary for Root, who's just carrying on his merry way. Joe Root to 42, England's most successful run scorer, 185 for 5. You know him pretty well, Jason, and that was simply divine, wasn't it?
It was a lovely shot. He was allowed to play it because he did move across his stump, so had the length been slightly different, he could have found himself in a little bit of strife, but just Joe Root's head and body position, very good, and just lent on that through the onside.
Root back and across. Again, this clipped out to deep mid-wicket, slightly squarer, so deep square is running around to cut it off. Nathan Lyon out there. The throw is sent in, and another 2 to the score, 187 for 5, Root to 44.
Just looking at that field, Isha, I think with the 4 men on the leg side, the mid-on, catching mid-wicket, deep square and fine leg. There's a real strategy here by the Australians to really target Joe Root's stumps.
Spins his bat as he taps it down a couple of times now. Hazlewood, how many battles have these two had over the years? As he's passed the stumps to Root, who's driving full face of the bat, driving to mid-off. No run. We haven't seen Cameron Green yet today, Jason, who was Joe Root's bunny, or vice versa. Joe Root was his bunny during the last Ashes. As we can see him just stretching a bit at gully.
A couple of limbering exercises, but I'm with you. I think it is a bit of a surprise that he hasn't been brought into attack, even for a little 3-over spell, just to see if he can extract something out of this surface.
Root, bat high, back and across to Hazlewood again, just playing at the ball in front of him as he works it to mid-off, parried by the big tall quick. You can feel the heat coming through into the commentary box. I don't think the aircon's on, but it is blasting here at Edgbaston. Just walked around the ground a little earlier at lunchtime. It is roasting out there, so imagine what this pitch is going to be like in 3 or 4 days' time. Hazelwood sets off once more, running away from us. Root advances again and just pats at the ball in front of him, no run. So he's looking to be positive, as we know he can be. 187 for 5. What we haven't seen from him yet is one of those ramps that we've seen over the last 12 months or so. Joe Root has liked to use that quite a few times against the pace bowlers in Test cricket.
Yeah, I just don't feel it today, Ish. I just not sure he's thinking that at the moment.
Cameron Green got Joe Root out twice in the last Ashes. Got him in Brisbane and in Adelaide. He had an interesting series with the ball, 13 wickets at a very good average, around about 15. But of those wickets, 9 were top 7 players who'd scored 25 or more. So he showed a great ability, Cameron Green, in that Ashes in Australia, to dismiss top order players who were well set.
I'm surprised, but I thought he got him a few times more than that. But maybe there were a couple of occasions where Joe Root looked set and Cam Green was the only player that looked like he could get him out with that extra bounce that he has. And here he is now.
Yeah,
is he taller than you, Dizzy?
Oh, he's got me covered. I think, Andy, they're great stats. Cameron Green, you want impact bowlers. You know, I just wonder, Ben Stokes seems to be that type of bowler as well, doesn't he? He comes on and looks to create something. And I think that's what Cameron Green... That's probably why, Ish, we've been a little bit surprised that it's taken this long for Pat Cummins to bring Cameron Green on to bowl.
I just wonder if they've been preserving him a bit. It's a long series, 5 Test matches. Just the 5 overs he bowled in the second innings for India in the World Test Championship. So Jonny Bairstow on strike, slipping a gully in position, deep point, extra mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and 2 men back in the deep on the leg side as Green is on from the Birmingham City end as he bowls a bouncer first up to Jonny Bairstow. There's a change in pace for you from Lyon to Green.
Love that from the young all-rounder coming in first up to the experienced Jonny Bairstow.
Ducks underneath it quite easily in the end, Bairstow.
Well, it gives you an indication of the benignness of the surface, doesn't it? I think Alex Carey took that below his about knee height.
As Green shuffles forwards, Bairstow punches to wideish mid-off, Cummins to his left to collect the ball. They'll come through and sprint through for 1. Bairstow to 5, 188 for 5 inside the 42nd over here at Edgbaston. He comes from such a great height. It looks pretty effortless when he does bowl that bouncer, Dizzy.
It certainly does. A nice rhythmical run-up, delivery stride. Bowl quite tall at the crease, which means he doesn't have a long delivery stride, so he can use his height to his advantage.
Here he is then, the matchup. Green to Root, who goes back and defends easily. Back past the bowler, no run.
Those 2 times he dismissed him in Australia, caught by Carey for 89 in the second innings in Brisbane, and caught by Smith, presumably at first slip, for 62 in Adelaide. So both times Root was really well set.
Yeah.
And England's key player, and Green managed to shift him.
No centuries for Joe Root in Australia, but he's got 3 here against Australia. There's Green past the stumps to Root, who drives. Simply sensational timing here from Root. It just looks so good in the middle today.
Just gets into wonderful positions, doesn't he? His head position nice and still. He has his pre-ball movement, which isn't extravagant. We see lots of batters have different styles, but he has an economy of movement that allows him to keep his head position in a good space, and his head and hands are close together.
So light-footed as well as he's forward and defending the ball to mid-wicket. Zoning in on those pads, though. That was a real problem for him at one stage. He kept getting out LBW, but he gets his bat down in time.
I remember years ago when I first started at Yorkshire, and Joe, it was early days of his career, and the academy coach talked about when he had a big growth spurt, Joe. He grew half a foot, and for that next season...
Still looked 12.
Yeah, he still looked 12, but he didn't score a run because he just kept getting hit on the pads because he couldn't move his feet.
Root advances and drives, but Marnus Labuschagne takes the ball an extra cover to his left. So no run at the end of that over. A good one for Green, 188 for 5. And Australia have just managed to stop the flow of runs here for England after those 2 quick wickets of Brooke and Stokes. Bairstow on 5, Root on 44. Just a reminder, the Women's Ashes Test starts next week at Trent Bridge if you fancy going along to watch some live Ashes cricket. And we'll have live commentary on TMS from next Thursday. England are warming up well against Australia A in Derby. Tammy Bowman, 186 not out and 70 for Nat Sciver-Brunt and Heather Knight as well. So, they're taking inspiration from this England men's team.
Most certainly are. That's very good batting from the England women's.
Yeah, tickets still available for the Trent Bridge Test match, so make sure you grab some to go and support your team. Taking on arguably the greatest women's team that's ever been, the Australian women's team, under Elisa Healy. She will be captaining the side for the Women's Ashes. Just seen her parents actually down on ground. They're here to support as Cummins is on. He's bowling to Johnny Bairstow, slaps the ball out to deep cover, first ball, but there is a deep point in position, so they'll only get 1. Cummins on to replace Hazelwood as 189 for 5 is the score now for England. Bairstow to 6.
It's a really nice shot from Johnny Bairstow. Just got into position early. So poor Travis Head's out on the fence there. The crowd's giving him absolute stick. He's let one go through for 4. He missed that really tough chance, and every time he goes near the ball, the crowd give him some grief. I know from experience that's not very nice, Ish.
I don't doubt it, as Cummins is into Root, back in his crease and working the ball down to long leg for a single. 190 for 5 now, England. Root to 45. It's a bit like the Gabatoir, isn't it, for us Poms? Can be a very hostile place.
Certainly can be.
So you had a few misfields, did you, in your time here at Edgbaston? Is that what you're saying?
Well, not just Edgbaston.
Did you have a song?
No, I didn't have a song.
Bairstow leaves one outside off. Wow, that was a serious spitting delivery from Pat Cummins. That's what he can do in the channel. Just a good length delivery, but it just took off ever so slightly.
We've seen the odd one really move. Scott Boland has probably extracted the most movement off this surface. Josh Hazelwood, the odd one. And now, Pat Cummins, probably his first couple of spells, we probably didn't see much of that.
He gets some good wrist snap behind the ball as he bounds in now to Bairstow, who's pushing at the ball in front of him, plays it to Josh Hazelwood at mid-off, no run. It's an interesting passage of play here for both teams, really. England, while they have been going at a pretty good scoring rate, are looking to consolidate here. 2 experienced players at the crease. They're not going to just keep trying to smash the ball and be positive. They recognise this moment as a time to just take some time. But Australia know that if these 2 get in, then they can cause a lot of damage. So it's interestingly poised as Bairstow looking to work the ball to mid-wicket, no run.
I think it must be said, though, Ish, I don't think there's a lack of intent from the England batters here at all. I think credit where it's due. I think the Australian seamers have bowled quite well here. I think Josh Hazelwood has led that with his spell, and Pat Cummins is now coming on and continuing that. But I think there's been some very good bowling, and sometimes as a batter you need to adjust and adapt to your game and to the surface of the conditions and to the bowling that is coming down at you.
Bairstow driving to mid-on, and half a peel there because Pat Cummins nearly squeezed it through onto the pad, but that is the end of the over. 190 for 5. Bairstow 6, Root 45 from 72 deliveries. We're into the 44th over here at Edgbaston. Bright sunshine, humidity, it's warm out there, and a lot of activity over to our right in the Holly stand. Not too loud at this stage. But plenty of people scurrying about.
What a wonderful cricket venue this is in world cricket. And to start an Ashes series here, just the buzz and excitement. And it hasn't wavered, has it? From an hour before the start of play to now, it's still this wonderful buzz and excitement around the place.
Well, I think there was an incredible sense of excitement for the last 2 weeks in the build-up to this series. Everyone's been waiting for it. I think even the players were getting a bit fed up waiting for day one, but it's finally here. And it's entertained, that's for sure. And we're only into the second session. Cameron Green then to resume. He's bowling to Joe Root with a slip in the gully. His Green bowls now, and that's chipped up and over the slip cordon down to the fence. That is skillful batting from Joe Root, who moves to 49. The crowd enjoyed that one. 194 for 5.
Just leant back and just helped it on its way. It was too short from Cameron Green. He was only bowling his second over. It's very deliberate by Joe Root, there's no doubt about that. Fantastic shot by a fantastic player.
He's been so good with his hands today. Every now and then when the ball rises, he's rising with it. He's keeping on top of it. Root drives this time out to deep point as he reaches another Test 50. Joe Root holding things together here for England. As the crowd enjoy what they're seeing, he raises his bat. And a player that has scored more runs than anyone else for England in Test cricket over a decade of Joe Root, and he's not done yet.
Joe Root's 50 came from 74 balls, 4 fours, otherwise classic Root in accumulations. His 88th in Tests. There's 2900s amongst those.
Bairstow drives to cover, no run.
Against Australia, it's his 20th score of 50 or more, including 300s.
Gee, that's a wonderful record, isn't it, Ish?
It's staggering.
It really is. It's extraordinary.
But he's looked so confident today. I actually think him, Brooke and Crawley have probably looked the best today, haven't they? Just no ball signal there, so England 196 for 5. As Bairstow looks to swish at one outside the line of off in the channel, and just that extra bit of bounce meant that it went over the bat. But Cameron Green felt in the game there.
Yep. The intent hasn't gone, Ish, has it?
That's true. There is a deep point out there. He's still trying to smash it through the covers. But look, this is the Ben Stokes-McCullum era. We saw this from Johnny Bairstow when Ben Stokes took over the captaincy in match 1 last year against New Zealand. He just had his beans going. He was smashing the ball to the boundary in the chase, and he almost didn't need to play the third shot. And he ended up getting caught behind as Green bowls to Bairstow, who drives out to the boundary. He threads it between cover and mid-off and affects the boundary. So England have 200 in the 44th over here today at Edgbaston as Bairstow moves to 10. But this is what I'm talking about. He went into the dressing room, and while many of the commentators probably were saying, including myself, was saying, well, why did he need to play that shot? He went straight into the dressing room and he was applauded by McCullum and Stokes. And then we had what we saw last summer, which was 4 centuries inside 5 Test innings for Johnny Bairstow. So he had the backing as Bairstow works that ball down to fine leg for 1. And the score moves to 201 for 5, Bairstow to 11.
Just back to that cover drive of Cameron Green. Gee, that was a good shot. I thought the first ball of the day was a good shot. Zach Crawley against Pat Cummins, but that was equally impressive. Johnny Bairstow, his weight transfer, it's outstanding. Hitting through the line of the ball, pierced that gap on the offside beautifully. Fantastic shot.
Green in. Root trying to guide the ball past Gully, but doesn't manage to get it through. So end of the over, it's 201 for 5. Bairstow 11, Root on 50. You'd play a nice cover drive on here, wouldn't you, Dizzy? It's flat enough.
Yeah, but not against this quality bowling, I'm afraid.
Just a reminder of what Johnny Bairstow did last year. He hadn't reached 60 in 19 tests at the end of 2021. He began 2022 with a superb century in Sydney, one of the few highlights for England in that Ashes, then one in the West Indies, and then 4 in the first 4 tests of the summer, 2 against New Zealand and 1 in each innings against India at Birmingham. It's worth noting the scores that Bairstow came to the wicket at. He kept bailing England out of difficult situations. 36 for 4 in Sydney, 48 for 4 in the West Indies, and against New Zealand 56 for 3 and 17 for 3, and then 44 for 3 in the first innings against India at Edgbaston.
As Cummins resumes from the pavilion end, here he comes now to Bairstow, who's on the back foot and defending the ball. No run.
In the second innings, 109 for 3, a little better, but England had just lost a couple of wickets and they were chasing 380 odds to win. So all of those 6 innings were with England in trouble. As I said, he had a really tough few years in Test cricket. He'd only scored 600s in his entire career before that sequence in 79 Tests. So it was an extraordinary eruption of form from a long dormant player in very difficult match situations.
He's a gutsy cricketer, isn't he, Jason?
And it probably also shows the backing that he was given by management. So they trusted him and trusted his game, knew he would come good.
Bairstow playing at the ball in front of him, just with his hands really to guide that to Usman Khawaja. He's got a bit of fight about him. I think that's what Ben Stokes likes about his character. You think about that knock that he played in Sydney during the last Ashes trip, where it was difficult viewing for many England fans, but Johnny played an out of his skin type of innings, just properly grafted. He was bruised, he was battered, and he scored a century there, and it was one of the moments for England of the tour, scoring a century in the final over of the day. Is Bairstow still in his crease, cuts at the ball out to deep point, so it'll just be a single. We saw plenty of those go to the fence last year, but Australia continue to persist with this protection out there, and Bairstow goes to 12, 202 for 5.
Which is not a natural tactic for Australian teams. It's almost hedging your bets, having sweepers on both sides of the field.
And your thoughts on it?
I don't mind a sweeper on the leg side because it allows you the opportunity to bowl a bouncer.
We haven't seen too many of those, as we see one now, right on cue, as Joe just moves out of the way of it. We haven't seen too many, and I just wonder if it's because of the fact that it's a 5 Test match series, and you don't want to, the last thing Pat Cummins wants is to knacker himself out before, the next innings and then beyond. But
I think tactically early in the innings, we were talking about the lack of short balls to Zach Crawley, but we know he's an elite player of the short ball and looks to attack it at every opportunity. So I could see why the Australians were a bit reluctant to do that.
Root on the back foot and plays that late, goes down into the ground, nearly goes onto the stumps, but finds its way back to Steve Smith at first slip on the floor. Yeah, but isn't that the reason why you should try it as well?
Yeah, well, they did have the square leg out and fine leg, so it had protection. Don't mind, even if someone is really proficient at playing the short ball, it's still worth. They've still got to play it well, and if it's a well-directed bouncer is always a good delivery. There's no question of that. Having a sweeper on the offside, you're kind of hedging your bets a little bit. You're kind of giving yourself a lot of margin for error.
Someone walking behind the umpire again, Murray Erasmus, just turning around. Joe Root's upset as well. He's holding his hands out. There's a security man down on ground who's being shifted out of the way, just walking past the sight screen. You'd have thought by now that they would learn their lesson, Dizzy. Root still in his crease, back and across now as he's struck on the pad, but was it going down the leg side? Cummins turns around, ferociously appeals. Murray Erasmus unmoved. He has a gentle look at Carey and Smith and decides to not review. So potentially height and going down the leg side.
Yeah. I think Pat indicated that to Alex Carey quite quickly. Just speaking about people going in front of sight screens.
I'm going to get you to talk a little bit more, Dizzy, before Jim Maxwell's going to step in here.
So while Jim and Isha swapped positions, I remember in 2003 we were playing the West Indies in Antigua, and Sir Curtly Ambrose had been retired for a number of years, 2 or 3 years, and he was at the game. And I remember distinctly the game having to be stopped on a number of occasions because Sir Curtly kept walking in front of the white sight screens. You would have thought someone who took over 400 wickets in 99 tests would have known to not walk in front of the sight screens. And he just gave a wave each time. I think it happened 3 or 4 times. He just gave it a wave. Yeah, sorry. My mistake. And it was very funny. We were all laughing. We thought it was brilliant. It was a bit of a obviously a legend, bit of a hero of all of ours, Curtly Ambrose. So very funny.
Can be a funny man, yes. As we watch Green bowl a bouncer. There haven't been too many of those today. Green started with a fairly innocuous bouncer that lolloped off this benign surface. England 5 for 202. Lost their way a little bit since lunch with the fall of Crawley's wicket right on lunch. There's a belated no ball again. Dizzy, I'll see you wherever.
See you soon, Jim.
Okay. Yes, they were 3 for 124 at lunch. So since then they've kept adding runs quite briskly, but they've lost 2 key wickets. Brooke unluckily, Stokes, well, shabbily, as he goes in again and pitches in line and gets through past the edge on the stumps. Kept a little low as it fizzed through to Carey. Yes, Brooke out, allowed the ball to hit him up on the thigh, and he didn't know where it had gone, nor did anyone else, and it landed and then spun sideways into his stumps. He was out for 32. Stokes has, yes, he's certainly been patchy, if not erratic, if not careless, is probably what you could describe his batting as in recent times. He blocked 4, swished at 1 and got caught behind. Away goes Green. Off the pad, flicked away to the onside. He couldn't get it through the mid-wicket area and it bounced away. So England have quietened down a little bit around Lyons 2 for 55 and Hazelwood 2 for 44. And Ebony Rainford-Brent is alongside me. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Jim. Yeah, it's changed a lot from, I have to admit, English fans were excited on the first boundary of the day, and then since the last ball before lunch, the tone has changed. A lot of credit to Australian bowlers.
Quietened the crowd. Short ball, he's after that, and he pulls it around the corner, just wide of Harris down there, who dives and stops it inside the fine leg boundary. He got on top of the bounce and hoiked it down behind square. Now Harris is there on the field. He's been subbing here and there. Is Hazelwood off the field? I'm trying to find Hazelwood. He could be the one off the field. But at the moment, the score dribbles along more than it's been racing, as it did at the start of the day. 5, almost 6 runs and over for a while. Green goes in and he slashes at this and hits it for 4 behind point. He got in and under that ball and helped it on its way with an uppercut to the third man boundary. 5 for 209. Bairstow 18, Root 50. England need this partnership.
Yeah, the issue here for Cameron Green was just the width on this ball. You can see he's been looking to kind of bang it into the surface. Didn't get up a huge amount, and then just room for Bairstow to free his arms with no one in that region. So welcome boundary.
A slip in the gully and Green up once more, and an accurate ball forces Bairstow to defend out there on the offside. So there's been a little consternation behind the bowler's arm at the Birmingham City end. One of those boxes down there. The screen seemed to be in the wrong spot. Whatever. Joe Root was quite animated for a while in trying to get someone to sort it out. But it's from that end that Cameron White, in bright afternoon sun, is making his way in again, and Bairstow drives off the bottom of the bat, taking his hand off as he pushed that firmly away down towards mid-on and Boland Fields. Root's 50, Bairstow's 18.
5 for 209.
Yeah, I was going to say, I have to give credit to the Australian bowlers. And I mean, I've watched Nathan Lyon many times, but seeing how he really applied himself today is a point of difference. You know, it's something that we won't have that spin option. Obviously, we're looking forward to seeing how Moeen Ali goes, but Nathan Lyon in this format, coming in at the 9th, 10th over and then really holding an end and creating wickets has been the difference for me today. That's allowed Australia to get back in, and then the seam bowlers have just chipped away. So they're setting up the game, and it feels now actually there's been even though England have rebuilt this little partnership, there's still a threat every now and then, an occasional one that hits the pad. So they're in the hunt.
So Pat Cummins continues from the pavilion end. He goes in and has Root defending away on the onside. So Hazlewood, who was off the field for an over or so, is back out there. And the crowd watching intently. They've been totally absorbed from the start of the day when Crawley crashed the first ball of the series through extra cover from Cummins for 4. And the same thing happened at the other end when Hazlewood bowled his first ball. It went racing away out to the cover boundary. So this has been a day of energetic cricket at times, enthralling cricket. Cummins bowls. He's flicked around the corner, and Joe Root's enjoyed some of that leg stump bowling today, picking it off very skillfully. And he's the anchor man. He's 51, 210 for the loss of 5.
One thing that I was interested in, you'll know way more about this than me, Pat Cummins has taken over as a leader. It's a very different tone of this team, aren't they? They're much more, I guess, shifted an era, play with a lot more respect. But there hasn't been that sort of spicy build-up. I think they're just about the cricket and delivery now. Have you seen that shift from the Australian side?
Calm authority. In goes Cummins, pitches up, and he tries to drive and miscues back down the pitch.
Yeah, what sort of leader and tone and brand does he set?
Well, I think he's also fortunate, as we saw in India, to have the support of someone like Steve Smith, who took over when Pat Cummins had to go home when his mother was ill and then sadly passed away. So he's got a good deputy there. Carey's the other referral point, particularly around DRS. So there's some old wise heads in the side. Hazlewood's one of those who is talked to when he's playing. As Cummins goes in again, and it's right on the stumps, wicket to wicket, tight bowling. Yeah, I just think because he's got this role as the spearhead of the attack, he has to concentrate on that and be mindful of tactics and whatever else is going on. And that's why always, I suppose, they say it's pretty rare in cricket that you get a fast bowler who can manage himself and the team. It was often a line around John Buchanan when asked some years ago about Warne. Would he have made a good test captain? Now he pitches up and he's driven firmly straight to Hazlewood at mid-off. Well, it was John Buchanan's view that he may not have, because he would have got emotionally involved or distracted if his bowling had been picked off, and he was concerned about that and not the overview of the game. That was his opinion, right or wrong. The truth is, in one-day cricket, Shane Warne did an excellent job, but he had a file that was just a little bit too thick after 6 o'clock for the top job, it seems. Cummins bowls accurately, turned away by Bairstow off his stumps, out in front of square for a single as Lyon fields. So I think he's making a pretty good example of how to go about it. And he's like a lot of Australian captains in recent years, not always great for a quote because perhaps of the over-media training that goes on.
Keeps everything.
But he does keep a lid on things, yes.
Yeah, I think that's what I thought was noticeable coming into the series. There wasn't any major lines, nothing too elaborate out there. They got on the World Chess Championship, solid job coming into this, and they're just focused, which is nice. It looks like they're just about the business.
There is a calmness, but there's also the other factor, which I think was raised this morning. There are only 4 England players from the first test and the last Ashes playing here. There are 9 Australians.
Yeah.
So they've got a settled side, they've got continuity. It does make it easier.
Yeah.
And it comes back to another fact that Lindsay Hassett, in my very early days of broadcasting, said when the team was having a bit of a bad run and there was talk about the captain and maybe they need to change it. And he had a very direct comment on that. He said, of course, you only notice the captain when the team's losing.
When everything's good, it
Ben
covers
Stokes has
over.
done well the other way around, but it's true.
Yeah.
Because the media jump on these things now. You know, where can we go? Where's the story? And there's not a lot of stories around the Australian side at the moment, other than the fact that, to be quite honest, they play some very good cricket, as we just saw at the Oval, and they're doing a good job in coming back after an attack on their bowling at the start. Here's Lyon. He's back for Green. He bowls a ball that's pushed back on the offside by Bairstow. So it's absorbing cricket. It has its moods. That's what we love about Test cricket, and the value of the contest between bat and ball. It's no good when it's all one way or the other. And for a time at the start, I thought it was going to be all one way today.
No, you didn't. You knew the Aussies were coming back. You've been giving it all day, Jim. You've been behind the scenes talking up the Aussies. Well,
I'd just like to see England play, I think, to do themselves justice, with a bit more calculation. You don't have to go out there as if it's a T20 game. And I'm worried about Stokes batting.
But other than the Stokes dismissal.
Here we go. Around the wicket, Lyon's in now. And he's swept hard by Bairstow out in front of square to Travis Head. And he gets a single, and it's 5 for 212.
Other than the Stokes dismissal, which that was, a big booming drive, a lot has been just positive shots rotating. There was a lot, we talked about the singles rotating. A lot of it was just intent today.
Yes. Well, it also says a bit about the quality of Australia's bowling on the bananist of pitches, that they're able to stay in the game.
Yeah.
Brooke was unlucky.
Yeah.
Crawley got a good one just before lunch. That surprised him. All of a sudden, bowling got some bounce. Lyon in, back goes Bairstow. He gives himself room to force to the offside, and he scampers through for a single. That's Root, rather, and collecting that single. Big gap on the offside. There's a mid-off, a backward point on the reverse sweep more than the cut, and a slip. And now another man comes to the offside to try and block off cover. So they've got a long on, a deep square, and a deep backward square, a mid-wicket, and Labuschagne in the roadblock at a short leg. And Lyon continuing with this around the wicket line, and he's pushed away on the front foot by Bairstow. So the game just ticking along. Not with the excited burble we had earlier in the day. And they're passively sitting in the Hollies stand. They need something to feed off, a rapturous sweep or drive to the boundary. What's he got? A defensive shot, because it's wicket-to-wicket bowling from Lyon, who's pinpoint with his accuracy. What are his numbers today there, Andy?
His numbers are now 13.4 overs, 257. I've got a Nathan Lyon stat you might like, Jim.
Oh, good. Yep, we need a stat. Here he is, down at the Birmingham City end, and he's driven. There you go. There's the sumptuous stroke, the crunching lofted drive down the ground. Straight driven back over on the offside of straight long off. A good hit by Bairstow. Yes, he was sweating on it, wasn't he? He's 24 at the end of the over. What's the stat?
Well, the stat is he had 2 wickets within the first 40 overs of the start of an Ashes series. So first innings, first test. The last spinner to strike twice in the first 40 overs of an Ashes was Clary Grimmett in 1930. Australian leg spinner.
Grizz. Look at old Grizz. Simon Mann's coming in, Ebony.
Yeah, just looking at that boundary from the last over. Nathan Lyon doesn't normally get to sort of full, and he just got a bit of fraction to the offside, and just allowed Bairstow to come into his arc and hit nicely up and over. But he's done a good job, as you said, Andy. So that's I missed half the stat because there was a bit of movement. But my understanding is it's the first spin bowler to take a couple of wickets or something early doors.
On the first day, well, the first innings of an Ashes series since
of an Ashes series.
In the
See?
first 40 years.
I heard all of that.
I think you'd be brilliant as a statistician. The first bloke to take a couple of wickets early doors.
I knew it was along those lines. there was a few more bits to add to it.
Right, Scott Boland is coming in to the attack. He's gone at 5.4 runs per over today. He bowled a Jaffa to get rid of Crawley just before lunch. 217 for 5. And Joe Root is on strike. And Boland moves in to bowl to him, and turned away by Root. A ball on middle and leg. Turns it away to David Warner at mid-wicket, who we've hardly noticed today. Warner, I mentioned him very often. The ball's occasionally gone to him at mid-wicket. One of the players who often you barely notice on the field in Australia is Khawaja. He has seen the ball a lot today. He's feeling at mid-on. It's a pretty defensive field. 2 saving, 1 on the offside, 2 on the on, 2 slips, and 3 men out. Deep backward point, deep forward square leg and fine leg. And Boland in the sunshine. Bowls full to Root, who drives slightly uppishly. And it goes up towards Khawaja at mid-on. Boland there targeting the stumps, middle and off line. And Root going into the drive and hitting it in the air. A little skimmer out towards Khawaja in that mid-on position. Hollistan batting a beach ball around, but they've been quite restrained today.
They have. I have a feeling it will warm up over the days. Oh, there is a beach ball.
Yeah,
Did you see?
there's one there, being batted around at the moment. Oh, they confiscate them, don't they? Boland bowls, another straight ball, and Root defends into the onside again. This is good from Boland.
It's just so relentless, isn't he?
Straight into his line and length, targeting the stumps. Actually, a bit straighter probably than he normally bowls. But I mean, he has been hit today.
He comes fractionally above, doesn't he? He slightly delivers from above the almost perpendicular, and it just tails in. It just keeps coming at you. Beautiful bowling.
Root's already in his stance. He can't wait. Boland hasn't turned yet. He has now. And he sets off and moves away from us. Past umpire Erasmus, up to the stumps, bowls to Root, and Root comes down the pitch and tries to fiddle a single away into the offside with an open face, but there's no beating the praying mantis in that gully region. Cameron Green dives away to his right-hand side. Saying in the World Test Championship, it's a bit like having 3 gullies rather than 1 gully. Sometimes you see tall players struggle to get down, but he does that as well. I don't know if you saw his 2 catches in the World Test Championship
unbelievable.
final. Just fantastic athleticism. It's hard to know which one was better, the low catch or to get rid of Gill, that a few people disputed, well, quite a few people, actually, about 100 and about 1.2 billion as Hazelwood, Boland bowls, and Root flicks it off his hip for 4 down towards fine leg. Fielder down there has no chance. Goes very quickly across this outfield. Root working that away, and Boland's gone for another boundary.
Just a couple of times that he's strayed to Root, and he's just so good. The minute it's a fractionally offline and getting into the pads, he just opens up the face, doesn't try and overhit it, just lets it run on the bat nicely.
221 for 5. Yeah, this was the Gill one, and then there's a brilliant one away to his right-hand side. What was so good about that was he caught it behind him. Wonderful athleticism from Cameron Green. This is Boland bowling to Root, and Root with soft hands pushes the ball into the offside to the left of Labuschagne, who saunters across from cover to pick up. And England go to a Ritchie, 222 for 5 at the end of 49 overs. So only just past the halfway point in the day's play in terms of overs, and we are 13 minutes away from tea. So despite the fact that Lyon has bowled a lot today,
14 overs.
Australia a bit behind in the over rate. We've come to expect it. Play will go on until 6:30.
Incredibly, these two kind of rebuilding now with a bit of partnership, 45, but they're still going at such a good rate, 4.5s and over. So what I like is how these two are working together, rotating the strike, keeping things ticking despite Australia bowling nice and tightly. So a good battle on, but England are still just chipping away.
Bairstow 24. Root is going to take strike from Nathan Lyon. He's on 57. I always think I know England want to play in this expansive way, but you think Root just bat normally, which is what he's doing here. Lyon bowls to Root. Root goes back and clips it away, but straight to forward square leg. There's Warner in front of the square leg umpire, Murray Erasmus, and there's no run. The other person that strikes me I feel should do that is Ben Stokes, because he's good enough to catch up, and the others can do their thing, and those two just play normally. They'll score quickly enough anyway. Root is back there. There's an appeal for LBW. Hassan Raza says not out. He's a long way back there. Now they're going to talk about this. Carey comes behind the stumps. Cummins comes from mid-off, having a chat with Lyon. 10, 9, 8. It's ticking away. What are they going to do? Cummins,
he shaped up.
He shaped up to do it and then pull out of it.
Do you know what's interesting? Nathan Lyon said no, turned his back, and Cummins was still... I think here is the fullness, isn't it, of the delivery. Joe Root's gone back to a very full ball.
It did turn that. It pitched on, I think. It might well have missed the leg stump. Well, that's what they decided in the end, Australia. They didn't go for it. Lyon bowls to Root, reverse sweep, good contact, bats it away into the offside. Hazelwood, he's making his way around that boundary very gingerly. He looks like a man who's barely played any cricket this year. Has that gone away before? The Hollies stand are cheering as if it has done so. And there's the signal from Hassan Raza. Oh, goodness me, that was a really stiff leg run around the boundary from Hazelwood.
Yeah, well, first of all, well done to Joe Root. I have to say, he's seeing Nathan Lyon eyeing him up on that leg stump.
It's the 50 partnership between Root and Bairstow.
Just playing smartly and opening up that angle. But you're right, Hazelwood on the dive, very slow.
Lyon bowls, another reverse sweep by Root. There's another appeal for Abu Dhabi. This time he's out, and Root immediately reviews it. He's been given out on the reverse, and then he immediately signalled for the review, which suggests he might have hit it. Let's see.
LBW. Original decision is out. It is Peter. We go to front time. Spin when available, please.
We're seeing that front on now.
Running through nice and slow.
He's got a glove on it.
It's close to gloves. Can we got ultra treatment available, please?
He's got a glove on it.
Okay, thank you.
The players are back in position.
Yeah, it looks close to the gloves. Nice.
Well, he needed...
yeah, it looks like it's hit the gloves. We'll just confirm that with ultra reach, please. Running through. Okay, thank you.
He felt he needed glove on it, didn't he, Simon?
Absolutely. It pitched on, it straightened, it knocked the stumps over, but he got a glove on it as it went through to the pad. Lyon bowls. Another reverse sweep by Root. Has come to the left of Hazelwood. He's not catching that. Gone away for 4. So that's 3 reverse sweeps in a row. 2 of them have gone for 4. One created an LBW shout, and he really did need that flick of the glove. It's 230 for 5. You cannot take your eyes off this day's play.
Talk about confidence in your game. After nearly getting out, he goes again and does the same thing. But here he's just playing the strategy. He wants to open up that offside.
Smith's gone deep in the gully now for a reverse top edge, and Root plays normally this time. Leans forward, plays it towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. That was another fascinating over in this wonderfully captivating first day. So we've had 50 overs. England are 230 for 5. The game is, well, at this stage, it's right in the balance. England trying to fight back after losing those 2 quick wickets. Bairstow 24. Root is there on 65. He's nearly caught up with his shirt number.
Well, just continuing on your point, you were talking about Root just needs to bat the way he does. You said Stokes, but also Bairstow. I think Bairstow's natural style is positive, but also organised. And then around that you can have the flair, but you kind of need those 3 just to...
Well, I think, to me, Bairstow is quite naturally quite aggressive, just play the way, but Root just plays.
He
scores.
works the angles.
He just plays and scores, and he doesn't need to. Well, he plays that reverse ramp. He just doesn't need to. It looks amazing when it comes off. Boland bowls, and Bairstow clips a straight ball away into the onside towards deep back of square leg. Going to come back for 2. Throws on its way. On the right of the Hollies stand, a wild throw as well. Carey can't take it cleanly. It runs up to Cummins fielding it mid-on. 2 more. 232 for 5. But you think of Stokes as being a sort of a natural baseball player, but I don't see that in his game. I think he's play normally, and then you can expand as you go. I think the template for Stokes is that innings he played against South Africa at Old Trafford last year, where he just played brilliantly, just skillful cricket. Rather than running down the pitch and trying to flog it. Boland bowls, Bairstow drives off the inner part of the bat, thick inside edge goes up towards mid-on, and it's picked up by Khawaja. Anyway, that's my...
No, look, he's got the natural eye, hand out to put away the bad ball, and then he can play. He's actually very technically correct, comes down the line of the ball. And I guess, like you're saying, if he just plays normally rather than tries to force it, he will naturally be aggressive and put away those options.
Stokes out for 1 today, Brook for 32. The two players out in quick succession after lunch. Boland to Bairstow, and Bairstow gets it past Green this time, down towards the deep third boundary for 4 runs. No chance for head running round. Was that in the air? Past Green. An outstretched hand of Green couldn't gather the ball in, and Bairstow moves to 30 with another boundary. 236 for 5. It was short outside the off stump, it was thick edged, it was in the air, and if Green can't get there, no one's going to get there.
Yeah, it's maybe about a foot away from his hand. He put in the full stretch dive, but I think the key is that Bairstow doesn't hang about. If he's going to hit it, he generates some momentum. The ball's flying.
Boland's gone for 65 now, midway through his 12th over. 236 for 5. Boland, 5 minutes to go until tea. Bowls to Bairstow, that's on the pads, it's flicked away, beats Warner, goes out towards the boundary in front of the Hollis stand, snaffled there by Lyon to his left hand side. He sent it in. Another wild throw from the deep, but he got it away quickly, and Bairstow is back for 2. 238 for 5. And Bairstow moves to 32. That was these two last summer, one of the most memorable days, really, or partnerships in recent England history. That win against India on this ground, England's highest ever successful run chase, taking it up to 378 for 3. I've barely seen cricket like it, the way they played in that partnership. Boland bowls to Bairstow, and Bairstow gets a leading edge on that one as he comes forward, goes away into the offside, picked up by Labuschagne, coming in front of Cummins at mid-off.
You can hear the crowd coming alive, can't you? They've been tame in that sort of middle phase when Australia were taking wickets, but now the energy's just starting to fly.
God, I feel that cliches coming up, crucial session coming up after tea.
Bet you've said that a few times.
238 for 5. Probably time for one more over after this. Boland bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow is solid on the front foot, pushing it back to the bowler. Boland picks up, and that's the end of Boland's over. 85 miles an hour, that delivery from Scott Boland. 238 for 5. Moeen Ali waiting, camera focusing on him. Probably, if a wicket to fall now, he might not get in before tea. Zoltz, what have you got?
Well, it's comfortably Scott Boland's most expensive Test innings so far. He'd never previously gone at more than 3.7 and over. This is his 16th Test inning, so a relatively small sample size, but so far they're going at just over 5.5 and over after 12 overs, 67 runs. The most he'd conceded after 12 overs of an innings previously was 43.
Well, he had a ridiculous average coming into this Test match of just over 14. And you have to be pretty special to keep that going. But he's had a wonderful start to his Test career. Mitchell Starc left out by Australia today. Right, here is Nathan Lyon. He's bowling to Root, who's affected the reverse sweep against him a lot in the previous over. This time Root goes back and turns it along the ground to Labuschagne. Smith's there in that gully position, a very unusual position. He's not short third, he is in a catching position for a gloved reverse sweep. Could balloon to him. It's a viable option for Australia. Lyon to Root, and Root's forward, playing that carefully into the onside, and there is no run. That's a viable option if Root reverse sweeps.
Yeah, well, you'd assume at this stage, tea in a few moments. England already lost one just before. Just to rein that in and just play back down the line.
Lyon to Root. Root's back, playing back down the pitch firmly. Lyon bends down to pick up, and there's no run. Yeah, you assume, but I mean, the way this is not played, he might come down the pitch and he's over long on for 6. It's not really in Root's style, though, to do that. He's 65 not out. And Lyon wheels in again to bolt him. Root back, clipping into the onside, nicely, crisply, for a single towards deep mid-wicket, and Root is now on 66.
He just has so many options, doesn't he? I think what I like about Root's game, just that shot there, getting back, just simply knocking it in. He can play so many angles. He can reduce his risk, rotate the strike with little stress. He's just keeping things ticking. 2 balls though.
2:39 for 5. 2 balls left in the over, and I think 2 balls left in the session. I don't think we'll have time to nip round for another over. Bairstow's taken a fresh guard, I think, to make sure that this is the last over. He's played this game before, Johnny Bairstow. Tapping away. Lamashane's come a bit squarer, short leg, and Bairstow is forward, playing the ball back down the pitch to Lyon, who bends down to pick up. So 124 for 3 at lunch. So England this afternoon's session have scored 115 runs for a loss of 2 wickets with 1 ball to go. Lyon in his 16th over. Metronomic swing of the arm. Lyon bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow nudges this off his hip for a single. Down towards Boland at fine leg. So Bairstow will have the strike after tea. Carey moves as if there might be time for 1 more over, but umpire Hassan Raza nudges the bails off at the far end, and that is the end of the afternoon's entertainment. And it has been a wonderful day's cricket. The to and fro, 240 for 5 at tea. There's still 38 overs left in the day's play. Bairstow has 33, Root has 66. England set back by 2 quick wickets. Australia striking with Lyon and Hazelwood, and then these 2, Bairstow and Root, trying to get England back in the game, because 176 for 5 felt a bit really skinny on this first day pitch. But 240 for 5, still a lot of work to do, and Australia will be reasonably satisfied with what they've done today, but perhaps some doubts with the way Root and Bairstow have played.
Yeah, well, first of all, this partnership was really important after Harry Brooks' wicket, which was a little bit of luck to Nathan Lyon. It just felt like the Australians could have come in and dominated and really opened up that game. Obviously, Ben Stokes quickly went, but since then, England have just calmed things down. They've kept the run rate ticking at not far off 5 and over. Just to get some runs on the board, last thing you want to do is get stuck. But this session has had a bit of everything. Australian bowlers have stuck at it, especially Nathan Lyon, who's bowled the lion's share of 16 overs so far. So well balanced going to lunch, but Australia, I think, on a flat pitch will still be pleased with 5 wickets in the hutch.
Yeah, 240 for 5. The wickets going at 22, 92, 124, 175 and 176. They're sort of chipped away. This partnership, absolutely crucial. Moeen's not played first-class cricket for a couple of years. He's in next. And then it's Robinson, Broad and Anderson. So a lot, you think, rests on this partnership, which is worth 40 plus 24.
64.
64.
Yeah. Putting me under a bit of pressure there.
Cummins 10 overs for 37. Hazelwood 11 overs, 2 for 44. Boland 12 overs, 1 for 67. And Lyon 16 overs, 2 for 71. And Greenswell 3 overs for 18. 240 for 5 on a sun-drenched afternoon at Edgbaston. And so it's tea here, and Jonathan Agnew is moving in alongside me to take you through the tea interval. Can't wait for the final session of the day. It's been gripping cricket today.
It has, and who knows how it might end up. Thank you, Simon, very much. It's a beautiful day too. The ground staff sweeping away out there, the usual equipment, a big brush, wheelbarrow and a plank of wood, that sort of thing, and of course some white paint as well for the creases. The beach balls still being bounced about in the Holly stand, but the seats are clearing. People are going for a stretch of their legs off to the bar, I suspect. And 240 for 5 is the score. Now, it's always a special occasion here. We've talked about that a lot, haven't we? The unique atmosphere of Edgbaston. So let's get a taste of that now. We can head over to the other side of the ground. I think I can just make him out. The 5 Live presenter, Tony Livesey, is here. He's getting ready for his 5 Live drive show from 4 o'clock. Tony, I'm just trying to make you out. You've threatened you were going to wear some sort of ghastly floral Hawaiian shirt, but I think probably you've You've left that idea away, haven't you?
No, I'm in a Paisley number waving my Panama now.
Oh, I can see you. There you are.
There's the Panama. Do you want to wave yours back? You said there was a dress code. I'm expecting you in full top hat. What are you
I
waving?
wanted you in correspondence shoes and everything else, but I think actually it's pretty hot in there, isn't it?
Boiling, yeah. And you suspect people are having a drink. They definitely are, Aggers. I've been out with the crowd a little bit earlier. It's my first visit to Edgbaston. I think it's an absolutely superb arena, and I wandered past the Holly stand and thought, dare I? And luckily I am one stand further on. I've managed to find 3 fans who are not dressed as the Flintstones, which I take as a bonus at this stage of the game. So I'm here with James, Rob and Roger. Gentlemen, hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You're live on Test Match Special, which is a first for you and a first for me, and I don't know about you, but I'm delighted about it. Quick broadcasting mishap. My trouble is my headphones are only 6 feet long and you're 8 feet away. Anyway, I've got them back on. James, I'll start with you. What do you make of the day's play so far?
I think it's looking good. It could be worse. Wicket column could be better, but the runs column looking pretty good. If Root and Bairstow can keep right on, then we're in for an interesting evening.
Rob and Roger, you're Warwickshire members, aren't you? Is this your first experience of baseball?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
What are you making?
It's been good so far. There's a couple of unfortunate wickets, but it's pretty even, I'd say. Another couple of wickets for Australia and they'll be well on top, I think. But if we can score another 50 or 60 without losing a wicket, we should be OK.
Talk us through the Brook dismissal, Roger. What happened?
Well, I think he took his eye off the ball. It hit his pad, went up in the air. He probably thought the wicketkeeper was going to catch it. He left it and he just went on his stumps. He could have kicked it away, he could have hit it with his bat, but in the end he did nothing and he just spun on. It's a weird and unlucky dismissal, really.
I've watched a lot of cricket in my life, but this is the first Ashes series I've ever seen, so I find myself really fortunate today. The atmosphere is brilliant, and on days like this, Test match cricket, there's nothing better, is there?
Brilliant, especially with the weather like this. We were here 4 years ago and it rained and it was cold, and what a contrast. It's amazing.
But a sunny day at Edgbaston with the Hollies in full flow is really glorious to be here.
Yeah, I was warned by the team back home. Some guy, one of the team used to work on radio in the West Midlands. He says, do not go near the Hollies after tea. I think that's fair enough.
I might be in there anyway, mate. I don't know about you. You might keep away, but I'll be straight in.
I've already asked you to move about 30 seats so my microphone will reach.
I'll move again, mate. Anything for you. Don't worry about it.
You're going to be on 5 Live a lot later on, you three, as the only fans I can reach. So what about the Aussies? Are we impressed so far?
I think so. I don't think the pitch is helping them. They've got some good bowlers. One or two have kept high and another low. But I would guess it's probably a batter's pitch. Lions keeping it reasonably quiet at the other end and got 2 wickets, so it's in the balance for me, as Rob said. Every time England look to pull away, the Aussies get a wicket or 2, so it's going to be a tight series, and I think this is still a tight match.
Speaking to one of the BBC experts a little bit earlier, James, and he said 250 really on this pitch is not enough. So what is par for England? What do they need, do you think, to even post a respectable score today?
Hopefully 350 at this point. I mean, a lot of the chat before the series is whether we can score that quickly against the Aussie attack. We clearly can, so they won't be pleased with that, but then the wicket column's looking good for them. The longer Root and Bairstow stay in, the better, and then we've also got Moeen to come, so 350 would be nice for me.
We need another Root big in it. What's on here? Looking at the score, 66 at the moment. We need a big one from Root. He needs to go on, doesn't he?
Yeah, if Root and Bairstow can stay in for at least another hour, we'll be looking good, I think.
Just a final word about psychology for England. I'm going back to baseball again. They're going to have their ups and downs in this series. They're going to have their ups and downs each session, I guess. A lot of it is about staying strong and keeping the faith with the formula, don't you think?
Yes, I think the way Stokes played after the Brook dismissal shows they're going to go for it, and I guess it's worked, so why shouldn't they? Sometimes it won't work, sometimes it will.
Right, well look, don't move because I need you for 5 Live later. You can have a comfort break at some point. All right.
Thank you.
Cheers, guys. So that's that's James, Rob and Roger. I've done my best to find 3 sober people. I think I've achieved.
Just tell me, because you said you haven't been to the Ashes before, but you clearly do like cricket. What have you made of the occasion? I mean, to come to the first day of the Ashes series is pretty special.
Yeah, I'm a big England fan, and what I found, Aggers, and this is Test match cricket when it's at its best, just every ball is stressful because the game or the innings, can turn on every ball. You can't take your eye off it. The hairs on the back of the neck are up. Just the enormity of the occasion when you walk into the arena has struck me today. I was steeped in a nutshell, my cricket background is I was steeped in Lancashire League in the 70s. I played for the junior side from my hometown. I used to bowl at the nets at Collis King. So to be here, he was the first pro I ever saw, and today just to be here and to be on TMS Ag as well, that's just a dream come true. It's fantastic.
Well, it's been a pleasure to have you on. You're being drowned out by the very loud PA system down there, but we got every word. Tony, thank you very much indeed for joining us, and have a nice show tonight. 4 o'clock on 5 Live, you'll hear Tony presenting down there. I think he's in box 16 by the look of it, which actually we presented a few test matches from over the years when they're actually building this stand. So it's a nice area down there, but it's completely the opposite end of the ground to us, and there's some very noisy entertainment going down on the field there as well. Right, so there's much fascinating Ashes content to enjoy all over the BBC, as we know. On the iPlayer, look out for a tail-enders special. Greg James, Felix White and James Anderson pick their combined Ashes 11, and of course you can still watch on iPlayer the documentary How to Win the Ashes. There's also a podcast series to go alongside that that's available on BBC Sounds. It features Ben Stokes, Steve Smith, Stuart Broad, Simon Jones and others looking back on the iconic Ashes series played here at Edgbaston in 2005.
Trod on a ball in the warm-up and has twisted his ankle, so McGrath is out and will take no part in this test match. He's currently in hospital having precautionary x-rays. So Michael Kasovich comes into Australia's 11, which is otherwise unchanged from Lord.
Glenn McGrath rolled his ankle in warm-ups. I was the spy. We were warming up and we could see a bit of a kerfuffle going on. So we were thinking, what's happened over there? Because you always want to check if people are all right, you know. So Fletch sent me over, he rolled the ball, and I had to go and get the ball to have a little look, and he looked like a ghost. McGrath, he looked in serious pain. And he'd rolled his ankle. But then for Ponting then to win the toss and bowl, it kind of summed up their mindset, I think. It's slightly arrogant. We've lost our best bowler, but we'll still put him in. And I was thinking, okay. And then we got 408 in a day, wasn't it? It was just Trez and Strauss batted so brilliantly. Brett Lee went to 5 and over, I think it was.
Well, it's Lee now in, bowls from Scothick. Scothick's forward driving, that goes through the covers for 4. It's a lovely stroke. It was well.
You know, they missed McGrath massively that test match.
Well, Warne inevitably is going to continue to a very deep set field, except for slip. And he's bowling now to Flintoff. He's in, he bowls, Flintoff's down the wicket, he's bowled, and that's the end of it. Flintoff came down the wicket, tried to swing Warne out of the ground at mid-wicket, missed, and his leg stump's on the ground, the middle stump's almost on the ground, and England all out for 182. Flintoff bowled Warne for 73, and England's lead 281. Australia's target 282. And the members in front of us already standing.
We started off so well, and then kind of got ourselves into a position where, right, we can win this. I think we needed 2 wickets in the last day. And then you had Shane Warne batting like he does.
Here he comes again, and bowls to Warne, who carves that through the offside. He'll get 4. This is the danger, of course, of bowling short.
So we never ever thought to ourselves, oh, this is going to be a walk in the park. But at the same time, with the attack we had, we should roll him over 99 times of 100 within 10 overs. And it didn't happen.
258 for 9. Harmison goes galloping in again. He's there, he bowls to Kasovich. A terrible ball down the leg side. Jones can't stop it. 4 byes. A shocking ball. It was a tester for the keeper. But that betrays 1 or 2 nerves, I reckon. 20 to win.
As the score was going down, we were thinking, geez, what's going to happen here? Everyone was not panicking, but there was that nervous energy. You could see the crowd were feeling it as well. The Aussies were piping up, having a go at Geraint Jones. I dropped that catch on the boundary as well.
1 wicket for England. 15 runs for Australia. Here comes Flintoff, and it's short, and he cuts at it. Uppercut down to the boundary. It's dropped at third man, and they get a run. Oh, there was the chance for England to wrap the game up.
Fred was bowling, and Kaspovich was batting, and Fred was bowling quickly as he normally did. And I was feeling down there, and I was thinking to myself, I can't pick the ball up here. even when they were just blocking it or it was going through the gear line, I couldn't pick it up. So then Casper's played this like glance, because Fred had bowled him slightly wide one, and it's coming to me, and I've seen it because it was higher than pitch level, but then I've lost it. So I'm running in thinking, where's this ball? I'm trying to track it and trying to find it, and I'd lost it in the crowd.
And it was Simon Jones coming in. He moved a little late, and then going forward on the uppercut stroke from Kasparovich, he got his hands under it and spilt the chance.
It would have been a great catch. Diving forward to those, about 9 inches above the ground. I mean, tough one.
And I thought, my good God, I've just dropped the Ashes, yeah? They go 2-0 up. We're not coming back from this. So I was thinking to myself, oh my God, what have we done? I was thinking my P45 is going to be in the post. But then, obviously, Harmy got Casper.
England striving for this last wicket. They've been doing that for a while. Harmison comes up and bowls, and Kasparovich goes back and parries one as he caught down the leg side. There's an appeal for catches out. England have won. England have won by 2 runs.
Wow, what a finish. What an incredible test match. That is astonishing stuff.
It was horrendous. To win with two runs needed, to win like we did, that was far. It was horrible. It was horrible.
It was a great match, though. Simon Jones reliving Edgbaston 2005. That drop catch, I could see where he was. But it's such a difficult position to take catches from. You just don't expect them. Well, certainly didn't back then. There are more catches that come down that way now with the ramp shots that are being introduced. But it's a really difficult place to field, to judge how far the ball's going to come, how fast it's coming at you. It can swirl a bit, have some spin on it. And of course, in his case, then with the packed house, he had the crowd behind him as well. So I'm glad he didn't beat himself up too much about that. And we've seen, well, one today caught the similar, or dropped a similar position, and of course at Headingley in 2019 as well, coming forward, third man. Really difficult catches. But that was Simon Jones. And you can listen to that episode of How to Win the Ashes in full on BBC Sounds. There's clearing the field here. 1 or 2 stewards are lurking around, waiting for the moment that the players will return again, with England on 240 for 5, Bairstow 33, Root 66. They put on 64 together since Stokes was out, caught behind. He won't look back terribly fondly on that shot, I don't think, for one. Brooke is the big talking point, really. We've got Alistair Cook beside me, because he obviously didn't know where it had gone. In fact, no one, certainly Carey didn't know where it had gone, because if he had known where it had gone, he'd have caught it, so appealing for a catch. And then, of course, the ball couldn't have landed on Brooks' stumps. But I just wonder, and it's very easy. We're sitting here, we've got a screen and this air-conditioned room. You're not out there in the fray. I just wonder if Brooke might think to herself, God, why didn't I just protect my stumps somehow? I didn't know where it had gone, so why didn't I just do something just to cover up my stumps?
Well, it was strange you didn't look for it.
Yeah.
But I think if you go, when you see it on the website, because it's lying around the wicket and it's turning down, there's quite a long way down the leg side, hit him quite high on the thigh guard. You're just thinking it's going to 45. Like you have no sense that you actually see where it actually hit him and where it then landed on the stumps. It almost must have been overspinning and then swung back down the stumps. The only one, I wonder if Rooty did shout something, because normally sometimes the non-striker then you do shout, watch out, or like just make him aware, because he was just probably like quite rightly just blissfully unaware, thinking, well, I haven't hit it, it's just going to go down the third, I'll loop up to short leg somewhere, and he was just getting his hands out of the way to almost tell the umpire I was miles away from it, and not in a million years did he think it would. That's right. I don't know why it went that way, but
it's an absolute freakish dismissal.
But in hindsight, yes, he should have been looking for it, and the awareness to it. I think it's just a oblivious thing. That's nowhere near stumps at all.
I don't think it'll happen again. He'll log that one away down to experience. And to be fair to him, he managed a sort of a watery smile before he walked off, thinking, well, not much I could have done about that. But it was a really strange dismissal. I say, go to the website of the app and have a look at Brooks' dismissal and tell us what you think. But have a look at where Carey is standing. He's so far down the leg side. That's where he assumed the ball was going to be. He couldn't see it because it went so high. Anyway, a really strange dismissal. The umpires walking out into the sunshine. We've got 38 overs to go today, so it'll be our usual 6:30 finish. I would imagine they're fanning their faces there
in the Hollies stand, because it's been a warm day today. Just a breeze slowly drifting over the ground, but nothing really to keep everybody cool. The Aussies, I think, at the moment will be pretty happy to lose the toss on a pitch like this, which I don't think is quite as flat and trustworthy as perhaps we thought it was going to be. Actually, there is some variable bounce. It's very slow, but there is some up and down. A little suggestion of turn for line. I mean, actually, it looks quite dry, Cookie. What's your assessment? And Tony there was talking to the supporters down there, what would be a good score. I mean, they've got to try and get beyond 400, haven't they?
Yeah, it's definitely a 400 day one.
Yeah.
Like that first innings wicket. I think what has surprised me a little bit, we have seen a little bit of inconsistent bounce. And certainly Scott Boland in particular managed to get a couple to leap, not leap off a length, but certainly bounce higher than expected. The Zach Crawley ball was exactly that. Joe Root's had a couple of them, but he's managed to play the ball a little bit later to ride the extra bounce and kind of used a bit more of his dexterity in his wrist to do it. There's been a bit of spin. We have seen a couple also to keep low. So, like, it is a flat wicket. It is a good scoring. I think Australia, these tactics of Australia will as always, and I know I'm now speaking of, will only be judged on the result of it. The fact they had sweepers at both sides from ball one, being a lot more passive than I've seen an Australian side ever be. But whether they've read the wicket right, they've read England's mentality right, well, as I said, we'll find out. If England get 400 and then they get 700 and they win the game, then they can say, well, we didn't give as many boundaries away, we're quite happy for the singles. It's just been a bit surprising, and actually if you'd have asked me that this morning, that would have been the last thing I would have expected to have happened, at sweepers on both sides from ball one.
Absolutely, I totally agree with you, but I mean, it does seem to have worked. So they're sort of throttling the scoring areas that England have been looking for, square of the wicket mainly. And they've had very few catching close, but then the lack of carry, lack of pace in the pitch, it's not really the sort of pitch in which you're going to get many caught in the slips, I don't think. So in fact, Green hasn't been in the gully at all day. It's been much finer than that. So Boland's going to continue from this end. The pavilion end of the ground is 240 for 5. Lovely afternoon, and Boland runs in. He bowls outside the off stump. Bairstow nearly chops into his stumps. He's going to get runs though. Down to fine leg for a boundary. They had no idea where that had gone, and I just wonder if that had kept a little bit low and took the bottom inside edge of the bat. It was a typical Boland line and length just outside the off stump, and that good length. But what's it done? Has that kept a bit low? No, I don't think so.
No, what we didn't see originally was Johnny Best actually advancing a little bit down the wicket. Australia have changed their field slightly. There's been a lot of singles in that kind of one-day gully line to the sweeper. They put, I think, David Warner's there now fielding on that line to try and stop that single.
Boland bowls wide outside the off stump. He's got to, really, because there's an open wicket now. That's where that man has come from, and that's driven by Bairstow to mid-off.
Pat Cummins and Australia's tactics in this innings so far, the difference from Ben Stokes would be Ben Stokes would challenge the batsman to play the shot, but Pat Cummins has tried to stop England playing that shot. The reverse sweep of the spin, they've had two men out trying to stop him, giving the score an option, while Ben Stokes would say, well, if you want to take that risk, you can take the risk.
I understand that from Australia. In goes Boland, and has forced off the back foot, cracked it square. They're going to take one run. Head is out there. He's had a mixed day in the field, so he's made some new friends in the crowd. 245 for 5, because from an Aussie perspective, England in a way have put a bit of pressure on themselves. This is where we're going to play, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to go out and crash it about. And what the Aussies have done with their fields, say, yeah, okay, go on then, you do it with these fields, because we know you've got to keep chasing it, because you said you're going to. Who's going to take the first backwards step? So in a way, I can see what they've done.
They've tried to stop the boundaries, so they play their good shots for one. Thinking, I'll let you go on this ball.
Then goes Boland again there, and he bowls outside the off stump. Root watches it go through.
That they might play their good shots, but they will make more mistakes than Australians batsmen will. So actually, and that tactic, Ollie Pope playing beautifully today. 30, and just try to turn on 2 square, mistake, gets a wicket. Like, so his shots he's been playing, he was only getting 1 for. So they think they can keep they don't mind the singles, because they think this England batting line will make too many mistakes to get a big score. I think that's the tactic they've gone for.
Yeah. 2 slips, standing quite close because the pitch is not quick. And Boland runs in. Oh, he's gone for the reverse one, and he's got it away this time. He's got it for 6, I think. He has. For the first time today, Murray Erasmus raises his arms, and Joe Root tried a couple of those against Ireland, and they didn't come off at all. But the first time he's tried it today, and I think probably Boland is quite a reasonable bowler to try it too, because he knows where the ball's going to be, and he's reverse swept him over fine leg, or third man really, for 6, and we saw Ben Stokes do that, of course, in that famous innings at Headingley, and now Root's done it.
First Bazball shot of the day, I think. The first kind of out of nowhere, big risk.
250 up, 251 for 5. In goes Boland, bowls to Root, has calmly forward this time, pushing the ball for a single square, and trots through. 252 for 5.
You're right, with this taking that mid wicket out, he can only bowl that side of the wicket, and Joe Root has decided that, well, I know it's going to be, I'm going to play that thing. So this is, I think,
he's fed it. They've fed it to him there.
Yeah, and I think there's been a message, I reckon, at a team. I want us to push on. Ben Stokes has said, right, we're in a good position now. You know, probably the natural thing will be, don't lose a couple of wickets now with 250 for 7 on a flat one. So he wants 400 by the end of today.
Interesting. Well, it'll be good entertainment. 252 for 5. And Lyon, who's bowled rather more than we might have expected actually today, from that far end. He's taken 2 for 71. Only 1 maiden over all day, and that was bowled by Josh Hazlewood during the afternoon. There were none in the morning session, and the singles and runs were coming very freely. Marnus Labuschagne's after a helmet. A bit surprised by that, because I would have thought if they knew Lyon was going to bowl, they'd have taken it out. So is this a change of mind, I wonder, by the captain? And not only that, he hasn't got one, but he can't find one by the look of it. He's running off. He's come all the way down to the boundary.
I think this is a case a bit like my past this morning. I woke up at 3:30 this morning thinking, where is my accreditation needed to get into the ground, which I couldn't find. Well, I know it is.
How do you remember that at 3:30?
I just woke up and oh no.
Is it incredible? Lyon round the wicket then, with Labuschagne at short leg, bowls and Root dabs that away and offside, going for his run there. I think, well, he's going to get back all right. I think they'll probably have managed that single actually, but Bairstow was up for it. He was just dabbed off the back foot, and Smith was the fielder. Well, you never quite tell with Smith. He's so jerky and fidgety, but he seems to have just tickled up his ankle there a bit. Lyon again bowls, and that's turned around the corner into the leg side by Root. And Smith's in quite an unusual position there. He's there for the reverse sweep. It's almost like a catching position for the reverse sweep.
Well, he wants them to stop playing it, so he's trying to stop Joe Root playing the reverse sweep.
It's a very deep gully. Lyon again bowls, turned by a Root, to square leg this time. There's Warner. It's a fairly quiet day so far. Well, quiet in terms of fielding. He's probably said a few things. 252 for 5 in the 54th over. Lyon spins himself a catch. Full house looking on, bathed in sunshine as Lyon bowls. And Root comes down the pitch a couple of paces, flicks that away out to the towering figure of Green there at mid wicket. Root again. Waits for Lyon, who rubs the ball a few times, swings his arm, walks a few paces, breaks into a trot. Back goes Root, himself a little bit of room to pick out that offside gap. 1 run taken. It's Cummins fields. 253 for 5. So what were your options with the pass, since you had forgotten it?
Well, I'd also have to be at the ground at 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
So I was doing the first shift as the junior man here. I was given the first one, so I was thinking, right, I know Tim Peach won't be particularly happy with me.
No, not at 3:30 he won't. Bairstow flicking that away down the ground to long on. He'll pick up a single. 254 for 5, and he'll keep the strike.
Well, he won't be happy when I text him saying I forgot my pass, because then, you know, security on day one. Like, mate, you know, if it's day 3 and day 4, you know the guys on the entrance. On the entrances, they might let you in, but on day 1, there's no chances there anyway. So I was contemplating. It's an hour and a half home, hour and a half back. I'll get back the taxi picking us up at 6. I did consider just the stress. And basically,
your wife's a very patient woman. Well, I just think that might even have tested that, to be honest.
Was everyone waking up and waking out? I think that the little miniature Dachshund wouldn't have been particularly happy to be woken up from a thing, so she would have barked. So that was an option, just to avoid any aggro. But then I thought, you know what, I must be able to get into the ground. So I thought I'd just leave it. Text Peachy this morning. He was like, replied to a lot of dots. Anyway. Luckily, ECB had, I reckon they got 2 or 3 spares for me every time I forget it. So.
They've run you one out. Well, good on them, I say. Just as well. Bairstow on strike, 2 slips waiting. Hands on knees as Boland bowls, very full and driven out through extra cover for 4. That was a half volley. You see at the moment it left the hand. And it's one of those drives from Bairstow that's the more controlled. He can either give it a real biff and stand there, chest puffed out, and a really sort of aggressive drive, or he can play that, which is a really nice little stroke.
Yeah, it normally plays it when it's just slightly back of that length, and he gets his bottom hand, and it's not, his bat isn't straight. This one was actually, I would say, technically pretty good. He didn't,
lovely shot.
Didn't really time it though, did he? But he's still so powerful when he hits that ball. There's no chance. I think it's Labuschagne, isn't it? A cover.
Yeah. Boland bowls again, is full and hit really hard, but there's a sprawling, desperate save by Khawaja at mid-on. That went like a rocket to mid-on, that really did. He did well to field that. That, again, just seemed to be heading, scorching its way to the mid-on boundary, but again, he's pitched up too full there.
It's definitely been a change in tempo, isn't it? It feels from tee like that's come off stump. Is again another bottom-handed, dominated shot. Trying to find that big gap through the leg side. Actually, that's a brilliant bit of fielding.
It was. It was a flamingo shot, really. His back foot was off the ground. Boland again, under attack. Bowls on the off stump, inside edge this time into the pad. That was a better length. Harder to drive. 258 for 5. It's not easy for Boland with this field, because he does have to bowl that slightly wider line. And that does free the arms up for Bairstow. I think he'd be happier with that mid-wicket and just bowled his normal off-stump just outside off.
I wonder how many times he's bowled with sweepers both sides. He's that type of bowler who likes building pressure on a certain batsman. He has his 6 balls of working over a batsman, nagging away at them.
There he goes again, bowls, and that is 2 straight, so it can be tucked away into the leg side. And they're going to get 2. Great running from Bairstow. Had that awful broken leg. No sign of any issues there. He sprinted the first and came back for the second. 260 for 5. England really being busy.
I mean, great cricket for Johnny Bairstow. It's 2. You can hear him 2 straight away. But Boland likes building the pressure. And actually, his best balls today, a lot of them have gone for singles. And I wonder if that's just a different, a mindset for him, something he's not used to. I mean, I don't think he's used to going at 6s.
No. 260 for 5. They were in the 55th over of the innings. England winning the toss and batting first. I'll go through the card for you in a second. As this is outside the off stump, carved away out to Travis Head, who's down on that boundary down there. He dropped a difficult-ish catch. We were talking about the third man and how difficult it is to take catches down there. But then he actually made a bad mistake and the ball went for 4. So the crowd have been on his back all day down there. And Cummins hasn't moved him. He hasn't given him some new territory. He's had to put up with it all day.
I think if you're going to drop a catch, you deserve to stay in the same place and get the punishment.
But it's on the better side of the field. I mean, you wouldn't want to do that on the by the Hollies stand there. There's a huge blow-up football there. It's a colossal black and white one doing the rounds. And he goes Boland again. Bowls on the middle stump, and he's missed out there a bit, Root, because he just turned that wrist slightly, sent the ball to mid-wicket and picked up a single, but he's happy the way things are going. 261 for 5. England won the toss, chose to bat. Crawley thrashed the first ball of the series for 4 through extra cover. It was a brilliant stroke, a little bit of width from Pat Cummins, and we thought, here we go, and that's the way they're going to play again. Duckett was the first out, a bit of a loose, tame shot really outside the off stump. We talk about the little that he leaves Well, perhaps he should have left that one, to be honest, but he was caught behind for 12. Pope started off well. He made 31. He made a bit of a misjudgment against Lyon. He tried to play a ball a bit too square on the back foot, missed it, and was LBW. Then Crawley was out to the last ball before lunch. He got a really good ball from Boland that bounced and flicked the glove as he played forward. Was caught behind for 61 from 73 balls. Harry Brook, you mentioned that freakish dismissal. Again, after he played very fluently, 32 from 37 balls. So it goes down as bowled by Lyon, but came off his thigh pad, went up in the air. I think must have hit something to roll back into the stumps again afterwards. Stokes only one. He was nicely tied up by Hazelwood, who then threw one out a little bit wider, and Fuller. Stokes went for it. On your day, it goes for 4 through the covers. It was not your day, you nick it behind, and that's what he did. Out to 4-1. Since then, these two have taken the score to 261 for 5, and Bairstow leans forward, plays the first ball from Lyon towards mid-off. Lyon trots through and picks it up, gives the ball a polish. So he's taken 2 wickets today. That takes him to about 12 from 500, is it? 288?
489 now.
489. Here he comes again. Round the wicket and bowls. Flicked out towards square leg. In comes Head. Easy one to pick up. So I think they're leaving him alone now. One run taken.
I've also forgotten 2 other things.
What, on this trip?
Yep. I've forgotten 3 things. It's not a good packing, that, is it? You don't need much to come commentating. You need a couple of shirts and whatever. 3 things.
Well, I'd hope you bring 5 shirts.
Yeah. You could always recycle one if you need to.
You could, I suppose. 262 for 5. As Lyon round the wicket, bowls, roots down the pitch, flicks that away out towards square leg, finds Warner. What else have we left?
Well, 4 of my other shirts need cufflinks. I haven't got them.
No, that's bad.
And then our recording set, which I used to do at one of the podcasts, they wanted that back today. Whoops.
Lyon bowls, and that's turned away to mid-wicket. See, the trouble with the modern cricketer is you get everything done for you.
No,
you're used to having people just running around and doing everything.
That's not true, though. You have to pack your own stuff to go on tour.
Well, your wife did that for you.
She certainly didn't.
262 for 5. Lyon round the wicket, moves in, bowls, and that's tucked away out to square leg. What you can do tomorrow morning, if we come to guys, go out into town, buy a cheap set of cufflinks, and you put them in your bag, and they live in there.
Yeah, but then once you put them in and then use them once,
you only put them in an emergency when you've forgotten the ones that you want to bring. Just a cheap set. Here's Lyon, bowls, and turns out away for Green to field, skipping across the ground at mid-wicket. It's the end of the over. 262 for 5, 56 overs gone. There you are.
Now, is there any shops going to be open tomorrow morning for play? Because I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do with. Well, I might have to do rolled up sleeves tomorrow.
No, you're going to get yourself organised. Mailbox in Birmingham, it's open all the time, isn't it? I'm sure you get a cheap pair in there.
It's very important to have backup cufflinks.
It is.
Apparently.
Have you not?
No, I've only got one shirt that needs cufflinks. I wear it about once every 5 years. Just on Scott Boland update. Now 86 runs from 14 overs. This is the 10th time that he's bowled 14 or more overs. 10th time since that he's bowled 14 or more overs in Test cricket. Previously, after 14 overs, the most he'd conceded was 48. Now 86 today. The 250 that England brought up in a ball under 53 overs was the 3rd fastest a team has reached 250 in Ashes history. The fastest, 48.3 overs, that memorable first day here in 2005 when Michael Vaughan's team played such thrilling attacking cricket, and then Australia in a second innings pre-declaration charge at Lord's in 2015. Quicker.
Thank you. 262 for 5, and Boland actually left the field there, so end of a spell presumably. And Hazelwood, who's had quite a keen haircut for this match, is coming on from this end. Mind you, I can talk. I went to Melton. I went to see my old friend the Turk in Melton the other day, and I think he was in a bad mood.
It's quite savage, really.
Dear, I don't know what I've done to him. 262 for 5. In goes Hazelwood. Runs in over the wicket. Bowls are swatted away into the leg side. And they've taken 1. And that's all they'll have. The fielder there comes in from deep square leg. I consider it an investment, because I won't need another all summer.
You certainly wouldn't. No. Not much on top there. Although I did see times are changing on the England team. they actually hired a hairdresser in to the hotel. So they all had a pre-game haircut. I didn't have to go out.
It's got very clubby, all of this, hasn't it? Out there playing golf together and get your hairdresser in. And goes Hazelwood, bowls on the middle stump. That's clipped away down to mid-on. Khawaja is the fielder. 263 for 5. I'm only sort of catching up with these hats they're wearing as well.
The bucket hats?
Yeah. Are they trendy at the moment?
I mean, I haven't got one, so it probably means they are. Actually, my 3 children came back the other day and from a show with all three had bucket hats on, and they love them.
Right.
So they get wearing them off they trot to school with a bucket hat.
Do they? Okay, so they obviously are in at the moment. Well, Ben Stokes and Bairstow's a big bucket hat wearer. 263 for 5. He's at the non-striker's end. Root on 74. Waits as Hazelwood runs in, bowls to him forward, thinking about a single. Bairstow sets off and then has to reverse and come back into his ground again at this end. Labuschagne's the fielder. But, dirty knees, grass stains on there. Tosses the ball to Cummins. I think at the moment I still consider that he's had the better of the day, losing the toss in this weather and on this pitch. To have England 260 for 5 and therefore vulnerable. Moeen next. And down to the bowlers and goes Hazelwood of bowls. That's played off the middle stump to Labuschagne again by Root.
Every England batsman's got in really, apart from Duckett today, isn't it?
Yeah.
30s and a 60. You feel on this wicket one of these two for England to get up to that 400. Over 400 needs a big 100. And Joe Root's just walking off.
What's he done? Some sort of glove issue, is it? He played that absolutely easily into the offside, and he's walked up. He's having a word with Mr. Erasmus. From Hermanus, is Mr. Erasmus, which is where all the whales are down just outside Cape Town. They reported yesterday they just started migrating past his house. It sounds a fantastic part of the world to live in. He's such an amiable man.
Lovely man.
And there's Murph Hughes on our screen, whose moustache is now definitely white.
He's going to have a tough 6 weeks, isn't he?
He is. Yes, he's a big lad these days, Merv. But he always comes on these tours, sits there with all his punters. They love him. Great company. Well, Root changes glove there. 263 for 5. Hazelwood again runs in and he bowls to him. Oh, that's a good ball. That is very similar to the one, in fact they're appealing now, very similar to the one that Crawley had from Boland. It was from quite a full length and it kicked, it bounced. And we didn't hear anything in our headphones here to suggest that might have hit something, but there's some gardening going on there. In fact, Bairstow's doing the gardening himself. He's come down for the non-striker's end, but this bounced from nowhere. It threw a lovely rake through to Carey, but we haven't seen many of those.
That's Josh Hazelwood at his best, isn't it? That extra bit of carry. Is a tall man, which he can just get anything out of the wicket.
Here is again, bowls full and straight. Root tries to turn it to mid-wicket, finds Khawaja at mid-on, and so ends the over. 263 for 5, Bairstow 48, Root 74. Hazelwood's taken a couple of wickets today. More from Alistair Cook, and then Ishiguro is coming in here.
The crowd absolutely getting going. I think Nathan Lyons has been enjoying his time down there. Tough spell this could be for Josh Hazelwood. Not played much cricket over the last 12 months or so, and this is when he gets you kind of your third or fourth spells in the day. No matter how much gym work you do, how fit you feel, there's no preparation for a whole day in the field and bowling fitness. He has bowled well again today, as you would expect. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Sir Alistair. What a day it's been. Feels like we've had a test match inside two sessions already. As we're into the third now, 263 for 5. Nathan Lyon exclusively bowling from the City end is in now to Bairstow, who tucks that round the corner down to Longleg, who's pushing off the boundary. Hazelwood collects with his right hand. They're sprinting back for 2. The throw comes in and he makes it comfortably as Jonny Bairstow, his first bat in Test cricket since his return after injury and since becoming a father, has picked up 50 here at Edgbaston.
A really valuable knock. with not much cricket behind him over the last 18 months, he's fitted seamlessly back into the number 7 role, the keeping role, and such a valuable partnership he's put on with Joe Root, and he knows how experienced he is, how important one of these two go on to get a big one.
Yeah, it was a tricky phase for England, losing 2 wickets quickly with Brooke and Stokes gone, but these two together, they've got so much experience and they've still looked to play positively. As Bairstow sets up again, change of angle now for Nathan Lyon, who comes over the wicket to Bairstow on the back foot and punching to wideish mid-wicket. There's 3 men back in the deep on the leg side. There's still that man positioned at third, quite wide for the reverse. And the first change.
Yeah, I can't remember him bowling over the wicket so far.
As he comes through now, swept by Bairstow, out to the boundary. It's headed out there like a shot. He means business here, Johnny Bairstow, as he goes to 54, 269 for 5.
That has gone past Marnus Labuschagne at short leg like an absolute rocket, and he hasn't taken what you'd say the traditional way of ducking. He's jumped and ducked. I mean, he's almost jumped into it, and that has gone incredibly fast. And Nathan Lyon's gone back over the wicket. He doesn't like getting swept. He feels that's a bit of a free shot for the right-hander because you can't get him out LBW. You can when you come back round the wicket.
Bairstow crouches, this time into out, up and over. Pat Cummins at mid-off, out to the boundary. This is Johnny Bairstow at his best. He's got all the momentum behind him. 273 for 5, Bairstow to 58.
I can't tell you how good a shot that is. From the crease, from around the wicket, against the spin. I know it's not spinning massively, but it's spinning just enough to chip the ball over mid-off. He's swept him from over. First time he comes around the wicket, back around the wicket, hits it over mid-off. It's really good batting, and it seems to be in control.
Hard man to stop when he's going like this, Johnny, as he looks over to the leg side. Lyon is in to Bairstow off the back foot and working the ball, doesn't manage to get it past David Warner at mid-wicket, diving to his right.
It must be so hard when you've got all the shots in the book and the adrenaline going there, the crowd, first day, not just to keep going, but they seem to be able to keep that tempo under control.
Holly Stand in full voice as Bairstow sweeps again, this time into the ankle of Marnus Labuschagne, who's on his just one foot, as he's hobbling around. Alex Carey just comes up to him and says, "You're right, mate." He tries to walk it off. And that is the end of the over. 273 for 5 then.
There is nothing worse when you know the guy who plays the sweep. And he plays it as well as Johnny Bairstow, and you know he's going to carry on playing. You feel like, and I've done years and years of short leg, you just feel it in the firing line. And it's for every ball you're going to get hit. And then when they do pick up the bat and they go for an aggressive shot and then they block it and then you flinch and you've got Swanee or whatever, Monty moaning at you, you turned your back, but to constantly go there, to stay there, it's a tough position. It is bravery.
You've got to be a little bit crazy. As Hazelwood on from the pavilion end, he's got a slip in a gully, deep point, deep back of square and fine leg. As he comes in to Root, who's guiding the ball to gully, no run. Cameron Green with that lean down. It's a long way down for him, but he has so much agility to get down in one motion and stop the ball.
Johnny Bairstow's half century came from 58 balls, 6 fours. He's since added a 7th and an 8th. His 36.50 plus score in Test, 1200s amongst those 6 in the last year since that Sydney Test last year, averaging close to 70 600s and 2 other 50s in 12 matches.
Root on 74, backing across and dabbing at the ball out to backward deep point for a single. He goes to 75 now, 274 for 5.
Yeah, you would say that Johnny Bairstow has just loved the new regime. The freeing up of shot making, your mind, and ever suit a player as well as any. It has been Johnny Bairstow, and his move up to the order and the top of the order of ODI cricket as well, kind of just been like the perfect storm and getting some unbelievable results in Test cricket.
Bairstow slaps the ball to extra cover, no run. And you know he's in good form when he's using his hands like that. There wasn't a lot of foot movement, but a good length delivery from Josh Hazlewood. He absolutely creamed but Miles Labuschagne there to take the ball, no run. So you'd say England with all the momentum right now. How are Australia going to respond? This partnership with 98 now. As Hazlewood pushes away, running in on an angle. He bowls to Bairstow, who defends to the offside. No run.
Yeah, well, I was talking to Agger saying I felt like a momentum shift at tee, where there's a message that the captain Ben said to the players, I want us to, push on after tee. Australia's starting to use a different tactic. They're bowling wider with bowling. And now Hazlewood, they've gone back to the bowling a little bit straighter. It's very hard to stop. If these two can stay in the moment, stay controlled. And there's been a couple of soft dismissals, I'd say, from England today. If these two don't do that, there's plenty of runs out there.
Hazlewood in, Bairstow patting the ball to mid-on, no run. Esmond Khawaja placed there. I wonder if he'll be batting this evening.
That's always the thing as an opener, isn't it? No matter what happens, you just have that nagging doubt. He was saying we get one, and then, Moeen hasn't played much cricket. Broad, Anderson and Robinson's a fairly longish tail. Will he have to face a tricky few overs tonight?
Well, these two have consolidated nicely. A precarious situation, but they've continued that style. Bairstow guides the ball to extra cover. Can't manage to thread it through out to the boundary. At the end of the over, it's 274 for 5. Alistair Cook has slept out, and in comes Michael Vaughan. Well, these two love batting together, don't they, Michael?
Yeah, just a year ago they put on 269 at Edgbaston against India. Surprised by Australia after tee to go to that channel, because it's just freed Johnny Bairstow up. Before tee they were bowling a bit straighter. Didn't seem as easy to score, but once you allow Bairstow the momentum, you can generally tell with Johnny in his eyes.
Yeah, it's his eyes, isn't it? Yeah.
His eyes were going early.
Johnny eyes.
Yeah, you could see, hit the boundary, got him to about 12 quite early, and you could see his eyes. He gave Joe Root a big fist pump. He's in the zone.
Root on 75, glimpses up to have a look at that man at deep backward point now as Lyon is in round the wicket as he struck on the pad, but half appeal. Nathan Lyon doesn't even go up as it trickles out to the offside, and Carey goes to fetch it. There's two men back in the deep on the leg side. It's not really a long leg, it's slightly finer than that, and a deep mid wicket that's quite square as Lyon is in to Root on the back foot and guiding the ball to the offside for a single at 275 for 5.
Yeah, look at Joe Root. He's a smart player. He's a problem solver, pretty much like Steve Smith, and he's just keeping his leg side of the ball. He can kind of identify what Nathan Lyon's trying to do to him, pin him back on that back leg. We saw him get Ollie Pope out earlier in the day, so he's keeping his legs out the line, making sure he's playing with his bat. Ball change thereafter, the Aussies. The device is out.
The rings.
Sorry, Pat, you've got to carry on.
Yeah, the ball's been tossed back to Nathan Lyon as Bairstow is on 58. He's just remarking his guard. So field spread. Just having a little chat to his captain, Nathan Lyon, asking him to just push back ever so slightly. There was that lovely chip in the air up and over him the last over as Lyon round the wicket to Bairstow. This time chips it over to the leg side, out to deep mid wicket. There's a chase on and he's beaten the fielder out to the boundary. And that is the 100 partnership for these two. Boy, have they played well. Bairstow to 62, 279 for 5. And there was a moment, England 5 for 176 on a flat pitch here at Edgbaston, where Australia felt they were in the game, but these two have just closed the door once again.
I'm just chuckling because it's Travis Head on the mid-wicket boundary, diving away to his left again. He's done some miles out there, Travis. Dropped that chance off Harry Brook.
Yeah. Lyon in to Bairstow, punching past extra to a wideish mid-off for a single. 280 for 5. Bairstow to 63. He's looked pretty fluent today, hasn't he, Joe? When you think of, all the chat about the fact that he didn't play a lot of long format cricket, he was over in the IPL, didn't play any IPL cricket, was just in the nets for hours on end.
What a nonsense that is. He's an experienced old pro and exactly what.
As a reverse comes out to the man at deep backward point for a single. 281 for 5.
I think Joe Root knows exactly what works for him now.
The 100 partnership came up in 20.5 overs. It's the 11th Test century partnership these two have shared. They're currently averaging just under 51 per stand together.
Playing this 7th Ashes series, Joe Root, as Lyon comes into Bairstow, who gets on the back foot and punches out to long on for a single at the end of the over. So 282 for 5 as Bairstow goes to 64, Root to 77. So it's been a difficult time here in Nottingham, and in the 56th over, the Barmy Army trumpeter played a rendition of Amazing Grace in memory of Barnaby Webber and Grace Kumar and Ian Coates, who lost their lives in that incident in Nottingham on Tuesday. 56 was the playing number of Barnaby at Bishop's Hull Cricket Club in Taunton, and Grace Kumar was also a cricketer playing at Woodford Wells Cricket Club in Essex. Nathan White, who's a friend of Grace and Barney at Nottingham Uni, has sent us this message. Grace was an outstandingly beautiful girl, a cricketer who came up through the age groups for Essex cricket. When she was chosen to represent England for hockey, she spent more time playing that game, but never gave up her love for cricket. She always threatened to return to it as an avid supporter, and would be truly honoured for you to mention her today. Sanjoy and Sinead, her parents, and her brother James are forever proud of her outstanding achievements. Anyone who knew Barney as well would agree that he was one of the best blokes they have ever met. He never failed to make anyone smile and always lit up a room no matter the situation. He will be dearly missed by anyone who knew him. As Hazelwood bowls here to Bairstow, who slaps that out to the boundary for four more to Johnny as he goes to 68, 286 for 5. And Nathan says, all of us send our deepest condolences to all who knew Barney. He is our 56 not out forever. But the Barmy Army, as I mentioned, playing a rendition of Amazing Grace in the 56th over as a tribute to those who lost their lives so very sadly. As Hazelwood comes in again. Bairstow edges, and it's dropped. And it's Carey flying through the air. It was in, it was out. It's heading out to the third man boundary as they'll rush back for a couple. Big moment as England go to 288 for 5, Bairstow to 70.
Oh, that's a big chance. It's diving to Carey's right. It's quite wide, length ball, flashing blade of Bairstow. Saw him take a couple of really good catches last week in the World Test Championship final. He'll be disappointed with that one. Just the one hand, his right hand. Second chance for Australia gone down today.
Bairstow works the ball to mid-wicket, no run. Slightly straighter on that occasion from Hazelwood, another good length delivery. Poignant moment for the Barmy Army.
Yeah, we've got Nathan behind us, Barnaby's friend from the Nottingham Uni Cricket Club. Such a tragic event in Nottingham, but all our thoughts with all the families that have been affected by it.
Bairstow pulls out to the boundary. There is no one out there, and everyone gets up off their seat in the Holly stand. They're loving what they're witnessing here at Edgbaston. 292 for 5. Are we witnessing something special again here from Johnny?
Well, he's going now. He's starting to motor Johnny. Just a little squat, hip height on that leg side, picks up the length very quickly. And it's at times like this when you're looking at Hazelwood. He's not played any cricket. Flat pitch, been a long day. Are England going to capitalise? That catch is crucial.
Punches that to extra cover this time, no run.
You can see John's itching. He's itching to get one just in his arc.
A few words there from Josh Hazelwood. Just a couple more steps towards.
You can just see Johnny's going. He just fancies, if there's one in his arc, I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to plant one straight over Josh Hazelwood's head. The Aussies in the crowd in the nice bright yellow outfits, they were quite chirpy a couple of hours ago. A bit quieter. Yeah, the catch of Carey's on the screen. He'd be disappointed with that.
What does Gilly always say? It hit him in the sort of drumstick of the hand as Bairstow is forwards and pushes the ball to the offside. No run. As a few more words from you, Michael, and then it will be Jim Maxwell.
Oh, what an entertaining first day we've had here. 292 for 5 England, 61 overs. That's what they do. That's the way that they play, and they score so quickly. Bairstow 74, Joe Root 77. Johnny's only faced 76 deliveries. Joe Root a little bit more old school, attritional style, 120 deliveries. But it's been dramatic, Jim. A couple of catches gone down. The Aussies, they dropped a couple at the Oval last week as well.
Yes, Travis Head probably should have caught that one earlier on. It didn't cost them as much as this one might, because at the time Harry Brook was 24 and then he got out rather unfortunately.
I've never seen that before, have you?
Never, no.
Could have nutted it, couldn't he? Could have got flicked
Well, the
it on.
interesting thing is, if Carey had seen it, I'm sure he would have grabbed it.
Yeah.
But he didn't see it.
Yeah.
And nor did Brooks sort of have the awareness of knowing where it was and so on. It was very unusual, yeah. He was a bit stiff. But these two have carried on extremely well, just picking the bowling off. And now Nathan Lyon, he's going to keep bowling around the wicket. He's worked very hard on a pretty flat pitch, but there it goes. Lyon's in and down the pitch. It's knocked away by Root out towards wide mid-on. I'm not sure, should Australia have attacked more at times? What else could they have done with their field placing? Because this is a very good pitch to bat on. And a fast scoring ground if you're in rhythm like these two. Lyon bowls, and there's the sweep. Around the corner it goes out towards deep backward square on Hazelwood. Another single. And Bairstow's got the chance to overtake Joe Root now.
Yeah, I think there's been times where Australia spread the field just a little bit too soon to the new player. But 170 odd for 5, you would have grabbed that at the start of the day's play. So, this partnership to keep the drop catches. Again, they're things that you can control. They'll be disappointed with that. The big blow-up football's been taken away from the Hollies. It's not good. Come on, give it back.
Ah, the security's moved in, eh?
The butchers are chasing the pig around the stand.
There's a leg slip now. Bairstow swings into a short ball and gets 4 more. He has overtaken Joe Root, or has equalled him. They're 78 apiece in this excellent partnership. 120 odd now, 5 for 297.
Since tea, Johnny Bairstow's just gone, and Aussie's offered that width to him early. Bowling wide of the off stump, packing the offside, and it's just got him into this kind of momentum and positivity. He's flying.
6-3 field. It's not stopping him. Down the pitch he goes, and he's beaten, and he's stumped. He is stumped. He's missed it. He's out, stumped by Carey. Knocked off the bails very quickly. So Carey's good hands have saved Australia from a little bit more punishment. Bairstow's excellent innings comes to an end. He's getting the applause from the crowd as he skipped down the wicket. It was a straight honour from Lyon, and it went between bat and pad. And he'd be disappointed he didn't hit that. But much needed wicket for Australia. Nathan Lyon's third, It's 6 for 297.
Yeah, what I was saying, he's flying down the wicket, Jim. Oh, he was going, Johnny. He was just thinking boundaries. You know, when you get that amount of momentum and you're a Johnny Bairstow star player, why not keep going with it? Such a dangerous player. Moeen Ali, not played Test cricket for a couple of years. Called up because of the Jack Leach injury. England could have gone with Will Jacks, who did pretty well in Pakistan. Rehan Ahmed, young leg spinner who bats so well for Leicester. Saw his kind of positive arrival into Test match cricket with a 5-for in Pakistan. But they've gone back to Moeen Ali. Now this, you would feel, is a good time for Moeen Ali. I've kind of seen his quotes in the week, and you get a sense that Moeen's going to come out and have a real dash. He's under no pressure. The coach has said to him, performances, it's irrelevant. Just go out and enjoy your cricket and have a go. So strap yourself in, Jim. I think this could be fun.
Well, we've been strapping ourselves in all day, but I mean, you do ask the question, really, if you bat first on this surface, what is a good, respectable to good, powerful score?
Well, if the Aussies get another wicket now in the next 10 or 15 runs, they have to start thinking of bowling England out for 350.
Yeah.
And from what we've seen today, I would say 350 is quite a long way short of par. And with Lyon already 3-for in the first innings on a road, what's he going to do in the second inning when you think there might be a bit more spin?
So here he is, slip and a short leg. He goes to Moeen Ali, and he's back, and he's getting a run off the mark straight away. A scamper as he sent the ball away, and it's going to be overthrows if he backs up, but he's too far gone at the other end past the stumps, and they don't get the overthrow that may have been available there. Now he's on the field. That's Renshaw, I think. He's out on the field at deep backward square. He picked it up and hurled it, missed everyone, went to deep cover, but just one. 6 for 298 England, and they've been going mainly full throttle ever since the first ball of the day was struck through extra cover by Crawley, and he played really well to make 61. 3 for 124 at lunch. Now Lyon it is to Root. Root back, defending, straight down the pitch. Another impressive Joe Root innings. So he's 78. Moeen Ali's 1. Lyon 3 for 98.
He's a class act. Nathan Lyon, I mean, he's gone for a few, but to see a finger spinner bowl with so much control, just subtle variations, the odd quicker ball that's trying to trap the right handers on the back foot. Now and again he just goes a bit higher. You know, he's held an M for Australia, done a really good job for his team, and his captain.
Yeah, so a stretching day for the faster men here. Pat Cummins is back into the attack. I'll just have a look at that scorecard when Andy's flicked you a number there. What have you got?
Just Johnny Bairstow's figures: 78 from 78 balls, 12 fours, 20 off his first 36, then 58 off 42, including the ball that he was stumped off. And again, his form since that Sydney Test, he made a brilliant century. 12 tests, 1,139 runs, average 67, strike rate 77. That strike rate is 97 per 100 balls since the start of last summer when Stokes and McCullum took over, and the partnership finished on 121 from exactly 23 overs. Just something on the movement so far. I mentioned earlier on, we've seen very little movement. Looking at seam bowlers in the first 60 overs of a Test match in England, so first innings batting first, the first 60 overs, there's been the least swing and least movement off the pitch for seamers. So the combined total of movement is comfortably the lowest. Yeah, so this database goes back to 2006 when we have the ball tracking data. So it has been a friendly surface to bat on.
Yeah, I mean, it's looked a beauty. It's looked a road, but there's been the odd ball that's bounced and the odd ball that's kept a bit low. So there'll be something there for the bowlers as we progress through the Test match. But in terms of the seam bowlers through the air enough to see him, I don't remember seeing a play. It's maybe one from Joe Root to Josh Hazlewood. Might have got one to bounce past the outside edge.
Well, the batting's been so dominant, I don't think I saw a serious bouncer until Cameron Green came in.
We might see a bouncer.
Yeah, that's right. But that's what I was just thinking with Moeen Ali.
Fine legs quite wide, square leg on the boundary, mid-wicket's in place. Cover point on the boundary, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, extra cover. So it's a similar to field, but I'd be amazed if they don't bowl a few short ones to Moeen.
A couple in the slips, and Pat Cummins is on his way. Bowls to Moeen Ali, who's forward and pushes the ball down off his hip there. Cummins only his 11th over of the day, none for 37. Hazelwood coming back, 14 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 56. And Boland, 14 overs, no maidens, 1 for 86.
Never seen that before, but
no.
Let Scotty Boland in first class cricket has never gone that amount of runs in so few overs. The Nighthawks in next, Jim. Stuart
Broad, he plays some interesting shots. Cummins charges in and he's forward. He's almost caught and bowled. He chipped that in the air back down the onside, and Cummins flung out his left hand. It went past him. It may have just flicked his fingers. Always tough in his follow through for a fast bowler, any bowler, to pick up a firmly hit shot. But that was just to his left. Yes, he got his fingers on it. He could have caught it.
Oh, he's an athlete. He'll be disappointed with that.
Wasn't hit all that hard, was it?
No, I think the pace of it coming off the bat surprises him, and he didn't quite get the grip with the kind of the flight of the ball towards him. Seen them taken.
So that's 3 catches down today. Cummins in again, and Moeen Ali's pushing. Wants a run, he goes quickly because he has to, as Cameron Green came in from the gully. Joe Root said, yeah, let's go. And they made it safely in the end. 6 for 299. We're in the 63rd over of the day, so our new ball's a fair way off. And Joe Root is playing the pivotal innings here. 78 not out. Bairstow 78 balls with 12 fours. And he was swatting the flies in the last bit until he just misjudged one from Lyon and was stumped well by Carey. Lyon 3 for 98 from 21 overs. So here's Cummins on the way into Root, and Root's walking and he's playing, and away to the onside. It's collected by Warner, who's there at mid-wicket.
Yeah, you look at Pat Cummins' figures, 10.3 overs, 0 for 38. So he has managed to restrict this England side from finding the boundary too often against his bowling. He's a world-class performer.
But he's, like everyone else, had to work pretty hard here, and he's manoeuvred the field fairly defensively for a lot of the day to try and stop the fours, and he has Root nudging away. He scored a lot of runs down there, just pushing it wide of gully backward point. 300 comes up for England. Wherever they go from here, it's still a pretty good day, and they might go up to 400 if they can get another partnership with Root now 79, 6 for 300. 1 maiden today, that's all? Yeah. That's a remarkable stat in the day's play, but it does tell you a bit about the way England play.
I'm going to ask Andy to do a maiden count on the first day of Ashes. He's got to be up there.
He has to be. It's a record of some sort, that's for sure.
1 maiden.
Cummins goes in and bowls a ball that's driven on the upper way towards cover, and that ends the over. So we've still got a number of overs to come tonight, another potential 27 overs.
No chance.
And we're not going to bowl those.
We don't bowl 90 overs anymore, Jim. Just the 75 second
now,
day, wasn't it?
You've got an idea about playing on to 30 overs in each session.
No, that's not my idea. That was someone on Twitter. So
you were dobbed in on that one.
Yeah, so I think that overs that you should affect. You should get runs.
Runs.
So if England's 4 overs down today,
yes,
Australia should get 80 extra runs.
80,
20 runs per over. That'll get them round. But the suggestion on social media was that you should bowl 30 overs, and if it eats into your lunch break, it eats into your lunch break. So if you finish at 20 past 1, you only get 20 minutes for lunch.
Now Lyon's bowling and Root's playing. So if you go,
and then you start again at 1:40, or 1:40, then you've got 30 overs to bowl. And if it goes into your tea break, you miss your scones and your cup of tea. You like that one, Simon? So basically, you could go the whole day not eating.
Line goes up, a reverse sweep, and there's an appeal for LBW. It's going down towards the boundary for 4 something. What are they going to do? This is going to be a DRS. It's come off the pad, so they're leg buys. Doesn't look like there's too much excitement for a review here as he attempted to sweep. It looked like it was a bit bouncy outside the line, but It's 4 leg byes at the moment, and no one else has moved. Let's have a look. Yeah,
outside.
Hit him outside. And deflected very fine to the boundary.
But I don't think it's just the bowlers.
No, it's not.
I think.
Well, you've got concussion, DRS, other factors. Here comes Lyon. Back he goes, punching away into the gap on the onside. They've got to do well. They ban drinks because they're always running drinks out onto the ground.
So
when they want them, well, just ban the whole drinks thing. But that's television, isn't it?
There's enough. They'll want an advert or two.
Yeah.
But in between that, they shouldn't have drinks. They could easily have 12 men. There's lots of them just running out drinks whenever.
Or just put them down on the boundary.
Nice fridge.
Yeah, it's like if you have to go for a leak or something like that, you somewhere to go.
You used to have little holes on the outfield where you could have a fridge and just keep a few drinks.
Now it's Lyon, and he's hit lustily by Moeen Ali, way over wide long on, and it's gone out to the boundary for 4. Cop that. And Lyon, a little surprised, I think. It's happened so quickly, but it may have been premeditated, but by goodness, it was well struck, wasn't it? As he hoisted that ball over mid-on, wide mid-on to the boundary. And now the man's going back. The old Ted Dexter captaincy. They hit the 4 out there. Send a bloke out there. Send a bloke out there.
4 fielders on the boundary.
Lyon tries again, and Moeen Ali's trying to cut. He's miscuing off the bottom of his bat.
5 fielders. Missed one just
3 on the on, and
here in the corner. 5 fielders on the boundary. England are 300 for 6. 309 for 6, and Moeen Ali's just come in.
Yes. Where's the invitation? Has he got one? Lyon goes, and he's forward, and he just nurses the ball away to deep cover. And the head is coming into field. Another easy single. There have been a lot of singles today. And Lyon in that over brings up his 100. 3 for 104 to his name, and it's 6 for 310.
How are you going to penalise slow over 8, Jim? You got any suggestions?
I don't like the idea of runs, no.
No? Why not?
Because it's not part of the game. No. It's too
fines aren't working.
Well, that's part of it, but I think you just got to keep playing in the last session.
Oh, okay.
That's what you've got to do.
That's one way, yeah.
Yeah, but you also have to calculate as the day goes what number of overs is allowable, as it were. If you are genuinely 3 or 4 overs short because of concussion breaks, DRS knocks 2 minutes out every time, at least.
Yeah.
So there are those things to consider. If you can do it on the run, that's the match referee. Okay. Forward it goes, way to the onside. A little punch from Moeen Ali at the start of Cummins over.
I'll tell you what I did enjoy at the World Test Championship final was the half-10 start.
Yes.
I thought half-10 was a
we had that in the Ashes a few years ago, didn't we?
Yeah, I don't think we get too much moisture, really. I think it'd be a good time to start.
Yeah. And I think you should just keep playing the last session until the overs are bowled or whatever the number is. They can work these things out.
TV maybe, the problem.
TV rules the eyeballs. Cummins goes in again, and he swings into this and hits it on the up out to deep cover for 4. Yes, that was a tame ball. It was a bit like the ball he bowled when he was fatigued at Headingley to Ben Stokes when he won the game. A little bit wide, not much heat on it, and it gave Moeen Ali the chance to throw his hands at it, a 4.
Well, I can't believe that Pat Cummins throwing up some full ones to Moeen Ali. Not bowling him a bouncer yet. Not played cricket for 2 years. Australia used to just pepper Moeen Ali in the England tail.
6 for 314. He tries again, and it's tight right up on the stumps and watched carefully by Moeen Ali, who's raced along to 11 from 10 balls, and England keeps surging along here. Run rate near 5 and over throughout, and Australia finding how hard it can be in conditions like this to keep control of the game, and they've done it to an extent because they got 6 wickets. There have been a lot of gaps in the field to pick up the singles. Cummins in, short, and that's swiveled and hit a long way for 6 over deep square. Travis Head was getting under it, but all he could do was wave it goodbye. And that's what the crowd are doing. They're applauding. They're carrying on because of that superb shot by Moeen Ali. A good little pickup on the shot that was off a short ball. Bit of timing there, because that's probably the longest boundary on the ground.
Yeah, it's just a punch.
Yep.
Didn't get up about chest height, maybe not even that high, just below chest height. He just kind of punches it. I think we might see another one. He's going to come around the wicket, Pat Cummins. The next one might be just a little bit higher.
Around the wicket, the slip in the gully. Moeen Ali drives, just checks himself a little bit, and it scoots down towards Hazelwood, who's out there at mid-on. So the entertainment continues. Moeen Ali may not have played red ball and test cricket for a long time, but I tell you what, he looks in pretty good nick with the bat. I don't know about the ball.
Well, this is what he does in the IPL. He goes out there, he's got 17 off 12. It's a momentum change in an IPL game.
Yes.
Just doing it in test cricket.
That was a good heave, wasn't it?
Yeah, surely Cummins will go short.
Last ball of the over, here he comes around the wicket, and it's pitched thereabouts outside the off stump and pushed back down the pitch. Okay, it's 6 for 320. Another word from you, Michael. Simon Mann is coming on to continue the excitement. 10 runs from that over.
Yeah, it's just entertainment. Moeen Ali 17 from 14. Joe Root 80 from 128. That's a good rate. But it's quite slow in this England side. Australia have had a day where they've seen plenty of boundaries hit against them, but they've picked up key wickets at crucial moments. Every time you felt that England are just about to kind of grab the game, they lose a wicket. And the Aussies will be thinking if they can get Joe Root out now or Moeen Ali, they're down to Broad, Ollie Robinson and Jimmy Anderson, and they could bowl England out tonight. And I would say if they do tonight, they'll be delighted with that, even though England have got quite a few.
Well, here's Lyon going into bowl to Joe Root, and Root manoeuvres that away into the offside towards extra cover. Cummins trots away to his left to pick up, and Root gets another single. So he's playing his way, the Root way, which has not been ultra aggressive, extravagant. He's played the reverse sweep quite a bit, and there's one reverse rampy play for 6. It was a stunning shot, but I don't know, in the circumstances, risk reward, I don't know. But anyway, it came off for him. 321 for 6, but for the most part he's just playing normal test cricket, Joe Root. Here's Moeen Ali playing a slightly different game. Lyon bowls to him, and Moeen squeezes forward and plays that to the right of Warner in the covers, and they nick another single. Moeen goes to 18, and England to 322 for 6. We're in the 60th over of the day, an hour and a half's cricket left. It's been another fantastic day's cricket. Jason Gillespie is here.
Oh, got the wrong one. There we go. Sorry. How are you, mate?
Yeah, it's been brilliant cricket today.
Hasn't it?
Cut and thrust. Here is Lyon bowling to Root. Root gets this one to the left of Cummins again. Cummins fielding at mid-off. Needs to go towards extra cover to pick it up. And Root gets another single. He moves to 82. And England to 323 for 6. I mean, shades of Edgbaston 2005, the first day, where England were bowled out in a day for around about 400.
Remember that? Yeah, not too fondly.
I didn't bring that up. That's specifically your role in that. I mean, it was quite tough, wasn't it, then?
It was a great challenge, and England came out and played much like today. Played a lot of intent, look to score mentality.
Lyon bowls to Moeen. Moeen's forward, guiding that away towards backward point. It's picked up by Hazelwood, and there's no run.
What an opportunity for Moeen Ali. He's been called back into the squad. Reckon he'll enjoy this environment, I would have thought. Just saw pictures of McCullum and Stokes just lazing on the couch in the viewing room, just watching proceedings, having a laugh. Yeah, great dressing room to be in, I would have thought.
There are 5 fielders on the boundary for Moeen Ali against Nathan Lyon. He's around the wicket to bolt him, and he comes down the pitch, and he has a swing at it, misses it, and Kerry whips off the bails, and Lyon gets another one. Well, 5 men back, he took it on, and Moen is on his way for 18, and England are 323 for 7. Lyon 4 for 107 on the first day.
Much like the Johnny Bairstow wicket, Nathan Lyon just the ball down, bowling it hard into the surface, as we saw with the Bairstow dismissal. A bit of spin there, bit of bounce, and again another really good take from Alex Carey, who is in fine keeping form. He's been in brilliant form for the last 12 months.
Yeah, got a good sight of that. It was a long way down, wasn't he, Moen? A real head up, a waft into the leg side. Well, difficult shot to play. He took one off Cummins over the deep forward square leg boundary. 5 fielders back now. Who is coming in? Network Stuart Broad, who's coming in at number 9.
Second stumping for Alex Carey. It's only the second time since the Second World War that there have been 2 stumpings in the first innings of an Ashes test, as in the first innings for the team batting first. Jack Russell had 2 at Nottingham in 1989. Before that, you've got to go back to Leslie Ames at the MCG, New Year 1937. And for Australia, the last time an Australian keeper had 2 stumpings in the opening innings of an Ashes test was Bert Oldfield at Headingley in 1934.
Wow.
I bet they were slightly different dismissals.
I think you might be right.
Yeah. Right, Stuart Broad has had a chat with Joe Root. Root's taking his gloves and helmet and everything off. He's not quite ready. Broad's taking his guard from umpire Raza. And there may be another one coming as well, the way Stuart Broad plays. And for Broad, we've got 5 men in the deep as well. Long on is in a bit. Khawaja there at long off, not quite on the rope. The rest are, and they're just sorting out their field, Australia. Looks like a short leg is coming in. Yeah, Labuschagne's getting the helmet. He's going to field it at short leg. So slipping a short leg. 5 men out. Cummins at, well, he's more deep mid-on than long on here. He's sort of tempting Broad, if you like. And here is Lyon at 323 for 7. And Broad props forward to shout for LBW. And Steve Smith really likes it from first slip.
I think that's a bit closer than you think.
Yeah.
Cummins racing in there.
Have they gone for it? Difficult to tell. They have to wait for the captain to come in. 3, 2, 1. No, they don't go for it. No. He propped forward Broad, hit on the front pad. It's one of those, when Tuffers was playing, they wouldn't have bothered thinking about it. But these days...
I think as well, though, like maybe in their thinking, Stuart Broad's a tall man as well.
Just seeing the replay now. Anyway, they haven't reviewed it. Oh, I might have been inside. Was it pad bat or bat pad? Difficult to tell. We need a side on for that. Oh, I think
that.
Yeah, it was inside edge onto pad. So it wasn't pad bat. It was bat pad. So good decision from Australia not to review it. 323 for 7 at the end of the over. It's possible there that Smith didn't quite have the same view that those looking front on had.
I think Lyon and Carey pretty much shut that down. Smith from first slip was very keen.
Cummins is going to bowl to Root, and it's fairly obvious here who Australia want to bowl at. Because
what makes you say that?
Because the field is far flung. There are lots of gaps. There are lots of singles for Root if he wants them. And here's Cummins bowling to him, and Root in behind that and playing it up towards deepish mid-off. Cummins doesn't bother to field it, and it rolls towards Hazlewood. And England say, well, OK, we'll take the run. It doesn't bother us.
I don't mind that from Joe Root. Stuart Broad can bat. He's got a test 160 against Pakistan back in 2010. I don't know, his batting may have dropped off in recent times, but I think there's a fair chance he's going to be looked to be quite aggressive here.
Yeah, well, he's one of those players, and we've seen quite obviously a lot of him. He's one of those players who, a lot do, but him more than most. First 12, 15 balls, he needs to get through that. If he does, then he can be devastating. The field for Cummins to Broad, there's that deep forward square leg again, and the fine leg, and the deep backward point on the boundary. The field's come up for Broad. It's only a slip and a gully. It's the field that Australia have been operating with for large parts of the day, even with Stuart Broad out there. And Cummins rolls in from round the wicket to bowl to Broad, and Broad blocks it towards mid-off and then sets off for a single. It's not there. It's to be sent back by Joe Root, who's in danger of being marooned here. He's 83 not out. England 324 for 7. It's that old cliche in cricket. You have to see both sides bat. It's difficult to know what sort of score that is. I mean, England have done it in an entertaining fashion, but 324 feels a little bit thin on the first day.
Yep.
On this surface.
Not from a run rate point of view. No. I think we can all agree that's been very good.
Cummins to bowl to Broad. Broad blocks that one as well, just turning it quietly into the onside. Cummins steps forward to pick up, and there's no run. Yeah, you feel on this surface, these conditions, you sort of want to bank 400 psychologically, or sort of minimum really, obviously like loads more, and there's always that prospect in the back of your mind. I'm not sure Ben Stokes would admit this, but there must be for England supporters. What are Labuschagne and Smith going to do on this surface? So wear you down.
I'm going to throw one at you. Will England declare?
Well, I wouldn't put it past them. Cummins bowls to Broad. Broad gives himself some room, tries to waft that through the offside, miscues it off the inner part of the bat, goes into the onside towards mid-on, and there is no run. Well, I wouldn't rule that out.
No.
I suppose it depends who's at the crease.
I think that's a really good point. I sense that England will just look to score as many as they can, as quick as they can. I can't see a declaration coming.
324 for 7. There's still an hour and 20 minutes play available. Cummins tries again and bowls to Stuart Broad on his hip there, and Broad's off the mark. He might get 2. He deflects it down towards fine leg. He doesn't want to. Root, I think, did. Broad, 36-year-old legs on their long ones, but he didn't feel he could get back for the second. So Broad is off the mark. England 325 for 7. There's 1 ball left in this Cummins over. So much action today. If you've missed any of it, you can see the highlights, the main bits on the BBC Sport website. You can see the full highlights on BBC Two at 7 o'clock tonight. And we'll have our Ashes Daily podcast on BBC Sounds. You can also find the latest tail enders. Jimmy Anderson involved in that. He'd be looking for his pads at the moment. He's probably got them on, actually. Here's Cummins to bowl to Root. Wants a single, goes to the ramp shot, gets it over the slip corner. Where's this going? Is it 4? Is it 6? It's 6. He's done it again. And it's an extraordinary shot. Turning himself round and lifting it over the slip cordon down to the boundary at the far end. So he wasn't looking for a single. Of course, he was looking for a 6 off the final ball.
That's extraordinary. That's the classic top of off delivery that all bowlers strive for. And Joe Root's just made that, turned that into a 6. He's played that beautifully. He's just watched the ball. It takes a lot of bravery, a lot of courage to get into that position, to execute that shot. It's quite extraordinary.
Well, we've had 3 6s today, and Root's hit 2 of them from that shot. And the other one was Moeen Ali's. An equally remarkable stroke. I didn't think he'd hit it that well initially, and it went sailing overhead. It's quite a big boundary out there.
It almost felt like it was a top edge, wasn't it? Just sort of looked to flick it on the leg side. It was just above bail height, or above waist height. Just looked to, it was what a shot. Amazing.
Right, 331 for 7 with that 6 from Joe Root. Well, people have turned up today, have certainly had their money's worth. Australia supporters, England supporters, neutral supporters, something for everyone today. And Lyons on a fifer on the first day of an Ashes series. 4 for 107. This is his 24th over. And he's going to be bowling to Stuart Broad now. One of the men on the boundaries come up, the fine leg fielder. So it's long on, long off, deep point, deep mid-wicket. Here's Lyon. Looking for that 5th wicket, bowls to Broad. Broad stretches right forward and plays that quietly back up the onside of the pitch. And it's picked up by Nathan Lyon. Now, it might be a bit greedy from here, but England would love another 70 runs from the last 3 wickets. Ollie Robinson to come at number 10, not the worst number 10 in the world.
Decent player.
And then James Anderson. Here's Lyon bowling to Broad. The grip there as Broad leant forward. But no severe spin, anything like that. Broad was able to smother it. Pushed it out towards Warner, Had extra cover. Field setback. There's no short leg now. 4 saving 1. And those 4 fielders out. Sort of waiting for something to happen almost. Waiting for Broad to go charge. He drives there nicely. Square drive. Picks out the man on the deep cover boundary. Travis Head, who basically has been Billy No-Mates today. He's been out on that boundary almost all day.
And I'll tell you what, he's copped a little bit of grief as well from the crowds. English crowds, they don't let Australians forget if they drop a catch or misfield a ball, knowing that from personal experience, Simon.
And he's done both of those today, Travis.
He has, the poor lad.
But he took it well. He took his cap off and bowed at one point, which is probably, excuse me, it's probably the best way to go, really. Gets the crowd on side, doesn't it? 3:32 for somebody. It can be merciless out there. I remember a day watching it over where Shane Watson was getting the most. I mean, it was just actually disgusting abuse.
Was
really.
it?
Yeah, it was really out of order, and not just a few in the crowd. 3:32 for 7. Root on 89. Lyon bowls, and Root nudges a single into the offside. Labuschagne gets his skates on to pick it up, and Broad has to hurry as well. Labuschagne feels that throws it to the striker's end. Broad is home. It was one of those there. Root set off thinking, it's easy single, and so both Labuschagne and Broad thought, hold on, is there an easy single? And they were competing with each other for that striker's end. 3-3-3 for 7. Root into the 90s with that single. Broad on 2. Lyon bowls to him. Broad sweeps and makes very good contact and hits it for 4. Out to the deep backwards square leg boundary. They brought Boland up, and he probably would have stopped that. But Broad swept that away very nicely. That's the best of Stuart Broad. He has got good hand-eye coordination.
He was a batter in junior cricket, Stuart Broad. So
3-3-7 for 7. It's nicely in the hitting arc there. Broad reach, and they put the man back now. Boland's down at fine leg. It's a very defensive field for a number 9. Broad tries to swing that away. He might have got a bottom edge. It's coming down fine. Chase on for Boland. Dives and stops it just inside the rope. Broad jogs back for a second. 2 somethings there. Was that an inside edge? It was. There's nothing from the umpire. Well, that was a very streaky shot. That was a waft from Broad and an edge just past the stumps. They're going to check this to make sure that Boland's back foot wasn't touching the rope, and I think he's done that perfectly well.
He's done that well, yeah.
3-3-9 for 7. And so 2 off the final ball. That'll do England. It means that Root's on strike for the next over. He was mighty lucky there, Stuart Broad. Very nearly dragged that into his stumps. That would have been a 5th wicket for Nathan Lyon, who's taken 4 for today. I mean, some remarkable dismissals, really. I mean, 2 stumpings with players coming down the pitch trying to smack him. There was the one that hit Brook on the thigh pad and then looped in the air and then dropped onto the stumps. Brook didn't know where it was. And then the Ollie Pope one, which you think all the sort of natural angles, it didn't really turn that much. You think, well, that can't be out. It must have pitched outside, but it didn't. It was pitching just on leg stump and going on to hit it in a fraction. Good bowling from Lyon, just pushing it through, and Pope caught on the back foot. It felt like, it was good bowling, but it felt like quite a tame dismissal. You wouldn't want to be getting out like that, really, as a batter.
Certainly not.
3-3-9 for 7. Root on 90. Cummins bowls to him, and Root is struck high up on the thigh pad there. The ball drops on the ground, and some batters would have stepped forward and picked that up and lobbed it back to the bowler. But Joe Root says, "This is the Ashes. I'm not doing your fielding for you." And Cummins steps forward to pick it up.
When Alan Border was captain of Australia, if any opposition player went to pick up the ball and hand it, he would, in no uncertain terms, let them know that was unacceptable.
Players have been given out for that. So there's one in the Championship the other day, I don't know if you saw it, where a Leicestershire player was given out hand with the ball. Well, it's not called hand with the ball anymore, it's called obstruction.
Yeah. What did he do?
Here's Cummins bowling to Root, who tucks that away into the onside. The field is set deep, so it's an easy single. He almost caught the ball. The ball sort of deflected off him, and he might have rolled back onto the stumps, it probably wouldn't. And he sort of actually around about hip height, he made a grab for the ball, and held it for a moment, and then sort of dropped it to the ground. And there was half an appeal. It was a Gloucestershire-Leicestershire game, and the umpires consulted and gave him out.
Wow.
It's there on social media. You have a look at it and see what you think. I'm just trying to think who it was now who was involved in the incident. Anyway, it didn't matter. Leicestershire went on to win the game. 3:40 for 7 with that single to Root, who's on 91. And here's Cummins bowling round the wicket to Broad. Short ball. Broad has a waft at that and misses it. And it goes flying through to wicket-keeper Carey. He's trying to flat back that over Warner's head at mid-wicket. Root comes down the pitch to have a chat to him. I wonder what they're saying. Play like that, that's fine, or I'm on 91, Stuart.
Knowing Joe Root, I can't imagine that would even come into the conversation about his personal score. Be all about the team. What's the best way to score runs as quick as we can, Stuart?
Cummins tries again. Bowls to Broad, another short ball. Broad ducks underneath this one with a flinch. Didn't get up very much. Underneath it just. Over his back. On its way through to Carey. There's not a great deal of pace in this pitch, and we haven't seen much short stuff today. There's talk of Travis Head being vulnerable to the short ball, but A, if England got the bowlers to exploit that, and B, if we got the pitch for them to exploit it.
I'll answer those questions. No and no.
Yeah. So on you go, Travis, tomorrow. You can come out and play like Bairstow, smack it around. Right, another fielder's gone back now on the deep mid-wicket boundary. 1, 2, 3 on the leg side boundary. 1 at deep backward point. 3 saving 1 and 2 close catches. Cummins into bowl to Broad. It's full, and Broad is equal to it, stabbing it away into the offside. He might get 2. It's gone out to deep backward point. No, he doesn't. Line is very quick. Not just a demon with the ball, but also you can see he prides himself on his fielding as well. Got the return in.
He moves very well, Nathan Lyon. He's always been probably a better fielder than probably what he's given credit for. He's always been very tidy.
He got to that one really quickly. I think he's bowled a lot today. I know he's a spinner. You're not running in all day like pace bowlers are.
Well, this is 69th over, and he's bowled
24, I think, is it? It's around that area.
That's a high percentage of day one overs for a spinner.
3:41 for 7. Cummins moves in to bowl to Root down the leg side. Root tries to flick it away, misses it. I think he's a bit frustrated with himself there. He felt that was a leg glance, possibly for a 4, definitely for a single. Anyway, that was the last ball of the over, and the drinks are coming onto the field with 1 hour and 10 minutes cricket left, 21 overs. We won't get all those in today. Root 91 and Broad on 9. 3:41 for 7. There's more live cricket for 5 Sports Extra listeners later. Kevin Howells guides us through a night of T20 Blast action from 7 o'clock. So Blast and the championship match, and then straight back into the Blast again. Every ball of every game live on the BBC Sport website and app. And next Thursday, the women's test for you. And Tammy Beaumont has warmed up with a double 100 against Australia A.
It's not what we want to hear as an Australian supporter, Simon.
Well, that test match coming up at Trent Bridge will be fascinating to watch. Their tickets are still available for that game. Right, players taking drinks. We've got just over that hour at cricket left today. 3:41 for 7 on, it's a day that has lived up to expectation, really. And Jonathan Agnew is going to take you to the next 20 minutes. Still more to come.
Yes, I'll agree with that, Simon. It really has. It's a day that's ebbed and flowed. We've had lots of entertainment. We've had the sort of dismissals that back in the day people might have poured over and said, oh, he didn't move his feet for that very well, or whatever it may be. Well, they're just playing in a different way now, and even when they've lost wickets, they're just carried on. And it hasn't been reckless. There's been some shots that you'd look at and think, OK. I mean, Mo in there with all the men back, not quite sure why he decided he was going to go for glory in that manner. He was playing so well.
Yeah, he certainly was. And I think just on your point, I agree. I don't think it's necessarily been reckless. It's certainly been fearless.
Yes.
But I don't think it's been reckless. I think the modern player, I think we have to understand that, a lot of people talk about the reverse sweeps and the reverse laps and these type of shots. The modern player practices these a lot. much like back in our day, we'd practice our forward defence and our maybe straight drive or cover drive. These guys are practicing ramps and sweeps and reverse sweeps and the like constantly.
Yeah.
So why can't you
it's just
transfer
part of the
that?
game. It is now just part of the game.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And bowling to try and prevent them, I guess, too. I mean, I was interested when Joe Root played his reverse ramp for 6. It was off Boland, and I just felt that because they know that Root plays it, they'd taken the mid-wicket out and put him on the offside. So actually Boland had massive gap on the mid-wicket and around there. So what do you do as a seam bowler? You go a little wider, don't you, just to protect yourself. So Root knew where Boland was going to be bowling. He knew where the ball was going to have to be. Which enabled him to play that shot.
So this is just great batsmanship, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just getting one step ahead. Brilliant watching. Groundsman heads off. He's taking that plank of wood with him, his pot of paint. And he's heading determinedly for his shed over to the left-hand side there. They've prepared the pitch for this last session of play, which will go on for another hour and 5 minutes to 6:30 tonight, I would imagine, because there's 21 overs to go, so unless they really get a wiggle on, they won't get those. Broad is on 9, and Lyon, who's had a great day, 4 for 115 are his figures. He bowls to Broad, who leans forward. Ball runs away into the offside. But it's been a funny old day for Lyon, because usually the traditional role for a spinner on the first part of a test match is just keep an end up, isn't it? Keep an end tight, revolve the seamers. He hasn't bowled a single maiden. They've pushed him around, they've scored off him quite easily. Looking at that,
but the fields that have been set have allowed the England batsmen to rotate the strike when they're not looking to play the big shots and the boundary shots. They've been able to manipulate the ball in the field.
Yeah, but there's gaps all over the place, aren't there? Lyon again comes in, bowls. There's the reverse sweep. He's beaten the first man. Ball runs away down the ground to Boland, who's having a little turn down there in front of the Hollies stand. She's sort of swarming with people, moving this way and that, sideways and up and down. Swaying going on by now, I'd imagine. The stewards are there, keeping an eye on everything. Broad on 10. Waits as Lyon bowls. Forward he comes. Plays that back to the bowler. 343 for 7. So England going about 5 and over. And that's been the case all day, really. And they haven't relented, and it's more of a mental approach than actually physically going out there and just playing wild shots. Lyon bowls, and he's clubbed that away. Good shot from Broad. He's stuck his right foot down the pitch and he's swung the ball through deep wide, long on for 4. 347 for 7. And again, a change of mindset here is that back in the day, Broad batting number 9 with Root on 92 not out, we were just prodding away and keeping his end up and leaving it to Root to score the runs, and I mustn't get out because Root's in and heading towards 100. He plays a shot like that. Lyon again bowls, and Broad this time defends. That's picked up in the covers. 347 for 7. Root on 92. And 137 balls. He's at the non-striker's end at the moment. He's seen quite a few come and go in the course of this innings. Lyon again bowls. Broad defends another one. And it's picked up by Warner at cover. And that's the end of the over. 347 for 7. So there is now just over an hour of play left. And looks as if Cameron Green's going to come on and bowl from this end. He hasn't bowled many overs today. What's he done? Just 3 overs. Has been some discussion about his fitness.
Yeah.
And that, well, I guess, would probably confirm that, because Hazelwood has bowled rather more overs than he might have liked, having not played much cricket. He looked tired towards the end of that last spell that he had.
Let's not forget the over rate has been pretty poor today as well.
But what about the Test final over rates? See, both teams lost 100% of their match fees. The over rate was dire. So yeah, they didn't play it for nothing, because they did all pick up something in terms of prize money. The losers too, but even so, to lose both teams 100% of their match fees. So 70 overs gone with this ball. A new one's due in 10. And we've got Cameron Green, tall, bowls at a lively pace, but that one's on the leg stump and Root could pick it off. And there's a single taken to deep mid-wicket. 348 for 7. Now, are they going to try and get after Broad a bit here? Is usually the way. They might come round the wicket. The interesting thing is that Broad actually has got a pretty good pull shot in the locker as well, and it's not a quick pitch, this. And he's having a little look there at deep mid-wicket. There are 2 men out. There's still that deep backward point. He's been there virtually the whole innings, and Cummins is moving him a bit finer. So I think we might see a bit of short stuff here. I think Broad might take it on. In goes Green, lumbering in round the wicket. He bowls very full. Broad stepped away, waiting for the short ball. He's going to get a couple here, though, at least. He's driven that square into the offside out towards the Hollies. And Lyon throws the ball back. So Green there going for the bluff. The 350 comes up. 7 wickets down. The run rate creeps up ever nearer to 5. It's 4.98 at the moment. And Broad is 16 from 19 balls. What entertainment it's been. From first ball and presumably to last today in an hour's time, but certainly from the first ball, wonderful drive from Crawley, ball crashing to the boundary. Green on his way, bowls again very full. Broad again heading towards the leg side, digs one out that's full, aiming for his toes there, and then plays a shot, I think rather more in line, I think, than when he actually played the ball. That's what we tend to do down there in the nether regions of a batting lineup. You think you are somewhere else.
Yeah, there's always the intent to play it in the right way.
Looking at the replay now, and you could see all his stumps, and then the shot that he played after the ball had actually been bowled at him. He was in a perfect position, covering middle and off. Green again runs in, bowls, and he's bowled him. Horrible slog. Aiming for deep mid-wicket. Ball full again. A great swipe. And Broad has gone for 16. And Root waits him to walk past. And, well, he gets him a little touch of the gloves there. Root must be wondering if he's going to run out of partners here. 8 down now. He's on 93. He certainly deserves 100. And Green there, to be fair. He had that threat of the short ball up his sleeve. He didn't have to use it. Broad out for 16. Bowled by a full-length ball.
Cameron Green around the wicket. You just sensed being here something was going to happen. Broad was either going to get out or look to hit it for 6. So Ollie Robinson walks out to bat.
Well, he can bat, can't he?
He can certainly hold a bat.
Yeah.
No doubt. He started he was at the Kent Academy. He was playing a lot of junior cricket as a batter who bowled a bit. And he's morphed into a very fine, elite, fast bowler.
Oh yes.
But his batting he's a decent batter.
Yeah, certainly do more than just hang around. I actually thought he might come ahead of Stuart Broad, but anyway, Root's going down and have a conversation with him. I think Root will be confident that Robinson can stay there with him, getting through to a well-deserved century. 350 for 8. Robinson's over his bat, taking meticulous guard. Umpire Erasmus announces that there are 2 balls to go in this over. And Robinson quite promptly is over his bat. And Green reverts to over the wicket, moves in, bowls. Oh, a lovely attempted Yorker there, but Robinson's managed to jam the bat down on it. He scores 1 out into the leg side. Well played that first ball. 351 for 8. Root on strike, and I think he'd like to get a single here if he can. There's only 1 ball left. Get himself down to the business end. Let's see if Cummins brings the field up a little bit. Not much sign of it at the moment. In fact, there's that lovely gap at gully point that Root likes to just dab the ball through. He should be able to get a single here. He goes Green and bowls to him. He's missed it. He missed a straight ball. How didn't that bowl him? He's just completely played all round a full straight ball. He's got a big smile on his face, but that was a lovely one. It's a nudge away into the leg side, and he'd have kept the strike. But just looking at the replay, well, it might have straightened up a little bit, actually.
It's very well bowled. Cameron Green presented the seam, just looked like
just straighten up.
Just straightened up a little bit.
Right. Good to see you, Jason. Thanks for your company today. 3:51 for 8. And so Robinson's on strike. Lyon's got 4 wickets. And there's, under an hour to go now of play on this first day of the Ashes. It really has been. There's been some terrific viewing today. If that hasn't whetted the appetite for what's to come, then I don't think anything will. We've seen England being very positive throughout the day. It looks as if they'll be more or less bowled out, if not completely bowled out, at the end of the first day. But they've got 350 on the board now. With 2 wickets left, and Lyon swings the arm and moves in past the umpire now. He's putting round the wicket to Robinson, who defends that easily enough. And Warner trots in from mid-wicket to pick it up. 3:51 for 8. New ball is around the corner. It can be. It'll be taken before the end of play if necessary. Lyon again swings the arm, looking for his 5th wicket. Here he comes. Bowls. Robinson again on the back foot, plays that away to Labuschagne at backwards short leg. Tuffs is here.
Afternoon all. Afternoon Aggers, old boy.
Enjoyed it?
Yeah, it's been thrilling, hasn't it? It's been edgy seat stuff.
It has.
Rollicking along at 5 and over. Wickets. I think Australia have bowled well as well.
Lyon bowls, darting out one in a bit and brings Robinson forward this time.
And did you see that last ball from Cameron Green?
Yeah,
Joe Root
straightened up.
Reverse swung and then straightened up on Joe Root. It's an absolute beauty.
Yes, it looked from here like it was a straight ball that he'd missed, but actually look on the video evidence, it did rather more than that.
There might be a little bit in this pitch. A little bit of work with for the bowlers.
There's Lyon again, bowls, and there's a reverse sweep from Robinson. The ball's taken at slip by Smith appeals, but it's come off his pad and not his bat. I'm sure Root will be terribly thrilled to see that at the non-striker's end.
Just need 7, boy. Just someone hang around with me. Broadies was a massive hack across the line. Mo's run down the pitch. Just hang with me.
And Lyon again, and that's clipped by Robinson to mid-wicket. Yes, it was mowing unleashed today, I thought. It was good fun, but...
Well, it was a bit of a rush of blood.
It was at the end. He's got a bit carried away with it. 5 dots, because this is his first maiden. Thank you, Andrew. It could be a significant moment. In comes Lyon, bowls, and it is his first maiden over. From 26 overs he's bowled today. He's taken 4 wickets, mind you.
Oh, well, hasn't he?
But it's very indicative, really, of the way that England have played. They just haven't let any bowler settle. And you'd expect a spinner on the first day of a test, whose job it is to hold a bit of an end up, isn't it? But
he's turned
bowled
it.
some maidens, but he's
turned it.
Yeah, he's taken wickets.
Yeah, he's turned it. A couple of sort of soft ones. You know, Barry Brook was a bit unlucky.
Yeah.
Bit of a soft one, Ollie Pope as well. But he's just kept Australia in the game, hasn't he? He's just taken crucial wickets at crucial times.
Now they're putting the field back for Root, who's on 93 and in danger of being stranded. As Green bowls to him, it's nudged away into the leg side. He'll think about 2. The fielders come rushing in. Root thinks about the second, says no. He would probably have made it, actually, because it wasn't a very accurate return. So Root is helpless. He's down at the non-striker's end.
Well, it's been an enthralling day, hasn't it? Because from ball 1, I mean, that first ball, I've seen our reaction on the sort of the camera.
Oh, I
here.
haven't seen that yet.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
What did you do?
Well, I was just like, well, here we go. We're going to have a day of this.
Well, Crawley stood there and caned it, didn't he?
Brilliant.
Very full down the leg side. Robinson can't do anything with it.
He's getting into reverse, Cameron Green.
Yeah. Both opening bowlers hit for 4 off their first ball for the first time in Test cricket.
Not in
England,
Test
Australia
cricket. The first time in the Ashes.
A thoroughly memorable day.
What's the old weather like for the next couple of days?
Nice.
Yeah,
I think Sunday's the only tricky one.
Oh,
Green bowls a bouncer and Robinson just sways out of the way. It had no pace really, that at all. It died when it hit the pitch.
We don't want any rain getting in the way.
Well, we might get some on Sunday afternoon, but then Monday and Tuesday,
all right,
we can make up time. It looks as if it's going to be all right.
Good.
If required.
Well, you're thinking ahead, are you?
Well, there's the way the game's going.
What do you think's par on this pitch? I think it's not quite as good as we all thought it was this morning. You know, I think England have done pretty well to get 352. You know?
Do you?
Yeah. I do.
My par is 400 plus.
Is it? Okay.
Green bowling full, tucked away by Robinson. Played that perfectly competently.
It just seems one of those sort of like scuffy. I've played on a few of these sort of scuffy wickets when all of a sudden it could just, well, it's spun and it's bounced a bit for Nathan Lyon. Yeah. And if we get another day or two of nice sort of hot sunshine on it, and also, you know, the ball might reverse, a bit of it up and down. I think it's one of those ones, if you just get a bit of fortune, you could get 2 or 3 quickly. Or Smith could bat for 2 days. But I don't think it'd score quickly.
No.
On this. I don't think Australia will score quickly.
Green bowls short of the length. Robinson defends. The tired-looking Hazelwood trots across to pick it up.
And that is the thing about this sort of England way of going about things, is that even if you do lose a couple of quick wickets, I mean, there's a couple of occasions there where we thought, you know, but you look up, well, they've got 120 on the board anyway.
Yeah,
you know, you know, so they do progress the game. So when
fast
you do
forward a bit.
Yes, that's right. You can have these little spells when you go through a quiet period and lose a couple of wickets, and you're still in front of the game.
Last ball of the over. Robinson can have a single almost anywhere if he wants it. Oh, he's taking it as well. No. Oh, I'm not sure about that. That takes Root up to the non-strikers end again, with Robinson on strike. So Root is still, well, he's 6 short now. He's 94. 353 for 8. Tougher, some more thoughts from you and Andy, and then Jim is coming in here for the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic day. I think everyone who's been here has enjoyed every minute of it. England flying along at about 5 and over, but just lost those wickets. So Harry Brook was looking in sparkling form and then just fell, and Ollie Pope as well. But give Australia some credit, as one of those days when you lose the toss, their heart sinks a bit. Hot day, Edgbaston, flattish pitch, and they've stuck in there. Jimbo, afternoon.
Toughers, yes, good afternoon. What a good day it's been for watching Test cricket. The game has raced along, and England more than likely will be bowling soon. But Robinson, he's got to get Root on strike. He's hogging the strike. A slip and a short leg, line again, around the wicket to Robinson, and he's squirting it away on the onside, and he's getting it through the infield for an easy single towards the man who's been in action out there, mocked by the crowd once or twice for a fumble and a drop catch. But he's had a job out there, and he's throwing the ball back. Travis Head, 8 for 354. Now Root's chance. He's on 94. Can he swat a 4 somewhere? A 6. A reverse sweep. Now Lyon bowls to Root. He's down the pitch and he's working the ball away just for a single behind square. He was coming down to try and take the bowling on. A bit premeditated, but only got 1, so he's off strike again.
Similar delivery to the one that scooted through Johnny Bairstow when he came down, just turned a bit. Joe Root managed to get an inside sort of edge on that.
Now Lyon bowls and Robinson punches it back down the onside of the pitch. So this is the start of a very long, fatiguing series, I think, for Nathan Lyon. He's the glue in the attack, the go-to man to just try and hold it together. It hasn't been easy today. He bowls again, and Robinson lunges forward and plays the ball away on the onside.
Yeah, he might need a few early nights, I think. Nathan Lyon is going to have a lot of work to do, because I can't see all of these seamers staying fit.
Well, it was noticeable Hazelwood was understandably a bit weary when he bowled last, because he hasn't played in a match of any length for a long time. We've got a slip and a leg slip now for Lyon, and Robinson forward again, plays the ball back down the onside. So although the game's slowed up, it's fascinating to watch. People in the crowd, most of them will be hoping that Joe Root can get to another excellent century. He's been the anchor here. But he's watching from the non-strikers end as Robinson goes back, cuts at this and gets it away for a single down to backward point. A conventional single to backward point. And he keeps the strike. 8 for 356. Robinson for Root. Stranded 95.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose you've got to take everyone that's on offer, haven't you?
Yeah.
You'd like to think that Jimmy can hang around and Joe might play a bit of an expansive shot if he's feeling like he's going to get stranded. Robinson could bat, though.
Well, he's shown that.
What's his average there, Andy?
Well, in tests, not great, just under 13. He had a 42 on debut against New Zealand. Did have a couple of... He'd been very unproductive for a while. Had a couple of decent innings over the winter, 29 and a 37. He did make 100 on first-class debut quite a few years ago.
Really? Now, Green charges up and bowls straight, full, pushed away by Robinson down towards mid-on. And, yeah, there's been mainly calculation, aggressive calculation about the batting. But I'm not sure what Moeen Ali, I know Stuart Broad has to play that way, but surely with Joe Root at the other end, you just try and bat a bit more causely to get in the strike.
It was a bit of a yahoo, wasn't it?
It was a
massive yahoo.
An IPL cameo. As Green goes in and Robinson's driving, miscuing, dragging it back down the pitch. So Australia doing well to hold this batting up, and there might be a couple of openers out there who are thinking, well, just drag it out for another half hour, please.
A little twitchy.
Yes.
Yeah, I think Mr. Warner might be being a little bit twitchy as well, because Stuart Broad really has got the nod on him, hasn't he?
Well, he has, and that's another little battle, and Khawaja too, for that matter. His record in England isn't great, but it's Green who bowls, and he swats at this and misses. He went for the fly swat to deep mid-wicket. He went for the Phil Tufnell special, the slog, and he missed it.
The hack, the mow.
The mow, yeah. How many sixes did you hit?
What, Test cricket?
Yeah. Any?
You're having a laugh.
They're laughing. I'm just asking the question.
No, I don't reckon I did, actually. No, I don't think I even got a top edge off of someone. No, I don't think I did. No.
County cricket, of course. Short boundaries.
Yeah. At least single figures, I should imagine. No, I might have hit a few.
Green goes in, and where's he going this time? Forward. He wants to run. He takes a quick single down towards Pat Cummins, who airs in and throws it at the stumps. But Root was well and truly home. But Root will only have 2 balls in this over, and he needs 5 more for a coveted 100. 8 for 357. The game's sort of twinkling along here after all the madness of Crawley's 61 and Bairstow 78, walloping the ball everywhere and then being stumped. 78 from 78 balls. But Joe Root's hit 2 uppercut ramped sixes. Green bowls down the line of the pads and he squirts that away. Does he want a second? He can't get it because it's fielded out in the deep in front of square. They get 1 more.
For some reason, graveyards played quite a big sort of part in my sixes. I hit 1 into 1 in, where is it, Abergavenny? Is it Abergavenny? Stuck 1 in the graveyard there, and 1 at Southgate.
It was a no ball too, by the way.
1 at Southgate, came down the pitch to an off spinner and whopped 1 straight back over his head, bounced on the road and popped off into the graveyard.
Never seen again?
Never seen again.
Put a postage stamp on and send it back to the ground.
Yeah.
There's still 2 to come. Robinson on strike facing Green, and he changes his mind and then cuts it very smartly down to third man for 4. He gave himself room and then found the ball. Wasn't quite where he wanted it, and he altered his shot and just dropped the bat down and cut it pretty fine to third man, and he's got a boundary. So I think he's almost outscoring Joe Root in this little partnership.
It's a great shot.
And he'll take a single in a moment to keep the strike.
He's late cut that off sort of middle and off. he showed his stumps and just beautifully. I mean, that is the finest and latest of late cuts from Robinson. Timed it, 4 runs all the way.
Green bowls a bouncer, which he gets out of the way of. And so Root will have the strike. Might have been better off bowling him a half volley. But he's 96, Joe Root. He's getting there gradually, but Robinson's scored 9, and England keep going. 8 for 363. Extraordinary day of cricket, a full house, great atmosphere, and great entertainment.
Well, I think this is what we're going to get all summer from this England side, Jim. Yeah, I can't see them changing.
Yeah.
You know, this is the way they play now, and it doesn't matter who they play. It doesn't matter what situation or how big the series is. I think this is just it. They're happy with themselves. They think this gives them the best chance. And to be fair, they must be sitting there now at 363, thinking, well, it's not a bad job. They've come out and they've showed intent.
Well, they've taken the initiative.
Yeah.
And who knows what Australia will do with the bat. They might collapse. That's happened before. Around the wicket, Lyon starts again, and Root is back into his stumps, and he plays a punch through the offside. There should be 2 runs in this. It's gone between the 2 fielders, and they're coming back for a second. Well run as it's picked up a deep cover and some skating around the park as he forced that through the offside. He's 98. 98. We're in the 76th over of the day. And Lyon thinks about what he can do. He's got men on the boundary, but there's still 2s everywhere. And back he goes and knocks it away. He wants a second run. It goes into the gap behind square. Not the second run. No. There would have been danger there. Josh Hazlewood scampered in after Warner couldn't cut it off at square. And Root was keen for another run, but he has to wait. He's on 99. And Robinson's got the strike.
He's just again found that beautiful tempo, hasn't he, Joe Root? I mean, he's played some extraordinary shots. Those 2 reverse sweep 6s off the seam bowlers were just sublime, but he just always seems to find the right tempo.
So Green moves to leg slip. Lyon bowls. Robinson plays firmly, but not past Lyon on the scampering pickup away to his right. Lyon with the figures of 4 for 130 or thereabouts. It's just disappeared. 4 for 127. And he's in his 28th over. 1 maiden. It's only 2 bowled overall today. On the back foot he cuts, and Robinson gets a run. He's just punched it through the field as the scamperer, Marnus Labuschagne, goes around to pick it up. So 2 balls left to get 1 run. What are they going to do with the field? Is he going to bring anyone up?
Got to. Surely.
No, there is a chat going on between the captain and Lyon.
There's just too many gaps just for him to hit it into that offside. He's brought the man up from sort of a third man to try to save the single.
Long on, deep square, deep backward square, deep point. They're all out there, and he wants 1 run. Is this it? Lyon bowls to him, and he goes back, and he gets it. 100 for Joe Root in the first Ashes test of this series. A superb innings from Root to bring up yet another 100. He kisses his helmet. He acknowledges the applause by raising his bat in that gladiatorial fashion of cricketers these days. He gets a hug from Robinson, and now he raises the helmet and the bat. One, then the other, then both, to everyone in the ground, and they're all up applauding here. Great support and applause for this distinguished performance from one of Test cricket's greatest run scorers, Joe Root. 100 not out. And we're back with Robinson. 1 to come in the over. He bowls to him. He's down the pitch and he pushes the ball away. So he's 100. It's 8 for 368, and Andy's got the stats.
145 balls, 2 6s and 7 4s for Joe Root's 30th Test 100. his 13th in his last 34 tests since the start of 2021, averaging nearly 60 in that time. And he's converted 13 of his 22 50-plus scores into centuries since 2021. Prior to that, it had been one of the glitches in his career. He'd converted 17 out of his first 66 50-plus scores over his first 97 tests. So that's something that he's thoroughly rectified of late. And he's now brought himself level with Matthew Hayden and Shivnarine Chanderpaul on 30 test hundreds in the top 15 of all time, and for England behind only Alistair Cook's 33.
Well, it's funny, Jim, because Joe Root, a couple of sort of test matches ago almost, it seems, actually came out and said, well, he doesn't quite know how he fits into this England side. And we all just said, listen, you just keep what you're doing, do what you're doing, mate. Because as I said earlier, he just finds that wonderful tempo. And as you said, Nathan Lyon was the glue. He's the glue for this batting lineup as well.
Hazlewood's back, and he bowls a ball that's cut by Root down towards third man, and there's an easy single. How many Ashes hundreds for him now?
4, and this is the first since Trent Bridge, the 4th test of 2015. He's played 16 Ashes tests before this one without reaching 3 figures, but had been broadly quite consistent. 12 half-centuries in those 16 tests, but he'd failed to convert any of them. He had 5 half-centuries in the series in Australia in 2017-18, 4 in the series here in 2019, 3 last time in Australia. So he's continued scoring runs against Australia without the big runs he's had against other teams, but it's his first 100 in 17 Ashes tests.
Thank you, Andy. And Hazlewood back in the attack. He's bowling to Robinson, and Robinson whips it away off his toes out towards square, and he gets an easy run to Nathan Lyon. He's been indefatigable as a bowler and as a fielder. He's had to do a lot of chasing. 8 for 370.
He's been what? In what? He's been in
He has failed to be fatigued. Indefatigable.
Indefatigable.
Yeah. Spit that out a few times. Yeah. Tongue twister.
Isn't it just?
It's a bit of a tongue twister. There's just a slip for Root as Hazlewood draws him forward. Yes, I'll take the single. They're giving him singles. They have deep cover. There's holes in the field everywhere. And Root's at a point of the day, he's quite happy to give Robinson the strike. And Robinson's turning the strike over a little bit better than before, because there are so many gaps in the field. Have there been too many today, the way Australia's played it, or they just said, look, it's a flat pitch, we know you're going to belt us, so we'll just wait for you to make a mistake?
A little bit of that, I think. Well, we noticed early on, very early, second, third over, that the scouts were being put out and the field was being juggled around. I think, as you know how this England team are going to play.
Here's Hazlewood bowling. Robinson's driving straight to Cummins at mid-off. No run there.
You've got to kind of, second guess what they're going to do. So don't panic too early, I think, because I think once those scouts go out and the people are on the boundary, it just gives those, if you're going to crunch one through extra cover, it's going to go for 4 anyway. So you've got to give yourself sort of like, I reckon, 10 or 15 overs to just try and hold your nerve, keep the catchers in catching positions, and not give the batsman that impetus. So I think they just went a little bit relaxed, a little bit too early. But then, fair play to England for putting it on them.
Hazlewood bowling, Robinson playing. Once the single goes for it with a throw from mid-wicket, square leg, Labuschagne missing the stumps, and he's moved to 12.
Well, it's the age-old thing, isn't it? Batsmen versus bowlers. The batters have these new shots, and then the bowlers try to counteract it or find new balls to then counteract it. But no one's really found a way of holding this England team, and so don't do what everyone else has done in my book, trying something different field placing wise.
Some would argue that Australia have done better than most on a pitch like this to hold them to this score.
I think there's a little bit in this pitch, Jim.
Well, this is where we never judge a game until both teams have batted, so we have to wait and see what will happen tomorrow. Hazlewood bowls it hits the pad as he tries to turn it away, and they're going for a single. He got some bat onto that. So commentary continues on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Sounds and the ABC. But Radio 4 long wave listeners, are you ready for this? You've been waiting for this. are leaving us briefly for the shipping forecast.
You love that, mate, don't you?
It's the most undersung program on the BBC. No one ever gives it a rap. You just dismiss it. No, time for the shipping forecast. Just throw it away. Give it a go. There are lots of, those in peril on the sea and everything else. Yes. There's heaps of them out there.
Yeah.
They need to know.
They do.
So be respectful.
Absolutely. Think of the haddock.
Yep. Be respectful. Okay, what's happening? We're going to have our Lions are going to continue. This partnership's going to continue, and Warner and Khawaja are thinking, another 15 or 20 minutes, we're safe.
Ticklish.
Yep.
Ticklish time now.
Because he's a good old blocker at the end, number 11, Jimmy Anderson.
Don't know whether Jimmy will be fancying too much. The thing about this pitch is it's slow, and England have scored at a good clip. I don't think the Aussies might not get out, but they won't score at a good clip on this pitch, so it's not that easy.
Now Lyon is bowling and swung. It's gone up in the air out to deep mid wicket, cow corner, and it's gone for 6, I think. Yep. He looked up at the sky, and I think initially Ruth thought, whoops, that's gone straight up. It did, and it kept going over that cow corner back towards Birmingham, and it carried the rope. So 6 more as Root decides, okay, now's the time to have a crack and push the score over 400 if possible.
They might be thinking to have a crack at the Aussies here just before stumps.
Cow corner goes out, line bowls, reverse sweep, and he gets onto that, but he hits it straight at Boland, who's out there on the boundary at reverse sweeping backward square. So Root takes his score to 110. England 380. Well, if that's the case, you'd think that Robinson will have a swipe too.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but just get as many as you can. Get as many as you can.
Lions over the wicket, and Robinson's playing the reverse sweep.
Cheeky.
It's a pretty good one. It's going just wide of Smith for 4.
That is a cheeky one.
Very clever little shot. Yep.
That's fine as fine can be.
We're seeing all the modern shot-making skills on display today. The reverse sweep, the ramp, particularly from Joe Root. Two of them over the slips for 4.
Did you like them? Did you like the reverse 6s?
Beautifully assessed, judged. Back goes Robinson. Yep, let's have a single. The partnership goes merrily along. What are they up to now for this wicket?
35 in 7 overs.
Thank you. 385. Robinson 16. He's doing a job. Run rate's just a tad under 5. Now for Joe Root, they all go out onto the boundary, and Lyon tries to find a way to get another. Down the pitch goes Root, and he's hit it long and strong and straight, and that's gone up into the crowd for 6. Over long on, he galloped down the pitch, and he smoked the ball into the distance, up towards the hospitality boxes into the crowd, and Joe Root hits his 4th 6 of the innings there.
Lovely shot, free swing of the bat. Not known for hitting 6s, Joe Root, but he got every bit of that one.
And he's gone again. And he's gone over extra cover, wide of Labuschagne. It doesn't carry all the way, and they'll come back for 2. Just rejoining us from the shipping forecast, Joe Root slammed 2 6s in this over, and he's going off. They're declaring.
What?
He's leaving the field.
What's going on?
They've declared.
They've declared.
They have declared. David Warner is shaking Joe Root's hand.
Hold on.
But Stokes has done what he often does, something unpredictable. He wants a couple of overs at the Australians tonight, and they declare at 8 for 393. Joe Root raises his bat as he goes. A fantastic innings here to start the series. He didn't give a chance, and he's made his 30th Test century. He gets a lot of applause, but he knew exactly what was on there. He slammed 2 6s and a 2, and the declaration has come, which will give 3 or 4 overs perhaps before stumps. What do you think of that?
I'm not 100. Listen, first of all, beautiful knock by Joe Root. Bolt batted at a great tempo and dug us out of the hole because we'd lost a couple of quick wickets. But now it all seems it seems completely turned on its head. England are now just going to be going, listen, we are absolutely delighted with what we've got. We could have gone on for another while to this evening or even into tomorrow, but we think we've got enough, and we'd rather try and nick one or two of the Aussies out this evening. So it's a lovely bit of a psychological play by Ben Stokes, and if it comes off, I think it's great. If it doesn't come off, you might be sitting there going, I wish we'd have got another 70 or 80 there, because you could have done, as you say, it's a flat pitch, but always be on your toes with Ben Stokes, Jimmy. You don't know what's going on.
Well, it'll cap off a wonderful day to start the series and for England if they pick up a wicket or two in the final overs. Salman Man's coming in, and I'll let him go through the card for you, but England have entertained everyone here, and I hope you've been well entertained listening on the radio, because this is, I would have to say, has been the most enthralling opening day of an Ashes series in particular, probably any series that Australia have been playing in for a long, long time. So well done, England. Everyone's happy with what you've been able to do, and to Joe Root for an outstanding century. Only his 4th in Ashes cricket, but his 30th altogether. All right, Tuffers, I'll leave it with you.
Yeah, no, fantastic. What a great first day. I mean, edge of your seat stuff. It's been brilliant, and now can they cap it off, England? This is the next battle. Stuart Broad versus Warner. He's been all over him. Can he do it again? Simon, what do you think of that? We were a bit shocked there. We were all going, what's going on?
It was coming, wasn't it? You could see it was coming. I'm not a fan of it, personally. You got a bloke 118 not out. They're playing it no trouble at all, Robinson and Root. But I suppose if they get a wicket before the close of play, they might feel it's worth it. I would point out the last time that England declared 8 down with Joe Root past 100.
That was
result of the game, England lost.
Yeah, by 1 run after New Zealand followed on. Joe Root finished with 118 from 152 with 4 sixes and 7 fours. The second time in his Test career he's hit 4 sixes in an innings. The other was 2015, which until 3 games ago was the only time Root had hit more than 2 sixes in an innings. He hit it 3 sixes in both innings in Wellington. Then we had the Ireland Test, and now he's hit 4 sixes in the first innings of the Ashes.
The heavy roller is going up and down the Edgbaston pitch, and Australia will have around about 20 minutes batting this evening. Ebony Rainford-Brent alongside me. Well, it didn't surprise us that Ben Stokes declared, but you've just seen Root and Robinson bat their way through, a very, a 9th wicket partnership of 43, and Root just lacing it everywhere. More runs out anyway. We'll see how it pans out. I mean, Australia will probably be 20 for 5 or something. Ridiculous.
Well, it just goes against all the rule book, doesn't it? First of all, I was like, okay, psychologically 400, get over the mark, back till tomorrow. They're done away with the rule book. It's all about having that psychological edge, being in the game, driving the game forward. From a bowling perspective, if you're Stuart Broad and Jimmy Anderson, this is much more exciting for you. Come out, have a quick burst, and then put your feet up. So a real window of opportunity. I feel that they are, in terms of par on this wicket, of course they're short. And so the way to get back in the game might be to come out, get some wickets and get in there early. So here's to entertaining cricket. We're definitely still very much in Bazball. And it's going to be entertaining, that's for sure.
And a magnificent innings from Joe Root.
Yeah, it was, and it's interesting watching him bat, isn't it? Because he's got the classic Joe Root that we know. He can rotate the ball. He's beautiful off the back foot, punching into the leg side, into the offside, all those classic shots. But he's definitely upping under this new era. His reverse sweep. So he played them all. He really was comfortable. The moment that stood out for me was when he played 3 reverse sweeps back to back, 1 successful, 1 a near LBW shout, and then decided to go again. He's just very clear on his game plan. He's comfortable expressing himself, and he's just continues to drive this side. We had a little chat in the middle, didn't we? Joe Root just needs to do Joe Root, and then he's added a fraction of flair under this regime, but he's still 80% of the time very much Joe Root.
Andy Zoltan wants to say something.
Well, it's looking at earliest declarations in the first innings of a test, and England actually declared in both of the tests in New Zealand, in Mount Maunganui. What a similar declaration to this. 25 for 9 declared after just 58.2 overs.
There was a distinct reason for that one, though, and that was that the lights were coming on, and it was the pink ball test match. So there was a real definite, logic to that one. The other one was a little different, and they declared it 8 down, and then they didn't. They enforced the follow on, and New Zealand got a mount-in, and then England couldn't knock them off. They lost the match by 1 run. Utterly dramatic test match. But you feel that England might. Well, I think they did. They let New Zealand into the game. They should have batted again, set them 500, and said thanks very much for coming. But they didn't. They did it their way, and they lost the game. But anyway, that's what they wanted to do then. And they've declared here at 393 for 8, and the England slip fielders are out there taking catches at the moment. Actually, Ben Stokes is standing at a notional first slip.
Yeah.
Because we haven't seen him fielding in that position, have we? Whether that's to save his knee a bit from running in the field.
I've got another declaration stat for you. It's the earliest a team has ever declared in the opening innings of an Ashes test. Just 78 overs. Previously, Australia declared, and I think it was a rain-affected game in Melbourne, January 1937. They were 200 for 9. In the 66th over, it was 8 ball overs. That's the equivalent of 87 6-ball overs. And then you've got to go back to England at Lords in 1912, declared after 90 overs. So this is the earliest a team has ever declared in the opening innings, first innings batting first of an Ashes test match.
No, we've got a few firsts today. If you missed any of the highlights, go to the BBC Sport website and app. Today at the test, BBC 2 from 7 o'clock tonight. Now they're going to fit it all in on that programme. There might be a bit more to come as well. And new for this Ashes, there'll be a 30-minute highlight special on BBC Sounds with the best of the day's action to listen back to. What I haven't done is whip through the scorecard if anyone doesn't know what's happened today. 393 for 8 declared from 78 overs England. First ball of the day went for 4 off the bat of Zach Crawley. Duckett made 12, Crawley 61, Pope 31, Brook 32, Stokes 1, Bairstow a bristling 78, Moeen Ali 18, Broad 16, and Ollie Robinson 17 not out. Joe Root 118 not out from 152 balls. And the bowling figures, how many maidens do we have in the end? 2 maidens. So one was bowled by Hazelwood and one was bowled by Lyon. Cummins 14 overs, 0 for 59. Hazelwood 15 overs, 2 for 61. Boland 14 overs, 1 for 86. Lyon 29 overs, 4 for 149, and Green 6 overs, 1 for 32. So that is the situation. Yep, 20 minutes cricket left on this first day. Australia openers are making their way out. Warner and Khawaja. He must have had an inkling when Root went charge in that last over from Lyon. They might have also thought, well, hold on, they're hitting us all around the ground at the moment. Presumably they'll bat on, but anyway, if they've done their research, they know that Ben Stokes likes to do these things.
Shake it up. Well, I'll tell you what, Stuart Broad, Jimmy Anderson and Ollie Robinson were all 3 out there. Broadie was sprinting and putting a lot of energy into getting out there, but you could see they're walking out with purpose. For them as a bowling unit, this is a dream scenario. Opportunity to impact the game day one, quick burst of energy, and then put the feet up overnight. So what's this record? What was the record against Warner? Is it how many times has he got him out? Andy will.
Well,
it's a good few.
He averaged 9.5 in the last Ashes series, and Broad was largely responsible for that.
Yes, what Broad to Warner in the last Ashes in England, got him out 7 times in just 104 balls for 35 runs. Also got him twice in Australia last time.
But it's going to be Broad to bowl the first ball. See what the crowd are making of it. They know. And Warner has a look around the field. There are 3 slips. There's a short forward point as well, and also a sort of short third, a deepish backward point. Fine leg in, and here's Broad round the wicket to bowl to Warner, the first ball of Australia's innings, and Warner is underway straight away. Oh no, he's not, he's sent back. He was off for the single. It was close to Anderson coming in from mid-off. And Khawaja thinking, well, I don't fancy running me out there off the first ball of the innings. And the two are having a chat in mid-pitch. Warner batted well in the first innings at the Oval. He looked good on that first day, timing it nicely, and was caught down the leg side. Second innings, not so much. And Khawaja had 2 failures in the World Test Championship final. Broad, wearing his white headband, stands stock still at the start of his mark. And runs in now to bowl to Warner, and Warner comes forward and plays this to Anderson again, and Broad follows a long way through there. He's almost standing on Warner's toes as he makes his way through to the far end. Warner looking to get off the mark, punchily playing that into the offside, but too close to Anderson.
You can see how he's trying to get his feet moving, can't you? Just bouncing around, he's just getting forward and back, he's just doing those leg flicks. He wants to be switched on as possible. Just having a look here, Simon.
Well, that was a huge no ball that wasn't given. Well, it has been given. It has been given, but not on the scoreboard. It says 0 for 0 there. 1 for 0 on our TV screens. Broad bowls. Warner leans forward and leaves it. Broad runs through with his hands in the air. It's quite close to off stump. Going in and perhaps going away there, in with the angle. And Warner doing some shadow batting. So most dismissals of David Warner in Test match cricket. Stuart Broad 14, top of the list. Jimmy Anderson's 3rd on the list. I mean, that's largely to do with longevity, isn't it? The amount you play and play against each other. It's Ollie Robinson warming up at mid-on. I wonder whether Robinson's going to bowl the first over from the far end rather than Jimmy Anderson. Broad goes in and bowls very full to Warner, who hits this on the banks to Pope. There's a crowd catch. Pope in that short point position, hard into the surface. And Pope stepped forward to collect it. And I can imagine if you were in certain parts of the ground, we got a good view of it. You might not have seen the banks, the skimming banks out towards short point.
Well, Warner's talked about one of the mistakes he feels he made in the previous Ashes is not being positive enough. Well, he's come out and he's got the feet moving. You can see he's just trying to get the hands through the ball.
3 slips are in. Broad goes in and bowls now to Warner. Straight delivery, blocked through mid-off. Oh, that could be a run out. They set off the single and went back again. Robinson dashed across from mid-on to mid-off and stopped it. And Khawaja dived to make his ground. I think if they'd gone, they might well have got through there. But more hesitation. Tired legs, tired minds at the end of this first day of the Ashes series. It takes a lot out of you. And Warner set off. He got halfway down. They said no. And then Khawaja, thinking what's going on here, just turned and dived for his ground. He wasn't looking at the ball, Khawaja, just making sure he got back.
Labuschagne's awake. You just see him on the balcony. He's
just said he was resting his eyes in that World Test Championship between balls. He said he wasn't asleep. Broad again, bowls to Warner off the hip towards square leg. Moeen is there, moving away to his left-hand side. Flicks the return into Bairstow. The crowd think that's the end of the over, but they missed the no ball. England making 393 for 8 declared. 118 not out. And England trying to make it count by taking a wicket before the close of play. Labuschagne padded up to come in next. I mean, I suppose we are in lower order player being wheeled out their territory. Broad to complete the over now. Goes in and bowls to Warner. It's full, it's driven away past Anderson. He's off the mark. He's gone for 4. It'll hit the rope now, and it kept Anderson interested right until the ball did hit the rope. So a loosener for Jimmy Anderson, who didn't have to bat in that England innings. And Australia 5 for no wicket, with Warner finally getting off the mark. And he had a couple of attempts at running Khawaja out. Why not just hit it to the boundary?
Yeah, it was a good boundary to get off the mark. Just sort of scramble seam and got a bit full, and it allowed Warner just to punch through the line. That's the one he wanted. But I like the first over. There was a good battle. Broad was in the business area for a lot of that. But Warner looks like he's got his feet moving.
Well, it is going to be Ollie Robinson. It's not going to be Jimmy Anderson. He's bowling to Usman Khawaja. And there was talk that it was going to be Anderson and Robinson to open the bowling, but you feel with Warner, you know, limited numbers, you want Broad to have a crack at Warner because of the history. It says remaining 9 overs in quarter of an hour. We obviously won't get those. 4 slips in for Robinson, bowling to Usman Khawaja. And a disappointing game at the Oval in the World Test Championship final. He's off the mark first ball, pushing that away back towards deep cover. And Ben Stokes, he was taking some slip catching practice in the warm-ups before the England players peeled away to go out and field, but he's not fielding in the slip corner. It's Root at first, Crawley at second, Brook at third, and Pope wearing the helmet very close in at 4 slip. He really is close. One that might just go off the edge and go down. He might get his hands underneath it. Robinson into bowl to Khawaja. It's full. It's dug out by Khawaja. Goes up towards Stokes, fielding at mid-off. And there is no run.
The last time Jimmy Anderson bowled other than as an opener in a home test match was against the West Indies at Lords in May 2009. Just on the Broad-Warner rivalry, I'll come to after this ball from Robinson.
Robinson bowling from the city end of the ground, the far end from us, running in now to bowl to Khawaja. Australia 7 for no wicket. Robinson bowls and it goes past the outside edge. That's where Khawaja is vulnerable. Not much foot movement there. Past the edge and through to Bairstow.
Just found the right length there. The first one he got a bit wide, second one a bit full. But this is brilliant. Just shaping away on the outside of the splice of the bat. Yeah, beauty.
It's a rather indeterminate foot movement. It went through low to Bairstow. There have been a few low balls today. Well, it's essentially a good pitch. But perhaps there is something for the bowlers to work with. Robinson, tall man, bowls to Khawaja, comes tiptoeing down the pitch and meets it, hits it past Ben Stokes, has to run back towards the long off boundary. They've gone for 2, that's all they'll be. They won't risk one on Stokes' arm. Hurls the ball into Bairstow. And Khawaja there, big change of tactic, coming down the pitch to Robinson. And hitting it away to Stokes' left at mid-off. Australia 9 for no wicket. Warner 4. Khawaja 4. And we have the possibility of, well, after this over, 3 more overs. Probably that will be about it. So England will have 5 overs at Australia before the close, after declaring on 393 for 8. Robinson to Khawaja outside the off stump, across him. Khawaja comfortably letting that one go. No alarms. He wanders off to compose himself out towards a square leg. Well, a compelling first day in this Ashes series. The England supporters who've turned up today in great numbers, just desperately love to put another cherry on top of that cake, really, which would be a wicket. Right, Robinson changing the line of attack. He's coming round the wicket, short leg in now, down to 3 slips and a short leg. Robinson, falls over there as he went to deliver the ball. He lost his footing. One of those that for a moment looked potentially quite serious. But he's up on his feet and he's walking back to his mark again. He did miss some cricket with that ankle problem.
Let's have a look. He's coming around. And it's the back foot landed on the edge of the chute, just skidded.
I feel he was really lucky there to escape serious injury. Think about what happened to the Ireland player at Lords when he got into a tangle and fell over. Right, Robinson, he looks okay. Into bowl to Khawaja, and Khawaja's in behind that, blocking it up towards Stokes at mid-off. There is no run, it's the end of the over. 10 minutes play left. Australia 9 for no wicket, Warner 4, Khawaja 4. In reply to England's 393 for 8. More from you, Ebony, or Zoltz, and then Jonathan will take us to the close and beyond.
Yeah, just quickly, that Broad-Warner rivalry, 7 wickets for 35 in the last series here in 2019, 2 for 30 in Australia 18 months ago. But the 2 previous series, Broad didn't dismiss Warner. Warner's got 139 runs off him from around about 50 overs faced. Broad had the better of him in the 2013-14 series, otherwise Australia dominated. So it's been quite a fascinating up and down rivalry, but latterly Broad has had the upper hand.
This is fantastic. The noise out there, the atmosphere, and people who have watched a lot of cricket standing and just watching, transfixed at these last 20 minutes of play. Broad's on his way. Sun behind cloud now. Bowls to Warner, who gets an inside edge. The ball runs out to mid-wicket. It's fielded by Anderson, who was overlooked for the new ball in favour of Robinson, which is interesting. But this takes me back to old 3-day cricket. Everybody where you used to get the game moving. You'd have declarations with 20 minutes to go on the first day to put pressure on the batsmen, just set them up to fail, really. But as a bowling unit, you had to be so disciplined, and sometimes you got it wrong. You're too carried up, too far away, all that stuff, all
the excitement.
Yeah, and you lost the control. It's so important that you make the batsman play at every ball. It's brilliant cricket. Then goes Broad round the wicket. Is there any bowls full, and Warner drives him. Beautiful stroke. It was full wide of the off stump, and Warner's leant into that cover drive and hit that out towards the boundary of the Hollies stand. Sitting a bit quieter now than we were a few moments ago.
Yeah, because there's no movement here. Once you get too full, it's easy to just lean into it. Maybe you have to bring that back a fraction. But David Warner has really talked it up. He said he wasn't positive enough in the last Ashes. He's got his feet moving now. 2 beautiful boundaries through the offside to Broad.
13 for no wicket. And there's 6 minutes to go. Broad gives the ball a rub. There's 3 slips waiting, and also a man on the drive at cover. Canning knocked one of these 2 over before the close of play tonight. It's been a gripping first day. Broad runs in, bowls to Warner, who lets that go through outside the off stump. Well played by Warner again, to be fair. Raising the bat, heading off for a stroll. He's so experienced, of course.
Broad's pace is up. Late 80s, 88 that one, but he's charging in.
The adrenaline will be going, won't it? With the huge crowd. And
so in those 3-day games, so you get used to this sort of scenario.
Yeah.
How do you stay calm? Is it?
Well, you don't sometimes. Sometimes you bowl
Sometimes
rubbish.
you sprayed it.
Yeah, absolutely. You're just too carried away, too fired up, too desperate. He's got to get the ball in the right places. It's very easy to just not quite get it right. Broad again round the wicket, bowls. Warner gets a thick edge. Duckett will field that at backward point. And a captain might see that, and you bowl 1 or 2 overs and wash off you go.
And that's it.
Someone else has a go.
Yeah.
It's so important. But it's that this type of declaration has been lost, and 4-day cricket killed it, really. He just bowled until he bowled a team out, and that was it. And the adventurous declaration just disappeared from the game. Opportunities there were sometimes before lunch, for instance, 20 minutes before lunch, when 9 wickets down, we'll declare, have a bowl. No, they'll grind out until lunchtime, score another 3 runs or something, Broad again bowls, and Warner gets one that's on middle and leg. He turns it to Robinson at mid-on. There's no run, and Broad asking Mr. Erasmus about something there. He's got his lucky bandana on, but so far hasn't really got past the bat, if we're honest, of Warner, because what Broad is trying to do, of course, is get the ball just to grip and move away a little from him, but that movement's not there.
There's not much in the air, there's nothing off the surface. The length has just got to come back a fraction.
3 slips waiting there. Hands on knees now as Broad runs into bowl. The last ball of his second over. Round he goes now and bowls to Warner, who comes forward. The ball runs off the inside. He just set off again. He's so jumpy between the wickets because, of course, the batsmen are anxious too. They were trying not to show it. We've had Quater diving into his ground. They're like cats on a hot tin roof out there. 13 for no wicket. So Australia 380 runs behind. Probably be the last over of the day coming up now. There's 4 minutes in, trying to rush through to get another if they can, but I think it's unlikely. Brilliant first day from first ball to last, I suspect. First ball crashed to the boundary by Crawley. A real statement. Hit it through extra cover. Wonderful opening moments to the series. Now Robinson's got 4 slips for Khawaja. Slightly open stance. Robinson comes rocking in, he bowls to him and he covers up there and the ball keeps a bit low, homing into his right pad, but he's managed to push that out to Stokes, who's fielding it wide mid-off.
Yeah, Khawaja, a bit like Root, has played around. Sometimes he's staying in his crease, sometimes he's just shuffling up the wicket just to throw Ollie Robinson off his length. And he's been in the right areas here, moving away.
Khawaja in the past has been very vulnerable outside the off stump, hence the 4 slips there, waiting. Here's Robinson, moves in, bowls. Khawaja just comes carefully forward, playing the ball for Stokes to field again in the offside. Looking around, I don't think anyone's left, you know. Often this time of the day, people are drifting off. But virtually everybody's still here, I'm sure of it. I don't want to miss any of it. 13 for no wicket. And Robinson turns in the distance. I'm sure this will be the last over of the day. Comes in now past the umpire, over the wicket. Khawaja takes a step down the pitch and then push drives the ball back at Robinson. Didn't really follow through with that, but hit it fairly firmly. 13 for no wicket, 3 balls to go. Robinson, Broad and Anderson all in discussion up there as Robinson walks back to his mark. It's unusual that Anderson hasn't taken the new ball, I must say. But he's running around quite happily, he's not having a sulk. Must have been some sort of discussion that went on. Robinson comes in, bowls outside the off stump. Khawaja has nothing to do with that.
I assume it's a sales pitch for certain bowlers. I can imagine you were a sales pitch, but being a captain to someone like Stuart Broad or Jimmy, you have to put your case forward if you're not. Were you a sales pitch?
Well, I think I know what you mean. I always like taking a new ball. And I'm sure
which
Jimmy
means
Anderson
you gave your captain some grief.
Well, sometimes. And then for Robinson, I don't know if he's expected to take a new ball or not, but suddenly he's saying, hang on a minute, so why am I bowling and not Jimmy Anderson? Oh, hang on, that's a bit naughty. Khawaja there is aware of the time, and Robinson was on his way, and Khawaja's made him go back and do it again, so that probably almost certainly nails it for the day.
Yeah, it was 2 minutes on my watch, now it's 1, so he's just dried up a ball there.
Yeah, I think he did. 2 balls to go. Khawaja's on 4. Robinson again moves in, bowls to the left-hander. Ooh, that's almost the most confident stroke we've seen. He's all walked into the stroke. A fairly thick edge, ball rolled up the pitch, picked up by Stokes. All eyes on the clock up there. It'll be Murray Erasmus, who's not necessarily fleet of foot, who'll come in from his position at square leg to decide whether or not there's another over. They're zooming in on the clock on top of the scoreboard there. It's showing probably 29 minutes past. Here's the last ball of this over anyway. Robinson comes in, bowls very wide outside the off stump. In fact, has been signalled a wide. So that will be it. After this ball, at least. It was a bit surprising. He tried something and it didn't work. So 14 for no wicket. And Robinson will turn around in the distance again. 1 or 2 getting up now. Starting to leave to beat the rush. You can see them over there to the left. This, I'm sure, will be the last ball of the day. Robinson on his way to us, bowls to Khawaja, who just moves into line, plays it out to extra cover, and fair play the openers. They've survived that. It was potentially a very awkward little session set up by Ben Stokes' declaration. Something you just do not see in Test cricket, to declare on the first day like that, giving the opposition 20 minutes to bat. He wanted a wicket, he didn't get one. And I see Khawaja and Warner, they're both shaking Joe Root by the hand as they walk off for that very fine century of Root's. And England are gathering, they'll have wanted a wicket, but by the look of the body language out there, lots of hugs and low fives, and even out there on the balcony as well, Brendan McCullum looks pretty happy with that first day. I'll tell you who will be giving everyone high fives, that's the crowd. What a day they've had today. And that really has, that's gone beyond expectation, I think.
The runs they've seen, the wickets they've seen, and then that period of play at the end. As I say, a lot of hardened old cricket watchers up here were gripped by that 20 minutes. Just standing and watching and feeling the buzz of that was set up by that declaration. So, what a day. Australia 14 for no wickets, so they're 379 behind. Some thoughts on you, Eb, before we start to review the day?
Well, I think overall my number one is actually credit to Australia today. That was a flat wicket, and the way England started with intent, it felt like they were going to completely take the game away. Nathan Lyon having to come in early. He showed his skill bowling early on and causing problems, and then they just chipped away and put England in this position. I also think now, as much as we're going to talk about England's style of play, Australia have gone in no wickets down. They've weathered that little storm. So I think the small margins have all been won by Australia today, and that's setting up a pretty good Ashes.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Ebony. Love to see you again. We'll catch up with you tomorrow, I'm sure. And Michael Vaughan's slipped in beside me. Just a very briefest of run-throughs. England winning the toss. The first ball was hammered for 4 through the covers by Zach Crawley. Made a very good 61. He got the best ball of the day from Boland. Brooke made a nice 32. Pope 31. Bairstow an excellent 78. At his bristling best, back in the England side again. He put on 121 with Joe Root, who made his 30th 100. He was 118 not out when Ben Stokes declared with about 20 minutes or so to go. They bowled 4 overs, 393 for 8, something you just don't see in Test cricket. It really was a brave declaration, adventurous, giving Australia 4 overs to bat, but they survived them, and relatively comfortably too, actually. 4 overs, 14 for no wicket, so they're 379 runs behind. Lots to talk about with Michael Vaughan. I was just saying on commentary, Michael, a lot of people around here watch a lot of cricket, but my word, they were watching grip that last 20 minutes there. That declaration and those 4 overs, you just don't see passages of play like that.
No, I guess that has been a day of Test match cricket where I think we've all kind of watched all day, and we feel like we've watched probably 3 or 4. There seems to have been so much happening from the first ball. Few drop catches, some brilliant bowling, magnificent off spin. An incredible 100 by Joe Root, England's greatest in my opinion. Just produced a masterclass of how to play under pressure, then produce flair, the reverse sweep shots that he plays for 6, well, it's just remarkable. And then that last 20 minutes, I mean, that was theatre. The record of Warner against Broad, 2019, 7 for 35, he had him on toast, but I just saw Warner there. Warner against the ball that doesn't move laterally is a different cat.
It didn't move it.
And David Warner on this kind of surface, when the ball's not moving laterally, the clouds arrive tomorrow, it might swing, you never know, but if it goes gun barrel, and the next few weeks it goes gun barrel, get ready, because Warner will have some fun.
Yeah. Jason Gillespie, welcome to Bazball. You never know what's going to happen next, I'll tell you.
Absolutely, and I'll be honest, I knew there's history of Stokesy declaring and having a little dart, but I must admit I didn't expect it tonight. I just thought Joe Root's 118 is flying. He's England's greatest ever, as Michael suggested there. He could have been 150, 160 not out.
And that's the point. So while we loved it and revelled in it and were excited by it, ultimately, is it the right decision?
Yeah, well, time will tell, won't it? But if it goes back to the ethos, though, it's what are we here for? We're here to entertain the fans. We're here to put butts on seats. You could argue it's the right decision for the game of cricket.
They're here to win the Ashes.
Yeah, I wouldn't have done it. I'd have got as many runs as I possibly could in the first innings. With Joe Root hitting the ball to all parts, England could have got potentially another 20, 30. You don't know, Joe might have arrived tomorrow. Take Australia out there for another 20, 30 minutes, get to 450. Clouds arrive. You just don't know what tomorrow's going to bring. So I wouldn't have done it, but I'm with Diz. This England team are trying to send a message that no other captain, I don't think, in the history of Test cricket has ever done. Yeah. And it is purely about entertaining people. And you can't tell me that those last 20 minutes were not great entertainment. I think half the Hollies stand were on their feet.
Yes, it was. It was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, and I applaud England for that. And I applaud Ben Stokes. You look at right at the start of the day, we're all there. What's going to happen? The first ball, we go back to the last Ashes series. Mitchell Starc to Rory Burns. Bosh, straight away the Aussies on top.
Yeah.
Well, I reckon that's the first time in my lifetime that England went with the first punch. You know, you look at Slater back in the day. Jim was talking about it pre-match today. Slater against De Freitas in Brisbane. I think Slater against Goffey here. Harmy in Brisbane. Stark. We've never had a punch, and Crawley gave us that first punch. So good on him. Good on England. They're having a right good go. Brilliant to watch. But I, as a captain, I would have liked to get a few more runs. While ever Joe Root's out there, what a few more runs.
It's breathtaking, isn't it? And actually, what's interesting of this, the last comment on the last 20 minutes, you can see how it affects the batsmen too. I mean, singles. Oh no, get back! Diving into the crease. I mean, they were all jittery out there, weren't they?
Had a bit of everything, didn't it? Just genuinely had everything, and you could tell Warner wanted to get down the other end. Uzi was almost as if saying, "No, mate, I'm happy for you to stay there. No dramas." There was, again, as Michael said, the theatre. It was just what it was all about. Everyone was standing up. That was quite extraordinary. Seeing everyone stand up, just anticipating what is going to happen.
But I said to Dizzy on commentary on the television, it's only the Ashes that does that. It really is. It's only England versus Australia.
It's different.
If that had been England, and I'm not disrespecting the other teams, England, India, England versus South Africa, you don't get that energy from the crowd. You get noise but you just felt for those last 20 minutes, even though England didn't get the wicket, it just created what the Ashes is all about. It's just more pressure. There's more anxiety. Stuart Broad bowling a big no ball. You don't see that often. Usman Khawaja and David Warner, experienced pros. They look like kids running between the wickets, diving in to try and make sure that they're at the right end. I mean, it was great drama.
Why didn't Jimmy take the new ball?
I think they wanted Broad against Warner, and I honestly think they feel that Ollie Robinson, if you look at Robinson's record, average of 21, what he did to Australia back in Australia with the Kookaburra, Jimmy Anderson, legend, the greatest. Stuart Broad, brilliant. You want him against Warner, and I think Ben Stokes sees Ollie Robinson as his almost number one. I honestly think that
it's a big call, isn't it?
Very, very big call. Jimmy Anderson tomorrow morning, he might start, but I think for that moment he wanted Broad against Warner, obviously, and he probably thought Anderson or Robinson. I think Robinson's more likely to just get a little bit more bounce, higher, bigger release. He probably saw Josh Hazlewood today, similar kind of bowler, got the odd one to bounce, and he fancied Ollie Robinson, particularly against Khawaja, with that one that goes away.
And Michael, do you subscribe to the theory that the Duke ball starts to swing more consistently after a period of time? Is that something that maybe was in the back of Ben Stokes' mind?
I think so. I think they've got some data. I think it was Andy Early said that this is a ball today has done less than any other day in terms of lateral movement since the records have been started to record it from 2006. But I saw a hint of swing this afternoon from Josh Hazlewood. I don't think it's going to go round corners. I think it's going to be a nice batting pitch. England have only batted 78 overs. They haven't taken too long to get the runs on the ball. That's what they do. And by almost not batting a long period of time, they haven't allowed the pitch to wear. So tomorrow it'll be a fantastic pitch to have a bat on. I can only imagine Steve Smith, Marnus Labuschagne sleeping tonight thinking, we can't believe on that surface that we're getting the chance to bat on it on day two.
That
early potentially on day two.
Two big statements of that first ball of the series. It was out there. Yes, it's Zach Crawley's zone. It's also Zach Crawley's zone for nicking off, as we know. But just to go bang and smash it to the boundary, and then of course that last 20 minutes also a statement. Hey, we're after you. We're not just going to sit back and get what we can. We're gunning for you. How significant do you think that first ball was?
I think the Aussies will forget it quite quickly. But for us, I think it's a big statement. That's why Zach Crawley's been consistently picked for England, because they feel that he can create momentum. He's a good player that hits boundaries, gets on the front foot. He plays good cricket shots. I've seen him play some innings. He's been very inconsistent and play some poor shots at times. But I've also seen him play some innings against quality. At Sydney in the last Ashes series, he got 80 odd. Played brilliantly. Played proper cricket strokes. And I think the way that they've been consistent with him, he actually owes them. Zach Crawley owes England this series to be more consistent at the top of the order. And I think when you go out to open the batting against this Duke ball, Aggers, if you think back to 2019 and before that, 2017, 18, the ball was doing all sorts.
Yes, it was.
And there's no way you would trust to go out and play that shot 3 or 4 years ago, because you were so dubious about what the ball was going to do. Where I think they're so confident that the ball's not going to do a great deal, that if it is up there, they can just throw their hands through the ball because they're not expecting the ball to nip too much. There's no real swing through the air, so you feel more confident as a player that the ball's not, and the pitch isn't going to do you.
Yeah.
But to do it first ball with the expectation and the noise of the crowd,
it was quite a moment. And you mentioned the pitch. Dizzy, you've been here a lot. I mean, that is quite an un-English-like test pitch, isn't it, in modern times? I mean, is this going to be what we're going to have for the whole series, I wonder? They are going to be very, very flat pitches laid out.
Well, certainly the commentary we heard from back in Australia was that McCullum and Stokes wanted surfaces like that, and they've reached out to all the test playing grounds.
Yeah.
This is the blueprint. This is what we want. This is how we're going to play. So I think this is what we're going to see.
Do you think it's right? Poor old bowlers.
Jeff used to always say, and he was right, let's wait until two teams have batted on the surface to kind of make a judgment. If Australia 340 for 2 tomorrow night, I would suggest that these pitches might get a
rethink.
I think they might have another meeting about the surfaces. But now England need to play the way that England play, which is so expansive, and to throw your hands at those length balls. You need good wickets.
Yeah. How would you describe the batting today? I mean, I don't think it was reckless. I think it was positive, wasn't it? I mean, it's more of a mental thing, I thought, really, a frame of mind thing rather than a sort of physical thing.
Yeah, I think I spoke to you on comms. I used the term fearless as opposed to reckless.
Yes.
And because there is a point of difference, but wow, there was some very good batting. Like Joe Root will obviously get the accolades. Zach Crawley coming in at the top and playing so well, but geez, I thought Johnny Bairstow played beautifully today.
I'll talk to him in a minute. He'll be coming on in a minute.
Yeah. He was masterful today. I thought the way he came out, and there was the LB shout the first ball. I thought him and Joe Root, they were busy. They didn't go into their shell. And I thought it was an excellent knock.
Yeah. Are you, as a coach, looking at this and thinking about your own team and what you might take back with you? I mean, we've only had one day, but are you seeing things, or just in this one day, were you thinking, okay, that might be something I might just take back
certainly in
later.
South Australia, we're in a bit of an evolution of how we go about it. We talk about play with intent, trust your game, trust the work you've done, and just go out and play. And is it at the extent here? Maybe we're not in that space yet, but certainly you give players the freedom to explore their own games and trust that. And what's really important, there has to be backing at the selection table. That's the key. If the players know they're genuinely being backed in and believed,
yes,
and they've got the support from a selection point of view, then this is what we're seeing, and this is a small sample size, but this is the results you see.
The key to it is doing it over a period, so we get used to it.
Yeah.
This is the way England play. So you imagine if England hadn't been playing this kind of way for a year and a half and having so much success, and they came out and played shots like the captain did. Played a real wash outside of off stump. Moeen Ali spreads the field and tries to hit it out Birmingham.
Yeah.
And then Stuart Broad batting with Joe Root, who's nearing 100. He tries to launch it over the new stand. Would have been going nuts, but because we know this is the way England play, this is their DNA, this is what they're setting out to do, you can't criticise them too much. This is the whole remit in that England dressing room is to play in this fashion. If it goes wrong and England lose heavily, well, of course, there will be the fingers that will get pointed that maybe you can't just play one way. There are times where you just have to change the way you're playing, and yes, play expansively, but there's now and again that you have to go, okay, the expansive way we've played has got us to so far. Do we just need to just rein it in somewhat because we've got the opposition on the back foot, the field is spread, and do we need to take so many risks? Today they took the risk. They've got a decent number on the board. Will it be a good enough number is the question on this kind of surface against Australia.
I can see a familiar figure down there with headphones on, clutching a yellow microphone. He can't see me, but I can see him. Johnny Bairstow. Well played today, Johnny.
Thanks, Aggers.
Feel good?
Yeah, it felt amazing to be back out there, to be honest with you. It's obviously a huge occasion to be part and parcel of the Ashes. And look, I think that there's obviously been a few conversations around the Ashes and how we'll play and everything like that. But to start the day like we did, and Zach hit that for 4 like an absolute gunshot going off, was definitely set the tone. Slightly different to last time we played Australia.
Yeah, well, of course. I'd love to know what the reaction in the dressing room was when that ball crashed into the boundary first ball. What did you do?
I think it was more of just a wow, to be honest with you. We heard it. Some people won't have seen it, or they might have been getting changed from the anthems. But it was more just a wow, like that's rocketed to the boundary. So, look, I'm delighted for Zach. He's played lovely there today. To set the tone like he did and go out and play and hold his composure like he did against an attack like Australia is huge credit to him.
And when you went out to bat, Johnny, was it like sort of setting the clock back a year? I mean, you came out, you're bristling, you're ready to go, you got a big crowd egging you on after your heroics here last year. Was it like being transported back in time?
There was a few nerves knocking about, obviously. It's completely different to obviously playing county cricket and everything else. And what an occasion! It's it's one of those where you just want to be in the arena. You want to be out there. You want to be taking part. You want to be able to have an influence on a game and how it turns out. And it's exactly that this whole group want to be a part of. We want to go out and we want to put bums on seats. We've said it about inspiring the next group. We want to make people smile within the ground, and I think people leaving here today will definitely have had a fantastic day at Edgbaston, day one of the Ashes, and they'll go home and hopefully come again if there's any tickets left.
That's for sure. Was there a conversation at tea when you and Root you put on 60 odd together? You came out very positively afterwards. Was that the intention there?
We didn't actually speak at tea, to be honest with you. It wasn't necessarily a conversation that had taken place or anything like that. It was a case of, look, see the ball, and if it's there, keep giving it a crack. And it's amazing when you put people under pressure, and we've spoken about it for quite a while about how to switch pressure back onto the opposition. They're allowed to bowl well. Sometimes you'll nick the ball, sometimes you'll miss it, and sometimes you'll make mistakes when you're wanting to play in a certain way. But if you're in a confident frame of mind, if your positions are in a good, positive spot, then it's amazing how sometimes it goes your way rather than if you go half-hearted, then it can very quickly just nestle into one of the fielders' hands.
Yeah. I must ask about the declaration. I mean, was that a spur-of-the-moment thing? When did you first start feeling that Stokes was going to do that?
I've got no idea. You'll have to ask him. I just got told.
Were you surprised?
To be honest with you, it's never nice to just face 20 minutes. Those that have opened, whether it be, in any form of cricket, longer than a one-day game, I think that the pressure that you can build within those 20 minutes, and whether it's a slightly tentative defence or whether it's a big exuberant shot that potentially gets a nick, I think that you've got to sometimes take that punt because it's quite a niggly little period of time. So, no, it didn't really surprise me because when you've got two highly skilled and class bowlers in Brody and Ollie taking the new ball, it's going to bring in chances.
Johnny, lovely to talk to you. Well played today. A really lovely 78. Thank you. Good luck tomorrow.
Thanks, Huggers.
There we
Good
go.
evening.
Johnny Bairstow, who batted really well today, 78. I mean, he's had that horrible leg injury. There's certainly no sign of that. What seems to be the situation is that there isn't much conversation goes on down in the dressing room. Things have sort of happened by the sound of it.
Yeah, but I've noticed this England side that every time you ask about a conversation, they always say they haven't had a conversation, whereas I'm pretty sure that there are conversations that go in. But you could tell today with Johnny Bairstow, I think he was on about 12. And he played his shot and he went to the boundary, and those eyes.
Yes.
The Bairstow eyes came out, and he gave Joe Root a real fist pump. Yeah. It was it was an aggressive one. I thought, he's on it. He's on it. He's in the zone, and once he started to go and started to hit the boundaries, I guess there's the old cynics would be saying, calm down, Johnny, you've done enough, you've spread the field, but not Johnny Bairstow. You want him to keep going because an hour or so more of Johnny Bairstow, he gets you 50, 60 more runs, and that can be the difference. I think Australia in that dressing room now, they'll know that they've got 379 runs to catch up to England in the first innings of the Test match. But on the pitch that they've seen and the way that the ball's acted today, with that quality that they have, particularly at number 3 and number 4, Travis said you've got your number 1, 2, 3 in the world batting at 3, 4 and 5 on a pitch like that. If one of them, if not two of them, doesn't do what Joe Root did today, I would be surprised. I would think that both of those two at 3 and 4 are looking at this pitch and thinking, let me get on it.
Full of runs, yeah. Let's mention Nathan Lyon here. 29 overs he bowled. He took 4 for 149, so they scored easily enough off him. But he did take those 4 wickets, and he's been speaking to Alison Mitchell.
Well, an eventful opening day of this match. Nathan, 4 wickets for yourself. Did you expect, first of all, that you would bowl so many overs on the opening day of a test in England?
Definitely not here at Edgbaston. We've been here a couple of times and there've been a little bit different wickets. But all in all, pretty exciting day of Test cricket. It's great to be back here playing for the Ashes again. It's a pinnacle for Australian Test cricket to play Ashes, especially away from home.
I'll start with the declaration. Were you expecting that in any way? Were you surprised?
No, definitely not surprised. That's the brand of cricket that they've been playing over the last couple of years under Baz and Stokesy, so definitely not surprised. But to be honest, we're just worrying about controlling what we can control, and that's playing the brand of cricket that we want to play and doing our skills to our best possibility.
You obviously had to bowl a lot of overs. We didn't see much from Cameron Green. Is he fully fit? Was it tactical?
Yeah, no, he's fully fit. We've obviously got 6 test matches, obviously with the final last week inside 7 weeks, so it's a big workload. So he's fully fit, ready to go. So it's a question for the skipper.
And how did bowling plans have to adapt, given the very minimal, if any, lateral movement out there for the quicks?
It's different, but we've obviously paid a lot of attention to the way England's going around and the way they're playing, the brand of cricket they're playing. But it's exciting to be a part of. It's a different challenge for us bowlers, but that's what we want. That's what we want, and that's what we love. So credit to Joe Root today. I thought he batted outstandingly well. But all in all, I'm pretty happy with the way we bowled as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's the overall feeling, given that when you got Brooks and Stokes in quick succession, there could have been a real opportunity at that point?
Oh, you look at their squad. They got superstars all the way down through their batting innings. So we understand it's going to be hard work. We respect the way they go about it. So all in all, pretty happy. It's going to be obviously big couple of days, a big day tomorrow, and then we'll see how we go. But it's more important that we just stick to our strengths and play the brand of cricket that we want to play.
At the very start of the day, it seemed as if the fields went defensive a little early on. What was the mindset at the start, given the way you know that England like to bat?
To be honest with you, it's just looking at the way they go about their scoring runs and playing the shots that they play. And obviously we respect each and every one of those batters. They've got a lot of skill, and it's more about us just controlling what we can control, and we can put our fielders wherever we want. So it's just part of the game and a little bit of cat and mouse, isn't it?
Does it feel like there's a stack of runs on here for your team to score tomorrow?
Who knows? It's a game of cricket. I know our guys will be preparing and having their clear plans to go out there. But saying that, they've got a world-class bowling attack, don't they? So we need to play each ball and respect, do the basics really well. And if we do that, hopefully our batters can score some partnership runs.
Well bowled, Nathan. See you tomorrow.
Too easy. Thank you.
Nathan Lyon in an uncharacteristically generous mood there, bigging up England's cricketers. And often hear that. But there was that point, 176 for 5, when Stokes was out, that they had an opportunity, I think. But 393 for 8 declared. And then Australia finishing on 14 for no wicket at the end in that amazing 20 minutes of theatre. Stephen Finn's alongside me. He's working on 5 Live all day. Did you enjoy that last 20 minutes?
It was fascinating, wasn't it? I think everyone was gripped to it. Everyone in the ground. There wasn't an empty seat. The Barmy Army were up and about. The Holly stand were behind the bowlers. And it's that atmosphere when you're bowling here at Edgbaston especially, that it just carries you to the crease. Stuart Broad bowled a no ball, second ball of the innings, because that would have just been carrying him in so quick. And it's actually hard sometimes to retain your focus as a bowler in those situations. But I think it was aggressive captaincy, but certainly that last 20 minutes was captivating.
Do you think it's the right thing to have done?
The old school Stephen Finn would have sat there thinking, he just pulled the bowlers out for 20 minutes unnecessarily when we could have scored runs in the first innings. But I think on the flip side of that, you look at the pressure that would have put on David Warner to go out there and face 5 overs in that situation with the crowd behind him. and Stuart Broad coming round the wicket, and all those mental scars from the last Ashes series in 2019. I mean, there were nearly 3 run-outs in the first over because of the pressure and the theatre of it all. And I think that it was fascinating, and I like the aggressive style of play. And actually today there were a number of times with the field spread early on and in those final 5 overs where the Australians looked a little bit frazzled and rattled. And I think that's a great sign for England on the first day of an Ashes series.
Andy Zoltzman's been on duty all day, as excited as the rest of us. What have you got for us, Andy?
Absolutely gripping. That declaration after 78 overs was the earliest a captain has declared in the opening innings of an Ashes test. Previously that record has stood since 1937, so once again we're seeing this team do things that we're just not used to seeing. Part of the context when we talked about who's on top here, we saw less lateral movement than we've seen in the first 80 overs of the opening innings of a test in England since the database that carries this information began in 2006. So in terms of lateral movement, very little, a little bit of inconsistent bounce, but it has been a good batting day. Joe Root had failed to convert his last 12 half-centuries against Australia into 3 figures. This was his first Ashes 100 since the 4th test of the 2015 series, but he's now converted 13 of his last 22 against all teams since the start of 2021. Throughout his career, had a fairly low conversion rate, but that is something that he has rectified during these golden years that he has enjoyed. And we talked about how England's cricket makes other teams do strange things, and Australia went very defensive early on, and that enabled England to score a lot of singles. They scored more singles in the first 40 overs of a test innings than any team in test history. That's first innings batting first, and played fewer dot balls in that time. So we've not necessarily for that first half of the day seen the sort of gung-ho boundary slugging that we've seen so often, but ruthless accumulation within those wickets kept Australia in it. Scott Boland went for over a run a ball. He'd never gone for more than 3.7 and over in his test career before. Nathan Lyon's last over went for 20, his joint most expensive over ever. Pat Cummins went wicketless in the first innings of a test for only the second time in the last 33 games. A curious day for Australia's bowlers, but they've ended the day in quite a good position, I think.
Yeah, where do you think the balance lies, Steve? Runs on the board, or
I think there was enough. There was actually a bit of variable bounce. The ball that Zach Crawley got went flying past and caught his thumb on the way through, and there were a few that scuttled through from the pavilion end as we sit here looking down the wicket now. So I like having runs on the board on a dry type of wicket like that. The only thing that I do think is that Australia come tomorrow determined, and they get in and they get through that period of the new ball where it might just have that little bit of movement. I think if they get in, we could see a really dogged Australia.
We shall see tomorrow. Thank you for your company today, Stephen. Good to have you with us. Of course, you can watch highlights now in Today at the Test on BBC Two or the BBC iPlayer. There's some video clips on the BBC Sport website and the app. So a terrific first day here. Joe Root, 118 not out, and lots to come tomorrow. 5 Sports Extra listeners have more live cricket now, actually, with Kevin Howells guiding you through an evening of T20 Blast cricket, while on 5 Live you can hear England's footballers against Malta. Our Ashes Daily podcast on BBC Sounds shortly, along with a 30 minutes highlights of the day on the TMS feed. That's new for this Ashes. So we're back on air from 10 o'clock tomorrow on 5 Sports Extra, and 10:30 also on Radio 4 Longwave. Don't miss it, will you? Goodbye for now.
Well, good evening, Stu. If that's a taste of what's to come over the next 5 or 6 weeks, wow. Anyway, welcome along. T20 Blast Night. It's Friday night. 8 matches across the North and South groups for you this evening here on 5 Sports Extra on BBC Sounds, and as always, the BBC Sport website and app as well for you to choose your own commentary. We've got 8 games, the top 4 qualifying for the quarterfinals. We're getting towards the business end of this campaign. I'm sitting here in the sunshine at Leeds watching Yorkshire Vikings Vikings take on Leicestershire Foxes, and the Foxes, although they've been struggling in this competition, are off to a really good start. They are currently 74 for 1 in the 8th over. Just seen the end of Nick Welsh. He's been caught by Bess off the bowling of Jordan Thompson, but for 40 of 24 deliveries, 4 fours and a 6 which went out of the ground. We are playing on a strip which is a little bit towards the western stand there, a little bit more than central, but even so it was a phenomenal knock, and Welsh is now out for 40. We know here at Headingley that you can get some big scores, and the Foxes will need a big total against the Vikings, who won the toss and elected to bowl first here. So that one is available at the moment on the BBC Sport website and app. In terms of the other matches, a couple of games actually we started earlier, one at Worcester, which is the Rapids against the Bears, the Worcestershire Rapids against the Birmingham Bears. It's a big local derby, we know that, and the Bears are and have completed their 20 overs, 196 for 5. Included in all of that was Dan Mosley as 49 off 28 balls, 2 fours and 3 sixes, but Jacob Bethel not out 32 off just 13 balls, 2 fours and a couple of sixes. But amongst the bowling was Salman Mir doing an extremely good job, taking 3 for 22 from 4 overs as well. So the Bears 196 for 5 of their 20 overs. The Rapids about to start their reply very, very shortly. Let us go through some of the other scores. Another earlier start at Lords. Kent Spitfires 103 for 1 in the 11th over against Middlesex. Middlesex without a win in the competition. It's Durham versus the Derbyshire Falcons, and Durham are batting first at 61 for 2 in the 8th over. Lancashire Lightning travel to Northamptonshire Steelbacks, and the Lightning, including Butler, well, Butler's out for 1 and they're 52 for 3 in the 8th over with Croft and Mitchell. Not out pair there, so sell out tonight for the Steelbacks. Steelbacks versus Lightning again. At the moment you find that on the BBC Sport website and app. Somerset Surrey, we're off there in a moment. Just about to start, or just starting, Essex Eagles against Glamorgan, and Sussex Sharks versus the Hampshire Hawks. We'll fill you in on where these teams are in the table, what it means to each individual team, but they've been underway for quite some time now in most of these matches, so let's get a feel for what's going on. Let's start there at Somerset versus Surrey. Take a look at that group in the south and you find out why this one's so important. 2 top teams. They've played 8. They're sitting at the top of the table. Somerset actually at the top on 14 points, with Surrey on 12 at the moment. They're underway. Let's cross now to Taunton. With the latest score, I've got Surrey at 62 for no wicket in the 8th over. Let's go to the West Country.
IPL, very hard to deliver when you get a price tag that high, and I think he found it pretty tough out there, to be honest.
Well, he's wearing one of the nattiest pairs of cricket shoes that I've seen all season. They are tangerine orange, Dayglow tangerine orange, unmistakable.
Right, Ben Green, 6 and a wicket. What are you going to serve up now?
That was his 17th wicket of this T20 campaign.
Well, it's what I touched on earlier about they're coming into pressure situation tonight, where normally he's come on when there's 3 or 4 wickets down.
He's bowling to Sam Curran, the left-hander, and Curran is underway straight away, just drops that into the offside, sets off for the single. Will Jacks responds to the call and they get home very comfortably.
You'd have thought
72 for 1.
Ben Green's pushing as well for a wild card for the 100, I would have thought, with his performances with the ball especially, and he can bat. He's a handy player.
He is a very powerful batsman. Changes to the field for the right-handed Will Jacks. This is a right-hand left-hand combination, of course. Jacks on 38. Green bowls to him on his pads, and there was a little bit of bat, or perhaps not. No, it's given as a leg bye, so 73 for 1. Will Jacks 38 in 26 deliveries, so he's going along pretty close to his career strike rate. Green is in the bowls to, and playing a miss from Curran, who tried to play a cut shot to a ball that was really too close to him.
And he also doesn't give you much pace. He mixes up every single ball, does Ben Green. Always looking to change up pace, so the batsman can never get set. It's almost like you've got to play him as a slower ball bowler.
He's in again to Curran, who whips this away off his pads. Out to Sean Dixon, deep mid-wicket for a single, and not a bad over that from Ben Green. 6 off the first ball, wicket off the second, and 74 for 1 at the end of it, and that's 9 overs done and dusted.
Yeah, so you think we're coming to the midway point. Surrey looked like they're going to be mid-80s. You're looking at 10s probably, the last 10 overs, maybe a little bit more. So they're looking at probably 180 to 200 unless something dramatic happens either way. And at the moment, with 9 wickets in hand, I suspect that's where they're going to look to finish up.
And now we're going to get the distribution of the merchandising material. Caps and towels and T-shirts, goodness knows what else. Lewis Gregory's coming on from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end to bowl to Sam Curran, who's on 2, just came in the last over. Sam Curran will be followed by his brother Tom. Gregory in and bowls. This is hammered through the offside. That'll be 4 runs. As Ben Green tried to make the stop at shortish extra cover, but when he couldn't get to it, there was no one else there to stop that racing away to the extra cover boundary for 4 runs, 78 for 1.
Yeah, pull it away nicely though. A little bit of room, a little bit of length, a little bit too short. Room outside the off stump, but Curran had to place it, and he placed it, he did. And he hit it very, very hard.
Gregory pitches this one right up to Sam Curran, who digs it out to Will Smead, who's fielding in front of the Andy Caddick Pavilion, with the Somerset flag at half-mast in honour of Barney Webber